Coy, hari yang ditunggu-tunggu sudah tiba. Hari yang ditunggu-tunggu sudah tiba, di mana kita melihat tim full Indo akan disekolahin di Major. Kayak anjir, unreal banget ya. How long have we been waiting for this moment? Kita nggak bisa expect lebih ya, karena ini baru pertama kali setelah sekian lama. Terus gue lihat-lihat sih di streamingnya Jikroy banyak diberi nasihat ya. Gue nggak tahu yang lain, soalnya yang lain gak nge-stream. Tapi bukan berarti jelek. Ada potensi coy. Karena kalau ngelihat dari manusia REKONIX yang main public di Europe, gak yang dibantai itu gitu. Jadi kayak ada harapan kan. Langsung aja, gak sabar. Hey, what's up? Anjay ini mah. Izin fokus ya adik-adik. Mau nonton dengan seksama. Kapan lagi ngeliat ada logo REKONIX tuh di situ tuh, samping-sampingan sama Tundra, bab. Bisa begitu ya? Pikan gak ada yang aneh. Masih hero puller REKONIX semua. Faceless Void-nya ada Lul, WR-nya Jikroy, last pick-nya YD berarti. Sedangkan dari Tundranya belum kelihatan. Masih sangat flex. Dan juga emang Tundra belum muncul di turnamen apa-apa coy. Jadi banyak banget, bisa ada banyak banget hidden strat yang mungkin udah mereka cobain. Tapi kenapa ada Faceless Void? Oke, Faceless Void-nya bagus banget buat ngelawan Batrider, that's for sure. Diinfokerin. Waduh, Babang mau ditutorin sama BJT itu lu. Kasih tau bang. Kasih tau Queen of Pain lu aja dah. Atau apa ya? Tadinya udah di kiri. Beast-nya hilang, Ember nggak ada. Aduh, ternyata coy. Masih ngeblur, kameranya belum modal kan? Kok risky nggak ya? Tapi kalau kena Pouncer repot sih. Tapi sisa apa? Storm? Pak? Pak ya? Kuga? Wow.
Did you predict it? Yo, someone gave Winter the script. Yo, share that script with me, please.
Kuga?
Because I'll have what he's having. Go for the Kanka.
Offline Batrider, cok. Kenapa ada Rusman di Tundra? Sejak kapan 33 main Batrider? Kita lihat ya nanti build Batridernya kayak apa ya. Iya deh mid. Wah, pos 5 poin, bukan pos 4 lagi. Gak masuk akal. Oh, tapi buat ngelawan Batrider. Oke. I guess that makes sense. Gak apa-apa. Ya boleh lah. Tapi gimana cara learningnya ya? Maksudnya kayak apa yang akan dilakukan oleh Void lu gitu di situ? Versus Void-nya. Ngadu sama Ari. Jelek juga. Kayak serem ya? I mean ya, Wind Ranger first pick sih. Mungkin dari REKONIX sudah ngelihatnya kayak oke, gua bakal diganyang terus, jadi mending gue yang first pick gitu. Rasanya gitu.
Hey, I'm not ditching. Whitemon's still on Tundra. I'm still SEA all the way. You can't blame. Either way we go here, we're still SEA Prime. But you're gonna have to explain yourself. What do you think about the draft of REKONIX?
Izin sambil makan ya teman-teman ya.
Team fight. I think they have easier ease of execution basically.
Aduh, internetnya jelek, cok. Wih deh, kalau deh.
It's funny to say that, you know, when they have a position 4 faces white, and I'm saying it's simpler to play their lineup, you know. How far Dota has changed, you know. I think if you look at their setup, they have very strong team fight. They have a lot of
Baru mulai udah ngobrol Cok ini.
carry. Time dilation is amazing against all their heroes, you know.
Antar tim cuma gara-gara ada white doang.
Get a dispel on this hero until I don't know.
Dibaik-baikin, apanya yang dibaik-baikin?
You don't usually get any dispel. So time dilation is
Saya udah
really good
chat
to
word
destroy
tapi nggak ada.
heroes except Slug.
Well, it's going to be very important for this slot to have a good early start. And you were talking about Faceless Void position 4. It's actually going to be played by Varish here. We've seen Delul.
Void 5 coy masalahnya.
He's the usual position 4 player, but this time round, they're switching it up.
Okay.
They're putting the Shadow Demon on the off lane. A late
Tapi masalah masuk akal karena Voidnya itu cuma buat bad rider doang sih.
So
Quick check on the-
that kind of makes their laning, I think, a lot more solid because they have a range melee range.
Itu skin bad rider apa Cok? Warna-warni? Cakep.
I wanted to ask you
Kue
about
kotak.
the Mirana
Bakal udah
festival.
di ping aman teman-teman.
White
Udah
Bull
tahu
has chosen
ada
to
di
go
situ
for
sana.
loops and bounds.
The root facet. Huh.
Yeah.
Tuh.
I don't think we've really
Itu skin bad rider apa ya? Oh, yang ikan.
Sometimes
Keren juga.
it just feels like
Oke, nggak ada perverse belatan Bahawi.
in this game it's mainly
2 for 2.
Sunstrike. You're gonna set up the Sunstrike.
Masih aman, masih aman, masih aman, masih aman, masih aman.
Oh, this
White
is
Moon-nya langsung di wih, takutnya.
That's gonna sting a lot, you know, for the lane.
Padahal biasa aja tapi kerasa lebih spicy ya kalau ada Indo-Indonya ini ya. Lagi coba jalanin deskripsi sesuai metodologi.
Slot not
Kagak tiba-tiba.
known for his laning. I think
Apa?
things have changed, right? In the past, melee
Bentar,
versus
gua nggak bisa
melee
baca.
matchup, you feel like Slot's gonna be the king. Now, even with the saltwater shift, that new ability stealing the health
Oh,
regen and move speed.
lagi coba jalanin deskripsi sesuai metodologi.
Really
Kagak tiba-tiba ngoding Python lagi yang gua kirim ke lu. Oh iya, lu kirim sesuatu di WA nanti gue cek.
elite level.
Bismillah ya, interview lancar. Amin.
Be able to.
Semoga bisa selalu berprogres itu skripsi. Amin.
That was what I expected.
Waduh, FBZ sih dimakan-makanin sama Pure ya.
Tagra would
Udah ada 6 essential.
right now. It might get
Pure bakal nyoba
in the initial
sekuat tenaga buat bikin sustain. Bikin sustain, bikin stucknya nggak hilang. Lagi ada waktu nggak Dit? Buat hari ini kayak nggak. Gue mau nonton ini Sarah.
Let's see.
Besok,
I mean the Conquer
besok gue juga mau nonton.
kinda is
Wah, sulit sih.
gonna be straightforward, I feel like Invoker.
Coba lu chat gue, kalau gue nggak jawab berarti gue lagi ada apa.
If it goes according to the matchup, it'll be 70-30
Wait.
for Conquer. Conquer is just gonna win the war of attrition with the Tidebringer. You kill the Force Spirits easily with the splash, and then you always have
Nah, bagus nih udah ada isu mic nih.
the Torrent and X-Mark to kind of threaten
Menang berarti.
the kill, right? You can X
Mereka nggak bisa komunikasi.
down because the Invoker is always going to be, I think I would say around 40-50% HP in the lane because you're taking a lot of harass from Tidebringer. So you're always in, I think, in danger of like getting ganked by X-Mark, TP down, and then you die. You know?
Mimpi apa gue ya? Gue bisa lihat BZM sama GD di lane yang sama.
The Sunstrike kills on the
Invoker lagi BZM ya.
You have to imagine that BZM being a Grandmaster tier invoker. He's probably played this matchup a bunch
Gue penasaran itunya sih si
I'm sure
Save lane offlane-nya?
picked him.
Bro, it doesn't matter if you play this.
yang terakhir kita bahas aman kan ya, lu jadi pengambilan data gue.
I think so.
No?
No chance for BZM invoker is what I'm
Sama lu sempat bilang ya? Boleh kali? Aman, gue akan ngasih fiksasi pertanyaan dulu. Bingung banget gue WK perlu bikin 2 pertanyaan owner konsumen kayak Kanggalang apa kagak. Oh, skripsi gue tentang project management kan. Jujur gue gak ngerti. Soalnya beda sama skripsi gue kan. Tapi ya udah. Kabarin aja kalau perlu ada ngambil data atau apa. Ngambil data tuh survei. Isi form atau bukan? Start Tide Hunter menang Tide Hunter ya?
One of the things that
Boom.
has been a major factor in this current meta feels like the damage mitigation, right? The early pipes.
Terus kayak gue jarang banget ngeliat Slark sukses.
Razors getting
Apakah ini dijadikan ladang belajar untuk Tundra? Jadi kayak REKONIX jadiin tumbal coy.
Tundra want to use the burst down some of these
Emang bisa? Hah? Belum level 2? Hampir.
hits that level 2 and gets the leap.
So close.
Leap on the Mirana level 1. You don't really trade against
Gak apa-apa, nice.
bullying your core, you know.
White Moon buka lip duluan gara-gara oh no.
Two on the SD.
Gara-gara tadi sempat kontak di mid ya. Dia mau gak mau harus buka lip, jadinya power kurang banget di level 1 deh.
I was already a little bit concerned about the Mirana because
Oke, pos 5 poinnya sih gawe ya. Win Ranger-nya jadi untouchable ya.
really helps you
Alright. Tapi masalah cooldownnya
But then now you don't have that. You were forced to level, like leap level 1, and your carry's being bullied. Sure, he's not dead, but it's still not a great look for him. 8 to 4 on the
distru. IED menang lawan BZM.
And now you're not.
Gak, belum. Last hit wise seri, tapi ya namanya kungka lawan. Basically almost died, bro.
This is the problem with this matchup. You just take so much damage.
Oke, nice guys. Nebak-nebak aja nggak apa-apa. Interview dit sama testing, ntar kalau udah selesai programnya gue. Oh, oke.
Last hit effectively in the lane, you know.
Interview itu berarti kayak gue sebagai user atau gue sebagai user yang
very easy denies and
user yang ngerti IT gitu, atau kayak cuma nge-review doang.
Look at the back though. 33 only has 5 CS.
Kayak nge-review technical atau enggak gitu maksud gue.
Windrunner has 17 and 5. Oh, they actually
Last hitnya Jikroy sih nampleng sih.
because I feel like usually if a tiny in
Beda 5 last hit
you're not the
dibanding Sarknya, tapi mulai ke belakang nggak ada toss back target, aman aja.
Windrunner is a strong laner. And I guess
Waduh,
also denied.
dipukul sama teh. Wow, Dalul, Dalan. This is Dalul, bro.
Allows them to I think be a little bit more solid.
No play.
Destroys
Bisa tuh ngusir Whitemon ya. Sakit banget.
This is actually looking really good for REKONIX, you know, across
Ih.
Ih.
Mati kah? Ada pounce. Oke.
Really good for them because this is the lane that they were supposed to lose.
Tapi kalau trade darah gini menang, soalnya wah itu saltwater stack 5. Wih, respect gak sih?
stolen away by Dalul and FBZ down here, so you don't have that additional burst.
Oke, Pura mau nyari saltwater, dikasih sama FBZ.
At least a little bit. Blood grenade's gonna come out onto FBZ.
Oh,
Nice
clutch,
catch, and
tapi
that's
nggak cukup gak sih? Alah, saltwaternya, cok, stack 6. Walah, hancur, cok.
right on his backside, I'm sure.
Regennya kenceng banget itu.
That's a big wave going to the tower. The tide is gonna miss. I guess the wave is gonna be outside, just out of reach
Oh,
of the tower.
oke, wave-nya masih rapi sih.
He gets in range of attacking the creeps. Yeah, but
Ya,
still
cuma ke dirai 2 lah.
going the way of
Kalau masuk sih creepnya menangis ini FBZ. Shackle connect. Slow tapi nggak, ininya belum pakai skill apa-apa. Jadi nggak akan slow sama sekali.
Run the risk of this tide, getting an early pipe and snowballing them in the
I mean,
5-man.
this is why the
Sampai jungle loh.
People-
Betrader ya.
Even if the enemy doesn't use
Kena
it,
shutdown?
still taking damage, you know, 1 tick of damage from the dilation. That's why the hero has a lot of potential in.
Sebagai user, oh boleh ntar sambil jalan aja kata Bu Mira juga boleh buat yang ngerti aja. Oh, oke.
And now he can actually do some.
Bekabah. Nanti gue cek.
I mean, all that pressure has forced 33 into a very early retreat to the jungle.
Tapi masalahnya tuh Betrader
The type of hero
gampang banget iya recover jungle gini juga.
stacks. And I guess in that sense,
Karena saya sering sekali menonton Rusman ya. Kalau andai kan kena
Bat Riders,
dijorokin,
anyone that can
gampang
use
banget buat
the
recover ya.
farmer.
Tadinya nggak bisa rasid, tapi at least dia
What do
dapat
you think, Winter? Is
experience
Bat
dari
Rider,
lainnya.
you kind of forced into the jungle early on. Is this
Gue kecap dulu Nadit, oke deh.
Ask me straight out, I'll tell you, Bat Rider is supposed to win. You pick this hero to win the lane. You don't really want to be jungling on the hero. I mean, he doesn't really have a choice because the lane didn't go well. But let's see, you know, because maybe with the new buff and new changes, maybe it's fine.
Ya.
the dive attempts coming up top?
Percobaan tipis-tipis juga. Nice Wanjik.
Kill into RE first, and 33 can't close the distance onto the Wind Ranger. Even though this Wind Ranger was left alone, Jikroy able to outplay them there. And honestly, a bit of a strange attempt from the duo from Tundra.
Tapi itu tipis sih.
Wind Ranger's definitely not an easy.
Kalau connect-nya,
Now 6 minutes. Catapult
nggak, BZM-nya udah level 6.
the Invoker a lot.
Bisa nggak ngaruh-ngaruh banget sih. Soalnya level 6, levelnya Invoker tuh naikin Quaspex kan.
It's way stronger here.
Bukan yang, kalau level 6 jadi kayak gini.
So he's back with
Oke, itu combo joroknya. Nice combo coy. This is Tundra.
a bit late to the party. Tornado
Gampang banget buat ngeksekusinya.
advantage that you got from securing that
Toss
Wind Ranger.
arrow sunstrike ya.
Spelled now. Sure, you get
Ultra
one
burst.
but that's all that Varij can do.
That was a huge play. They were not supposed to win the 3 versus 3. I think if everything went according to plan, according to the heroes, that was not supposed to happen. So Tundra definitely, they made something out of nothing there, and now it gives them a chance to.
Oke, mau diperangin di sini dari
Ari's making a big
Wisdomnya. Jarang-jarang nih. Oke, Dalul. Oke, vampir aja sempet, tapi aman aja. Tadinya numpang lewat dianggapnya. Jujur, Jikroy sangat free farm ya. Jadi di sini menjadi tanggung jawab yang sangat besar sebagai Wind Ranger ya. untuk menunjukkan seberapa gelo JFP di muka dunia.
Supports to basically leave you alone.
Ih,
Get your level
ih.
6. And this tide is going to, I think the lane is going to just start to get really difficult for the tide from now on. Like he's probably going to look to jungle at some point already.
BZM's queuing up a meteor hammer. I feel like we've been seeing this
Wait, what?
item
Hah?
more from
Wait, are you
invokers.
serious?
Yeah, so okay.
Walah,
That's
mati,
all.
Cok. Aduh, combo itu lagi, combo jorok lagi.
Setting up onto FBZ, very
Tos
nice.
Arrow Sunstrike.
This is why I say he has to
So
learn
good.
jungle already. The moment the slug has level 6, you can't really sit in the lane anymore.
Ascensif
The
2.
Sunstrike is just too much for the tide.
Yeah.
So you were saying
Kedua carry
what
sih.
he does right now?
Ini banget, free banget.
Specific because I've
Tapi
seen
bedanya,
invokers do this. So the idea
offlane-nya Tundra nggak mati.
any double camp, right?
Paling
Where
itu
you
sih.
try
Makanya
to
Tata jadi paling bawah.
Yeah.
You ice wall and then you meteor, and that's kind of how you amplify your farm.
Because
So,
you have
Digangguin sama Faris.
it
Alay
allows you to
banget.
skip over that Midas, that invokers.
Ketahuan ada stack 3 atau 2 gitu. Wah lah, yang ini juga ketahuan. Wah, kestil banyak banget sama Ari. No!
It's really bad. Without the XP, it's just not worth it. It makes the hero so slow.
No! Wah, gila, itu banyak banget, Cok. Hilang begitu saja.
We expected when we saw their draft, we were worried that maybe they'd be a bit too slow. But at the moment in the early game, it's them dictating the tempo. 4-1 on the board. REKONIX trying to answer back with some pressure on this tier 1
Oke.
tower though.
Nggak mau ada commit fokus fire karena takutnya nanti di TPN terus malah jadi nggak ada resource, tapi di sini IED join. Ini nggak mungkin diperangin sih. Tapi bakal di counter push juga, tapi untungnya dari Tundra pushnya jelek banget. Sebenarnya REKONIX juga
They're trying to get an exchange.
selama ini Wind Ranger yang nggak mencet ulti ya, tapi waduh. Oh no, FVC ketahuan. Awas kombonya bro, awas kombonya. Kombonya mematikan bro. Cuma perlu seonggok tos dan Sunstrike
Consider defending the tower.
dan arrow.
They're trying to give him
He's
the
gonna get it
space.
on these few creeps. So Tundra, they have to respect that.
Oke, level 6.
Yeah, there's
Apakah kamu masih mau mencoba
no way you risk it.
menghancurkan tower yang ada melon sebesar itu?
We were
Oke nggak?
worried that REKONIX were gonna snowball out of control. At first, it looked like their lanes were going sublime, but I do think that the Tundra supports did a great job rotating, and they've kind of set up the course to at least be even, right? As we can see in the network,
Invoker
it's
Meteor Hammer.
followed by the Kanka, but this
Memperpanjang chain stun ya.
rune coming up, two supports from
Ini
Tundra
satu
coming
target
up in the mid lane.
dengan trio
REKONIX,
begini, 3 orang ini Invoker Tiny siapa? Mirana kayak mati dah.
Game Sun
Siapapun.
actually just kinda
Gak tahu sih kalau IED sih. Oke, dapetin dulu.
I think now it's also about trying to, even though they did have a lot of kills,
Paling harus hati-hati aja sih, harus orang yang mau kontak, yang mau
make space 'cause the back
nge-show di lane
a lot. Same
harus ada dalul gitu.
the invoker. Slug is the one that's going to come
Kan
out.
dalulnya bisa nyelamatin.
The moment you
Soalnya mereka single, untungnya ya.
she's actually
Untungnya sangat single target. Tapi masalahnya
Slug this game, okay.
ada tool single target di tangan Tundra tuh
go for Midas
cukup
like this
banget
when you're
buat
early
bikin play.
start. It just tells me that you don't want to fight for the next 15-20 minutes. You just
Oke,
want to
smoke.
I guess.
Boleh coba aktif di sini.
Because they have invoker.
Bawahnya ada Slark sih, tapi Slark harus bener-bener ke gap banget buat oh no, IED-nya nggak break duluan, tapi nggak apa-apa, di situ ada dapat lumayan, ada Mirana, harus rapet banget, masih ada, lipnya nggak bisa ngelip bro, pukulin aja dalul yang memperpanjang nyawa dari Mirana, malah jadi bakal TP di situ dari Ari, tapi apakah bisa? Nggak bisa sih. Tide Hunter-nya masih ada ulti. Oke. Di akhir banget itu ininya skill satunya. Jangan, FBZ jangan. Gua tahu ada niatan lu. Oh. Oke, ke chain stun. Ada Jikroy tiba-tiba. Oh, besar dan very good rotation. Nice. Gak ada vision di portal, surprisingly.
The Midas and
Gue juga gak ngeliat tuh tiba-tiba ada Jikroy itu. Gue ngeliat map, bisa deh TP.
trying to still defend the tower.
Oh, wow.
No
Karena nggak ada ravage kah?
he wants to go.
Oke, oh no, they didn't respect this Meteor Hammer. Oke, they need to run away. Udah cukup, Fare.
That was a very good read.
Cabut.
That with the
Oke.
ravage without bolt,
Aman.
because, you know, they are not allowed to hit the tower. Good punish there by Tundra.
Not something you see very
Gue sampai
often
lupa
as well.
makan, Cok.
Tornado, cold snap into meteor hammer setup working out for BZM. If there's anyone who's going to be able to pull it off, it's him. Now looking towards that BZM
Oke.
threat of the time.
Kamzor keluar.
BZM in place.
Ada vision.
Shadow trying to cover. But he got so much control. This time it's BZM just when I was glazing.
Tarkam Gaming nih, bos.
Ari will get caught
Nice.
as well. So clearly, when REKONIX are together and prepared for the fight, they're a lot stronger than Tundra at the moment. Tundra's still able to find some opportunities though, but REKONIX will clean up what they came for in this tier 1 tower.
I mean, the moment the Tide gets a pipe, it's gonna get even worse here. It's gonna block out
Tarkam
the
hijau.
damage, the bad damage, everything they have right now is mostly magical.
REKONIX kalau anda kan tahu
Gonna give them
cara
an
buat
edge, you know, in the team fights. Not
mobile
that
lebih cepat, ini bisa dipanis banget, coy.
their big ultimate
Shark Midas coy soalnya.
the boat, the ravage, time zone. They have two
Progression item ke Aganime bakal lama kalau nggak dipanis ya. Disclaimer.
They're gonna smoke. They're gonna try to abuse the fact.
Oke, bakal ini gunanya ada Whitebone di tim Tundra ya. Tahu bakal kemana aja si Jikroy dan bakal wow, yang ditosem kombonya gila banget. Kombonya gila banget. Kombonya gila banget. Itu apa?
Wow. Gets caught by the Mirana. What a heads up play there from Whitemon. This is why he's regarded.
Wah, gila banget, Cok. Tundra, Cok. Ada aja ya nemu ide ngetos Batrider gak ada. Jadi nggak bisa ngerespon. Maksudnya kalau andaikan
Pause on his own, you know.
soalnya kan itu nge-smoke kan. Kalau normalnya kalau belum punya blink
Somehow, I don't know if he's
bakal
in the trees or he just
ngelihat duluan dari Jikroy-nya, jadi kayak setidaknya bisa
shot an arrow to
manjangin lagi
SD, you know.
dia mati dengan skill 3 shackle gitu-gitu kan.
Disruption went off.
Tapi kalau begini mah
Yeah.
agak gurih-gurihnya ya.
Okay,
Blade Mail, Blade Mail.
Alright.
Alright.
Really prepared for that move. Great smoke timing overall from Tundra. And you were talking about it, they need to get towards these core items. The Bat Rider already has the Boots of Bearing, so a very important tool for
Oke,
countering out that.
Faris. Oke, komit.
Speaking of,
Mau gue bunuh Ari aja. Makanan nembuk, makanan nembuk.
towards Ari, this is a very
That's a
tanky
support
support though.
Oke.
I mean, I guess it's so hard to kill that they have to use their ultimates. And that's gonna hurt though. I think that's actually okay for Tundra. They'll be happy to trade a support for time zone cooldown.
Tapi time zone cooldownnya nggak selama itu mas.
Mention the Boots of Bearing. It's something that's
90
I
detik
think you
gitu
need to buy
dibanding
this, time zone.
Chrono lebih lama. Apa semenit malah? Gua nggak apa.
Even without a time zone faceless void, I feel like Bat Riders love this item anyway. All these core Bat Riders seem to be rushing it as a first item.
Yeah, very,
Why do
very
you think that's
useful.
the case? Because I feel like in the past we've seen a lot of Bat Riders maybe go a bit greedier, like the blink into like your 4-stars and stuff like that, just all for the repositioning. Why Boots of Bearing though?
Just auras, you know, it's another form of aura for the team. You can buy, I think you can buy drums, Boots of Bearing into what do you want this game?
Batridernya mulai rise up.
To the dagger, maybe I don't know if you want to buy
Lumayan ini nih, lumayan ngimbang nih networknya.
some aura.
Oke, Boots of Bearing tapi udah sempet ke X-Mark.
Getting
Very good.
X-Mark. No aura
Nice kill.
is gonna save him here.
Yeah, gets surrounded by
Good,
all
good, good, good,
four.
good,
Nice response there from REKONIX to push this Bat Rider who's been sticking up around here for a bit too long.
Arrow.
Use Moonlight
Oke.
Shadow to try and save him though, but the dusts are in high supply.
Yeah, I mean, it's too hard to save him there. There's too many heroes around.
FBZ sih miskin plus plus ya. BZM cok, gua takut banget nanti late game BZM joget-joget goyang-goyang anjay.
Curious about what he's going
Melakukan atraksi-atraksi gila gitu kan.
aura build. Oh, he's changed his mind. He's clicking BKB now.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like he has a problem getting into the fight, especially with the help of the Tiny, right?
Oke, Villager mau menjelir dulu.
Because they're
Udah
not
tinggal
really
resep
going to
sih.
be able to fight. So the thing about auras, right? You only buy it if it allows you to fight. But in this type of game where the enemy has overwhelming team fights, even if you have Pipe and Crimson on bat, you're not gonna really be able to fight until late game, right? You're playing for the, I don't know, the refresh.
Oh, no.
Double cat.
Tahu nggak?
You know, triple BKBs. You know, you need so many items.
Wah, mati anjir sama 3. Aduh, sama 2 support,
These two
cok.
teams, they've been going blow for blow around
That's
this
the
area.
ward. That is the ward there. So you see what happened? They placed a sentry on the low ground. It didn't see a ward, so the Wind Ranger felt like it was safe for him to farm there.
Yeah.
But the
Oh,
ward was on the
wow.
high ground.
Alright, folks, get your notebooks out if you're a support. Brand new ward spot just dropped.
It's not brand new. Come on, Mike. You've seen that before.
I have. I'm just saying, you know.
Ngeri banget ya, Wind Ranger bisa mati semudah itu coy.
Default to the same locations, but When you're up
Yeah.
against the best teams in the world, you gotta switch it up. You gotta keep it dynamic, keep it fresh. I can't let them find your vision. It's already hard enough with a Slug in the game. He's keeping the map dark and uncomfortable.
Yeah, that's true. Slug
Wah.
the GPS track.
Ini maksud gue nih.
Yeah. He's gonna know he's
Midas Larknya nggak kepanis dan dia bahkan bisa top network di mata Wind Ranger yang dia beli Maelstrom. Maksudnya beneran farming item gitu loh. Jadi seharusnya not a good ini. Not a good situation nih buat REKONIX. Emang network leading juga sih dari Tundra. Faris lompat, aduh dalam banget sih. Oh no, nggak dapet chance buat neken lagi nih. Takut fall off aja itu loh. Damage mereka ya dari invokernya, dari Slark, dari Batrider 3 tuh. Meanwhile REKONIX bener-bener all in ke Wind Ranger gitu. Tide Hunter oke lah, dia tebel. Dia bisa ngasih skill 3 dikit-dikit. Kalau bikin Naganim bisa nyembur. Tapi ya udah gitu. Nggak yang big damage, bukan yang dependable damage buat kayak oke, kita bunuh orang ini karena gue punya spell ini. Misal kayak gini, aduh, wah gila. Oke. Buat mancing doang ternyata. Oke. Cuma iseng doang.
He just
I don't know,
casually.
the slot was around the area. I thought they
I
were
think
gonna...
he just casually poked to see if he could fish a reaction, you know, but he never actually intended to commit. I think all these like pro level games, right? They're really good at understanding how much they play around the line and trying to fish their opponents into doing something a little bit overzealous, and then you know you can actually get a good shot out of it. Yeah?
Jadiin bet tuh Jikroy ya.
He's gonna get caught out on the front lines. Ari trying to go on the back. Cataclysm, that's huge. Lands the damage onto the Wind Ranger, but still surviving for the Essence Ring. The Shadow Demon bailing them out there.
Itu hampir banget kok.
And now Ari's gonna get caught.
Tanyinya lagi tadi nge. Tuh, Arinya ke isolate. Di reflect ya tadi? Dia, oh nggak, belum reflect. FBG masih punya reflect.
But you needed that at the start of the fight. The lull, he's already done his work.
Wait, how on earth did just no one else die except one support on east side, you know?
That
This is
was a bit
actually
crazy.
really good for Tundra if they can actually get out. But meanwhile, FBZ,
Nggak ada vision FBG-nya, Faris tapi ada. Oke. He should be fine. Oke, nyelamatin. Gas ke satu, Slark. Oh, masih ada ulti. Tebel banget sih itu versus Void. Aduh, pure. Satwa, tanky banget Slark ya. Hati-hati, bro. Oh no. Oke, datang si Jikroy ya sih, tapi apakah cukup? Pure udah gak ada ulti. Nice banget, Jik, tapi sakit banget itu Jik, Batrider Jik. Itu harus banjik. Oh, firefly-nya habis. Nice one. Wow, too close, cok.
Man, Jikroy is definitely the man of the moment right now, saving his team there. That was such a huge turnaround. He came from behind, saved the tie. I mean,
Too close, Jir. Gua gak lihat map sama sekali itu Jikroy dari mana. Coba kita lihat. Jikroy dari bawah. Farmingnya jalan, bantu temennya jalan ya. Tuh lihat Wind Ranger ya. Wind Ranger jalan dari bawah ke portal tuh tiba-tiba muncul. Ini benar-benar definisi clearing service ya. Seharusnya jarang dan seharusnya tidak terlihat di prosin gerakan-gerakan kayak gini karena kayak bakal lebih sering buat nge-stick berlima kan karena komunikasi lu jalan. So good.
Runs onto the slot, understands that with the amount of essence shift, he's the biggest threat by far. And we'll see just how long it takes. Man. Oh, that smoldering resin might have finished him off, but
Oke, klasik Tundra, ngambil Tormentor, memprioritasin banget.
What's the Mirana shot? Is it
plus
still
one leap charge.
the same? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It's actually good with this facet because you want to root.
It's the one time this shot is actually good.
Bro, if you have the other facet, it's like whatever, you know. But with this facet, you kind of okay, fine. It's useful,
but okay. To be fair though, Tundra do have the absolute champions of garbage support shots, right? I think right next to these two is like Muerta and like Bat Rider. Other than that, you know, it doesn't get quite worse than that. Maybe if you're core, right? If you're going core and you're going leaps and bounds and then
Ada rencana apa nih?
like right click Mirana or some whack shit like that, it might end up working out.
Gua nggak tahu kalau Anakin ke bawah late game gini yang winning siapa ya? Kayak gue ngeliatnya
And the faces void, those are really nice ones.
Tundra masih lebih serem sih karena
Insane this game.
core-nya
I nevertheless,
enggak sih, gue kayak terpacu sama si Invoker ini nih. Kalau Invokernya free game banget,
maybe
dia bisa ngapain aja coy. Bisa melakukan ABCDEFG hijack elemen.
now Roshan is going to be the next topic of contention, right? Can they actually somehow find a way to finish off the Rosh?
Batrider bakal fall off.
They could just go there.
Red Hunter scaling. Kunkka fall off.
I feel there's no way Tundra could
Wind Ranger kinda scaling, tapi bukan yang
I was wondering what
terbaik.
the steps of
Kayak kalau dibanding Slark, menurut gua lebih scaling Slark.
the draft winter is that
Menurut gua.
REKONIX, it almost feels
Aduh,
they're on
ketahuan
a
lagi.
cover of some sort. If they don't
Cepet gak ya?
manage to end
Harus,
the game
nah
at
ya,
some
nice.
point in time,
Baru kan gue bilang
Tundra
harus
is gonna
diulti sih,
outscale
biar
them. Do you
cepet.
think that's still the case?
Soalnya mereka lambat buat Roshan. Lihat, ih, jorok banget ya main permainan Tundra ya. Split push, split push, split push, split push. Oke, aman tapi dapetin Aegis nyantai.
I think after 45
Cukup
minutes,
melawan ya, cukup menggigit balik ya.
very happy with their heroes like Invoker, Slug, Batrider Core.
Tapi gue nggak tahu nih, ini Tundra balik lagi ya.
Strong late game, you know. So
Ini muncul lagi
Leaps and bounds
untuk tahun ini. Kayak pertama kali muncul deh.
they have a 5
Oh, enggak ya?
draft, you know. So if he goes to 50 minutes, 60
Ini
minutes,
emang belum kelihatan aja gitu.
Yeah, okay, but
Apakah ini masakannya matang atau enggak? Soalnya emang jarang banget tim yang ngambil Slark karena Slark nggak se-strong itu.
If anyone's gonna know how to
Really?
scale
Bukan
it,
yang
I thought we invented the 10 core strat.
Ah, yeah, no, true. We did outdo ourselves with that one. That was a brilliant invention. Yeah, but I think one of the things that Southeast
bukan hero yang
shown that they
punya
are able to
absolute timing yang bagus,
sometimes you play
absolute item timing yang bagus.
drafts, they're not quite as they don't
Kayak
quite get as
Slark udah ada Divu, apakah dia bakal minta buat
but
ngaktifin gamenya? Nggak juga.
game madness, that's where
Slark punya
shines
Aganim
sometimes
mungkin,
falls flat on
tapi
their face.
itu juga apa ya? Masih bisa ada kejadian di mana Slarknya mati duluan. Oke, ganking, foreman, kontak sih, fix kontak sih, kontak, seret. Oke, BKB-nya kata,
Oh my god, is he actually... What the...
Come on.
Bro,
That is
That
the
was-
only way he lives there.
that was actually insane. The presence of mind, understanding that he had to...
33 sih
The Wind Ranger.
orang gila ya, dia, aduh.
Oh, no, he would have definitely win.
Dari semua orang yang dilaso Wind Ranger, jadinya nggak mati cowok, soalnya emang DB-nya di Wind Ranger doang.
Wings, I'll tell you that for free.
Oh,
My
no, that was- that was-
Tapi ya udah, to be fair, REKONIX dapetin value BKB dari Batrider.
So on the-
Mayan, not bad.
I feel like
Di take dos, di take dos.
might be pointing
Sarka BKB, ini harus kok, ini udah harus perang gak sih Sarka?
close.
Ini udah strong as fuck cok.
Think of that. Like you just
Itemnya perintilan dan sangat begging buat, ayo kita perang sekarang gitu.
and then funnily enough, if Jikroy actually kept his distance, that's a bad rider kill right there.
Yeah, but I don't even blame him. You know? Like,
Yeah, how
they have
can you blame him?
They have 4 heroes there. Like, there's no way, right?
Okay.
There's no way you don't get the kill.
But this is kind of a concern that is starting to show, right? Because we see that
Ke Jikroy diliatin sih.
as solid as their team fight is,
Wah, ini kegunaan White Pawn cok.
damage is coming from Jikroy. So if he gets dealt with in the
Dia
fight,
jadi tahu kalau lawannya ada di area lain.
busted down,
Karena kalau Wind Ranger ke bawah nge-show kayak gitu, berarti dia mau farming. Otomatis yang lain gak punya Wind Ranger. Ada.
Kanka's in big trouble.
Maksudnya kayak
Distance ring,
eh,
disruption, they'll actually use it defensively on the slot instead of in your
Tim-
team, allowing the Kanka to walk away.
REKONIX tuh
KB4
kalau bisa ngelihat Wind Ranger di sisi lain habis TP, berarti berarti teman-temannya nggak ada di belakang Wind Ranger gitu.
Yeah,
Karena pasti dia farming.
Down, Kanka doesn't die somehow.
Oke, tapi
Kinda nice for REKONIX.
it's okay, it's okay.
They have the Aegis, they're gonna heal up with the Kanka, so they actually have the option to continue to attack right now.
Agak ngeri sih.
Tundra are the ones
Takutnya kebaca,
that
Jen.
defensive maneuver. They need to split the map. They don't have BKB on slot. They have to avoid. They need to dodge, and yeah, they're kind of hoping to just push out the side lanes here. Probably have to give up the mid tower for this.
Aegis for farming. Nggak dipakai buat nge-push.
REKONIX don't
Udah
want
BKB.
to-
Oke.
BKB on Jikroy is complete. Has it flying out to him on the courier now? They're not in a rush. Nice try there. but
Maling emang itu tangannya.
Russians knew they were probably gonna
Cepet banget ngeblingnya.
This is kind of like the issue with their lineup. If Konka is not in, is not on the map to catch heroes, they don't exactly have very good catch outside of Konka.
Untung Tunda nggak membuat gebrakan-gebrakan bantai di awal ya. Kayak begini-begini sih tendang, Cok. REKONIX sudah mulai memasuki menit 30 ya. Menit 30 adalah
Evoker's running around.
timingnya REKONIX banget. Kenapa? Karena entah kenapa kalau gue liatin game-game REKONIX,
Right now they have to sit on the lanes with
selama matchnya bisa nyampe 30 menit,
even the Conquer, they need to catch some of these pesky,
kayak
you know, red heroes running around.
pasti tiba-tiba ada menang gitu di menit 30-nya. 30 plus dikit. Kayak emang mungkin ada mindset yang
Yeah,
udah
REKONIX
tertulis di otak mereka gitu, kayak oke, menit 30 we go gitu.
not exactly
Entah consciously atau unconsciously.
in a position where they are losing the team fights. They just can't
Teori izin. Bisa aja gue salah.
They're just being really good at playing the map, dodging and just going for singular pickouts with a slug and a sunstrike.
Yeah, and look at the vision that they have. All 3 lanes lit up, and all the heroes.
Oke,
just
Aegis reclaim.
safe perimeter. Just like that, you hear
Punya
that.
Aegis tapi kok
So they forced the roll.
delaynya 7.000,
They
Cok.
had a decent team fight. What feels like 5 to 7 minutes.
Kok ketinggalan ya?
Lost
dua
some
core-nya
but
sih.
still feel pretty good about themselves.
Lahannya lahan Jikroy semua, Cok.
Do anything.
Oh, ini lahan gua, yang ini lahan gua. Lahan paling aman adalah lahan gua.
And now the
Oke, Farisnya ketahuan.
up here,
Bisa easy kill.
Sentry wants-
Wow, ketahuan ward, nice one.
Not sure whether there was an overreaction there from REKONIX, but you can tell that they really want to fight. The Tide and Kanka aren't here though.
And they're dealing with the waves. The waves are all shoved in. I mean, that's the problem right now. They don't really have
Wah, 7.000, Cok.
push with their
Betul.
heroes. You know, the heroes
Mid.
don't really push out waves efficiently. They need to be there, you know. Like if you talk about the supports, the SD and the Phases Void. I mean, Phases Void can't really do that, you know. So it's just the SD, and SD doesn't even push out waves, you know. I think the best ghost push they have is the Aghanim's on the Tide, you know. He pushes.
Gua tahu kenapa networknya beda 8.000.
The Mirana shoving the waves. The tiny
Karena support dari REKONIX dua-duanya miskin berat.
every single hero.
Itu versus fight goceng. Shadow Demon 4.000.
You play up
Ya
against
Allah.
Tundra, you look at the current situation there is
Mi,
the map, the
pada
goal
apa
is
minimal
going
supportnya
to
Tundra
as well.
berduit, itemnya udah mulai banyak.
Giving Dota 2 that Tundra
Gua gak tahu sih better yang mana ya as a whole.
And you see the win probability just going up slowly but surely. You talk about the time limit for REKONIX,
Kayak
they
tuh
got
lane atas dibiarin aja, kayak nggak ada yang cover.
before they start to get outscaled perhaps by Tundra.
Kayak bakal dimakan. Masalah lane, kalau lane nganggur kayak gitu pasti dimakanin sama Jikroy. Lihat nih. Nggak mungkin dimakanin sama support ya coy. No way. Nah itu dia loh.
Somehow the ball maybe get a jump.
Small camp-nya juga dimakanin sama Jikroy. Medium camp juga dimakanin sama Jikroy. Oke, dia pilih lane. Oke, dikasih medium camp-nya ke support. Baik. Jikroy orang baik.
Have a ops and sentry on the lane to see him.
Wah, BJTM nggak ketahuan, dia nyari info.
I think they should actually.
Tapi untungnya dia belum nemu orang Samsek.
See that Lotus being stolen but the reach is just a bit slow.
Yeah.
And you can see REKONIX, they're like,
Mau motong kah?
you ever watch Tom and
Nyoba-nyoba
Jerry?
aja itu.
They feel like Tom right now. They just can't get a hold of that damn mouse. Everywhere you look, Tundra just poking. You see Pure in the mid lane. He's like, looking here,
Dimainin,
guys,
Cok.
can't kill me. Bot
Split
lane,
pusana
support
sini,
shut
atas
down.
bawah.
Wave.
Yang
You
dapet
think it's
tower.
You're trying to get something done on the map. Nothing's
Kenapa tiba-tiba
happening.
ntar tower aja?
Suddenly they just went
Bottom
one
tower
game
REKONIX.
up again on Tundra.
Oke, mereka ngemijak triangle.
And you wish that you could actually change your facet on the face.
Wow, mau diajak perang sama Tundra. Tundra udah merasa ready. FBZ spotnya keren banget.
Hang on a minute. Pure, he's running in, getting some
Might be the fight that
stats.
they're looking for, forcing out the Ravage. Pure is not fast whatsoever. And if all
Wah,
he loses
hit!
Ari, that's fine.
Oh, sempat skill 1. Wah, anjir itu heal apa, Cok, nggak masuk akal. Ketinggalan Arinya. Ya Allah, dapetnya. Kok Ari dan lagi. Time zone belum perlu. Wah, langsung cabut, coy. Tentitinya buka BKB, pengen ngerasa orang. Langsung kabur semua dari Tentitri. So good playing kiting. Oke, bling. Nggak apa-apa. Bisa deh.
From the slot, I thought he was
Please,
safe,
ada vision.
but he jumps
Paris.
back in, tries to get something done.
Oh, he's too fast.
Controlling the waves, pushing things out.
Nice, dapat sork. Good.
And give REKONIX exactly what they were waiting for.
I think they felt like they.
Dan belum pencet BKB sama sekali dari Jikroy.
They used so many spells to kill off the tiny or what.
Fufu. Oh, ketemu.
And the slug felt like, okay, maybe I can do.
Sedikit peduli sih FBZ sih. Ini solo kill anjir.
And just
Nggak ada tower soalnya, TP juga susah.
BM just doing
Dan nggak ada. Ini maksud gua takut banget BZTM atraksi, Cok.
He did everything right. 100 points for this man right here.
Outpostnya pasalnya dipegang si Tundra. Jadi kalau dapet orang dari situ ya udah mati aja, Cok, kalau sendiri.
You want to frame that? You guys want to
Oh.
frame that clip? put it in an art gallery. That's an Invoker classic right there.
What art gallery? Put it in my gaming room, you know.
In your gaming.
Oh.
You know what? We need to show that.
Oke, nggak kena. Wah. Is that calculate? Oke, harus BKB si Jik, harus BKB si. Oke, apakah bakal di turn back? Ready nih soalnya dari REKONIX, walaupun gak ada Hunter, tapi gak apa-apa. Dapet 33. Surprisingly. Oh, dalul. Emang kena stun? Ada illusionnya, coy. Jikroy, makan aja apa aja yang ada di depan. Hugut. Wah, itu slow parah sih. Waduh, lepas. Waduh. Oh iya, Invoker lumayan nge-counter. Waduh, nggak ada vision. Oh, itu. Kah? Oke, mati. Yo. Nggak apa-apa. Wah. Oke, mau dibunuhin atau wow, Emon ditarget, padahal ada pure, kacau. Dota jerit. Ini tontonan ini nggak boleh di skip, Pak. Ini nggak boleh di skip. Ini 5 orang Indo melawan Tundra dan mereka lagi menang, Pak. Bayangin dulu ya, Pak. Ini wajib ditonton, Cuk. Nah, ini makan tuh ya Slark ya. Slarknya udah itemisasinya udah ganti-ganti berapa kali tuh? Tadi mau butter, terus sempet mau di pasarnya jadi sekarang mau Silver Edge. Silver Edge buat siapa? Oh, buat Thunder ya. Bagus. Dapat barak apa tadi ya? Baraknya ya? Oh, sama gak?
But as we can see, this whole game 33, he's yet to really find meaningful lasso. Right? He tries to commit in.
It's on cooldown. No BKB, and you're jumping. And this is a brilliant disruption.
Oh, ini replay ya? Oh, ini replay tadi. Sorry. Bagi madep bawah, lagi makanan gua.
Still very tanky now on the Faceless Void. Now he has his items and you're seeing Pure. He wants to go in and fight, but he just can't really get anything done. You still got your cooldowns available. Tundra trying to bum rush this Roche right now.
Not even close nggak sih? Lama banget, Cok. Ketahuan lo.
Yeah, Power Shot's gonna stealth it, and that puts a stop to it immediately. Tundra know they can't sneak this away.
There's no way, man. They need to play the map and just keep splitting. I think they need to give the Roche if they have to. Like taking the team fight in the Roshan against Tide, Konka, Faces Void, that is not a good idea.
BKB Shadow Blade for cheat.
They need Zero Edge. I think the moment they have Zero Edge, they can break and kill the Tide easily. Then maybe they can, you know, look to take fights, you know. But even then, I feel like he also needs some form of true strike, you know, like against the Wind Ranger. Like the Stark can't actually kill Jigroy in the team fights.
Lincoln.
Yeah. Speaking of Jigroy,
mau beli disperser, coy.
Build wise, right? Lincoln's BKB Hurricane Pike. These are items that, if you can, you don't really want to go on. You want to get that Aghanims, you want to scale up, build more damage, but Jigroy understands as long as he's alive in these fights, he survives the initial burst, he can be the one to carry it all the way through. And it's this decisiveness that have brought him to this stage so far. He's showing that.
Jangan, wah, stalemate-nya jangan lama-lama, Cuk. Aduh, harus ngurusin wave dulu itu. Bawa wave banyak banget sih, harus ada yang ngurus sih. Tundra aja juga udah mulai ngemantatin apa yang ada di bawah nih biar bisa ngekat mereka, tapi nggak mau di clear sama REKONIX. Baik, keren, tapi masih ada yang TP sini. Itu banyak banget cuy wave bawah, malah ke stun. Ini beda network 3000 cuma gara-gara supportnya ya. Oke, Ciki push. Lari. Aduh, yang ini coba masa dapat tower gratis. Yang bener aja. Men, lah. Gini nih. Kalau kurang experience terhadap split push, Cok, dijorokin anjir. Double damage sih, kenceng seharusnya Roshan. Mau pakai, oke, dipakai ultinya, cepet seharusnya. Ngeror, mau join BZM, hati-hati sih. Ini harus hati-hati sih.
is this going to be third time?
Oke, wardnya udah bagus banget. Apakah kena? Oke, kena. Tapi untungnya darah dari Roshannya masih lumayan banyak. Oke, langsung. Oh, BKB keluar. Wah, oke, nyantai. Udah dapat. Udah dapat. Nggak apa-apa. Nggak usah reforce. Wah, woi, start. Wah. TP-nya nggak ke cover sama BKB, Cok. Oh, sabar. Jika lagi hidup, malah jadi baik. Wah, Marisa lagi hidup. Pure juga. Oh, boleh lah. Dede sobat. Hey, nice.
Not part of the plan at all.
That ain't so bad.
Easy, man. I think he just didn't expect because it was a Sunstrike giving them the vision, and then the Bat Rider could initiate, break their lane against Lesso.
That ain't so bad.
Everything happens.
Ngurangin cooldown BKB dari Slark.
They were able to save.
Gua nggak tahu dah itu kalau
Aegis,
apa lanjut win run
use Ravage.
bagus nggak ya? Oh, Kelish. Oh, tapi Pure sih langsung. Wah, 3-man Avalanche. Apakah akan menjadi big X-Mark? X-Marknya kenceng banget itu, langsung dipecat. Sat. Kestun, ya Allah, yang mukul, yang kestun. Masa iya? Wah, ini gua takutnya BZM gitu. Aduh, sakit banget itu Invoker. Dapat gem. Ambil gemnya anjing. Oke, masih rada tebal dari tadi, nggak apa-apa. Good try.
He's just doing everything right now in the team fight. Tornado.
Tolong ini BZM serem banget.
He is like the main source of damage, you know. Everyone else is just basically mid shields in front. You know, Tiny goes in, gets a very nice initiation, stuns on tree, tosses on tree, and he's the target of the focus. And BZM kind of comes up big here with his spell usage. Tornado lands on 3 heroes, and then voila.
Sakit banget itu, Cok.
Coming from the sky. Nothing that REKONIX can really do, and that was basically 4 REKONIX heroes. Everyone other than Jikroy punching into the pos for Tiny, mind you. And they still didn't kill him. You really are starting to see those damage issues come up, and Winter, look at your watch. We got 6 minutes left until it feels like REKONIX, they're gonna start to be outskilled in this one, and look at Pure, he's looking towards that level 25 already.
Iya, makanya takut kena outskill, Cok. Oh!
Since vision there still should be fine though.
This is definitely getting to a point where you're gonna be really tense, you know, on the REKONIX side. You know that your lineup is going to start to falter. It's gonna start to time out, and you have to do damage.
Alah, kedrek, Cok.
Right now.
Takut sama Invokernya.
Find an opening here with this team.
REKONIX only something.
Maybe help them pick
The
that
dagger
Do something.
I think the dagger on the Wind Ranger is going to be a big item. He's almost there. Like that's gonna allow the Wind Ranger to actually just blink in. I think they just need to somehow find the Invoker.
Oke, ketahuan Invokernya. Wah, ini big sih. Harus ketangkep.
getting
Cok.
spotted out here by FBZ. Thinking about the Ravage, trying to bait a reaction.
Yes, BKB.
Oke, masih ini.
Time lock could keep him in place though. As boots are bearing, keep him away. They'll even throw out a tornado. Feeling comfortable now.
Oh, ke burst.
Reach will be the one going down. REKONIX,
Tapi kayak masih pengen nge-go gini, REKONIX.
them their pulse 5 void. Now with the Moonlight Shadow, almost smells like Tundra want a bit more.
Are they gonna do the same?
Jangan sampai ketahuan Jikro sih. Aduh, BKB-nya mahal banget, Jik.
They lose the fight.
Oh! Kontak duluan datang kanan.
Big avalanche on the back line.
Wah. Jikroy kepake ultinya. Masih sakit ternyata, Jik. Wah. Aduh, BZM.
Onto all 3 cores. BZM, he's doing his damn best to carry this fight.
Oke, Pure kekal. Pure bingung mau mukul siapa. Wah, sakit banget. BZM.
Jikroy, you need to get on the right target.
Oh, itu. That's the target unit. Mati. Pure. Wah. Oh.
Power shot down. Only so much the Invoker can do, but Jikroy, he'll do you one better. Arrows up to the high ground, 33 able to escape over the tree line.
Wah, gila. BZM-nya ada. Wah, darahnya penuh, Cok. BZM, Cok.
How much can you ask for from one position, one Wind Ranger? Clearly, as much as he's doing, it's not enough. His team is dying all around him. He
Sabar.
But its age is for sure gonna drop. Really?
Wah.
Missing the mark, and he's still able to escape somehow.
Tapi emang Agisnya udah mau down sih.
Yes, so
Enggak, tapi ngerinya BZM masih darahnya penuh, Cok.
happened there. He was gonna
Dia masih bisa melakukan banyak hal lagi.
BZM is just the king of the fights, you know. How many rounds of spell did he get off in that team fight, basically killing everyone? Like, it's unreal that that amazing Shackle did not actually save REKONIX in the team fight, you know. Everything started to look good here. For REKONIX, they were able to somehow kite the fight around. That Pure was getting low, and then somehow the Invoker just getting the Cataclysm off all his spells. This Shackle is going to come, which kind of looked like it might ended the team fight here, but they just couldn't finish the heroes off. It took too long. They got kited, and then the Invoker got another round of spells, another tornado, and the fight just.
Aduh, itu sih. Ya rada-rada sih.
I want to mention as well, you
Tuh,
talk about Invoker
tiba-tiba IED-nya mati sama
spamming a button,
bakso jir.
button at the right time. In that very last moment that BZM
Oke, akhirnya damage. Wow, Wirnajar is going dead halus.
He's able to get over the cliff, kite back
Belum
around.
blink.
That's what helps them at least draw the fight.
Pasti kerasa sih makin lama damage-nya kayak makin gak adaan gitu loh.
No way they can target anyone else.
Nah, masalahnya kalau nggak ada blink gimana nih?
Invoker does not die.
Ketua.
I think they are not winning the team fight.
Agak riskan, Ketua.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, this game is
Ini udah nyeker, Ketua. Winranger ya, Ketua.
BZM, right? Can Jikroy finish off everyone in Tundra before BZM melts all his teammates? Because once it gets down to it, if it ends up being in that situation where it's BZM versus Jikroy, and Jikroy doesn't have his BKB, it could be a very big problem. Didn't end up finishing up that Blink Dagger though, like you were suggesting. It went for Daedalus instead, just for a bit more damage. Maybe he just thinks that he...
I kind of feel like he needs to be able to position himself, you know, because it's very important that he gets like the shackles and he's in position to kill off the Invoker, because Invoker is really fast in the team fights with the Ghost Walk. Like if you don't have...
Gimana caranya in position, kocak?
Actually kill the Invoker, because who is going to kill Invoker?
Nggak ada blink soalnya. Kudanya kero.
Who can actually
Nggak
kill
ada.
Invoker? It's only Jikroy. Like no one else can actually do it.
Yeah. Some level 25s being hit though. The Wind Ranger going for the Focus Fire kills, advancing the cooldowns. Very, very good for getting one after the other. But same for the Slug. He has a longer Shadow Dance duration. Unfortunately, it hasn't really saved him in some of these engagements just yet. You get the sense, even as early in the draft, that the Slug isn't really going to be the king of this game, right? He has a lot of spells forced on him. He's running in, trying to be as pesky as possible. But he's doing his job. He's the decoy. BZM is the real problem, and he's gotten away with playing his game so far.
I'm sure REKONIX already realized
Takutnya.
the last couple of fights here, they need to kill off this Invoker. The Slug
Iya
is
deh.
the problem. He's not
Woi, dikit-dikit Jo. Aduh, gerakannya terlalu kelihatan kayak bait. Katanya mau kabur. Woi, siapa? Oh, waduh, kepancing sih BKB-nya. Oh, langsung itu Lotus bagus banget, malah jadi dapat.
Single ultimate is being thrown out, but it's the Bat Rider who falls.
That was a game-winning Lotus, right? Fight-winning Lotus.
Lotus nyale.
Move. Even though the Wind Ranger was disabled,
So
but he
good,
can't really
this guy.
pull him towards his team, you know, so that's how the fight became difficult for Tundra there. So well played by Varese.
Farij only has one major item to his name on this pause 5 board. He is in poverty mode, but he absolutely makes the 4,000 gold run a mile for him. Pure is behind them. I think they might
Mau dia ada wrap around ini.
spotted him on the sentry. Something
Anjir, dijagain sama Yedi, Cok. Lihat ya formasinya ya. Kapan lagi lihat Tungka di belakang? Jikroy, Cok.
comes.
Sampai nggak bisa ditos. Hah, Pure, kelihatan. Udah kelihatan ngemakai skill 1, tapi langsung di-cover pakai ulti. Oke, lanjut keluar dari Yedi, harus pakai BKB. Waduh, jadi makanan Invoker bentar lagi ini.
They want to force the buyback on the bat, but Tundra doing a good job just throwing spells and distractions their way as they have been this entire game.
This is going to be a long one, Mike. I think we're on our way to 60 minutes.
Aduh.
Anyone who came into this
Ngadu gameplay late game ngelawan
easy Tundra one
preman, Cok.
I guess it goes both ways, right? Because you were talking about how White
Tapi emang susah
he
sih.
knows these guys intimately. He's probably given them a lot of tips, probably heard a lot about their strategies, their game plans. But maybe him sharing some of the secrets coming back to bite him. Maybe that's allowing REKONIX to actually patch out Tundra.
Kayaknya harus ada hex deh. Iya nggak sih? Kayak Pure masih main greedy gitu. Walah, Batrider-nya sampai beli Aether Lens
A
leh.
game here in this
Oh, for
BO1.
sure.
Biar bisa jauh.
They're playing
I mean,
really
the
well.
draft, you loved it as well. Like, the Kanka last pick really tied it all together.
yeah, ease of execution wise, always felt like I would rather be the lineup, but the game has already passed my acceleration date that I gave them, 45 minutes. So it's gonna definitely get a lot more difficult going into the ultra late game against the slug, especially the Invoker. Yeah, I just feel like without a good catch onto the Invoker, if they can't find him with the dagger or Wind Ranger, they don't have the tools to kill him.
Doesn't really feel that way. And REKONIX, it sounds so simple, right? Just kill the Invoker. But they've been distracted by everything else so far.
Oke, PKB.
BKB from
Mau menangin, morosan banget nih tundanya nih.
Roche is up again.
Kayaknya nggak ada buyback deh dari tadinya, dan makanya takutnya kalau mati jadi susah. Mending buang BKB.
Feels like their expiry date is going to extend just by a little bit. But if Tundra deny them, we could be seeing the end of this game. The first one here.
Dikronya kelihatan TP. Tunda harus cepet banget nih kalau mau. Oke, masih ragu. Oh, dia X-Mark. Oh, X-Mark. Gue kira komit TP bawah win aja di saat ada Roshan. 2 menit.
This is what we call the kills ain't gonna matter, man.
Not at all.
Belum pernah nyentuh Aegis dari Tundra, jadi Tundra bisa ngelakuin sneaky Roshan tanpa roar. Tapi REKONIX kalau mau Roshan pasti ada roar, ada suaranya. Oke, Sarka farming.
Scoreline doesn't tell you how beastly he's been either, right? 7-3 and 8 doesn't sound super crazy.
I'm a fan of this Meteor build right now. I can get why they're building Meteor early game for this hero. It kind of solves all his problems. The mana problem, the farming problem, and the tower taking problem as well. It kind of allows you to get to this stage where he is right now, 50 minutes, 60 minutes as Invoker with your items.
Oke, masih dua-duanya masih sambil takut. Semuanya dua-duanya takut.
King of the game.
Sure. Well, we've talked a lot about REKONIX and what they need to do, right? They need to kill BZM. What about Tundra? They seem to be struggling a lot in these fights to deal with Jikroy. Even if the Invoker survives till the end, everyone else is dying on Tundra. What does it take to finally topple REKONIX over?
I feel like they need true strike on the slug. He needs to have some sort of way to penetrate the wind run, you know? Like, he doesn't have a way to kill.
Ada disperser kan? Bisa di-dispel coy.
It's gonna be hard, you know, for them. Like, you're only relying on BZM. I think the slug actually needs to...
Oh, Bloodthorn. Bloodthorn refresher. Wih.
Actually feel like a
terlalu late game gak sih? Jadi ngeri, cuk.
He's going for refresher. He's going for refresher, so...
So, Winter, the thing is, Wind Ranger didn't actually go for the Wind Run cannot be dispelled.
Oh,
so,
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he doesn't have that.
Exactly. So, I guess it's not too much of a concern left. So, out Jikroy's caught. Jikroy in trouble. Where's the help? Someone get him out of here. Lotus first. Back up later. Time zone onto Ari again. It's the Tiny who's the one in trouble. Hidden away thanks to the depth shot, and the BKB will keep him safe.
Gua nggak lihat lagi tadi Salka pakai BKB atau enggak.
I thought he was toast there, to be honest.
Yeah, he looked kind of dead, you know, on my screen.
Wah, masih bisa skill 1. Pure nih emang disiplin banget ya makanya ya.
Nobody wants a party with Roshan though. He's stinky, he's ugly, and frankly, they all just want him dead. No one tell him that though. That's gonna hurt his feelings, Tundra.
Oh, this is going to be...
Oh, FPG nggak break smoke, tapi jadi... Wah, Wind Waker! Sejak kapan lu punya Wind Waker, FPG? Oke, nggak ada angle buat kesana. Wow, he's back! So good!
100 seconds, he does have a buyback, but REKONIX, you can tell they know they achieved success in their mission to hunt down.
Bisa dapet BZM, cok. Orang paling sampai buyback. Itu connect-nya masih bisa BKB. Jikronya udah pakai harikan, cok. Pure, oke, BKB. Ini sih BKB-nya Pure sih. Ini sakit banget Jikronya. Wah, nggak kena. Oke, bisa nggak mati. Pakai power shot nggak apa-apa. Semuanya buyback. Sumpah kalau menang ini kelar, cok. Oke, tapi Jikronya mau dibunuh. Wah, lu GG banget pakai PJ, tapi apakah cukup? Wah, ada BKB. Anjir. Aduh, mati sih. Udah ke isolate banget Jikronya, nggak bisa. Masalahnya Pure belum mati nih. Oh, Pure mati nih. Enggak, udah mati, tapi dia nggak ada buyback aja.
He's not making it back to the base.
Yeah,
Buybacks
that was
available on
bad.
these 3 REKONIX
Oh, no.
heroes. They're gonna have to pop them out now, but Lasso already comes through. That's gonna be a
sumpah, SNCV banyak banget.
Yeah, they just absolutely needed to back, you know, after the Invoker bought out. They don't have their Ravage, they don't have their bolt, so they just needed to back, you know, but they somehow felt like they could take the fight, because I think Pure was doing a really good job playing around the edges, like making it feel like they could kill him. He was kind of baiting them to stay and fight, and they kind of got baited by that. Now they have to use their buyback on Conquer, but this is such a huge blow, you know, to the REKONIX side, having to use the buyback, and now Roche
Masalah Sarka masih punya buyback itu loh, agak ngeri, cok.
be contestable for REKONIX. I'm not sure. SD has no buyback. Yeah, it seems like they're gonna have to give this up.
How quickly things turn around. The gold lead not mattering for most of this game. We'll see a replay of that fight.
Yeah, see
Look
the
at
baiting.
Pure.
Like Invoker buys back, but he already forced REKONIX to stay. Right? He goes back in. They feel like maybe we can kill this slug, you know. So they try to stay around. They
Targetnya beda-beda sih ya.
Slug. He tanks everything, you know, and he escapes. He resets. He doesn't die, and then Invoker comes back to the fight. And oh my god, then the fight just kind of turned on his head.
Nah ini nih udah jadi kanan kiri nih.
Here by Tide, dodging the kata damage. I think in a bit you're gonna see it. Allowing the Wind Ranger to kind of survive for a bit, but they just didn't have enough in the tank.
Kayak Sarka ngacak belakang, Wind Ranger juga ngacak, tapi Sarka lebih sehat aja. Beda konsep hero.
And Pure is right on that pinch around move. He's in between the rest of where REKONIX want to be. They would ideally want to be standing all behind their Wind Ranger, ready to help her out. But instead, Jikroy comes down from that Wind Waker post Cataclysm. He's like, where's my team? Where did all of you guys go? We look at the minimap, they're all just TPing back to the outpost because they're being chased away by the Slar. Really masterful play from Pure here. And as much as we were joking about him being a decoy most of this game, he gets tired of us talking about BZM. He's like, look at me, I'm the carry now.
Yeah, with the Bloodthorn, he definitely can kill the Wind Ranger. I mean, REKONIX just needs to identify right now. The moment you use your big spells to kill a target, you need to back off.
In your dream, gonna get tossed up. Another 2-man
Whoa!
tornado, keeping them
big
controlled.
Ravage.
Nice Ravage onto 3, into the time zone. BZM in trouble. This could be a dieback with a deafening blast back.
Wah, gak mati anjir, itu apa?
BZM somehow escapes. How has he lived in this situation? He almost still clean up the low on the back lines, hiding away with the Shadow Dance. He's got that increased duration, but now he finds himself in a prickly spot. Age is still available for the slot. Not too worried about it at the moment. Won't be able to just pounce away.
Bisa kagak
That
mati.
could have just ended the game potentially if Invoker dies.
Stun apa anjir? Jangan bilang arrow-nya White Monco.
I think he got healed by the Greaves or something. Was
It
there like
had
a
to be
low-
the Greaves. It's just Mirana and like the Solar Crest coming out, right?
Apa emang di lasso ya?
And again,
Seharusnya di lasso sih.
Nice shackle to start it off and the Ravage, and he got forced off here, and then he got.
Oh, di lasso.
I think here at this point, it must have been the Greaves.
it's
Di
Greaves.
arrow!
It's the Greaves, and then no one can do the damage. I think, dude, White Mon held that on to the very last moment. That was insane. The composure from this man. I don't know about
Di
you, but
Greaves
my
di
vote is
arrow,
really unpress
anjir.
the Greaves immediately. I don't want to risk it, but he baits them all in, and it's these small decisions that make the difference between any other Pulse 5 player and White Mon, as we keep saying, right?
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. You know, if BZM is in trouble and I'm his teammate, I'm saving him. And I'm not gonna think about anything. You know, I'll be
Yeah, just
spamming
press
my
all your buttons. Don't risk it. It's insane. Like, this guy doesn't have buyback. You're holding Greaves until this dude's literally at 100 HP. The sheer amount of confidence you must have in yourself, that is madness to say the least. That's exactly
Yeah,
what
I
has
think
gotten
it's-
Tundra so far.
It's time for Faceless Void to build carry items. They need more damage.
Get in there, brother. Put that Yules away. I need to see a Daedalus. I don't know. Give me something. This is
Wah,
not.
menit 55 kok.
This is a bit sad.
Tundanya leadingnya gede
Tide
banget.
doesn't have much damage. Tide doesn't have much damage. I mean, SD and Void doesn't do much.
Soalnya
The damage department is severely lacking right now for REKONIX.
Invokernya punya privilege buat farming ini loh.
Talking about them needing to sort of put an end
Palingnya
to things
jauh
perhaps
dibanding
10
gua nggak.
minutes ago. Lost that opportunity now, and you're looking at the scaling come through. 25's hit on multiple heroes. Ravage stun duration is going to be a big one. I think that actually plays a big part. We got 25 on Mirana as well. My goodness, White Mon is very high level. I guess he survived most of these fights, and he has an Axe, right? So damage department for REKONIX might be lacking, but damage department for Tundra, they've got so much gas in the tank to kill these heroes.
And they need refresher on the tire. I think somehow they need to be able to farm.
1 menit.
Yeah, because he has gone for the Wind Waker, so it means that his refresher is going to be severely delayed, you know. And they no longer have the upper hand, it seems, in the team fight right now.
I don't know how to break this to you, Winter. It doesn't feel like they've had the upper hand in a long while at this point. And it's just kind of Jikroy making these honestly hero plays.
Aduh, sempat skill 1 itu loh masalahnya, anjir, disiplin banget.
Still got 20 seconds on there, just trying to put that
Dapat
to use.
dapat 1 lagi, range barak. Mukanya bakal oke.
Nice Lotus and Lincolns.
Okay. Alright, just a drive-by.
Yep.
Casual drive-by.
And sometimes you need to give you a little kiss before you leave the home for work, you know? Love you! And then, and then you pop back out.
I mean, REKONIX is going to be stuck in a base here. I think if I'm Tundra, you're going to just keep them in the base to 60 minutes, farm your 60-minute items, and then try to make for another siege.
Yeah, speaking of 60 minutes, we're 2 minutes away from that. That's crazy how this game has gone. First game, by the way, of Blast Slam 6 here on the B stream. We are in for way more bangers, I'm sure. I think most people seeing this matchup opening, you might have thought, yeah, I mean, Tundra are gonna roll them. But I think if you're just joining us and you didn't catch all the earlier action, REKONIX, they've put together an amazing draft. They played the early mid game really well. And I think stand out for me this game, Jikroy, right? He's doing so much work on his...
Yeah, right, Jikroy mentioned, coy.
Any one of their opponents watching this going to think twice about allowing him to have this hero. But at the moment, in the late game, feels like REKONIX have kind of hit their ceiling and are running out of options as Tundra continue to control the map.
Bensinnya habis shot REKONIX, so.
REKONIX can
Kung kaya sih udah masih.
the base and hope something will go right in the team fights, you know. They have to just wait, try to maybe put defensive wards around the sides of the map to find for pickoffs. Because they also have to worry about trying to find a way to leave and get their 60-minute items. Right? If they just stay in the base, they're not going to get their 60-minute items. And this is definitely what Tundra is just waiting for. Get the 60-minute items and then attack again. Jikroy, he's trying to leave the base, they're trying to come out, trying to secure the ancient area. As Tundra just
push back now.
Yeah, just keeping them pinned in the base. They're not committing, they're not giving them any easy fights.
This is a very narrow choke area to try and establish yourself in. I feel like the Invoker is gonna have a real fun time messing you up if you stick around there too long.
Itu X mark di mana?
On the Mr.
Oh.
FBZ, but he's got himself a Wind Waker, so he'll be fine.
Wah, Jikroy.
There, Whitemon being found by Jikroy. Try for the Hex turnaround. Jikroy getting pushed down to the low ground. Still finds Whitemon that heal at the very last moment. Jikroy's been baited in. A big mistake there from the Wind Ranger, but it still manages to escape.
Jikroy bosan, Jo. Mau bikin gebrakan. Ayo guys, do something, do something.
Right now.
There's Lasso.
Oh, that was brilliant! He lassoed the creep!
Still not gonna get them anything for now, though. The disruption. Ari now being shackled up. Tundra not able to successfully bait REKONIX.
That is
Seen what
some-
happens.
That is some 33 nerd ass shit right there, you know? He lassoed the catapult and then the Aghanim's lasso bounced on a hero and that's how he got the initiation.
That's crazy. As we're gonna have to keep our eyes out for that. At this point, do you buy a Lincoln so you can Lincoln's the creep? You're gonna have to think that that's the type of Dota 33 makes you play.
Stay away from the creeps.
You can't stand next to them anymore. Plus, earlier on this game, we saw you can't go too near him to kill him. If not, he BKB lassos TPs out. Now you can't stand next to creeps. What's the next crazy rule 33 is gonna force you into?
Just don't play a game of Dota with him.
No.
Oke, bensin tapi.
He's still safe by the disruption. Nice play there, but BZM caught. BKB
Bisa
goes
dong,
all the
please.
way. Still have the damage raining in though. BZM's gonna
Wow.
get killed.
He actually dies there.
Whew. Okay.
Next target, cari pure. Aduh, gak keburu, Cok.
Weren't able to feed any lotuses.
Vision dari mana ya?
Use some Whitemon this time to save him.
Gem di...
Just making sure that he's
Ow.
close to get
Okay.
vision. So Jikroy to finish off the kill.
Wah, itu kencang banget, pure. Gebuknya gak sih? Holy fuck.
Without their Invoker, they shouldn't really want to be sticking around here though. You can still see 33 looking for an opportunity. Ari's on the other side of the map trying to deal with the wave, but Pure's right in front. Pure is right in front of them. Gonna start beating into Varij.
Wah, visionnya bagus banget, cok, gara-gara nggak naruh ward.
But in comes the focus fire, still able to kite down to the low ground. The low saved by the Wind Waker for now as Pure being chased down.
Weh, susah banget itu ditangkap, bah.
They are onto these heroes, but then
Lagi, satu lagi.
But the arrow saved him.
the arrow's gonna land onto 3. Pure still
Anjir, itu heal dari apa, cok? Healing Lotus. Do something, only something. What?
Finish up to kill the last few arrows.
Holy crap!
Oi.
What the hell is going on?
Bro, I'm not gonna lie to you. How does Whitemon keep making this shit happen? I was just holding my breath because I was thinking, how does Pure get out of this one? Well, he doesn't. They still die on the
Iya, tapi healnya sih horor ya. Whitemon anjing.
That arrow.
Udah arrow terus. Oh, healnya di Slark ya, oke.
Result in anything, right? Like,
Ditambahin.
and then
Stop dulu.
Beautiful to watch, you know.
Oh,
yeah, that's true. I can agree.
oh.
So many plays this game. This has been like a
This has
high
been such a
quality
treat
game.
to watch, yeah. Aegis secured now for Mr. In Your Dream because he just bought back, so you want that second life on him.
Hey, how
The
are you
only-
going to watch the subsequent games, right? When the first game is already so good.
Nah, this is just an expectation of things to come. At this point, all the other games, they go hit this hard.
It's like they started out right away with the main course, you know. They didn't even give us the entree, you know.
I mean,
Just
there's
gave us
pride
the
on the
steak.
line. This is literally Whitemon's disciples versus Whitemon. You gotta prove to your master you deserve to be
Kayak
back.
tim Indonesia tuh dicapnya kayak diacapnya sama temennya Whitemon. Bukan sebagai identitas sendiri, Jir. Lucu banget.
Bringing the heat to you.
Udah 63.000 network, cok.
Would it be if REKONIX in the opening game,
Tier 5, tier 5.
first major
Oh,
international
anjir.
land,
Bergame pertama, cok, udah 60 menit.
the fourth
Gak kerasa sih.
winners? I mean, you're now reaching the point where things are getting crazy, right? You talk about an expiry date, but now in the late game, you got tier 5 items. You got Stygian, Desolator, Fallen Skies, Cockroach Legs, little
Cockroach Legs.
Necronomicons, everything. And nothing's gonna make sense anymore. It's all about these clutch moments. And REKONIX have shown us time and time again in these Southeast Asia close qualifiers, when it comes to the clutch moments, they have that shit on lock. The question is whether Tundra can keep up.
Tundra is gonna use the necro books with the fort spirits and to rat this game out. I feel like they're not gonna take any more team fights.
Oh, ini kalau Jigro pakai gyro udah lompat terus langsung tower, langsung mancing 40.
He's been hard at work concocting that delicacy.
Oke, tapi ready sih budget di sini. Gak bisa kayak gitu, cok.
Save it for a rainier day at the moment.
Please banget ketahuan. Please banget ketahuan.
I mean, the options are a little bit awkward, right? Maybe he's waiting for a fight to break out before.
Aduh, gak ketahuan Slark kali. Aduh, ini
It's gonna get it.
ikan lele. Dikejar. Ikan lelenya dikejar. Kejar.
The book.
Jaring. Cari terus. Cari.
Do they know
Ketemu.
where Pure is?
They don't have
It's
the
right
true
past
sight.
them.
Where's the Konka?
Aduh.
Oh no, he
Wait,
doesn't have the jam.
No vision.
Who has the jam?
Really?
It's Mr. Faceless Void.
Okay.
Oh, di Faceless tapi nggak masuk kata dia.
I mean, he's
Nggak dapet ya?
got no room, fortunately.
Added some pocket change here. 455 gold for each player.
Oh, I don't even know. Are you just kind of waiting for?
Roche?
No, I mean you already have agents. So like REKONIX, they're trying to sweep the map and trying to at least get a pick off before maybe threatening high ground. But Tundra back to regular business, right?
Oke. Faris. I know you can do this, Faris.
Not allowing REKONIX
Kena sih, tapi nggak tahu kena atau enggaknya.
Tundra has been known
Kena
for
smoke.
the ratting, splitting the map,
Kelihatan.
dodging,
Wih.
on the
finding
low ground.
pickoffs.
Varij gotta come in, but Pure's been found hiding away in the Shadow Dance. Moonlight
Oke,
Shadow
BKB-nya masih ada.
Still thinking about
Santai. Oke, dapetin siapa itu?
thrown out. Time zone.
Anjrit, time zone-nya buat nyari supportnya. Wah, perangnya dipisahin, cok.
They are absolutely kiting well here on Tundra, forcing these spells to come out from REKONIX with not much of a.
Oke, ketarik.
REKONIX, they've chased all the way here and maybe.
Wah, bagus banget.
Onto two, pulling him out of the cataclysm. Not
Oke, masih Jigro masih bisa cabut.
Now, Wind Waker, REKONIX doing their fair share of kiting.
Jig,
as well, but
cabut dulu,
the
Jig.
immediately on the
Nice.
Tiny. They know there's no BKB on the win and maybe
Nice.
this is their time to strike. Disruption saving FBZ. Tundra trying to stand their
Yes,
ground.
refresher.
FBZ, refresher into the slug. All it finds.
Stop.
Second Ravage coming on through. Slug controlled. Slug gonna get killed. There's a buyback though. Pure, he can rejoin the fight if he feels it's necessary. Jigroy starting to clean up, but Reach on the front lines will lose his life and the gem.
They probably have to
What the fuck?
They need to back off.
Tapi sekarang apa bro? BLTV masih hidup
Do not
anjay.
chase if you don't have Ravage and the Ghost Ship, you know, on the REKONIX side. As what an insane team fight, you know. Like Tundra
I mean,
just
Tundra
being really
kited
patient.
so insanely.
Yeah,
How did they
were
even
just-
get away?
They were just like kiting every single spell. They were waiting, and then that I think the
Kok bisa TV bisa hidup ya? Astagfirullahaladzim.
Pulled the targets away. I think mainly the Wind Ranger. Maybe they could have killed off Jigroy if they coordinated that better. But that was such an insane team fight there.
Oi, what is this game?
Like,
Things
honestly,
could go
Winter,
wrong.
I'm gonna ask you this, and I know it's an impossible question to answer, but when you reach this part of the late game,
Oh my god, nice banget Jik. Holy fuck.
Cheers, bye, man.
okay,
Nice banget.
sorry, whoever
Yeah,
he
what-
runs into is.
what
Yeah,
was
but the
the
question I
question?
wanted to ask: how do you even choreograph the fights anymore when you have like 3 Ravagers, 2 Ghost Ships, time zones? Like you need to coordinate the Cataclysm with the lasso, with the toss, with the like, it's impossible. Like how do you even?
You don't know for sure, you know. It's based on instincts. It's
Oh nggak
based
kelihatan itu? Nggak kelihatan ya? Night vision
on a
ya?
bit of luck as well. I think at this stage, you need a lot of luck
Nice
to
one, Jik.
win you the team fights, you know. Like Mega Creeps ain't gonna win you the game.
They aren't, but REKONIX, they are getting ever closer to that. That's gonna make it harder for them to play that map with the Necro Book creeps from the Book of the Dead. It's not really a strategy that Tundra.
Jadi kalau si Pirukan lupik slark, aduh serem banget. Impressive, coba fast point-nya.
Holding on to the player's Dota, which is pretty interesting. I guess maybe it's because his enchantments are a little bit weird. Like that's the only. I guess you will want to get move speed, but then you don't want to.
Tawan dong.
I'm not too sure. I mean, his current player's Dota has crude, so that's really nice for him.
Jik, gua suka banget sama permainan lu Jik. Astagfirullah. Oke, Lotusnya keren banget emang. Santai-santai. Arya. Oke, Wind Waker. Nggak apa-apa. Jigroy masih cabut. Oh my god.
Thing on the side with the Ravage, you know.
Bro, Shackle the creep.
He's gonna have his refresh.
Biar nggak expect dari Slarknya, goddamn bro.
Wants to come back up to the high ground. He's at half HP, but still the amount of damage that he deals is immense.
Roshan, masa nunggu Roshan gak bisa lah. Perang lagi lah.
Shackle jumping in.
You just need to hit. Please. No vision. Vision manis. Wah, gila keren banget, cok.
Buying back on both sides. Ravage is coming through, trying to control Pure, but it's a mess right now. You're still controlling Jigroy on the front lines. He's not able to auto attack.
Bebek.
Ranger goes down.
Mau balik?
Tundra
Ah,
able to
oke.
separate the
Jauh
fight with
sih.
the buybacks. They dangle Pure on the front lines. You can't deal with the slot. And now In Your Dream is left behind with REKONIX. They bite off a bit more than they can chew, trying to get.
Nggak, itu yang diswadidi sih.
Ultra kill for the slot with his divine regalia.
Itu yang diswadidi sih. Lu udah dapet kill banyak banget coy itu. Gila anjir.
Stun from the Tiny. So the fight started because the Torrent landed on 3 heroes, and then
Siapa yang masih punya? 33, udah.
He just blinked.
Aman gak sih? Aman. Oh gila anjir.
Manages to
Shackle itu loh, manja ya.
The fight was over and Tundra loses the game. You're gonna see it here. The Torrent in a
What
bit.
an
Wih,
insane torrent.
terbang.
Look at Ari. There's a Shackle and then he blinks in. He stops the Tide's dagger. If the Tide gets his dagger off the game, I think the game just ends there, you know, right there.
Yeah, not to mention the fact that Ari goes in here Pure as well. They eliminate the lull. So this Shadow Demon gets 0 disruptions, no
Iya sih, nggak ada
effectiveness in the
disruption
fight.
ya.
He's been so important for kiting Slug out. And because of that, look at the back line. Pure is just beating
Itu Ancient.
no problem.
Gak usah replay dulu apa? Ah.
Like that, a second lane of racks for Tundra. While we were watching that replay, they make quick work of the objectives, forcing the buybacks out from REKONIX, but there's not much of a defense they can muster right now. They still need 25 more seconds until Varij is back up, and that's mega creeps for Tundra.
Mega Creeps is nothing, Mike. Mega Crisp is not
Oh.
consequential
Double
right now.
lasso could be pretty nice though. Jikroy gonna get saved by the second disruption. The low might have died for that though. BKB is being popped on all fronts. Ravage is gonna come through, but they're hiding
Oh, anjir.
under the shroud. Under the Invis, pure
Eh,
escape.
Jikroy-nya cok kepisah.
Jikroy.
Dieback, aduh, anjing GG cok.
Save you there. Jikroy. He's been the hero of REKONIX, but he doesn't have any left legs to stand on. And REKONIX, it was such a good fight from them in this opening game. But they will ultimately fall. Tundra
Oh, itu bisa banget menang, anjir.
and Pure with an ultra kill. GG is called. He wants the rampage. He's gonna go for the watermelon, and he will find it. First game here on the slot, getting it done. We were talking so much about the Invoker.
Oh, tapi hampir
but
sih.
it is Pure who ends the day with a
Tapi hampir
shiny
sih.
new highlight reel on his slot. What a way to kick things off here on the B
Oh,
stream.
There's so many amazing things happening.
buat di Taiwatch, cok.
Lasso on the creep to latch on the hero, the heals, the greaves, the baits with the lotuses, the two-man shackles in the team fights. You name it, it's got it. Invoker Dota in the late game, the slug. You know, getting tons of stacks in the team fights, just ultimately just overpowering REKONIX. You know, they started off really well with the team fights. They have the tide, they have the boat, but just couldn't really find a way to get past, you know, Tundra. Tundra was really good at playing the map, just dodging and waiting for the right moments to...
Oh, Jikroy kayak
REKONIX
Jikroy
did a
main
good job, but just couldn't
kamu cok, kilo 21 anjing.
of this fight starting the game really well.
I just want to say, most damage dealt in this game, 88,000 by Jikroy, 21, 5, and 6. I think it was such a hard game for REKONIX to stay in, but with the team play covering each other, they still managed to put up such a great fight. And I
Holy
think
shit,
this is
anjing.
one of those games where maybe if you look at the scoreboard at the end of the day, it's so easy to miss these best of ones, right? You look at the results, oh yeah, of course, Tundra beat REKONIX. That's what we expect. But 72 minutes with this lineup, the fact that they lasted this long, I think this is a really, really good sign for the rest of the best of ones that they have. And I think anyone else going to be facing up REKONIX today, they need to be a bit more careful about showing that respect, because this is not any pushover. This is not a Southeast Asia team that's just going to go quietly into the night.
Yeah, this is definitely...
Ih, goosebumps cok. Ih, takut cok. Gue mau lihat lagi. Nggak cok, nahan sih, nahan buyback anjing.
Hiding under the depth. Died for that though.
Right now.
Lasso could be
Mega Crisp is
Dari titik mana sih?
seconds into Varese is back up.
Gue kira kayak gimana ya? Mereka emang mau ngasih Mega. Terus kayak masih ada 40 kan? Kenapa nggak lebih belakang lagi gitu videonya? Emang nyari opportunity sih, susah sih.
And that's
Apa ya?
mega
Apa groundbreakingnya? Oh, tiba-tiba dia balik lagi cok, Sarka.
for Tundra.
Udah diincer nih. Target lock, nidu. Mending ini gak sih, X-Mark Haras-Haras? Nggak tahu sih, tapi ini emang udah susah.
Mega Crisp is not...
Oh enggak anjir, masih apa? Oh ini, oh iya deng, ini nih, lasso ini nih. Repot ini, sulit ini. Gak bisa ini kayak gini, Cok.
Back up. And that's mega creeps for Tundra.
Dari mana sih dia tertitrinya? Gak kelihatan anjir.
Mega Crisp is nothing, Mike.
Oh ini udah di sini. Nggak ada vision sih. Aduh.
Mega Crisp is
A
non-consequential
double
right now.
lasso could be
Oh ini sih groundbreaking sih. Double lassonya sih.
pretty nice.
Penting banget. Ini disruption juga udah ganteng, ini double disruption, Cok. Dua-duanya masuk bola.
So Jikroy gonna get saved by the second disruption. The low might have died for that
Sabar. Ini kan juga di sini.
though.
Masih ada, ini ada refresher deh, setahu gue deh.
Being popped on all fronts. Ravage is gonna come through.
Targetnya dia coba kari dulu sih ya.
Hiding under the depth shroud, under the Invis.
Oh, ke hex duluan anjir. BKB habis langsung ke hex, Cok. Ada ward di sini. My god.
All fronts. Ravage is gonna come through. But
Ini
they're hiding
tipis banget gak?
under the depth
Oh.
shroud for that though. BKB is being popped on all fronts. Ravage is gonna come through.
Terlalu ke depan sih emang sih. Temennya di sini semua soalnya.
But they're hiding under the depth shroud.
Ketinggalan, Cok.
Invis
Fiora juga udah balik.
Pure will escape
Oh ini si Chain Stone sih. Dulu di mana? Jauh anjir.
and now back in
Soalnya Jikroy emang udah di sini duluan. Jauh banget.
Jikroy.
Gitu. Masih ada BKB refresher itu? Nggak kepake aja. Kalau nggak salah ya nih. Ini kan refresher di sini.
Disruption.
Ini BKB. Maksudnya pas dia lari ke sini mukul-mukul seharusnya refresher ada nih. Atau nggak ada ya?
The low might have died.
Coba ya, ini kan 8 detik. 7148 baru ada refresher.
For that though, BKB is being popped on all fronts. Ravage is gonna come through, but they're hiding under the depth shroud.
Oh, nggak sempet bahkan cowok, nggak ada refresher.
This Pure will escape.
Nggak bisa refresh BKB.
In onto Jikroy. Hex stop. Refresh. It's not gonna save you there. Jikroy. He's been the hero of
Sulit. Late game Dota. Anything can happen in late game Dota. But holy shit bro. What a game. Apalagi? Ada apa lagi? Iya, sejam 20 menit lawan Falcon. Gamer Legend? Falcon lagi nggak bagus ya? Coba kita lihat ya. Masih sama orang-orangnya. Kalah sama Gamer Legend. What the hell? Kita cek dulu. Menang lawan Ziten, menang lawan Navi, kalah sama Mouse wajar. Kalah lawan ini yang kemarin. Susah. Tapi anjay. The fuck man? Nextnya ada. Oh ini kloter ini dulu ya. Oh iya, mereka bukan 4 stream ya, cuma 2 ya. Ini udah, ini baru kelar. Ini Spirit Navi sama Heroic Index. Kayak dulu ada masanya 4-4 gitu ya. Langsung 2 ini gitu. Oke udah. Berarti lambat ya. 2. Match terakhirnya sih jam 2 ya. Kuat ya. Anjing. Di rentangnya 2 match per 2 match. REKONIX 1-2, REKONIX 1-2, REKONIX 1-2, 3. Saya 3. Kita nonton yang lain dulu ya. Spirit lawan Navi. Kita nonton yang udah mulai aja.
Got ran down afterwards. Spirit does have, excellent information, so they are seeing like everything that deep ward they have on the far right side. They do see Niku just kind of farming, so they have good info of what's going on here. Just unable to make that aggressive move. Maybe being pushed away from making that aggressive move because of the 2 things that just happened before, and just maybe just waiting for that timing. You know, collapse, wait till he's got the pipe. They are looking to play around that ward vision they do have on the right side because they saw the IO there before.
Bentar, dapat nih yang sebelum ini.
At least one more pick off on him before he does have this tag.
Oh, here he comes. There's the jump.
Sabar dong, jangan jam-jam dulu kocak.
TPs are coming in.
And I think
Niku, he's a little too tanky. He's just able to tether away. They don't get the kill.
Kok gitu sih? Bentar.
They're gonna lose Panther. I mean, Yatura's gonna get out, but the Glimpse coming into play on a roof. It's again another one of these moves the Spirit's making, Fog.
Oh ini.
Just aren't working out. This is pretty much what the third move that they're trying to make as some sort of unit,
Nah,
and it's
Teams
just not even close to working out. Na'Vi are
Spirit
easily turning
versus
around these
Na'Vi.
attempts.
I'm surprised they do for that. They do this move without the Ember. Like when you're going for the IO, right? The Ember, especially the Vessel, plus just like, yeah, the control that he can do in the damage is absolutely necessary. So, Yatoro getting glimpse.
They're gonna have to drag.
Wih, ada kecoa nih.
He's caught in the kinetic field. He does have a time lapse.
Bentar, itu ada Niku pakai Iyo, Cok.
But,
Niku
Spirit,
itu
they've got to tighten things up. These last few moments and plays,
Niku mid,
they've just been
Iyo
playing
mid.
their hands around.
Dam,
Na'Vi are just
keren.
really comfortable.
And Niku's got the Ag, so he's got the timing.
Got the juice. Have they ever come with any sort of
Oh, ini nih gebrakan-gebrakan yang menyeramkan nih.
Get the cooldown off and then the tether. Niku comes in, allowing got the juice to start to back away. He'll
Ini
survive
dia,
just
Cok.
additional effort.
Ya, nggak sempet ke bail out.
Will at least make sure they kill off got the juice, but in return they'll lose Yatoro, lose Panto, and they might just lose.
Cok, masih bisa perang nggak sih?
Starting to
PB?
down low. They've got
Oh, nggak
collapse
mau lanjut.
with the Ravage at the ready, and Na'Vi they'll respect that.
Pulang.
Just turn with the glimpse.
Ah, Niku udah balik.
Morel still feeling strong with the shield rune. I mean, can he really get
Morel?
back on this? Collapse has managed to come through the twin gate once more, and of course still has the Ravage ready to pop. Na'Vi, they'll respect that. They'll back off.
Nah, tim Spirit masih
Good to respect the tide.
Masih adjustment main sama Mirel.
Because they're gonna start respawning. So I mean, either way, they lose got the juice, but honestly, only just. He almost got the relocate
He
out.
nearly lived. He nearly lived.
Almost got him. That was super close. So yeah, we're seeing the power for sure of how Na'Vi can take these fights now.
serem banget, Cok, yang out of pocket begini. Wah, Zayak.
Niku is around if Niku wants to try and help out.
Oh, masih bisa kill.
Come in with a bit
Ih,
of an assist here with the tether.
DPS oke, masih aman.
Sights down low won't kill him. Indeed, Niku in the neighborhood to make sure that even so these lower level support stouts aren't getting punished by Morel.
I mean, super hot.
Apa cuy ini kacau?
Little plays we can talk about there too, like
Ada
time lapse waiting patiently.
ini
S. Time to get it to disengage and all that.
Ada Sarjana, ada Sarjana.
Good relentless aggression there coming out from Na'Vi. These timings are looking good. Look at this Bat Rider.
Ajumi.
Continues to have a very solid farm game, not dying. 206 playing pretty safe. He's gonna have the Lotus after that bearing. He's tanky.
Yeah, and it's a pretty great Lotus game, right?
Phenomenal one. Always good. I mean, I think if you see Ember, Lotus is always going to be good. Sure, you're not reflecting, but just the Dispel, and then yeah, the other ones, of course, are going to be nice. Britties. Set up around top here.
You've got some good wards set up here. So information's pretty high. They don't get to jump onto Yatoro. Well, we'll look for the Remnant. They're going to drop the Serpent Wards here just onto Zayats. They want this support dead. They'll get Zayats.
Datang tuh.
Numbers.
Kelelawar hybrid. Iya, ketinggalan Ionya le.
This time they'll be able to bring the IO down. Yatoro, he'll get that double kill.
Awkward too, Na'Vi, they had the vision. They were the ones looking for the fight. You know, Riddies, he placed this ward down, but things just collapsed literally on top of them too quickly, right? Panto got the initiation on him, and they got the initiation on the Marcy, so both supports were kind of taking out the fight at the start, and then Niku, I guess he felt forced to maybe try to save, but puts himself in a very dangerous spot.
Yeah, just a little bit awkward when Zayats, he tried to get that set up with the rebound towards Yatoro, but couldn't quite get the range of him.
Nggak hari kan sih, Dragonlance mantap. Oh, dia mau naikin temponya sih. I guess dia emang bawa Iyo. Jadi nggak salah. Weavernya ini juga nggak bikin farming sama sekali soalnya. Nyari perang terus. Pang. Ulti. Okay. Back to full HP.
Always a nice shard. Always like to talk about
Mirelnya sih nggak sih, lebih miskin Niku sih.
Whatever and reset, so it's actually, I think, underrated pretty massively. Their initiation is really weird on Na'Vi. You know, it's not like they don't have like a blink lasso. Zayats, as we saw there, if he jumps and misses the rebound, things can get a bit complicated. So.
Ini tuh udah ada stage-nya belum ya? Ini kan stream A ya? Maksudnya si komentatornya tuh masih online atau udah bentuknya udah stage? Kayak masih online.
The tower up as well. Got the juice able to finish that off. We're in deep fall. Space is there for Na'Vi to protect and take their own Shrine of Wisdom. And Niku working well on the way towards
Iya, masih online.
Just over on Spirit.
Udah cok. Nanti dibahas. Nanti dibahas coy. REKONIX. Bayangin kata-kata REKONIX keluar dari mulut Queen. Itu lah ya loh.
They're looking to maybe to fight. Collapse is TPing in, has Soul Ring, so he does have mana for the Ravage. He's a little lacking on mana, but there we go.
Just how do you start these sort of plays if you're Spirit? Like, can you afford to just kind of go in, walk in, and just drop everything on the gyro, or do you have to find someone making their way towards the back lines first against this sort of composition?
Ini bingung anjir. BKB ya?
Information over the IO is you can do a lot. You can either blink Ravage past, cast the IO, and hope that you don't let them relocate. You have options.
Ada vision kah? Gak ada anjir ini. Wah, gelo. Wah, efeknya sampai keluar, ultinya masuk juga, cok. Oh, nice reload. God damn. Sisanya ketinggalan sih, tapi Zayaka mati. Ya, sayonara. Wow. Ujur, kolaps. Kolaps masih sehat sih. Wah, Nikunya nggak mati. Wah, bisa dibalikin dong. Ih, mati kolapsnya. Udah ditinggal, mau dibantuin. Cuan itu buat Novi. Tapi buyback sih si Ridis.
So Niku survives. Sure, Na'Vi had to use a buyback, but you know what? I think they'll take that. Na'Vi ready to run it down the mid lane and put some pressure back on the Spirit.
So this was my concern of why I was saying you want to see the IO. That's literally exactly what I was thinking about. I'm like, if they don't get the IO, he's going to be able to relocate and re-engage. I actually thought Niku was going to die afterwards, but the fact that he lives with that Lotus is massive. So that's everything there for Na'Vi. Now that they got that too, that's Ravage is down. They can exactly go into Roche. That was really heads up, honestly. Niku pushing the
Numbling.
He really is. He really is. And off the back of a game where he suffered in the mid lane. You know, he did still get kind of a decent amount of farm. But 3 deaths. You know,
dapat infonya, tapi ya udah dibiarin aja sih.
Morale on the Ember Spirit in the early game. But at this point of the game, it's showing it has not mattered. Still able to getting to play his game.
7 sini serem juga ya.
Hitting
Jago.
perfectly respectable timings here with the BKB right round the corner on top of the Aghanims about 24 minutes in. I think, you know, just goes to show, you know, Niku's ready to do this on the mid IO in this sort of situation. I think he's ready to do this mid IO in a lot of situations.
Yeah, and I will say, you know, I'm sure Quinn will talk about it afterwards too, because I want to hear what he thinks. Is like, I don't see this Medi gun very often, but I'm absolutely seeing why, because he has this gyro and this bat. Yes, sure, amplification of your gyro and your bat are fantastic, but right there,
kurir.
just saves him. The extra armor.
Observer doang guys ya.
Like, it's actually little things that matter quite a lot. Sure, he's not doing as much damage, but he has heroes to do damage. So
Aman kan masuk.
very cool. And he's gonna have BKB soon too to protect himself versus the lockdown and versus the vessel. So yeah, very cool strategy that we're seeing from Na'Vi.
Spirit. See what their move's going to be next. Very close to having the Lincoln stun, just 100 gold away for your Toro. And then Morel, he is pretty much done with the money for the BKB himself, ready to pick
Miskin
that one up.
kali coy Miral ini.
That'll be big also. Then he can just pretty much full commit, as he has been a lot of times on those supports, but now, you know, with the BKB should have like...
Emang apa yang bisa catch Ember ya? Oh, nggak langsung sih.
This wraparound,
Kan disruptor sih, oke ada 2 hero. Not that free of a game for Ember.
Navi's not prepared.
It is into this Aegis.
Oh, Ruh. Gila sih inisiasinya anjir pakai shaman. So painful. This Weaver. Gila ya Toro main up. Wah, tahu banget power dari Weaver ya coy. Tebel juga itu, kenapa tebel Weaver ya?
And by the looks of it, he'll be going down a second time. There's no backup in. He does have BKB if he wants to try for the BKB TP play. He will.
Okay, is the damage enough? Not enough.
Actually don't. So the BKB TP play will save him. Got the juice getting out of that. So a little bit of something to sort of walk away with from Na'Vi, but overall, that time round, the play from Spirit, it catches Na'Vi off guard. They weren't ready for that.
No, they got completely surrounded. They didn't have the other two heroes even.
Kaget cok, tiba-tiba ada Weaver muncul di muka Disruptor sama Io mah.
That's the big thing.
Siapa yang nggak takut?
Absolutely everything, so they can still look for the fight potentially right afterwards because there's no gyro BK.
Sakit baca ini Yantoro ini. Bro, anjir. Aura banget sama ya.
Push coming in now.
No worry, jalan aja bro.
Amp damage bottom. Big rune.
Miral udah BKB, mau Shiva.
Yeah, Na'Vi, I don't want to be a part of the action.
Bagus banget sih. Ionya juga jadi keganggu heal.
Very close to having that huge amount of damage. I think. Yeah, that was on the courier. That
Oh,
was
courier mati.
I wasn't careful with the courier.
Dedalus,
I
cok.
was a little because I was clicked on him. I saw the demon edge, get picked up from perched with a quick bar. I'm like, hang on, is there a spirit around that area? They were, and yeah, that's the demon edge and the Daedalus recipe gone. So that's Daedalus on the sidelines for 2 extra minutes. Yeah, that hurts. Got to be careful with your couriers.
I mean, it's 2 minutes with no Daedalus, Owen, and it's 2 minutes with an amp damage in the bottle from morale. Like, they actually could potentially look for the smoke up here and look for Na'Vi. Na'Vi definitely has to be a bit careful, at least. Wait till that Daedalus. Don't want to fight when you don't have all your potential.
Aru, does he want to drop the wards here? What's he looking for?
Just getting info. It looks like he's just doing casual information things.
Berpetualang.
Still that 28-minute wisdom, I tell you what, with the way they push this wave out.
Yep, definitely possible. They do have IO reload. He's going to just TP down. They'll see him.
He's got to be quicker than that if he wants to stop him. Yeah, Rue's just going to get to the chance to take this. So
he snuck around the Watcher. The nighttime vision, right? The Watchers have limited vision, so he actually snuck around it very nicely.
Oh, ilmu tuh. Watcher night vision bisa di dodge ya. Oke. Ciki mencoba masukin damage dikit. Oh, tapi Runya ketangkep. Oh. Nice free kill for Na'Vi. So good.
Doesn't matter.
He saw 5.
Yep. Space created.
Yep. Space created, but they do see collapse. This ward, sneaky ward there by Radius, did see the tide going up there, so some information for Na'Vi. Looking around, how are the healing Lotuses doing? I was watching Na'Vi collecting quite a bit of them. I always like to keep track of this when there's any healing heroes. Since there's an IO, he had one. Marcy has it now. Okay.
They're making the moves towards this top lane. Yeah, they saw Collapse step up here. But Collapse looks like he's a step ahead and is not going to stick around any longer than he needs to. Pushes the wave out, switches over to the other side of the map.
Heads up. Panto now does have that shard. It took him a while, but he decided to go for Greaves first, I guess, just to... I mean, Mech is an amazing item, so why not? But does have the shard, so that's going to be very annoying, the vision they can provide.
Oh, the pumping.
I love the big item pickups now. Forgot that you should
double.
This courier. This courier's
coming buat nge-break Ted Hunter. Self-Race juga lagi meta soalnya.
Doesn't look like there's anyone anywhere close on this side.
Daedalusnya juga udah jadi.
Delivery, massive step up in power there with that pickup. Full Daedalus and Shadowblade ready to go on the gyro.
I feel like I've been seeing people not use Chop Shop as much anymore, Owen. I gotta be honest with you. I'm watching him sending his Falcon Blade back, and he's gonna sell it fully without disassembling. So, money some gold, but...
Males aja nggak sih?
So they can get around this because the smoke's
smoke dari spirit. Saya mau aslinya tadi mau ngebait rune deh, tapi nggak keburu. Sakit banget ini Weaver sih. Wow. Oi. Tes damage gak sih? Hilang ini Pema nih. Ada sedikit refleks dari creep Croaker ya.
It was like actually 25 range.
Buat pemanis aja.
Tormentor.
Set up for the Tormentor.
Oke, udah saatnya mau menang nih tim Spirit nih. Udah beli jam soalnya. Hilang.
PMA has played honestly so careful this game. It's pretty crazy to say, but that was his first death. But a pretty big one, I will say.
Nanti pertamanya Bait Rider. Oke. Bisa begitu ya?
The vision.
Oke, Ionya udah mau ngasih full regen aja karena dia main mid juga, jadi dia punya Aghanim. Ada prioritas dari segi farming, jadi bisa ngebuff gyronya lebih lanjut. Oke, setidaknya dapat caman. Tapi hati-hati sih Mayotoro sih, sakit coy itu. Ih. Oh, oke aman. So good, so good. Mau smoke kah? Kumpul tuh. Smoke back. Apakah Team Spirit akan expect? I'm back, bitches. Ya Toronya udah punya Lincoln. Wow, dapetin target selain Weaver is huge. Soalnya susah juga bunuh Weaver. Oke, dapet Redis Vision yang bisa. Oke. Ada BKB, tapi tembus sih. Tembus sih. Oh, or not? Glimpse? Gak ada vision. That's fine. Main mana bro?
So nothing more than sort of Na'Vi just getting those 2 support kills over those last few moments. He's getting closer and closer towards the Roshan respawn. So something to bear in mind. Collapse, whilst he did have just BKB, still does have that Ravage, and they will have the time to get back out on the map and highly likely get into position to contest the upcoming Rosh.
Yep, gem on PMA, swap it over from Zayats. Yeah, Brew, honestly, it looked good, right? Because like Brew had all this information to jump, but the team was just a little lagged behind, so it actually ends up hurting them a lot here now. They're gonna smoke, they have Ravage, BKB is back up on Niku, the IO, in about 5 seconds. Na'Vi seems very ready for this.
Oke, apakah mau di smoke? Roshan spawn untuk 10 detik, belum ada yang ngecek dari Na'Vi. Apa di timer full ya? Saya nggak tahu sih. Ada nyumputin pohon di situ. Waduh, Shatoro sih masih ada Lincoln, cok. Wah, ketahuan. Wah! Collapse. Yakin banget, cok, dia mau lompat ya. Cuma gara-gara break smoke doang, anjir. Oh. Collapse.
I swear, I think Collapse is one of those players that I see get like 5-man hook stomps on Centaur, 5-man Ravage is more than like anybody else. It's pretty insane. Pretty much plays from Spirit there. He just on your Toro. Game just definitely got a whole lot harder after that move there for Na'Vi. Yeah, they lost their gem too, which is a really big deal when you're playing versus this annoying tree who's not only just walking around invis but placing these eyes and all this too.
Cuma gara-gara nih. Apa Pantoya udah break duluan ya? Oh, Pantoya udah break duluan anjir, vision ya. Cok, bener-bener yakin.
The rest of the 3 of them dead and no chance of turning around a fight where it starts off with you getting ravaged like that.
Honestly, Juice, I'm surprised he got the BKB off. I thought Rue would get the Blink Hex afterwards and then they just full CC lockdown, but... Juice?
Nah, aman ini mah.
I love that interaction.
Bahkan...
Silver Edge looks so funny nowadays when you're playing versus these quote-unquote haste heroes since you just set them to a maximum.
Oh iya ya, counter Weaver lumayan ya. Benar.
It's one of the most annoying things. If you're playing like Weaver against like a sniper with a Silver Edge, it's just... Why does it slow?
Have you seen Lycan? Have you seen Lycan? Sniper hits him and then Lycan's just moving 100
Lycan's never in my games, but you're right. That definitely sounds like it would look the funniest. Yeah, seeing the Lycan crawling around. Oh, Na'Vi.
Drop. Okay, so double catapult wave. He's like, let me push this. Hit the catapults though. Hit the. Wait. No, he switched.
Well, the idea was there, but easy money forgot the juice.
Execution not there, idea there.
Yeah, the idea was there. He tickled the 2 catapults. That's as much as he achieved with those surfboards, unfortunately.
Oke, tahu nggak nih? Pada mainin map atas.
Still their Spirit. They don't need no serpent wars to push right now.
Spiritnya cuma tahu info kalau mereka di atas. Gue kira mau ditabrakin nyari orang, tapi ternyata mungkin smoke-nya buat ngelindungin Weaver aja. Karena tahu pasti pemain dari Navi antara datang dari atas atau dia TP tengah. Makanya ini kontaknya sama Trean. Should be no problem. Tahu info jadinya. Dapat tower juga pada akhirnya.
But yeah, it does feel like for them, ideally trying to get at least something before a fight start, because it does feel hard for them to approach, because their team fight, it's not really a big team fight lineup when you look at it, right? It's a lot of single target things. It's the Static Storm, which is the big team fight with the Gyro. When you look at Spirits, they have Ravage, they have Trio, they have the Ember Spirit, which naturally everybody kind of does too. So I would say, yeah, maybe trying to split up the fight and get a pick off somehow. Obviously, it's not the easiest, but they do have the bat to at least attempt for it.
Ketahuan? Gara-gara bunuh observer, anjir solo kill dari Mirel. Fresh money.
I mean, the thing is, when you look at Niku and got the juice, once got the juice sort of has his next item, the butterfly, and if Niku's able to kind of get this heart online, I feel like there's definitely a world, right, where even if that sort of last situation happens again, where you're losing the other
udah mulai huge sih ini Iyo Gyro.
be able to 2v5.
Perhaps it's all going to be depending the BKB situation though, because you know the heal like Vessel, and I believe it's going to be a. Did anyone go Shivas on the enemy team? Ember, I imagine, right? Yeah, Ember.
Yeah, Morel's got it. Yeah,
they have Vessel push Shivas, so it's going to reduce a lot of that healing. The Butterfly vision will be nice because of the Weaver having just Scotty, but.
Actually, he's going for Satanic. So he was switching between it, yeah. So he's settled for Satanic instead. So going.
Mirela sih emang lagi sweeping tadi ya. Oh, untung ada Lincoln.
Nice try. He tried to get the glimpse play from Riddies, but the Lincolns does end up breaking it there.
Masih ada Lincoln le, repot le, Treannya kena le, bentar lagi le. Hap.
Iya.
Pantol dan lagi, oke ketahuan itu dah. Ada suara pecung. Dead. Masih mau di-fightin. Three-man Searing Chain langsung maksa buat BKB. Niku belum mau ulti. Kayak masih pengen perang gini, Cok. Really? Cukup kan damage-nya? Acir. Aduh, nggak cukup, Cok. Udah macam Satanic emang kurang damage aja, jadi nggak terlalu naik kan darahnya. Kayak masih pengen perang gitu tadi Navinya. Ini kayak pengen coba damage ya. Soalnya mereka pertama kali kontak dengan ngebawa Satanic, jadi mungkin emang masih nyoba ngelihat sikonnya dulu. Nextnya mungkin Satanicnya bakal dipop lebih cepet dan bakal lebih memilih buat perang di saat teman-temannya hidup full. Soalnya kalau kayak tadi tuh udah gak optimal kan. Dipercepat pushnya. Udah level 25 ya Toro. Anjir. No cooldown Sukuchi.
Easier to execute and just better execution in general from them, even though they lost Pantho at the start of things.
Yeah, really has been. They very much got their act together this game after.
Oke, masih ada promote tengah. Jika kena tapi nggak ada follow up. Gak apa-apa. Wah, ini hilang sih. Hilang. Gila, Cok. Doesn't even matter tuh by menjualnya or some sort of farming item. Go full damage this Weaver. Selama tetap perang.
I do really think that thing that we were talking about really happened, right? The Weaver and the Ember. You gotta pick one, and then sometimes you kind of can't pick both either, and then they both run rampant. So 2 deaths for Morel, only 1 for Yatoro. They've completely run rampant as Collapse is the one leading the charge of those catches of Ravage. So.
Lanjut Octarine bakal lebih tebal lagi nih Thunder. Plus cooldown reduction. Yang paling penting. Udah butter.
I kept checking Riddy's neutral item. He never got lucky with Greedy, so the Aghanims is still quite some time away from him.
Kok Aghanim sih? Hartos Taras. Oh, Reedish. KMKB
Butterfly
Nggak bisa
is
beli
online
butterfly
for
sekarang
Toro.
gara-gara SMK besok.
Tormentor gets the money for the team. 20k gold lead now for Spirit.
What does Juice want to get rid of?
Tapi Gairo nggak terlalu ini
Yeah,
sih,
that's a tough one. He's kind of got 6 great items. I mean,
nggak terlalu marah
I don't know
buat
what the
beli
fuck
MKB
you get
soalnya
rid of
emang
the
attack
outfit.
speednya juga kenceng.
Maybe it is the pike, but that sounds also kind of grim. I don't know. You can do disassemble
Yeah.
data list, go to MKB, so you lose less gold.
Tetap
cost.
butterfly
You're trying to use
superior.
that options, but it looks like
Actually, he
the options
might
are
do
just
that.
maybe
He
fight
might have to
first.
do the disassemble play. You're right.
That's what I'm thinking, but I don't know. Some people.
Ih, ngebreak coy sama Yator. Wah, kolap sih. Foreman Ravage. Ridisnya langsung mati, Marsinya ngikut. Ganti Jusnya, dihilin. Tapi nggak ada damage, kok kayak pelan-pelan banget ya. Kayak nggak terlalu ngegigit dari damage dari Ganti Jusnya. Wajib rapier sih. Reloadnya bagus. Ya, balik lah ionya dah. Wah, keiket. No buyback, GG call.
Navi came with a game plan. I will say they did have this whole idea.
Over engineering.
But overall, it really did feel like Spirit. The fights that they lost were some pretty forced errors by themselves. So cool game from Spirit. Overall, really strong.
No, absolutely. They had those few sort of blunders earlier on, Spirit, but they really got their act together. Came in with some fantastic plays, and yeah, Collapse showing us some beautiful moments with the Tidehunter.
Ada 5-man reflect, ada 4-man reflect. Tapi memang ngumpul juga sih. Tapi ya siapa sangka ya, mereka ngumpul dalam bentuk ke smoke, Cok. Terus kalinya nge-break tuh bener-bener yang langsung muncul Tidehunter.
We obviously were able to see them playing online tournament not too many days ago. We wondered if the form would continue, and I feel like it really did, Quinn, because as the one with the far superior memory of the two of us, how many times can you remember a 5-man Ravage in a competitive Dota game in the last 3.5 years?
Not many. Very few.
At least one.
None come to mind besides this one.
That one was pretty good. So.
It was good, and he's very good at Tidehunter. But on the flip side, I feel like Navi did pretty well with not a lot, genuinely. I think, given their
okay,
heroes...
but that's kind of on them as well, though.
It is. I think they dug themselves a hole, and then they were like, yo, we gotta get out of this hole. And then they were like climbing really well. They were looking like Alex Honnold out here climbing skyscrapers.
Oh, I thought it was going to be like a rope ladder and then the rope snapped. But
No,
the ground
it was
came
like
out
Alex
from
Honnold,
underneath
but
them.
then like their hand slipped. and-
Not enough chalk.
Yeah, that's right. You just chalk up. Because their draft is it's just hard to play with. They don't have enough damage. I think we saw it throughout the entirety of this game. The Gyro is... He's trying
Everything.
so hard to dish out all the damage. They're saving him. They're helping him. But
Tebel
it's
banget.
not enough. It's Tidehunter. It's Tree and Armor. And it's the hardest Batrider game I've ever seen. He's playing as Tidehunter with Kraken Shell. He's playing as Ember, who is the slipperiest fish you'll ever find. And he's playing as Weaver with Lincolns. He can't lasso any of the cores. You see he goes for, what was it, Drum into Lotus Orb. He's full tanky build because he knows he can't buy Blink. He can't play the typical Batrider way.
Oh, I thought there was going to be more to that number.
Nope. No,
That's
You
it.
can't do it.
Bat right up. Right row. This is my viewpoint of IO.
I think that's pretty accurate. I honestly think the IO had more potential than some of the other stuff. My issue is really that it's paired with Disruptor. I think that pairing is a little sus because
Okay.
I think IO needs a little more oomph, or he needs his offlane to have better core matchups because you need more than just one hero to play with on IO. But he's
Yeah.
got a Marcy who's kind of useless. He's got a Disruptor who's 0 damage, and he's got a Bat who's Giga countered. So his only buddy is Gyro, and you need more buddies than that.
And on top of that, he did have a rough lane.
Yeah, he got
Ayonya kurang temen main gitu.
Well, I wasn't gonna
Kata
say it out.
tester.
Now
be
pop
almost
up.
real.
Do it.
Yeah, he got solo killed. You can't get solo killed. You saw your lane.
Highlight.
And I'm also gonna be even more real. Niku has a problem with his laning phase.
Iya, ayonya kayak kecil banget
It's
gitu.
a bigger issue, huh?
It's not just this matchup. Niku has been really inconsistent in his laning phases. He's been solo killed a lot. We saw it in Chengdu. He played multiple lanes where it was a favored lane or an even lane. He got solo killed and it totally altered the course of the game. I think it's a real problem with him as a player. It's not just this matchup, and I think he needs to get it under control because I think the biggest trait you want from your mid player is consistency. You need to be able
Well,
to
he is
rely on them.
consistently
Inconsistent.
getting solo kills.
So if you phrase it, if you do some gymnastics.
Yeah, he's doing exactly what you're asking.
Exactly. So
You're a really bad coach.
He's an expert gymnast. That's what we've learned.
But yeah, so you want the consistency coming out from him.
Yeah, and it's not there right now. And he is young, but I think that's not really an excuse because there's a lot of young players who have shined throughout Dota history. You think back to the olden days of Sumail.
Oh, udah ini mah. Yap. Bukan analisis gamenya cuy. Kita refresh. Ini menang, ini lagi main. Oke, liquid. Stream A ya habis ini. Ini dulu. Kita ganjel pakai Yandex Heroic terus nanti kita pindah ke sini terus puff. Main course, baby. Tapi ini kenapa Falcon bisa kalah sama Gamer Legion? Apa ini, Cok? Oh, Viper save lane anjir. Pango. Bentar, harus dilihat. Setiap ada Pango harus dilihat ya. Pango siapa? Oh, Amar, Cok. Wih, lihat. Aduh, Mar. Gak bisa, Mar. Gak boleh, Cok. Pak, kayak gini build-nya gak boleh, coy. Ini biasa bagus. Oh, dia ini zaman dulu. Eco Saber. Dulu sih Eco Saber Mantai ya. Eco Saber ini ya dia. Eco Saber Divu. Ya, Mar. Terperluagan nih, Mar. Tapi gak apa-apa. Pasti ini lebih gede juga, Cok. 12.000. Damage paling kecil. Ini sih. Ini beban dunia, Cok. Lawan siapa sih? Ih. Diam Sunin. Di Viperin. Joroknya. Okay.
Goals and bad. Also didn't kill anyone. And I think like you.
Okay. We go to the next game. Ada di stream B. Oh, belum gue pencet lagi. Satai.
Done your way. You have to go and complain about
Heroic lawan siapa ini?
what you're telling me.
Yandex.
You've been in the Dota scene a lot longer than me. I'm sure you know the answer to that. I don't need to teach you about that. How many times you ever see a Reddit thread about something that people don't like? Instantly, bam! It's almost like it never existed.
Yeah,
The only thing that
start,
complains more than
Ada
Asian
judul.
parents is
I gotta start complaining on the right platforms. Yeah, I think I'm
Yeah,
complaining
yeah.
on the wrong ones.
oh, okay. Yeah, you're complaining.
Hilang
about
lagi, Cok, judulnya,
platforms and
anjay.
Private calls to me, where I have no power to influence anything. Watson being caught out. Nice TP rotation.
Ada perang.
That Boots of Travels well, kiting away from the Eclipse.
Oh,
Moonlight Shadow will hide them away, and still the Stampede putting Tai Lung in a rough position, trying to wait until he's out of
Wah, daror.
Toxin to throw that raw
Oke,
out, but India gets
diselamatin sama
out of
Tio
trouble.
Likur.
Tai Lung still very tanky, one charges to work with, and unfortunately, they just don't have the damage for now. The arrow's gonna be a bit too short, still trying to chase down holding on to that-
Cira Junior, Cok, maju mundur.
Fine.
Kok kayak bingung gitu? Wah, this is Yuma. Wetamipo.
What a bait, you know. The Chen just held on until the last moment to heal the Viper.
That was insane.
Yeah, Chira Junior. think
Oh,
twice, yeah, before you
di heal
kill him.
KJ, Cok, jadi nggak pede anjir. Kayaknya.
Yeah, kind of looked a bit scary for the Viper.
Tapi Lunanya hidup sih.
Papa King
Luna
Charles
lawan
protected.
Mipo ya?
Get your hands off my kid.
Wah.
Oh, Luna
Mati
got
kah?
caught.
Wow.
Watson decides to stick around to farm the inner regions of
Watson
the
mati.
river area and ends up going down. You got one more.
Masih ada net? Oh, nggak ada.
Oh, nice play there from Notice. He counted 1, 2, and 3. You don't have a fourth, and he'll be able to TP back to safety.
That was
yeah,
like
the
a
Marcy-
solo kill. He just found him alone.
Yeah, I think KJ must have
Kaget,
one of the creeps
coy.
in to help him with the rebound as well.
Yeah,
That's how he
this is
got
the
there.
Marcy plus Chen support duo right there.
Loh.
Synergy.
Chen-nya ngontrol creep terus dia gabut, yeah.
Oh, with Marcy running at you.
I mean, if you see a creep
Whisper,
walking in, you gotta
Blackmail
expect
into
there's a Marcy somewhere
Blink.
nearby, 'cause she's gonna fly out from the trees.
Yeah,
Holy
yeah.
shit.
You would think that, right? But sometimes the pro players think, you know, I can probably farm one more camp, you know. Why should I just walk straight back to base when I can just clear one extra camp or two extra camp, you know, on the way, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. You dangle a creep in front of Watson. He's like, oh my god, free money? Wrong, Marcy. The Marcy's not strong enough to get these solo kills just yet. You need a bit more assistance, but maybe the TPing in of the Viper can help. At the moment, it's a 3k gold lead. I'm not sure whether this is good enough yet for Heroic, but they are scaling up pretty well on all of their cores. A Tidehunter's going a completely different direction. Look at this. Blade Mail into Blink. So he wants to be in the thick of things and he wants to be reflecting all this damage.
That is, okay, very interesting take on how the game should be played.
Bro.
I definitely think it's wrong because they just need to hit the towers beside, just stand around. They need to hold formation beside the Meepo and hit the towers. They don't need to initiate. If they're trying to initiate, I think that's when things could get dicey, you know, they could make mistakes, you know.
Oh my god. Creeps, rights, activists, close your eyes, Mike. Did you see KJ's whole army just die? They just threw like 8 spells at
Nope, I'm too concerned about the Blink Dagger on Tide to care about the creeps dying.
them. Oh, the Blink Dagger.
Menyalahkan pemilihan itemnya Whisper, cok, kacau anjir.
Damn it.
Si Winter ini.
IDC, I'm buying Dagger.
Udah dikurir. Udahlah.
I can kind of get it because at the moment, other than the initial jump in from the Meepo and the Marcy, you don't actually have catch. Right? If you can jump in with a big Ravage, you catch the back lines.
I'm saying he doesn't need to do anything to catch. They can just shove the waves with the Meepo. Meepo is the catch, right? He sends his clones to the side lanes, he can set up a gank. And then the rest of the heroes are balling together with the Chen. You have a Viper which has travel, so Viper and Meepo will be playing both the side lanes, and the 3-man will be Tide, Mossy, and Chen. That's how I envision the draft to be played.
Sure.
And they walk together, they buy their aura items, everyone is tanky, you save each other, and the moment they touch you, your Meepo and Viper can connect. That's why I don't think he needs a dagger. But
Tapi emang gitu sih, maksudnya kan lu main pakai Viper ya.
is going to get him some big kills.
Oh, mereka kan cuma perlu starting point nggak sih? Ini starting point.
As you know, Winter, every time you say something, you get proven wrong immediately.
Bro, he didn't even need the dagger for that kill. They had Marcy. Brother.
Okay. Yeah, I'm messing with you. 2 kills though, very nice pick.
Nah, udah push. Weh, nyari perang kakak.
And it comes
Wah,
back to what
Luna
you're
sih.
saying. These are very greedy heroes from Yandex. They will always be at least one of the
connect.
dogs around these ancient
Enggak
camps.
balik.
Yeah. I mean, I swear, man, every day.
Karena kebetulan campnya lagi kosong ya. Coba campnya kayak kosong itu di clear. Coba, ini this is.
He's got the ice armor on him from his own little creep. Into the rush pit they go. Okay, so the ball is up, folks.
Ice armor.
They're ready to just go straight down the alley and
Duh,
knock over
mininya.
the pins that are Yandex, but
Yandex.
jungle's on the
Enggak.
wrong side of the map. What you doing
Kayaknya.
there, brother?
Why is he
Okay.
Mending saya.
His team is
Gak ngajak apa, gak ngajak kocak. Lihat ini dikira gue main nih, tangan gue di atas nih.
Line drawn. They're like, oh, okay, well, I found them. They're coming now.
Nonton
Scared
doang,
comes
nonton.
through.
Wah,
Too late,
Tai Lung.
though. They just grabbed by Tai Long. Do you need the Viper Aegis? Is he the one who's going to get focused down?
He's the tower hitter, I think.
Takut dikejar melon. Oh, nggak ada stampede. Tapi tebel banget sih. Wah, dikacangin. Oh, skip. Saksa dapat dong. Saksa.
Viper is
Dapat.
the
Udah.
guy that you give
Dead already?
You have no one else
Or?
to give it to.
Ada reflect.
Ravage somewhere?
I heard a Ravage.
Di Luna.
At this Meepo for now. Kill
Di
off
Luna,
Saksa.
mana Luna? Oh, ketangkep. Cuma perlu 2 orang, boyo. Bro.
In big trouble.
Teracak-acak Yandex di tangan Heroic. Persem Dota.
Look,
Voice lag.
the dagger actually got them a kill, you know. But you
It
actually
literally did, but I
you
already
actually
bullied you for that, so
you spared me for once.
yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Boy, points of Dota.
Oh yeah, that's because you have not shown.
Oh, gua
the
ngapal.
side.
Udah agak nim.
You've
Nggak bisa
not
mati
shown
sini,
the
Mipo.
nice side on camera.
Akan selalu ada Vega Mipo.
What is this dark foreboding statement? Do you feel like Winter, you Heroic are showing their nice side right now? I think so far they're doing a lot better than I expected, at least. This idea that they have in this first opening
Showing
game.
the nice side to who? You know, to their opponents here, Yandex.
To their
No,
fans, to the fans of South America Dota. Haven't you been
Yes.
seeing all the posts lately? Everyone's saying, "Oh, Heroics washed up. We believed in them. What is Capitado
Oh.
doing?" Well, he's cooking up a pretty nice draft.
Oh,
but
bisa
he's
beli?
still able to blink out.
Ah, disruption nggak ngasih damage ya?
My goodness.
Wow,
Okay, fine. You got me.
gue baru tahu itu.
Stampede
Ini bisa beli.
still
Oh, no
nice.
stampede.
For
Kekait ini.
Yep, the Unicorn might be the
Come,
center.
ayo, TP. Reflect, no reflect. Yuma is coming. Tylo cutting from behind. Whisper lari ke depan. Ada disruption sih, tapi
He
ya
knows
udah.
that the Centaur can be easily dealt with. He
Dead.
wants a bigger target. Gets Shira Jr.
Lah, saya tanya jadi sempet ngeblink.
away. Okay.
Oke.
I thought it was gonna get caught by Yuma.
I mean, that should tell you how impossible it is to take fights against Heroic. They have too much sustain with the Chen, a lot of heals. Their heroes are very, very tanky with the Tide, Viper, Meepo, you know. Benefit of picking green heroes, even though I know you don't agree with picking green heroes.
Masih mau smoke ya?
No, I can see
Gua
that.
ngerasa Watsonnya kayak nggak ada
You know what I
damage.
can also see the value of a ward that's placed in the lane, spotting out this smoke from Yandex. Heroic will know that this type of a move is being attempted. They might just be able to intercept. If they can get the fight with
Oh,
the
warded ya?
That's a tier 1 to TP onto, they
Exactly.
definitely can come here.
There's Tide.
Oh, anjir. Agresif banget. Dapetin target yang bagus juga. Oke, netnya kena.
Sacrifice.
Yuma is here.
Melody.
Dead.
That's the definition of fattening him up just to take more money from him in the end. That's cruel. Just give him that
Saksa bentar lagi ganti tim ini.
turn your way once you
Yan-
secure that kill.
Yandex is gonna need a lot more net worth than this right now. They need, I think, like looking at the net worth right now, they need another 4k on Luna, another 4k on Beast, another 4k on Santa.
Yeah. I was so we haven't had the chance to discuss the best of one format very much yet. And we won't have the chance to discuss much
Oh,
because
boh.
Shira Jr. is caught around the ancient camps again. I mean, Heroic, they're just rinsing and repeating. They're going
Ada
to
ward
the same
atau
areas, finding these Yandex
cuma
cores
standby doang gitu?
and getting
Anjir.
away with
You know,
murder.
you know why they're finding them in the same areas? Because they have
Yuma
a greedy
gameplay.
lineup and they have nowhere to go.
Yeah. I mean, Satsa, he's gone back and forth the Twin Gates. At this point, he should apply for a frequent flyer program, but he doesn't have anything to do. Shows up in the top side, scratches his bum, goes to the bot side, watches his Shira Jr. die. Okay, what now?
This game is gonna be over soon at this rate. There's no way for the Luna to fight, or the Beastmaster to fight, or the Center to fight. You know, they have so many items they need to farm. Beastmaster needs BKB. I think they
Kemplang.
can only try and fight
Kemplang.
with double BKB on Beast and the Luna.
Easy Tormentor.
Nggak kelihatan kah?
Grab. Continue
Ada
to
jangkar
take
padahal.
It's already a 13k gold lead. Everything going according to the heroic plan. They didn't really ball up with the
Aegis nggak ada, tapi apakah berani untuk nge-poke high ground?
like you suggested. And look at the Viper. Sanj and Yasha agonims into the heart. Whisper also now focusing on his own scaling.
Oh,
with that
Viper Ascent, why?
into the blink, and then only now he's going for the pipe. Maybe they just decided that we don't actually think Yandex are gonna fight us. Because the whole reason why everyone's building these auras in the meta at the moment, it's like, okay, we need to fight 20-minute Tormentor, we need to fight the early Roche, we need to take these engagements.
Sure. I mean, you can make up your reasoning, but I still think that
You still think it's bad.
because you farm, like if you're comparing the first item, right? You buy Blade Mail or Blast, you farm a lot faster with Blast,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah.
on the tide, you know. So the Blade Mail is good if you can fight. But why do you need a fighting item when the enemy can't even fight you, you know? Like they can't even touch him. I feel like he's already so strong, you know. I mean, it's nice to have it. Like, no, I understand why he got it against the Luna, the Beast, and everything. But it just, did he need it? I don't think so, you know.
Yeah, this is why we're casting partners, Winter. You're talking all about the logical rationale of why Tidehunter buying that Blade Mail, ooh, such a bad item. This shit sucks. And I'm just like, I have not seen the animation of Tide with a Blade Mail before. Those little spikes coming out make him look very menacing. I get it.
Yeah, this is why we can never play Dota together.
Look at that shot set. It's so dope. And then you get all the little spikes coming out as well.
Yeah, and then I'm killing your joy by telling you how he should have not bought the not bought the Blade Mail. He should have gotten a Blast.
Pipe nanti ya deh.
I get it.
Bawah.
Okay, but look, you're poking at the wrong guy because he's on the team that's crushing their opponents right now. They're doing everything they wanted to do from the start. Maybe not really in the fashion that you were hoping.
Wah, kena dong malah di. Wah, jauh.
To have a very greedy
Jauh sih.
preferred the hero.
Iya, sempat hancur.
That's true.
Yuma mana Yuma? Yuma.
Need to poke
Oh,
at
Yumanya
him.
udah standby di belakang.
Can only do so much.
That's true.
Moonlight.
Not gonna ask for the impossible here.
Oh, nggak ada ward.
Wrap around.
Bagus dong nih buat Yandex.
This is gonna be the last fight. This is
There's
the
a
last.
Bagus
nice
gak sih?
sentry and a ward though. Yeah,
Bagus
this
gak
is
sih?
the last fight, but already heroic. Look at how they're repositioning.
Oh,
They're
nggak.
so aware that
Hai, aku numpang nonton sambil mam. Ya, boleh Akarin Nomi.
in the vision that they've planted so far, and now Notice will show himself backing up and blinking
Wah,
away, and they know.
Anjay dari TikTok.
They only have one behavior.
Surprising.
Surprising that they actually attempted to try and
kedinai.
come up with a smoke to fight there.
Gue ngomong surprising, Casternya juga sampai ngomong surprising.
He's going to finish it in like 2 minutes, and I feel like
Kenapa nggak dari YouTube seperti biasa kalian Nanami?
be ill-advised, you know.
YouTube gue kenapa-napa.
I think they can only fight maybe in their high ground vision. If they have the ward and sentry, they should be only fighting.
Oh, apa shadow ban ya? Gara-gara nge-snipe.
Who do they need to find
Gue
first?
nggak tahu sih.
Who are we expecting their focus to be? Because I'm looking at Heroic, all three of those calls seem
Chen,
impossible to kill.
Marcy,
Nanti mau cabut ada acara keluarga abis ini. Oke.
safe, right? They pick me
Okay.
up. If you don't kill him, you're not gonna kill.
Sekalian gift juga. Hi, makasih loh atas giftnya. Satu berian ya. Gua nggak ada pakai apa? Tikfinity, Cok. Jadi gua nggak ada efek-efek suara. Maaf ya kalau kurang mewah. Weh, kena root ya gitu. Shadow Demon masih diliatin. Wah, nggak ada respect ya lu. Yum. Ih, takutnya dikejar sama Mipo. Mati dong. Just end it, bro. This Luna don't have damage either way.
Trust, you know, he has been knitting new nets.
Lunanya netotnya bagus sih, tapi gua belum dikasih lihat dari tadi nih sama observer itu.
Well, maybe he's focused his efforts elsewhere because look at his items. Aghanim's Disperser, Dragonlance Blink at 25.
Tenang, pokoknya kalau Anda
is more than online.
acara keluarga saya jamin saya pasti masih streaming. Walaupun Anda setelah acara keluarga. Karena
And Yandex
ini REKONIX match terakhirnya jam 2.
Online.
Gua nggak tahu sih masih bangun atau enggak, tapi seharusnya masih. Akan diusahakan. Lalu gue pengen nonton full match. Ngambil Whisper of the Dead. Whisper of the Dread. Lunanya. Opsinya sejelek itu kah? Aduh, damage dari mana lunanya ya? Siapa yang bakal dipukul? Wah, dikejar Bibo. Asal. Kena. Oh enggak.
Time, at least 20 minutes.
Asrui.
Okay.
So then
Back
they
to the
need to
45-minute timer, I guess.
Bagus dah, jam 2 Ami udah bangun. Tadi REKONIX sama Tundra keren banget. Sumpah gua nggak bohong.
I feel like they also need butterfly.
Itu kalau gameplaynya kayak tadi terus ya,
For Luna.
Falcon kalah seharusnya. Soalnya tadi match di stream A tuh Falcon kan. Falcon kalah lawan Gamer Legend yang menurut gua levelnya 11-12 sama REKONIX. Jadi kita bakal melihat groundbreaking things ya. Apa yang terjadi? Kemana-mana itu glaive-nya dari Luna sih, tapi tetap nggak cukup damage-nya karena masih ada Mega Mipo. Wah, reflect for what, bro, dari Whisper. Mati sih. Wih, Centaurnya masih main. Ada yang low sih itu. Miponya, oke, nggak bisa. Nodamak. Kolit, bro.
But they just weren't able to kill a useful target. Get themselves the Marty, but Whisper survives, gets himself back up to full HP. Now Thailand can slowly but surely click away.
I mean, that has to
Yuma
be
with
it.
a triple kill.
Kolit.
What else you can give here on Yandex?
Bagus deh jam 2 Ami udah bangun.
The
Hah?
fight so cleanly
Ngapain
set
bangun
up,
jam
but
2?
Whiffing the ravage on zero heroes.
Bahkan itu masih sangat jauh dari subuh.
Game is over.
Tapi nggak tahu sih itu kan jam 2 tuh kalau
I didn't see it.
kalau jadwalnya sesuai kan. Tapi setahu gua itu kalau Blast Lamp
Live in your dream world, Mike.
itu ASAP. Jadi kalau andaikan match selanjutnya itu udah kelar, nanti buat lanjut ke next match-nya tuh cuma delay 5 menit atau 15 menit gitu. 15 sampai 5 menit. Jadi bisa lebih cepat. Tapi gak mungkin lebih lama. Bisa sih lebih lama sih kalau match-nya lama-lama semua. Ini kenapa belum? Wait, sabar. REKONIX dibahas. Bentar, gua nggak lihat, gua nggak denger.
Like a complete curveball, right? We were thinking Tundra were going to easily dispatch of REKONIX. Not the case at all. And now Heroic looking very revitalized, bringing the heat to Yandex, who, you know, they've been struggling so far, but still a very winning team.
Parah cok, dibanding-bandingin jir.
Two lanes of racks down, 28 minutes in. I mean,
REKONIX direndahkan, katanya bakal diganyang sama Tundra dengan gampang.
Zero mana ravage, or maybe it was like just a one.
Ternyata tidak.
it was later. So
Terus ternyata yang ini juga. Soalnya Heroic itu lagi underperform seharusnya. Jadi seharusnya Yandex yang menang ini, tapi malah kebalikan.
could be good, but then Yuma gets into that Mega Meepo and Thailand gets saved. Never see.
It wasn't Whisper there, you know, it was just Shiva playing the hero.
Yeah.
I We didn't see anything, you know.
Bangga banget sama 5 Indo ibadah malam. Mulut siapa begitu nggak sopan sama. Iya kan? Nggak sopan, Cok. Itu mulutnya si... Aduh, gue lupa namanya. Pokoknya yang... Ini kalau lu denger suara casternya nih. Ini kan ada satu yang semangat sama satu yang letoy. Satunya Winter, satunya itu... Gue lupa. Siapa namanya? Pokoknya gantengan orang yang ngomongnya semangat. Itu yang gue ingat.
I can be pleased with extra.
Oh, what the sneeze apa kalau nggak salah namanya?
Bro,
Pokoknya ada elemen bersin-bersinnya di namanya.
Winter, the love of the game, the passion, the amazing tournament that we have coming out in Malta.
My parents have always taught me passion can only get you so far. You gotta work.
That's true.
Betul.
Yandex, they put in the work to make it to this point, but I don't know how much more work you need to overcome this giant hurdle of a head start Heroic have.
Wow, dapat free kill. Suntikan dana yang sangat nih. Gak dapat kill kira. Ya, malah dibalikin dah. Ya, ke expose semua dong posisinya.
Alright.
Oke, cuma satu doang. Sisanya cabut.
He had extra this time.
Oh, Luna gak ada TP, dia portal. Kalau ketahuan sih itu mati Luna. Dijemput Luna. Atau itu pengen farming. Itu kayak dijemput deh. Oh, enggak. Cuma nyebarin doang deh kayaknya. Apa jemput ya? Oh, itu kalau andaikan Miponya tadi mau nyari Lunanya sih.
Finish off the game.
Gokil.
I think for Yandex,
Gis, bentar.
I think for
Ini build sangat menarik. Tadi itu Aganim Travel Aganim SNY terus baru Taras ya. Oh. Gak ada pakai gimmick-gimmick Eternal. Magicnya kecil. Gimmick beli armor atau Shiva enggak juga. Ya. Noted. Terima kasih atas inspirasinya. Tiba-tiba saksanya mati. Kolit, bro. Gak ada apa-apa ini. Pasti caster baru, caster lama mah gak pernah ngerendahin tim manapun. Anjir, iya Mi. Gua gak tahu lagi dia caster lama atau baru. Kayaknya lama deh, Nggak, tapi mereka itu caster lama. Tapi itu kan kalau Southeast Asia qualifier gitu kan nggak sering ditontonin kan sama kayak orang yang ngomongnya bahasa Inggris. Jadi kayak mungkin lebih ke karena jarang ngeliat, jadi nggak tahu performanya kayak gimana. Viper tanky, iya enggak, tapi biasanya tuh gue belum pernah ngeliat Viper beli SNY sama Taras. Tebel sih jadi Vipernya. Wah, gak mati-mati tuh Watson tuh, mati sih. Soalnya Yumanya lebih gak mati-mati. Ah, sakitnya. Kolit bro. Gak ada yang murang darahnya ini. Gak ada yang murang. Di heal chain, yang di heal chain juga darahnya tebel-tebel. Wah. REKONIX mention. Tuh, dia cuma ngomongin durasinya. REKONIX durasi gamenya lebih lama dibanding ini. Di situ match pertama, match pembuka yang sangat safe kiss. Soalnya yang lain itu match cepat semua. Ini 42 menit. Falcon lawan Gamer Legend yang seharusnya menang Falcon. Ini Amar ini gak ngerti main Pango sih. Harus belajar dari gue dulu itu. Tuh ini 72 menit sendiri. Oh tuh, ini namanya nih. Nama yang ngejelek-jelekin Indo. Bukan ngejelek-jelekin ya. Meng-underestimate tim Indonesia. Nama Permasdis. Bener kan ada bahasa bersin-bersinnya. Yandex Heroic. Nextnya ada. Ini sebenarnya big match. Tapi gara-gara ada REKONIX aja jadi kayak excitednya gue gak terlalu excited. Tapi ini big match. Oge lawan Liquid. Wah, mukbang coy minggu ini coy. Banyak sekali yang bisa ditonton. Bentar, kita screen dulu.
And what do you make of these sort of side lanes overall? Now, up top, we've got a pretty safe lane from OG with this TA backed up by the clock. Up against an off-lane Kunkka. Here at the
Kita ganti-ganti keterangan dulu ya.
What me and you were expecting, we're actually seeing show up in kind of picks and bans a little more than we expected.
Oge lawan.
Yeah, 100% too. I was asking Kezu a bit about it because of it.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it seems like it's just on the rise. It's maybe not an S tier offlaner by any means, but it's starting to be on the rankings of like the A and Bs. People are trying to find substitutes for the, the Brews, the Centaurs, the Tides, these super S tier offlaners. So, we'll have to see what he wants to do with it. Would build probably gonna be some team fighty build.
Habis ini nih langsung nih.
So
REKONIX lawan
and how much aggression they can put on top.
Di stream yang ini juga deh kalau nggak salah.
Scam.
Kalau nggak salah. Ya benar. Jam 7 sesuai jadwal. Kalau sesuai jadwal. Tapi pasti ngaret. Ya Allah kasihan cok. Dikampungin anjir. Bentar, Huskar lawan Lesa menang siapa ya? Lesa menang Huskar sih. KOC pernah coba build Viper gitu tapi gagal, entah faktor apa. Yang bener. Soalnya orang kepikiran beli SNY di Viper tuh susah loh. Kalau beli Tarasnya oke lah. Kalau beli Aghanim udah pasti. Oh ini, aduh kasihan banget sih TA-nya nggak bisa main sih. Ke counter sama Batrider. Wah tapi swap, trade. Oh oke. Tapi ya udah mati duluan. Ngap Natsumi.
Will survive. Boxy's gonna go for this Lotus here.
Oke, nggak usah dipaksa Mang Boxy. Aduh, terlalu maksa beliau. Ketutup itu matanya sama kacamata hitam, nggak kelihatan. Menang Yopats, emang ini orang keren banget. Wah, Yopats dulu ada, ya. So good. Bahkan Lestraka cuma last 7 tapi nah kan langsung dibahas tuh sama caster. Hasilnya cuma 7 tapi dia ngebunuh Huskar. Mind blowing man. Yopat sih main mid khatamul Quran coy. Kena. Kena.
Pushing for a play, super high risk play, but absolutely pays off. He gets out on top of that one.
Like if he dies there and it doesn't, like the game can actually collapse so quickly. So it's very big that he gets that, keeps his levels. He'll be able to probably get.
Apa cabut dulu bang? Stay sudah menemani. Yuk, thank you juga Mi.
Very cool. So these side lanes are very oppressive, and by side lanes I mean the off lane in terms of how much pressure they can do. But Clockwork is one of the better at stopping that aggression. So
seharusnya tas square nggak bisa kalah ya.
We'll see how it continues.
Tapi tadi kenapa Boxy sempet loh? Oh, soalnya di skyratin ya. Di damage duluan. You get nothing.
See if that situation happens again around the mid.
You're not going anywhere.
He's gonna be ready to get a bit aggressive, but the creep wave is there, so too many things to tank up his spells.
Tasknya yang banyak ya?
He's queued up the blink rush, so he is going back to the old days. Even though it's been nerfed. Yeah, we'll have to watch for the annoying the funny interaction, right? When you see the Clockwork rock the Huskar at some point and Cogs do nothing. I literally don't pick Clockwork right now because of this. Every time I picked Clockwork in the last like 5 days.
Udah mulai ngejar nih last itu Yopach. Yopach is my hand. Yopach is my idol. Japoy. Mr. Japoy bisa Yopach.
23 and 11. Response Nico. Also getting fine farm out of the lane against him.
Ooh, rotation coming in.
Oke, langsung aja ditigain. Kampungin aja, bro. Bisa banget ngebaca ya. Tahu si Nikonya bakal nyoba ngambil small camp-nya terus langsung di TP-in. Oh, so good. Wah, gua harus kayak gitu tuh.
down, get the kill. We'll buy time for them to set up on towards Tim's on top of that. So
Jadi kalau lagi jadi pos 5, terus lu habis narik small camp, terus tahu pos 4 lu lagi bingung mau ngapain, mending panggil ke bawah karena udah pasti dapat kill. So good. Oke. Hah, mati lagi dong Nikonya? Enggak ya? Enggak. Tapi maksudnya jadi bonyok sih, lumayan sih. Boxinya nggak mati. Ada one. Not even need to use it. Wah, Yopash is my idol!
But of course, as the levels start to rack up for the Huskar, it's going to get harder and harder for him to
Ya Allah, Nisha cok. Meta slave. Dari yang awalnya main Pak, main Storm Spirit, main Hero Spirit yang lincah-lincah, jadi sampai harus tone down ke main Huskar. Kasian.
CS across the board for Liquid looks pretty solid. We're seeing the Kunkka in that 1v1 versus that TA continuing to get pretty much absolute free farm and some extra denies, in fact. And okay, so it's a Shiva's rush. So Kezu was telling me it's a Shiva rush meta, what a lot of these Kunkkas are doing. I thought maybe he got us item in between, but cool. I mean, it makes your team fighting overall around boat and everything incredibly potent. Very cool. We did just see the effect of a early Shiva's what it can do, right? We did see RCY in that first game. Of course, it was like one of the best Shiva games you could have versus the healing and all that, but Shiva's is a very, very powerful item if you're able to get it at a good timing. And yeah, getting that free farm.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I mean, this mid area now, not an appealing place for OG to bring anyone over towards. Nisha should have pretty much complete freedom around here.
And the complicated thing is too, is what we were mentioning, was it's not just about, you know, the versus the Lash where you can do a lot of damage. The supports can't really rotate to kill a Huskar.
Wah.
Don't do anything as we're mentioning, and Sky is bottom.
Oh la la.
Straight away for Nico.
Not even level 6, but Yopash coming to help. Ya, cuma dapat task for offlane. Bad trade, tapi ya udah.
Again, you know, Mika getting the chance to get involved in these kills.
Miskin sih Brewmaster.
Nice one always to just to be
Tapi you landing against Wind Ranger, what can you do?
Level 6. The way they've handled the safe lane's been pretty solid from Liquid.
Honestly, a huge deal. This Brewmaster a lot of the times just ends up getting his free level 6 in a lot of these games that I've seen. They've done a great job of just shutting him down. Ace is almost level 8 in comparison to the level 5 Brewmaster.
Flash!
Effect.
Ace.
Oh, trying to go? Oke. Commit? Cukup kah? Oke, 4-man. Aman ini mana tuh dead. Or not? Oh, big shackle. Wah, mau. Wah, itu udah ke-cast ultinya tapi kedorong Jo sama Power Cox. Gelo, permainan clockwork dari Bang Scam. Mikenya jadi yang mati. So good. Karena mereka pemain Wind Ranger, jadi mereka tahu ya cara ngelawannya gimana. Cuma perlu clockwork. So clockwork value-nya bagus banget buat bisa nge-cancel ataupun ngusir Huskar kalau lagi ulti. Wind Ranger juga dua orang yang bisa dijawab sama clockwork. Very good value.
But either way, little things is what matters here, as a overcommitted move there. When Ace was having such a good time, OG's able to come in, get these nice cleanup kills, and get tons of levels for themselves off that too. Pretty big mistake. Punished.
Armlet jadi, tapi kayak Armlet pun belum deh. Bakal nyoba ngejar Sanchez dulu nggak sih?
Got good timing. Yopash is getting all the power.
Di Huskar.
Saw there, he had, I believe, what, the haste. And then he had a secondary rune afterwards. So he's
atas swordnya.
This Huskar is having such a good laning phase. He's actually ahead. He's getting the runes. He's having
ada ward di Roshan.
So that blink is gonna come out pretty early. And
tapi kayak ya udahlah itu mah.
This like Mickey could be in some dangerous positions here if he's not careful.
Ada berita
Flash blink early. Like this is just a dead Wind Ranger if he sees him.
Indis atau Indi itu? Indis.
Okay, Yopaj.
Bareskrim geledah kantor PT Shinhan Sekuritas di SCBD terkait
Smoke play around with those supports to just run at this Wind Ranger.
Or around the brew, because the brew has split and vessel available, so they could
Oh
look
shit.
to
Ada berita coy.
they could maybe look for a
Izin
fight
baca
around
berita ya,
maybe
teman-teman.
jungle and then look for like a mid tower or something if they want. They do have options with this blink. Very good fighting with it. With
Kita
that
bacakan.
brew.
Tim di Tipedexus Bareskrim Polri menggeledah PT Shinhan Sekuritas. Berdasarkan pantauan Metro TV, aktivitas digeledah dimulai sejak pukul 4.30. Setelah petugas berjaket Bareskrim Polri masuk, ya Allah ada iklan. Sejumlah petugas berjaket masuk ke dalam gedung sambil membawa beberapa kontainer box berwarna putih untuk menyimpan barang bukti. Pada kontainer box tertulis perkara tindak pidana pasar modal dan tindak pidana. Adapun upaya penggeledahan, gimana sih? Oh, terkait tindak lanjut penyidikan saham gorengan. Oh, jadi kayak dari Metro TV ini standby di Bareskrim Polri. Oh, waduh, bapaknya mati, Nisanya nggak mati. Natsuminya sampai rotate sih. Tapi nggak bisa, udah di belakang tahun nggak bisa. Udah tahu jauh juga. Penggeledahan dilakukan untuk mencari bukti yang terkait dengan penawaran umum perdana atau IPO PT Shinhan yang merupakan penjamin emisi efek PT MML saat IPO. PT MML
It's either because of the lightning slow or because he turned to use the inner fire and then it's like right on the left side of him. It was super close. That slows down a good amount of aggression because OG ideally they want to get that kill, use Bruce Split and take the tower. So that means this tower is going to survive.
Kode sama lagi, kode sama.
Pipa.
Pipa!
Now they'll back up probably far.
Demi apa?
For the TA.
Wah, mati dari holder pipa, cok.
For Natsumi, with how good of a start he's had in terms of farm, he doesn't really want to be dragged into too many of those fights where there's not a guaranteed positive outcome for OG, right? Because he's getting so much from the jungle, so much from the farm. You know, his timing's very important. So no need to sort of slow
tapi pipa udah lama gak kelihatan sih. Gue dulu pernah masuk pipa lagi. Kena kagak masuk polisi kan?
Was considering coming toward, but that fight's not gonna happen as Liquid. They're the ones actually smoking.
Ada yang megang lagi. Aduh, sehat-sehat holder pipa.
Ace and Tofu.
Tims.
Looks like it'll just be Tims. I mean, Natsumi. Does he want to try and fight back? He's going to try. A look towards Tofu. Let's look at the punch off on towards Tims. Jump forward though from Yopaj. Tofu's into the trees with a hook shot from Scam.
Barang Noprian.
With a 1-for-1 on the supports.
Tim's got the initial silence on the bat, so that was actually really nice. Gets a little bit of extra cleanup there, 1-for-1 from an aggressive mood from Liquid. Now, OG, that's that T1 that they want to look for. It's maybe got stalled for about 2.5 minutes, but now
LPD sama 9.
Should be able to finish it.
Nyeret ya. 9 sih banyak ya orangnya ya. Kasihan banget.
They're not set up for it. There's no
Meja juga.
boat up available, so not gonna look to contest.
Meja juga cuy. Wah, mati udah yang megang meja. Mati udah yang megang meja.
This game's gonna be so hard if OG start to really speed things up. You know, around this sort of solid timing of the Deso coming out in Natsumi. Like they could really
Yopaj.
the game pretty drastically.
Wow, Box, you're so good, man.
And Liquid, how do they slow it down? Well, Boxy, he's gonna get found here down.
Tapi tetap mati.
Yopaj take him out, but
OG, Red Dot gameplay, ada lawan langsung maju. Sumpah ini Nisha bisa meledak sama Templarnya kalau nggak siap toggle deh. Alah, dia tukeran tempat, cok. Udah ini. Seret. Udah lasitnya dipegang Natsumi. So good.
With the melt gets the kill.
With the melt gets the kill.
Liquid, they're gonna have some problems here, Fogged.
Nah, gue ambil minum dulu ya. Hardang.
trying to think when they feel like they're going to be in a better spot. It might just be around Ace's Shivas, really.
Lagi ambil min.
Because fighting into Brew ult at this point is very complicated because of how tough your Wind Ranger's game is, too. Because if Mickey shows up, he's dead, right? Either the Brew dispels him, throws him in the air, drops him, or the Lash is just going to stick on him. So it's incredibly difficult for Mickey.
Terus kalian bawa piring.
And the rest of the team now is just starting to hemorrhage these kills. I mean, OG, these last 7 minutes or 8 minutes or so feels like it's been completely dominant from them.
Radiant are scanning.
It's just sort of hard to see a scenario in which Liquid's going to be able to slow them down.
Yeah, especially because like soon you see the aggressive wards too. Like I have to give a lot of credit to OG's preparation and just teamwork this game. All 3 lanes are covered. They see mid, they see bot, they see top. They have a hero that can take Roche. So they could potentially even look to accelerate things and go for that Roche pretty soon, since they have all the information of Liquid. One ward will go down though.
Yeah, OG knows very well how to play when they start to get this kind of momentum, get ahead. Seen it many times from their lineup.
And Yopaj, another, I actually need to check the log. How many is that? Another power rune. I feel like that's been pretty much all of them. Illusion, shields, regens, hastes, etc. So great rune control, which is very important for a hero like Lesh. Huskar's not really going to check those as often.
And it's just, you know, because outside of the potential of a Wind Ranger, like, where is the carrying coming from? So obviously Nishi's gone for this build, right, where he's going like the armlet into force. He's got a Crimson Guard picked up. You know, these aren't kind of the items that's going to mean that he can sort of step in to be that incredible scaling carry. You know, they're going to lose the bat here. They'll lose Tofu. But it's just, you kind of look at the lineup and say, who on Liquid's going to carry this game, Fold?
Yeah, because Nisha, I think overall, he wanted to have a much more explosive game of snowballing.
Yeah.
Because TA, as Quinn was saying, like TA versus the Huskar, it's this hard physical damage hero that is going to just be able to wreck through that Huskar if you're not ahead on Huskar. And by no means is he ahead. He's 4K behind.
Yeah, this is... It's starting to get rough. It's starting to really have the sort of early signs of this game getting very rough for Liquid. They'll get the catch on to Scam.
But it's a clockwork. He doesn't care. That's a boat. Uh-oh. Oh, and this is... I mean, Liquid, I know they've had some rough... a couple of rough things recently, but man, this accelerated really quickly.
It really did. It really, really did. And as I say, you kind of look at the 3 cores of Liquid and you kind of go, well, who's going to be able to carry this game? And then you look at the 3 cores of OG and you're like, well, any of these cores could carry the game. You know, they've got 3 cores ready to carry, and Liquid, they had 3 cores not ready to carry. That's a problem.
Yeah. I mean, pretty much since that top move, when they were ahead, when they were like 2 levels ahead even, they go for that top lane. Since then, it's been, yeah, OG just running the show.
Liquid's what's going to be the move? What's going to be the play to get them back in this? They'll throw out a Scam, but they're not heading anywhere over towards the Roshan. It's going to be a free Roche, free Aegis here for Natsumi.
Yeah, this is hard. Brewmaster's 3 pieces toward the Aghanims as well too will have level 2 ult. There's very little ways for you to kill him without him getting ulti off even at this point, since you don't really have no silences. I mean, I guess they need quite a bit more time for Mickey in particular. He needs BKB to be able to fight, but my god, that's going to take a long time. And by the time he farms BKB, Natsume probably going to farm 2 items.
Yeah, Natsume's just getting so much out of the map right now.
Yeah. I mean, let's see what Liquid does do to slow things down. They need something, though.
Yeah.
Foxy, he's close to Blink, so at least they'll have that shit save potential. They have Ace with the Shivas. So maybe this is their go time. They've got quite a bit of item pickups. Let's see if they can connect.
Okay.
Onto...
They've got to find something from this.
Yeah.
If this smoke doesn't
big timing.
get them something... Let's have a look. They've got their eyes on Nico. They drag back here with the lasso. They've got the control. They'll be able to blow him up if they get some chance to get the split off. It's a good catch there.
Yeah.
Wah, Neko yang mati.
That's right. My bad. They have the inner fire. Okay.
Tiba-tiba udah dapat
I'm an idiot. Yeah, they have the
Agis.
inner fire, so that's actually more than enough
Nobar.
for lockdown. And that's around the Tormentor too.
Ah, yun kayo yun.
Yeah, good couple of steps here from Liquid.
Yeah, that's big. Big step. Nice catch. Slow down anything from OG. Get your timings going. BKB on the horizon for Mickey.
Tower is under attack.
Now imagine with what the 3 minutes left on OG. Yeah, they want to try and fight.
They want to fight. No lasso. Good.
There's the opening. They're gonna get the hook shot.
Oh, robot bagus.
Save with the snowball. So
Tapi
little
nak
bit of
tolong.
safety here for the three of them.
Wah, clockworknya cok. Ngandangin 3 orang. Tapi masih bisa kabur.
Liquid getting away from these initial attempts from OG, but OG they want to continue to chase. Now Sumi's got the blink back up, but Boxy he's also able to jump away to the high ground. Mickey, he ends up being the one to be caught though. Ace is now surrounded in
Menggila, Cok.
split. Sets up for Natsumi to get the double kill here as the TA. I mean, it almost looked like Liquid were going to be able to get away with this and get out of there, but it ends up being that they still lose their, their off lane and their main map. Now Mickey dead again.
Ketekan banget sih ini, Windanger. Yang seharusnya bisa jadi counter. Enggak deh, gue pengen bilang counter Huskar tapi Huskarnya di Liquid. Wah, Latso. Dead.
Team fights.
It's not easy.
Not easy, man. Not easy.
It's almost like he can't turn up before he has that BKB done. He's close to it, about 1,000 gold away from the BKB recipe, having the BKB complete. But as we're seeing,
Gak masuk ini ya?
to get involved before that point, they will go straight for him.
Yeah, he'll either get the wind run dispelled or he'll get thrown in the air. I think that one it actually maybe just like expired, then he got stunned and Natsumi blinked onto him. But yeah, Natsumi also, let's see what he wants to go for next, because as we said, he's absolutely massive. He buys his own shard as well too. The silence is going to be annoying. Could just go for that MKB if he feels as aggressive as possible, or can go a more defensive posture. We'll see.
Gonna head up to the top side of the map.
This wraparound.
They might find some members of Liquid. Nisha's already out. It's just Boxy that's sticking around here. So Big Paws have left the area.
Okay, no. He did get the shard for free on the Tusk, but he does only have level 1 shards, so only lasts what, 4 seconds I think, so can't even clear the wave.
Just this TA, Natsumi nearly level 20, 16k net worth.
Wah, iya cok, bengkak kayak itu. Beda 7.000 sama Mike. Mike-nya baru jadi Maelstrom. Kita BKB. Perlu banget menjoldir sih. Soalnya tanpa menjoldir WR cuma bisa main kalau ada ulti doang. Nggak bisa manual klik. Soalnya manual kliknya lumayan perlu. Wah, hookshot. Oh, sempat kabur. Nice force stuff.
He completely saw that one coming, and I think he did because of the ward. So be able to have that save.
Kurir? Oh, nggak ada isinya.
Bottom, starting to get some pressure onto it here. STA is gonna hurt.
Gawe dari Templarnya.
And then the TA looks like an alchemist almost, right?
Yeah, so crazy stuff from Natsumi.
Crazy stuff here from Natsumi.
I mean, from Liquid's perspective, what do you think it was that went kind of not to plan in the early game that's caused this game to sort of fall into this position where they've not been able to do anything to slow the CA down?
Crimson?
I mean, the top play.
Huskar?
It really was just that one top.
Bro sudah merasa tidak bisa scaling lagi, jadi mending dia ngasih item tim. Ngebantu Mike juga biar bisa hidup. Wow. Some shit that Bob would do. Siapa ya? Kok Bob sih? Mac. Tofu ada bling, ada force staff sih. Ketahuan itu ada pohon ketebang satu-satu. Ih. Wow. Dapat satu. Kena sekarang. Wow, damn! This is scam! Oh, cabut aja tapi Mike. Oke. Gue kira bakal lebih, mencoba masuk lagi Natsumi. Kestur sih. Nikonya masih coba ngetengin di depan. Boxinya, udah siap siaga banget itu buat nge-save. Hurricane Pike. Ini perang lama sih. Udah jadi makanan Natsumi aja udah nih. Itu dari itunya, Cok. Dari pasifnya.
triple. Looking
Bash.
now towards Ace. Will
Oh, belum ada.
escape with the TP. But it's
Melt
another
Bash ya.
fight that
Apa sih si ini ya?
he's just coming out on top every single
Skill
time.
tiganya tuh.
Pretty much all the money that he needs to finish off that Daedalus. They just can't deal with this TA.
Ini pasti dibahas, pasti
I mean,
dibahas.
this was literally Liquid being like, okay, maybe we can. We have 3 or 4 heroes. It's just a TA and a Lash. But there's also the Brew who's tanking everything. And that TA ends up getting that full cleanup, full Daedalus.
Bukan Sionik trap.
Continues to skyrocket. My goodness.
Kena pasif, Cok.
Daedalus.
But Mickey will fall. Needs to take down Boxy.
Mikanya tuh gak dipukul anjir. Dia mukul creep. Nih. Creep yang di samping Nico nih.
They're gonna try.
Ada kena pasif Ale.
But Mickey, you know, it's just a 4K lead for OG. But yeah, the fact that he's double the enemy carry, double Mickey's farm at this stage of the game.
I will also say, I want to, you know, because I think Quinn will give a lot of highlight about this too, or I think he will, is how Yopaj is doing 7-2-6 versus the Huskars. So he was very confident in his own pick. And so far, they're playing around it really nicely. Again, I think he's gotten almost every single power rune, bar one of them maybe. He's got a haste rune again to play with. And they're looking for the
Whoa,
fight.
langsung smoke.
Is up.
Dyer's middle
All right.
tower has fallen.
Kena tuh ward kelihatan. Dan nge-show juga. Not even. Bagus banget koordinasinya.
That's Mickey dead.
Radiant's top tower
Bagus banget koordinasinya.
And OG, they're ready to start.
Red Dot Gaming, bro.
Nico.
Just run into the enemy. Weh, Nico. Bisa ngulti dong ini. Primal Split. Oh, ini Brewmaster naik sih. Upon the meta sih. Udah banyak banget soalnya yang ini ngepick Brewmaster dan Works.
He's telling them, he's like, guys, like, I can't even go into these fights as a Wind Ranger. Like, what am I supposed to do? He can't even hit a target.
Primal Split.
They head to the pit. Natsumi's going to be able to get this Roche. He's going to be able to start working on his MKB as well. 2,000 gold in the bank.
This Brew hero is also just a big problem, as you're saying. Like the Kunkka, you can see the effect, and why I was saying like I would put Kunkka as like maybe like an A or B. Brewmaster, this Aghanim is just so crazy. He's level like 11 or 12, and he has level 3 split, or level 12. You have level 3 split. So you're just running in. You're unbelievably powerful, and they don't really have. As you saw there, it's very close to them having the damage, but it's just not quite there to kill them in a lot of situations at the deficit.
Apa sih emang Aghanimnya boleh dilihatin? Apa Aghanim Brewmaster? Saya tidak tahu. Which good discipline? Ketahuan?
Just not a target they can go on. He's got an Aegis, but even if they didn't have an Aegis, there's a high chance he might just.
Apa yang ditunggu? Go time lagi, go time atau nunggu ultinya Brewmaster?
OG so far, like I'm very impressed with their movements, but also their warding. Owen, look again. They're standing on top of a ward here. Like
some deep
the same ward
wards
from
as well.
earlier. Very deep ones as well. And I've been
Yang mana
constantly
sih?
seeing them have so much information on the map, so they're actually just
Oh,
seeing all
wow.
the stuff that Liquid's planning.
It's-
Besides just wards, they have traps as well too. So it's hard for.
Isn't
Liquid
that a
to figure out
sentry
this
though?
stuff.
Oh, that's an observer. Dari kapan itu ada ward kayak gitu?
Honestly, it might be gem situation. They don't have money though. Like I think either the Tusk or the Bat have
Terbaca
money
seperti
now
buku coy ini.
to try to recontrol the map a little bit, because yeah, they're just everyone is seen.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And yeah, that's the MKB. So Natsume, he'll be able to likely just completely focus fire the Wind Ranger.
Fokus fire the Wind Ranger
Pretty
ya.
much might, what, 2-shot Mickey? Maybe 3-shot, but it's the Wind Ranger's going to die very quickly
Yeah,
for the TA hit.
I think most heroes will, except for the Kunkka.
Yeah.
And it's actually OG who are the ones who have bought the gem themselves to continue to constrict the map and control things. Even though they're not the ones playing versus TA traps, either way, it has a similar effect of control. Foxy.
Natsumi ready to just start running at them here.
Belum menjadi apa-apa ya.
Top.
Yep, Yopash, he's got to catch on to Tofu.
Hihi, Tofu. Kamu mau cut atau?
Won't manage to get the blink off, so it looks like Tofu will
alive.
survive this time round.
That's right.
Just not quite having the range there to catch him, so Tofu will manage to evade the efforts there from Yopash.
Liquid just desperately trying to push out the waves.
Top tower is under attack.
more level for Nico. And he's got level 4 Bruce Split, of course.
Radiant's top tower is falling.
Liquid just trying to make the most out of this time where they're getting a few moments to kind of catch their breath.
Siya main aura ya?
Try and get these next big items online.
Keduka.
Mickey still trying to finish off that Mjolnir. Nisha.
Oh, udah tahu-tahu gini mau boxy.
Pickoffs will continue on the map though. That's,
Oh, oke, ada komit hookshot.
It's catching
Tapi ya
your
udah sih.
breath, but then getting punched in the stomach and losing it all over again.
Yeah.
The gains are just so small that they're getting out of any of this downtime too. Sure, you've got your pipe finished, right? Like these small little items that are coming up, but OG's getting, yeah, they're getting more.
Bisa nge-push aja sih sebenarnya. Apa yang mereka
They're
tunggu?
scaling quite a bit more too. The Wind Ranger's farm rate is just so slow.
Apa mau ngerapihin lane dulu aja?
Behind like this and isn't getting killed.
Is this
It's
just
incredibly
sort of the
slow.
nature of this hero then?
I think if you're not running around getting these early kills and stuff too, yeah, I do think so.
I guess
Also, not the easiest game.
Masalah kill shot, gua nggak lihat sih.
as,
Tangle tetap kill shot. Oh, Tangle! Finally.
Absolutely
Wow.
struggling up against just, getting any chance of keeping up with Natsumi on the TA.
Kayak selama nggak ada Husker di lawan, nggak bakal ngambil kill shot
Net
deh.
worth coming up. He's level 24 as well on the
Situational
TA.
banget.
So not just the gold, but also the levels. Yeah, 7 level difference between the carries right now.
And Yopaj now, he's gotten hit, 20 talents is the big one that we like to talk about always, is now he's got this edict that's hitting 2 targets as well, so even more potent in the fights. Nisha, I guess the next timing will be Ag's Nisha, right? It has to be for them to try for something, but into this age is still for 50.
Tapi
I
kalau
don't think they'll fight just
beli Aghanim di Husker, apa lu udah setebel dan sesakit itu buat bisa nge-town satu orang terus lu gebuk di saat lu bakal pasti digebukin sama yang lain?
I guess it's just what you don't expect to.
Kalau lu
to have in
expect
that
pick
position.
off pakai tahun lu,
They haven't even really
gua nggak pernah lihat OG
right? So
main
it's like, when would they
kepisah,
have
Cok.
wasted almost in a way? So
Kecuali
yeah,
habis
they're
perang
sneaky
menang,
ones.
yes, nyatu lagi deh. So, connect dong scan-nya.
So for Liquid, the one thing that
Connection.
they do have especially is pretty decent high ground defense, right? They have lasso.
Yang menghabis
they
Lord
have
Mentor.
the tidal wave too, so
It's
if out there at their
okay,
base, perhaps they can do
okay
something.
scan.
Fighting outside, I feel like feels almost impossible.
Hah?
Radiant are scanning.
Scans in. Neutral cap
Gets blocked.
gets in the way there of Scam's hook shot, so Boxy will find the
Gagal
freedom
deh
to
hookshot
escape.
deh. Ada score.
They'll kill those ogres out of frustration. Okay, Ag's done. They're gonna try. They have to 100 to 0 target.
Kenapa?
Otherwise, the fight is, I mean, incredibly.
Iya,
lost.
kenapa?
Have to catch one immediately. Ideally,
Oh,
one of the
okay.
elite cores.
Oh, can they get the jump on Yopaj?
Oke. Ini mau WA-nya kenapa?
Window in. They're gonna settle for Tim's.
Nggak, Mbak.
So Tim's will die.
WA-nya Mbak checklist 1.
Now
Yeah,
the
the free
information is
smoke.
given. Yeah, okay, they're gonna see if they can
Ini kenapa nelponnya nggak pakai WA?
move. Natsumi.
Eh, udah,
he just
ya.
he kills Tofu. Oh, okay.
Ya udah ya.
That was, the gank not working out as they hoped for there with that smoke move. Mickey has to put the
Wih,
PK
Mickey-nya.
control. That's one
Wah,
shot.
hilang!
Two shots there coming in from Natsumi. Mickey's dead. Ace is going to get clipped by the stun from Yopaj. They'll run him down. Triple kill for Natsumi.
Kolit men. Sakit banget coy itu.
Given the rampage,
Rembe.
surround him. Natsumi.
Oh, mewah banget satu hari ini coy.
This TA. Incredible stuff.
So painful, this guy.
From Natsumi in particular. He's now 30k net worth. He said, you know what? I've doubled Mickey's net worth. Let me try and triple it before the
anjir.
game's over.
I love how he stood his ground too. That was like, honestly, a Lakad Matatag moment, right? Standing his ground on the high ground, pops the trap, 1 shots the bat pretty much, 2 shots the Wind Ranger. Alright, Giga Chad moment there from Natsumi. Pure confidence.
Emang udah.
Rough game from Liquid. Definitely one where they're going to sort of have to go back to the drawing board.
Dia Meki sudah too much.
As it
Yeah,
did not
especially-
work out.
Especially with like the Huskar versus the 2 supports, right? I don't think we saw this ever occur. There was no Huskar trying to avoid, like, just walking through cogs and killing. No. He never got to play. I feel like overall Liquid didn't get to play the game that they wanted to at all. OG just is kind of destroying them in this game.
I mean, just the fact that you just have to kind of look at the deaths
Yeah,
on
benar.
OG supports, they're just so low. Like these, it's a sky and a clock in a game where you could feed so easily, but they didn't. There was no feeding done here today by OG.
Nope, not at all.
Ada yang akibat.
And confident to do this with their drafts, right? I did want to highlight that, right? Like last picking the Lash, very confident to do that even into these matchups, playing very well and aggressive. Takes the high risk, high reward play that ended up working out for him, which was absolutely crazy. And yeah, pressure on all rights. A hex, all out aggression. And yeah, little to see where Liquid is going in this game. Even now, there's not damage either.
Will come in, but Natsumi's in position, ready to start, looking to take him down, takes out Boxy, double kill for Natsumi. There's a dive back to Boxy. Nisha, let's see if we can get him. Why not? You know what? It looks towards it. Okay, Nico's ready. Nico. There'll be other talks after this game. Talks. I'm just surrounded by smiles and happiness. This has been quite a game from OG. They're ready to close it up. Liquid then left to throw.
Pasti tiba-tiba kelar.
Looks to be done for.
Yeah, to be fair, for
Duinya ada tapi belum ngejemput, jadi mending bang gojek aja, takutnya lama.
Liquid,
Yeah.
they're going to give it one last attempt here to try and push OG back. Scam, he'll survive. The BKB's ready. 1-2. Ooh, tries to look for the third off the side.
Apa yang terjadi
Off
nih?
the trap. And couldn't quite get the angle. Look at the bow.
Bisa belum call GG?
So they defend. And you know what? Natsumi says, well, you know what? I didn't get my double rampage, so I don't mind if we play on a little bit more.
Yeah.
Now he's got at least a bit more time to reset, go for one more fight.
Kenapa belum end ini ya?
Yeah, they're just pinging.
Janggal,
the
jir.
guys.
Yep.
The Raxes are like, they probably could have just died if we didn't do that. It's okay. As they relentlessly dive forward. Roche, will he spawning? Liquid? Are they going to full out go? It is just the 3 cores at the moment of OG. They have to kind of just go out there. We'll see what they can get.
I mean, Liquid's got to go for the crazy plays.
They
And I'll
got
tell you, if Liquid could somehow turn this game around, that is going to be one of the crazier comebacks. So fair play to Liquid. They're playing on, doing everything they can here to see if they can somehow
Kalau comeback sih gila
turn
sih.
this game around.
It actually gives them an 8%. I would give it like a 2% or 3%, if that even, but see if they can at least get the Roche here.
I mean, they might get the Roche.
It
I
is
mean, Natsumi, does he go for a YOLO play here because he feels strong,
got
or is that still a
force.
bit risky? That's true. Has got
Brew is
Nico by
here.
his side. And with the BKB, we'll get caught here by the taunt. They're trying to finish off the Roche. They've got the lasso to lock down Nico. Can they stop him from getting off? They got the punch up. They
Oh my
will. They'll
God.
kill him off. So no chance for a primal split. Nico's gone.
They actually
Liquid.
Okay.
All right. Back to the pit.
He's got buyback.
Well, there's the hookshot scam. And then he's caught the 2 of them, Ace. Drop down the boat. Natsumi's still watching from the sidelines. And he's ready to make the jump. Looks over towards Mickey. Mickey puts the BKB, boxes in with a punch up. They've got a bit of control on towards Natsumi, but not enough to stop him as Ace goes down. Nisha to fall. Indeed, Joe Pash able to get in and pick up the Aegis for himself. It's 3 dead on Liquid, no buybacks. They try and give it one last attempt. The one last attempt does not work out as this game is over. GG is called. OG looking to be on a complete other level here today in this game against Liquid. Liquid just couldn't really get it together at all here with their attempt.
Now, OG honestly looks I really like their movements. I mean, some pretty high-risk plays that they went for here, especially with the Lesh in particular, but overall, very happy to see this. And Nico, the Brew, this hero just seems absolutely ridiculous. He could just pretty much win every single one of these team fights. But overall, I will say, the macro game from OG was top-notch.
It really was. It really was. Just complete control and enabling Natsumi to pop off phenomenally this game. 19, 1-11 on the TA. There was no one on Liquid who could even touch him or get anywhere close to him this game, as OG will take the game.
I don't know if it's too early to say clean gameplay coming out from the Quinn, but it was definitely enjoyable gameplay coming out from OG. Super impressive with everything that's going on for themselves. They get a win there, and you already said it, you know, when it came to the draft, you kind of like that cohesion coming out from OG just a little bit more than what Liquid had, and it was very lane dependent for them. The fact that they couldn't shut down that TA, where was the opening really going to come from with the rest of what they had gotten for themselves on the side of Liquid?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, Liquid kind of got outclassed. OG just looked like the better team. I think Natsumi is the best player in this lobby right now. He was absolutely tearing everybody up. He looked, you know, miles ahead of everyone on Liquid. Honestly, he was running circles around them. Had a rough start to the lane. Kunkka was doing very well early on, but they sort of diverted their pressure away. You can see there, you know, putting some ganks toward this bottom lane to shutting down this Brewmaster. And I think a little bit of a misread from Liquid about who they need to pressure. I think that's, you know, a little bit telling how important it is that you pressure the right heroes in Dota, and they choose to go after this Brewmaster. Tia gets a free game and she runs away with it. I think if you do the flip side where you let this Brew be and you keep killing this TA, you enable your fighting heroes, then maybe the game looks a little bit different. But Liquid chooses to put their eggs in a different basket, then the basket gets cracked and all the eggs go everywhere.
I feel like this fight is definitely like the clear cut about how they did kind of choose to target that wrong person, right? Mickey essentially getting 3-shot there. The fact that he's able to turn, stand his ground against what feels like this smoke gank going towards him. It's like you have all 5 heroes, and at that moment, it is only the TA. He's able to at least get rid of one of them, the bat, and the rest of OG is so quick to retaliate. You're just wondering, like, where is Liquid supposed to go from there? And yeah, just a lot of different questions about him there. I do have questions around the Kunkka. It sits in a weird spot for me right now where some people are looking at banning it out. It's been in that last phase ban for one of our best of ones. Liquid feel like it's up there enough that they want to open up their second phase by picking it for themselves, but I'm not really sure I can make the connections with a Kunkka pick here.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure why they like it either, genuinely. I don't think this is a particularly good Kunkka game. We said it in the draft. I think it's kind of bad against Brewmaster. And you can see he goes for the Shivas first in a game where, sure, it's good against TA, but there's a lot of magic damage on OG's side. So even if you shut down TA for a little bit, you're going to get burned down by the Vessel, by the Lesh damage, by Clock and Sky. There's, you know, they've got a ton of tools outside of just right-clicking you with physical damage. So, sure, he buys Shivas, but it's not an amazing game for it. And
then he goes back for the pipe.
Yeah, it didn't really feel like Ace had that much impact this game. And if he flipped the item order, I'm not even sure if that would have entirely fixed.
And that was going to be my next question.
Yeah,
that really was.
That's the thing. And I think whenever you see that, right,
yeah.
These are 2 amazing items, 2 of the best items in the game. He bought both of them, and he still feels completely useless. And I think to me that's pointing at this hero is not very good.
Right.
I'm genuinely not sure why they're prioritizing it, because I think the hero has been nerfed consecutively quite a few times, and it's a hero that if the early phase, like we said, does not go well, then you end up in a real deep hole. And I think for a team like Liquid right now, who's kind of struggling, who's finding their identity, I think having a lineup that scales okay, that it's okay to play a little slower if things go sloppier, if you're not playing perfect, that's really important, I think, to have that sort of reliance that we can go a little bit later, to not have everything on we need to execute that early game super well, because it's a lot of pressure and it's hard to improve and find your footing if that's the state that you're drafting in.
Right, you kind of just come away and you're like, well, draft felt a bit icky, and then on top of that, our early game just was not good. Then you have a win ranger that can't play from behind. A Kunkka.
Ini kan mereka lagi review. Santai ada countdown. Yandex Sorek tadi udah menang Yandex, lagi main mau lawan XG. Okay.
That doesn't really do anything because he really does needs in that form, and that's kind of what OG is bringing to the table right now.
Lihat di ujung siapa? Falcons versus REKONIX. Anjay, seremnya.
My eyes.
Yeah, I'm genuinely super impressed. Like
They have to try to utilize it.
Bentar, kita timingin ya.
I mean, this meta can say get away with this Leshrac pick against us.
15 detik.
Well, just putting that first one to use, progress the map and try and use that catapult.
He cleared the wave, so he's happy. He was playing the dead lane, he understood the risk, and he was happy to make the trade.
Sure. He doesn't get rid of the catapult though. Unfortunately, he's not
Yeah,
a
you
Mirana with the ability to arrow. So this will be a dead tower, but
Wait,
mid
what?
one dying to a
What?
camp. Ooh, that's not good.
Interview sayang kah? Nggak
That's
apa-apa.
not good.
Oh boy. Talk about Malaysian friends right there.
One tipped him 30 ringgit or some shit. What the hell was that? It's like, how did you let that happen to you?
Oh boy, that was actually a pretty bad death right there.
Yeah, I mean,
Completely upsets the freedom of the game right now because they were counting on the Lash Dagger to be coming at a decent timing so they can play around it. Because the Tusk only wants to play the Lash mainly, you know. Like the other cores, they are gonna be busy farming, but they're gonna move regardless with Boom having his ultimate ready. I kind of like this. I think they can't really wait for the Lash right now since he already messed up.
yeah.
So they need to look for something somewhere else on the map.
Dire's middle tower is under
And it would be nice to grab here. Then AD rune bottled by the Lash. It's gonna show now. Kings come through. Start with shot, start with
I
snowball.
don't know
This
if I
does
like
not
this.
look like it's gonna work, but if you slam all your ultimates onto him, he's gonna die.
Here we
No?
go. Lick. Lick, just a
Okay.
lick.
Okay. Alright. Nothing to say. Just gets out of trouble thanks to his Malaysian buddy there. They will use this split to pressure the tower. Should be able to grab it. But here comes XG. They want to re-engage. Link in, nothing to say, getting that timing earlier, and the lasso preventing the cookie. That is cruel. The splits run out and the power rise will come through. This Brewmaster still pretty tanky though. Should end up going down. XG not able to find much else even though Ame is connecting in. A try for the chase, nice hits up TP. Nope. Nothing to say, denies him.
Yeah, that was a very, very good response, but actually, that's why I felt like that overcommitment in the initial jump onto the Tiny was kind of like very dangerous, you know, when I saw it. And they used up all their ultimates, actually realized that there's nothing left in the tank for a mouse, so they immediately just pounced. And they got a couple of return kills there.
Radiant's
I mean, this
Really
Largo,
nice from
this
Nobar,
Largo hero is just insane. I tell you. He does so many things in early game.
top tower is under attack.
Like, which other support would have saved, you know, the Tiny there, you know, with just like a normal spell, you know. Which other support would have saved, you know, the Tiny there, you know, with just like a normal spell, you know.
That's true. I'm trying to think.
I mean, you don't move him, you know, so he might still die, you know, and like the League actually moves in behind, repositions your teammate.
XSS getting a revenge kill for losing FY in the bot lane, but now mid one trying to chase him down. Phase Boots gets him out of trouble though, and I mean, he just did the thing where he walked away. Mid one just gets the blink delivered. XG still putting pressure on in the mid lane, looking towards that tier 1 tower. I mean, this game has started to ramp up to a pace that's been a bit uncomfortable for Mouse. They've tried twice now to go on this Tiny at 2 separate occasions, and they overcommit both times. XG bring the numbers and punish them. And right now you're staring at a 3k gold lead for the Dire side.
Are scanning.
Yeah, just one leak, you know, from the Largo completely changing that last couple of sequence here. And now Mouse, they're kind of in a position where they have to, I think they have to accept the fact that they need to sit back and farm. They cannot just keep trying to force things, you know, even though Brewmaster ultimate is up. They have the Mortimer's Kiss, but I feel like it's time for them to sit back and farm for the Razor items. You know. They need Razor to kind of be involved in the game. The Brew and Lashrak has already done their part, and now it's Razor's turn.
I feel like we typically see the Razors go for, or at least the Pulse 1 Razors that I've seen, go for that Maelstrom just to amp up the farming, but he's gone a bit more conservative, trying to prioritize the Dispel. Very sorely needed this game, but I just don't know whether he's going to run into damage issues. I guess you don't really have that concern when you have mid one on the front lines just blitzing them down. Mortimer's Kisses even committed just to fry that frog, but nothing to say gets out with his haste. So a bunch of ultimates used, or at least
Not
maybe
worth
just
it.
the Mortimer's Kisses. Yeah, it doesn't really feel very convincing.
No, it's not really worth it for Mouse. They actually just did a little poke, and then they managed to poke out the kisses. Because you're desperate, right, if you're Mouse. The last couple of fights have gone badly for you, so you really want to just get anything you want on the map whenever you can, you know. So they just try to get one kill and then see how the game goes, but it's definitely not worth it for them. But at the same time, they don't have a choice.
Yeah, Lord knows you're not killing the Weaver. XSS has just finished his BKB, so he's not a target either. And the 2 times you tried on Nothing to Say, well, that's the 2 teamfight losses that have gotten you a 5k gold.
I mean, this Medigun saved a lot of people this
No,
game.
it did, yeah. Odds of a team winning.
What word did I say earlier?
I don't know. Maybe
Anyway,
fuck on.
I'll
Falcons, what percentage?
I'll say 78% Falcons.
Okay, so 22%.
So like a little bit less than 80, because
They lost the earlier one.
Yeah, so like I bump them down 10 at least because that game is not impressive.
Sure, so that would actually put them down to 7. No, that's the 80.
That's at 80, and then
Yeah,
the
'cause you
extra
said
2
90
because
beforehand.
like vibes.
Just an extra 2 for vibes. I think there was like a lot of back and forth in their REKONIX's match against Tundra earlier, and so then I do wonder how much of that continues over, how much of a draft is going to continue over as well, and what we're going to see develop throughout this Blast Slam as our next best of 1 draft is ready for us. Yeah, earlier on there's been a lot of Razors taken out, Huskers, Timbersaws, Treant, Batrider, and Lager, right? I'm coining those 6 as what we've seen in the last 4, 5, 7 best of 1s as our top pick bands. Viper, just on the outside. I'm going to put him as top 7, all right? So Husker being banned out, Viper, Timber, that trend really continuing. Disruptor, Gyro, Razor, and Lager for the side of Falcons.
Yeah, these are some very specific team bans from Falcons. Disruptor, Gyrocopter, first phase bans, this is very much, you play these heroes, we're going to ban them because you play them. And it's a newer team. It's a team you don't know as well. You don't really know deeply what they like or don't like. You just look at their Dota buff and you see they pick these heroes, let's just ban them. And you kind of do it all vibes almost because until you've played against a team a little more, you don't have a super clear feeling for what they actually like.
Yeah, that's pretty fair. It is a really tough one because you want to increase the odds of winning to the team that can bring something new and hasn't been seen on stage very often. But then you also have to factor in the fact that they haven't been on stage very often into how they might play.
Yeah. Yeah.
Does that make sense? That was also a lot of words to say a whole lot of nothing too.
it's tricky, and I think for a team like this, it's a great opportunity if they can make it to that stage to play against, you know, the bigger teams with a little more pressure with that audience. I think it's important that you get those chances and it builds up your potential for those future tournaments, right? Rome wasn't built in a day, and LANs weren't built in a day either. So I think it is important for them to get everything they can out of this opportunity. I think Jakiro starter is fine. It's very sort of nothing burger. It's a dude, and I think it would be better if there wasn't an SD response. I think SD is one of the best support responses to the Jakiro. You have the shard eventually to purge all of the damage away, and because Jakiro is such a dominant laner, you can kind of play off the stacks and Shadow Poison and still get that economy even if the lane is a little rougher. So there's a lot of elements to this matchup that are good, and so Jakiro has already been dealt with a little bit. It's not some end-all be-all.
Just trying to think, because it's like Jakiro was played earlier by Falcons, and with a grain of salt, you're just wondering, did they fully utilize the oppression of Jakiro, and is a team like REKONIX going to be able to fully utilize it? Like, where does Jakiro sit if your lane doesn't kind of come out on top? If you go even, does he still feel like this Jakiro of past metas where you hate how early and easily he can push?
And I think the answer is probably no. I think the hero is very dependent on having a good lane, on being happy coming out of that sort, so you can take the towers down. And because the hero is a snowballer, right? He doesn't have great spells if he's not from an ahead position. Macro Power is okay. Ice Path is a pretty good spell, and his other spells needs to be in right-click range, right?
Yeah.
So he can end up feeling like a hero that doesn't really have much to offer if you're from a slightly behind position. So the laning definitely very important, and you're going up against Falcons, right? You always have to mention it. It's Amar, it's Crit, super strong, solid laners. They very rarely lose a lane, if ever. It's hard to remember times where they truly lose a lane, so...
Even in their best of 1 earlier, which they lost, they didn't feel like they lost the lane despite having Pengo, who you have coined as dog shit trash hero.
Yeah, verbatim.
Verbatim, yeah, you're known for swearing.
And that was also against Viper Warlock, a miserable lane to lane against.
Yeah, and I wouldn't say they lost it by any means.
No, I think they even won. Pengo was higher net worth at 10 minutes.
Yeah, he was. We're getting ahead of ourselves there. Look, Mars, last time around, they left the Amar hero to overall last pick. That's how they ended up with that Pengo. Mars was banned out from them, and this time around they go, hey, let's push his priority up here. We want to open up our second phase with an Amar hero. Mars just feels really good, and might even be the off-lane duo that we're seeing right now, SD Mars.
Yeah, very likely so, and I think it's a much better opener. Like, the Beastmaster looked kind of bad, genuinely. Like, he solo killed him, and then he did nothing for the rest of the game. And that's just a bad sign for a hero. Whenever you have such a great start and then you still don't do anything, I think oftentimes it's pointing at the hero saying, yo, they counter this hero really hard, or the hero's not that good.
Yo, what up?
Yo, what up? So I think it's good that they move away from that. They don't try to jam this Beastmaster. They go back to something that's a classic. That's, you know, Amar is the GOAT of this hero. Him and Collapse. So I think that's a good step to take direction to take a step in. There we go.
The directional step to take a direction step in.
Amen.
Well, Morta and a Centaur. Centaur definitely not outside of the box at all, but Morta people dabble in. She's a hero that you cannot play casually, let me tell you that much. You either need to be Morta player or do not be picking her up.
Yeah, 100%.
I'm sorry, but she, I think, is one of the hero, like top hero that fits in that category. You cannot casually play Morta.
The silent spell takes a lot of skill to use, and if you mess it up, it's on like a 2-hour cooldown. It's very sad. It can be played for and carry. I think it's not very good against Mars if it's carry. The putting down the whatever the heck it's called, the arena, is very, very good against this ranged shooter dude. So you definitely don't want Muerta carry, I think, here. So you're just picking it for Muerta's okay. We don't see it all the time. So I think this is like a relatively neutral. They're fine heroes. Centaur is two-sided against Mars. You can get trapped in, so he can actually beat you up, but Centaur is very tanky by his pipe, so there's some damage negation going the other way. There's some two-sidedness there, depending on the state of the game. I think these are very reasonable picks. I think REKONIX has not shot themselves in the foot, but they're also not off to an incredible, you know, super fantastic position. It's just sort of, it's fine. It's neutral heroes.
Stable.
Yeah, and stability is good. I think when you're playing against a team that's better than you, you want some stable, nice stuff. They've got 18 pick coming up where they can pick probably a really good carry matchup, and then you've got a good carry matchup. You've got some stability. That's the good makings for a draft, especially in a game where you're not the favorites.
Strong foundations and building blocks so far, but on the other side, Falcon's taking a little bit of time to think about it. And Clink, oh boy, he had a little bit of a change up in the patch, what was it, 7 days ago? No, it's more than that now. 10 days ago?
Something like that.
I think it was on the 20th of January, a small update dropped. They changed Clink's a little bit. What I most notably could remember was his damage to buildings. So that's where I wonder if Falcons need to make up for that in another hero for their draft to be able to push a little bit better, not so much in lanes, but taking buildings. And Treant Protector coming out, a hero that they had previously banned for themselves.
Yo, this is kind of sick, though. I've seen more.
Yo, this is kind of sick, though.
I've seen more carry Nagas recently. I've seen it a couple of times popping up. It's great against Mars. It's amazing against Clinks. Great against Tree. It's great against all 4 of these heroes.
Whoa.
Because they're really bad at dealing with the illusions. Clinks scales horribly against Naga Siren, and it also has a classic song combo in Jakiro. It's something that people used to prioritize a lot more, is you need a song combo when you pick Naga Siren. Aoi himself was very much tied to this idea, and they have that combo in the Ice Path. So you press Song, you press Ice Path on top, the guy is instantly dead if he doesn't have BKB. Which gives the hero much better scaling as time passes, and I think it's a really cool pick. Synergizes really well with Jakiro in lane as well, securing that lane for the Naga. So I think with this, Falcons is on a bit of a timer, and normally I think they like to play a little slower, farm up the ancient stacks, and so against this Naga, they need some last pick oomph to change that dynamic some, or this Naga can run away with this game.
So is it then a last pick that fully focuses on dealing with illusions? That's what's going to shut down the Naga, or is there a different way to have an oomph against Naga? I hate that I used it twice in one sentence.
You're forgiven.
Thank you.
I think yeah, you need some way to deal with the illusions. You need some wave clear. You need a hero that 1-to-1 counters Naga Siren. Like sometimes going into last pick, you're looking at, you want something that helps your draft, and sometimes you want something that counters the enemy draft or a certain hero specifically because it has to be dealt with. Stuff like Phantom Lancer or Terrorblade, these hard carries that you need an answer for them, you know? You need a Zeus or some magic damage or whatever, and Naga fits into that category.
Do you fight illusions with illusions?
Generally not. Generally you fight illusions with...
My bad, I won't say that again.
It's a good question, though. It's a good question.
No, it's fine. Yeah, whatever.
There's no wrong answers here.
There are wrong questions, though, and that was one of them.
That's right. You want like generally blobby dudes who can push in the ways. So like something like a Radiance buyer, like a Brewmaster, is great. He's a big
Oh.
blobby dude who can't die, who also can sort of push in the waves and be this counter push against the Naga. So you can walk in, and the illusions and all this nonsense, you don't care about it. You can waddle into the middle of the map, and you can counterbalance this wave pushing obnoxious effect of the Naga or the PL or whatever you have. You will.
Okay, but that feels like an off-lane hero, and they already have an off-lane here.
They are generally offlane heroes. They're the best against Naga Siren.
Ooh.
There are
That does make sense, especially carrying Naga Siren.
there are a couple mid
Well,
heroes
when you
that
say
are
it like
good.
that.
Like there's like the Leshrac, the Ember, the Sand King. All three of those are banned. I'm trying to think of other classic responses. I mean, they could do like some crazy wacko stuff, like Underlord mid or something, or put Mars mid and pick a new offlaner if they wanted to get freaky with it.
I was gonna throw out a hero, but now I'm like too scared to say it.
No, say it, say it, say it.
I was gonna say Keeper of the Light.
Let me look. I would say Coddle is okay this game, but probably
Bad
not
now.
that good against Naga Siren.
Yeah.
Just because she buys Mantle so early, and he's also a hero that isn't that good at like Chad running down the lanes. He's more of a, my team is chatting and I kind of follow them. It's like a little creepy old man, and I heal them from behind.
Don't describe him that way.
He is a creepy
No,
old
he's
man.
not.
What do you mean he's not?
I don't know. I just don't want to assume heroes are creepy.
Alright,
I like the game.
Fair enough. Keeper of the Light is a pure and honest old man.
That's what I'm saying. Watches our time. But look, Falcons are going to have to come up with an answer, especially now that a puck last pick has come out. Ooh, Primal.
It's pretty good scale. It fits that category, right? It's the beefy dude who runs in, he can push these waves, who can press the... Oh, actually, you don't have the Dispel anymore at 15. That's a big deal. That used to be one of the reasons why Primal was so good against Naga, is you could just purge the net and keep running around and killing all the illusions. Now you'll need to press that BKB to purge the net. This matters quite a bit. But still a hero I would say is probably decent against Naga Siren, but that dynamic is genuinely a pretty big deal. So now if you can kite that BKB, you've got Song to heal people up, you've got Pipe on Centaur. Once again, it's a game where it's Pipe versus no Pipe, right? Falcons is not going to have that. They've got a lot of jump, they've got a lot of pickoff, a lot of burst, but they're playing against wave clear. They're playing in some slippery dudes in the puck, and the Nagas aren't pushing waves. They're playing against a Centaur tanky guy. I think REKONIX has done some good stuff for themselves here.
I've seen this film before, and it did not end so well for Falcons earlier today. So maybe there has been that conversation, that change up for themselves. You're talking about it. Sometimes it is all about the item that you're picking up for yourself, and not so much about the heroes. But they're gonna have to focus on the Naga Siren. So you've said REKONIX, yeah, you're liking what they're doing. Let's say they don't come out winning lanes, though. Is there still a lot of hope for them? Are they able to store to that late game that you're like, yes, Naga Siren is going to deal with all of their heroes?
I think they can definitely play, not being ahead. Now, I think if they're really far behind, it can be a problem.
What is really far behind? You got to define that.
Say they're like 3-4K goal down at 10 minutes, it might get rough.
That is, most people I don't think can win from that state of the
Yeah,
game.
like Centaur, Puck, these are not heroes that function very well from behind. And so it's more really, for me, more about those heroes than it is the Naga. I think the Naga's gonna have a great lane, or at least a chill lane at a minimum. And so there's, in your dream, how do you match up against Malorine, right? It's Malorine on the Primal. It's a classic for him. This is a lane that can go both ways. Puck can do well, or Primal can do well. So, you know, him showing his skill there, right? Exactly. I think that's really important. And Centaur, you've been counterpicked. You've been double counterpicked, right? It was full blind lane more into Centaur. So you can't expect a ton from them, but you also don't want to get stomped.
Okay, how is the Mortar going to help in lane then as a position 4? Because we said it could be in that core role. Most likely support, that's where it ends up.
Yeah, I mean, just, I don't know, block the small camp and just try to stabilize things, stack some camps, and vibe it out.
Just normal position for support things. Block some camps, make some stacks, and make sure your carry is able to have a game later on. REKONIX may be able to take a game off of Falcons. They had a great start earlier today, but either way, let's jump into our best of one.
Time for the action here between REKONIX and Team Falcons. Folks, looking forward to see this, right? Now, REKONIX, a team, at least for me and you, some players that I think, for the viewers as well, they might not have seen or heard of before. So some new names coming in and ready to sort of give a challenge here against Falcons today.
Yeah, this should be a pretty interesting one. I mean, the drafts are... Falcons looks as Falcons as ever, right? The Clinks maybe a little bit of the Clinks in the tree, maybe the substitutes for some other heroes that were popular, but the other three, cookie cutter kind of stuff. I'm looking forward to see what we get because I haven't gotten to see too much like pro Naga in terms of carry recently, but I'm seeing it a lot in Rise of Pubs. So little things that I have noticed at least though. This is kind of random, but I'll say it. Illusions all have 800 daytime and 400 night vision, so they actually have worse vision than before. And I've actually noticed it pretty heavily when I'm playing versus illusion heroes. Just a small thing to point out in terms of vision control.
All right.
But yeah, this should be pretty interesting because, you know, this last big Primal, me and you were discussing hero choices, and you actually immediately were like, Primal. And I was like, oh yeah, that's like probably one of the better ones versus it. So let's see how the Naga is going to be able to deal with it, really, because it's going to take a while for her to really be online. They're going to have to do a lot of kind of creep mechanic stalling stuff out, and is it even going to matter, or is the Naga just going to be able to get caught and a lot of times get the waves cleared onto her, get the illusions cleared? We shall see.
Yeah, because it definitely could be a game, even though there's potential for Primal, that before Maureen has the BKB right, there's a lot of stuff that's going to be stopping him from trampling and onslaughting about.
100%. And now, I'm glad Clint mentioned it, because this is what all the Primal players have complained about. The removal of the 15 talent, moving it to 20. It is problematic, because usually you want to have that secondary type of dispel, not having to use your BKB for some annoying thing. You just don't have that now.
We'll see how some of these lane matchups go for now. I mean, so talking about the Naga Siren carry, how's the lane for Jikroy? You know, how does sort of the game start off for him?
I mean, he has a Jakiro behind him, so it should be pretty good. The problem is he's versus Mars, and it's Amar Mars. So normal Marses, I would say it's still a pretty good matchup for the Mars. For Amar, it's a free farm, absolute free farm lane, which could potentially also pressure. So I would say it's okay, but since it's Amar, it's less okay.
And overall, what is the build on the carry Nagas nowadays, then?
Now that is a question that I am not too certain of anymore, since the diffusal's kind of dead, right?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what Jikroy does with it.
It's probably still just Manta, and then maybe he does do the Disperser, even though it doesn't work on your illusions anyway. It still is very strong in terms of what it can do because of the stats you get from it. Otherwise, it's probably just your Manta Orchid kind of thing that you used to do. I'm just wondering if there's any like adaptation that's gonna come out. But it probably will just be Orchid, since it is very good for the thing we were saying before, like for some of the reasons from before. But there is gonna be a Shadow Demon. I don't know. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Because the Demonic Cleanse is something that makes it not as valuable to go for a lot of these Orchids. So I'm wondering if maybe that's why he pivots, but...
And then on the other side of things, so getting to see Skidder on the Clinks, you know, this hero brought back around the last patch, did kind of get those significant nerfs. Is this hero that you expect we will still see teams continue to pick up in the carry spot, or is it going to be quite a niche pick?
I think we'll still see a lot of this. I think it's just like, depends on the player. A lot of times right now, it depends on which carries we're going to be getting, because a lot of these range carries are just getting better because of what Quinn was talking about before, where the 5 positions can be played. Like Tree can now be played in most games, so you can pick these Clinks, these Lunas, these Drows that maybe weren't picked as much before. So I think it just depends on the player. I know Falcons really likes the Clinks anyway, because the crit is on top of things too, so...
Yeah, we'll see what Skidder's going to be able to do on it this game. And so far, looks like the lane is pretty chill for him. Setup's been good here between him and Snake King.
Looking at, I mean, if he does get like a Deso, right, at a decent time, something like this, looking at the armor values on the Radiant squad, they're pretty low armor across the board, actually. Even Centaur, like one of the tankier heroes, is low armor. Sure, he's going to go the Dominator build, which will absolutely salvage all of that, but yeah, could be some squishy heroes that the Clinks can take advantage of.
So, so far in the mid lane, very even between In Your Dream and Maureen. 17 for 4, Maureen against the 17 on 1.
Big mess up.
Yeah, they're going to be able to finish him off here. No chance for escape from Farish, as Amar will get that first blood. Jikroy's also got to be a little bit careful in case he does get speared back as well. He'll be fine, and Crit should be able to get away from the illusions. Well, it's going to be a little bit scary when you're giving Amar that first blood.
Mm-hmm. And I do say, yeah, it's pretty unfortunate for him, to be honest. He actually was in a pretty okay position. He just got disrupted and pushed through all the creeps to be able to get put under tower there. So a heads-up play, really, from Crit to get that disruption. We're seeing the stacks, too. Shadow Demon is doing what Shadow Demon does, so he's got those at the ready for Malrine. And Malrine, while dragging the mid-wave, actually finds the Naga Siren's courier.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Nice little bit of a bonus. You don't always expect to kill the carry's courier as the mid player at minute 4, but sometimes it happens.
Yep, and Malrine with those stacks, he does his usual. The pull into the neutral camp gets a crazy amount out of it. Snay.
They'll get the silence laid down onto him and will manage to kill him off there, stepping up under the tower.
Top lane's doing well. The Centaur is definitely set up for success up here. It's hard for them to really pressure with Tree plus Clinks when there's a Muerta up here with the Centaur. Bottom's farm is also pretty good. So we're seeing a little bit of lane shenanigans going on. Naga's getting good farm, but then Mars is also getting pretty much equivalent on the flip side too. And of course, you said that kill that he did get.
They might just get the setup here on the Varish. Indeed, they've got the disruption into the spear. Gonna try and turn and force Amar back. Quantum with the net, so they'll lose Varish on the Jakiro. Can Jakiro get the kill in return? They can't. Amar's gonna be fine. Getting a little bit of healing coming in from the living armor. And he'll manage to walk away. So again, finding these chances to get this extra kill. Top lane, they do lose Skidder, but the wraparound was coming in from Malrine, who makes sure that as a whole, REKONIX, they do pay for that. Sure, they get to kill Falcon's carry, but Malrine, he's getting quite the cleanup and getting quite the start to this game on his Primal.
There's been very limited games where I do see Malrine get his Primal in a lane matchup that's like even or ahead for him. Usually it's like he's hard countered. So I am looking forward to what he's going to be able to do with this game when he's got a great start and openings to the map. He can make moves to pretty much any of the lanes. Good tower pressure. I like that. It's from the puck. Doesn't react to the movement from Malrine by any means. Just immediately starts to wail on that tower. So it gets it down to 600 HP. Pretty nice.
Bottom. You're gonna have to be careful. Constantly Falcons looking for these opportunities to go for the setup. Jakroy, try and back away. Will be all right, but again, just getting a little tougher for him to sort of stand in the lane against this sort of Mars Shadow Demon duo.
It'll always be nice too for Crit. If he does get the disrupt into poison, they'll know which one the real Naga is every single time. So like when you pop out, right, the poisons are still on top of that real one, so they can immediately start to focus fire it as well too, at least in the early. Wisdoms.
Now Malrine is ready to try and battle for it. Bringing in the numbers, but they're not going to be able to get over and stop Snaking from being able to grab that Shrine of Wisdom. Even though they did have In Your Dream swinging over, also looking to see if they can maybe do something about Falcons getting that. They couldn't. Same time they're down bottom, they will find the opportunity to punish Amar whilst he's been left alone. So REKONIX making sure they at least get something in these moments whilst both Shrine of Wisdoms were taken away.
I think you have to help Jakroy down here. I don't think you can just leave Amar farming down here by himself when nothing else is going on the map. You have to start at least enabling and helping your Naga Siren about. So I like this rotation. Mid In Your Dream should be able to get good damage onto the tower here too. But yeah, Malrine, you know, he is off to a fantastic start, and it's definitely one of those games where Primal can take over a lot of things here versus the Naga Siren. If you can get good timings, which does look like he will have. If he does want to go for like a blink. See which one he opts for. Either the blink or BKB rush.
Crit. Did look to try and see if he could stop the power rune going into the hands of In Your Dream. He could not. As In Your Dream's able to quickly bottle it, get the Arcane Rune, and take that tier 1 tower. So definitely a game where eyes are going to be very much on both teams' mid laners to see what they can do with this. Sure, you know, Malrine's been getting the excess farm out of these early moments, but In Your Dream, he's been getting away with the excess pressure, taking this tier 1 tower down nice and early.
I love that he didn't react. Yeah, nice.
Bottom. Talking about reacting, they didn't have much reacts coming in to try and save out their Naga Siren there. I imagine what TP's still on cooldown as such. Well, they did have them, I guess. maybe just didn't feel that they could do anything
fast.
about that. But that's the carry going down without anybody being able to put sort of any effort into trying to keep them alive.
Skeeter's still just soaking up top too, even pressuring FBZ a little bit. Yeah, we'll have to see for the Nagastar how the game is going to recover, because it's going to always be this thing where if he doesn't know where Malrine is, it's just constant kill threats onto him because of how good the game is for this Primal.
It could get hard here for Jacroy. He's got to stick to the jungle now. Cannot turn up to that bottom lane anymore. The pressure's onto the tier 1 tower from Falcons.
Malrine's going to have Blink after this tower, pretty much done. That is problematic.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, very early pressure and response.
Is under attack.
Haven't quite been able to push back in on the mid.
Bottom tower.
So Crypt will hover around, get to level 6. Look at the trade up top here, REKONIX. As they'll find the top tier 1, take that away from Falcons. Still overall, just that's a bit of a gold lead here for Falcons, 2 to 3k.
See what FBZ is going to do with his Dominator as well, too, because we did see that, honestly, the last game where there was the Centaur, it really messed with Falcon's idea of the game, where he was just cutting the creep waves and they were getting pickoffs because of it. So let's see if Falcons adapts because of that.
I mean, with the blink, do you think they'll try for a smoke play here, Falcons, around Malrine?
I'd imagine so, because he has Power Rune as well. They could probably look to, I mean, they can catch almost anybody too, right? Even in your dream. And now in this situation with the blink being done on the Primal, can get caught if he's not careful.
Now here comes the smoke from Crypt. He's got it ready on the courier. And in fact, they don't even need the smoke. Just able to walk up, get the quick jump on towards Farish. He'll try and back away with the ice buff, holding them back, but it will not allow him to live as Farish goes down. The blink dagger revealed, granting them the kill, and should allow them to start getting some pressure in onto the tier 1 tower in the mid, back their way here, Falcons.
Still only level 4 on that Jakiro because of the double shrines. The Lul is level 5 on the Muerta, but they are rotating in at least to try to spam the wave. Amar is in the area. You see the Naga.
Grab here potentially, they're trying to close the gap onto him. Jacroy will be fine this time. Eyes on the mid. Amar ready with a skill point if he sees the chance to go for the arena.
They decided against it. They almost got the entire tower, got some good reactions. Took Snaking, wants to set up for top. Malrine TP's to the tier 2.
FBC does have the Stampede ready if he gets the chance. He's still pretty tanky. But they should have him. They've got the Overgrowth ready if the Stampede does come out. They'll use the Overgrowth. And they'll get the kill. Malrine claims another 5-0-0 so far on the mid-primal. Very,
really
very
is on it.
solid showing. And yeah, definitely one of those picks that now coming into play, it's like, do you think this was forgotten about? Or they just didn't care? You think they might have forgotten about it in the draft?
I do think so.
Because it's trying to survive here under the cover of his ult. He will not. In Your Dream's going to be able to jump forward and at least take down Crit in return. But will have to back off himself. But yeah, this Primal is going to be a huge issue. And it's not something that's surprising, right? As you said, yeah, there's been periods in the past where, you know, Malrine on his Primal has been kind of one of the top concerns for teams when they go against Falcons.
He is really running amok. It's the matchup, of course, that he had versus the Puck, but then also the matchup versus the Nagasarn, right? Like, he just has all these benefits and great ways to play around. Honestly, that play on the Centaur, I didn't really expect it to really work that easily, but they made it look quite easy.
Yeah. I mean, it was close. You know, it's pretty much kind of in that last sort of second of Overgrowth that they were able to kill him. But yeah, they did the maths. They knew, I guess, between the Onslaught and the Pulverize and the Overgrowth that they'd be able to have him before he's able to run away.
Yeah. That being said, though, the farm overall in REKONIX is pretty good, right? They've hemorrhaged a couple kills here. They've lost their mid T1, but they got their own T1 mid. They got the opposing T1 in the off lane as well, too. So the Naga's getting space to be able to get that farm. The Puck is doing Puck things, and Centaur is doing, you know, Dominator, Centaur, creep cutting things. So they are getting their farm in the meantime while Falcons is too.
Absolutely, yeah. They're holding on, and as we saw earlier today, even if Falcons have that little tiny bit of an edge coming out of the early laning stage, it might not matter. It could all slip away from them. And, you know, REKONIX with this lineup, with this carry Naga Siren, you know, they're not expecting to come out with kind of like fireworks and crazy moves early on. They want to kind of let the game scale and let Jikroy become this huge carry as the Naga Siren.
100%, yeah. Anytime that they're kind of like slowing things down, I'm sure they're going to be pretty content on the side of REKONIX. As Snaking, looking for this Wisdom steal.
Radiant are scanning.
Is he really going to just be able to walk in? The Muerta is close. Gets the push away.
Yeah, it's a good job Delil turned up when he did there. Letting the 14-minute one to slip away would have been very painful.
Snake in trouble.
Stampede for this. And they'll find him. I'll try and hide in the trees. He's making them work for it. And he's making them really work for it. I mean, that's 3 ultimates having to be dropped there to get that kill. No, sorry, 4 including the Stampede, just to kill off that Treant.
4 ults, 3-man rotation.
Yep.
I think you'll take that as Snaking all day.
Yeah.
A dust? What else?
That's, yeah, already a lot. That's
Actually,
yeah,
wait, there's
Snaking,
3
that's
dusts.
Wait, 3 dusts?
Fight recap shows 3 dusts.
Oh. That was an expensive Treant.
That was expensive. That was really expensive.
I think that's the most anyone's ever expended to kill Snake King. He's going to be over the moon with that. They use so much.
A lot of information
That's a top death from him, yeah. Well, Marine, he's in with a blink. Got the grab on a Varish. And not a chance anytime now when Skeeter's in the neighborhood. This Klink's ready to kick out the damage with the Deso.
Deso done, and as we said, pretty fragile. Quite fragile on the side of REKONIX. Witchblade is done for the puck, so some extra armor, but these heroes are definitely going to melt very quickly if they get caught. Especially also Disseminate points are now being put there for crit. Pipe for FBZ is done.
Radiant's top tower is
Trying for the wraparound on
Skeeter.
Skeeter. Oh, and wants the tower. He's going to get it. I mean, he's feeling confident because he's got the backup coming in. There's crit with disruption to bail Skeeter out of this attempt here, but the coil still comes into play. They kill him off. And I'll see if they can maybe even get more. I mean, even if they don't, they're going to be happy with that one. They've just killed off the carry. Stampede's back online. They're ready to close down for more, ready to take down crit. As, yeah, I mean, they're still thinking about fighting back here. Maureen, he considers going in towards In Your Dream, but he doesn't have any further lockdown. But I mean, it was just one of those situations where I mean, he really wanted to finish that tower, Fogged, and he got it.
I guess he had no idea that they were up above him, and he had just complete wrong read on the map of the position because they were just sitting at the Wisdom, and then they just flanked on him completely, or maybe expected that they would be able to save him. That was a pretty weird like positioning, at least from Falcons.
Mid.
Look, Skeeter in particular.
Maureen with the solo. It's not going to feel good dying as a puck to that. Maureen just completely outplaying In Your Dream and getting that kill. So far, In Your Dream's been having a decent game. He hadn't died yet, but getting caught in the mid by Maureen. He's going to put Maureen very close to having this BKB done, and once he's got his BKB done, there's going to be pretty much nothing they can do to stop him in this fight apart from sort of just run and just try and get out of there around a Stampede or such.
Hey, definitely the Maureen show continues to be there, but the Naga is getting that space. Just how much is the Naga going to be able to do when this Primal is going to be the answer, right? BKB and just run her down in most fights is probably going to be the option for Maureen.
This is a little risky here. Yeah, it seems like they don't want to go for this under the tier 2. Mar. 17 minutes in, still has been a game so far where Amar hasn't needed to use the arena or have the arena. He's still holding a point, of course, ready to pop it if necessary, but hasn't had to get in with the ult. Yeah, just focusing on his build, Yules into the BKB, nothing crazy. But
no shard picked up
online in time.
Which
yeah, I guess not.
Sometimes,
Dire's middle tower is under
especially versus like Nagas, right? Versus these illusion heroes, you do see sometimes these shards get prioritized, but Amar hesitating on which build he's gonna go for, maybe waiting for Tormentor, praying and hoping or something.
That's the Orchid.
Okay.
So I guess the question is, with this carry Naga Siren, now that you've got the Orchid on top of the Manta, are you looking to actively fight? Or are you still trying to sort of hit up the creeps? Like, how active is Jikroy going to try and get?
You still probably want to start hitting those creeps, but you can look to get involved. If you can find backline support heroes, you can freely kill them for sure. because they do have Song combo as well. If they didn't have Song combo, I would be a little more hesitant to say so, but because they have Ice Path and Muerta, perhaps Jakura can actually get a little more involved. See what he can do with this. BKB is done for the Primal Beast.
Croy. He's just going to be going for the heart next. Buff up himself with the illusions.
So old school.
Nice,
Nothing
sort
new.
of tankubus. Yeah, it's really kind of just a bit of a classic build here from the Naga Siren. Obviously, you say without the diffusal, obviously considering the changes that heroes had over the items had over the years. But it's just, yeah, it's just going to be interesting to see how much this actually does. You know, considering this is your carry. Is it going to be enough control? Is it going to be enough damage when all things come together in the team fight? Or are we going to see Jakroy turn up and get just absolutely blasted by kind of the AoE damage that Falcons are going to have in play?
That's my worry is that, right? It's that the Mars, the Primal, and just like Disseminate and all these other little Barrage even, right? Because Clinx's Barrage is quite good versus these illusions.
Absolutely.
Well,
Yeah.
I think it just might be too much. So even though his farm is good, I am a little hesitant on how this Naga is going to do. Especially because of how good Malreed's game really is. And yeah, Amar, so this is what he was hoping for. I do believe so. Because the reason you're going for this BKB,
Yeah, there we go, easy.
you want to get the shard for free. Your tree bought it, your Shadow Demon didn't, so you're the one who's likely to get it. So, cool.
Yeah, that's the dream there for the offlaners.
Malreed, BKB.
Just to get straight onto Jakroy, and Jakroy is
He's
just
just
dead. That's a concern. That's a concern. And that's not as if he didn't have his team behind him. He had his whole team with him. And he's just dead. And ooh, into the trees. They see if they might be able to find more. No, In Your Dream's going to be out with the blink. But when you sort of die like that as the carry, it's got to feel rough, right? Because then the question is, if you're Jakroy, it's like, do you continue to try and be in these positions with your team, or do you just have to try and farm up that heart and hope that things maybe get better once you have the heart done? Because until that's there, you probably will just die like this to the Primal Beast.
Yeah, I think at least step one is never initiate the fight as the Naga Siren. That was kind of crazy going in with the Orchid. Maybe not anticipating the BKB, but he just kind of walked in and handed a free initiation to Malreed.
FBZ.
Jump for it.
This is still kind of awkward here for REKONIX. Not easy to get a fight going into Falcons. Falcons still standing very strong.
Malreed just waiting for his BKB to come back up. It's about 25 seconds. So for REKONIX, if they could have tried to get something before that BKB comes up, maybe, but Falcons being careful until it is back up. And Orchid soon done for Skater. So double BKBs, Orchid on the Clink soon, plus that Deso.
I was considering maybe trying to get the setup onto FBZ.
Bottom. Can you get out? It's gonna be close.
Oh, the rock! Oh, that blinks there. It's a good effort. I mean, Marion hit if you wanted, right? He could have put the BKB to go for the kill, or no?
Perhaps.
Yeah. I mean, he's like, whatever. At the moment, you know, Marion, he can play it very cool. He doesn't need to be desperate for these kills. They will lose Snaking down with the tower, but meanwhile, you know, the two supports in return on REKONIX getting taken out. And Skidder, he's going to continue his hunt here with the help of Amar on towards FBZ. FBZ has got the backup of In Your Dream. Amar's starting to get burst slow, but he has got the BKB, Yule's Arena, and everything at the ready if they do try and commit on him, and they won't. So Amar is able to easily step away. Keep this lead going here for Falcons, 14-9, 4K lead. And Malreed continues to just be untouched. 7-0-2, working of course on towards the refresher after BKB.
Falcons is controlling the pace and controlling the map very nicely here. Not using their BKB unnecessarily here on Malreed.
No.
Like he could have maybe used the bottom in two situations. He held it both times.
Yeah.
Just in case. So yeah, very smart. Waiting for the Roche potentially, waiting for these next few things. The Naga, as we said, she's farming. It's going to be really the question of, is the Naga going to be able to do anything? Because the other heroes are starting to fall at least a bit behind here. We know Puck scales as well too. As we've seen a couple times, they can definitely full lock down this Puck.
Yeah. Yeah, and then, yeah, well, there's still eyes on Jacroy in terms of his build, how it progresses from here. You know, he's got the heart. Does he feel like he needs to get another item that's going to increase his survivability? Does he have to get some damage? But now, he's going to be found. They got the Stampede, but the arena is there. They'll lock him down perfectly. Not a chance for the Naga Siren. Dead again. It doesn't feel like an easy game to carry as the Naga Siren, which I've got to be honest, I think that feels that way in a lot of games. It's just, the question is it, you know, how easy is it to carry a game of Dota 2 in 2026 on a Naga Siren?
Pretty much, especially versus one of the harder counters, right? Versus one of these insane illusion anti-heroes is Malrine. Another grab. Amar will take it. They're taking every fight now, and it's almost a refresher also for Malrine. Level 18 has been hit.
It's tough, because overall that's the concern, right? You look at the numbers, you know, Falcons, it's only a 3k gold lead, but it's the fact that a lot of the gold on REKONIX is on this Naga Siren carry, which, as we've seen, you know, it does not feel like a hero that's got 16k net worth with the way that Falcons have dealt with it.
No, and it's, you know, he went for the build that I was, you know, saying the standard, right? Manta into Orchid. This is before the Shadow Demon has Shard as well too, which, as long as you precast this in the fights, you're always going to be able to allow one of your teammates to get these spells off too. It does feel like they have the answers. This Primal last pick just feels like it's done absolutely everything. 803. You know, we were talking about how what's going to happen when Malrine gets to play his Primal when it's not like hard countered picked in the lane, and it was not by any means, nor in the game.
No, not at all.
20 talents.
You know, maybe pre-BKB they would have had ways to deal with him, but Malrine's just played it perfectly and not left himself open to make moves at that early stage that he could have been tripped up in. As to be expected, yeah, from the Grandmaster tier, Primal Beast player Malrine. And yeah, if anything's to sort of come away from this game, I imagine, you know, from REKONIX's perspective, it's going to be that, hey, you know what, if they want to go for the Naga carry again, they're going to probably make sure that there's a Primal not available.
Yeah, but you have to really prepare for it though, right? Because they banned, you had Sand King, Lesh, Ember.
There's lot
so
to
many
ban.
of these heroes. Though it is difficult to slot this hero in to put it as a carry a lot of times. I will say also, I feel like FBZ a little bit this game has been quiet with his Dominator cutting, and because it's just coming to memory the first game that we saw versus Falcons of how much work this Dominator did. I feel like I haven't really seen too many of these be annoying, at least this game.
Find the tier 2 bottom here, Falcons.
And yeah, just continuing to keep the ball rolling. And yeah, at that point you made is just really, really true, right? It's like it's like a 3k lead, but yeah, it's the Naga who just, it's kind of a pinata a bit.
We'll find snaking. Not getting close to getting the chance to jump any of the cores. Malrine and Amar and Skeeter still seem to find a lot of space. Skeeter getting closer and closer towards the Aghanims.
Amar has gone for the S and Y. He is scaling.
Yeah, he's super tough to kill. This is a very, very tanky Mars at this point.
How are these next items looking at? Aghanims about 3/4 on the side of the low. I mean, small little gains, but not going to do too much versus those BKBs, etc. as well. Malrine just continues to hunt. He's also holding it. A great Lotus, which you actually need. It's pretty close, at least in terms of refresher combo. And how do they stop that? If he just BKB double grabs the Naga, which is all their net worth and all their carry, they have to have some pretty crazy approaches to the team fight on the side of REKONIX.
Tis who's gone on the top. As Falcons will be able to claim that. REKONIX. We're on the hunt again. I mean, this time Snaking's going to be fine. They weren't able to completely get their hands on him.
Radiant's top tower is under
In Your Dream can finish this Linken's before he gets caught again. It could be pretty nice, at least to protect him for the next few moments. They are stalking him.
What? He is going to be able to take the Shrine of Wisdom. Obviously, on the other side of the map, Skeeter was able to take REKONIX's.
A little bit of a slowdown here. Seeing the Naga's net worth continue to go up.
Butterfly finished.
Apakah sebuah investasi kita atau ini?
Oh, Varish heading out. It's going to get a nasty surprise there from Maureen and Skeeter.
Dikasih cemilan le.
Playing support in this game, it has to be very difficult for the Radiant side. Anytime you step out, as you're saying, the Clinks can just find you. And they saw In Your Dream again. They see him with this ward, a very kind of sneaky one from Snaking, expecting them to play on these outskirts. This might catch him.
Oh, nice TP.
Just kidding.
That doesn't stick around a moment too long. Heads up TP there from In Your Dream to stay safe.
Back onto theirs. It's rare you see this too. Did want to mention, they're back on their side of the map when they have Naga Siren. Usually the team with the Naga Siren is the one who's controlling the waves, but not the case at the moment, at least with the way that Falcons is just pushing them back. These trees aren't getting dewarded again too, Owen. I mean, the power of Tree and Protector Shard.
Yeah.
Bisa nggak nih naga
Yeah, it's giving them a lot of information,
Cuma investasi di naga siren di sana.
making it
Gives them,
very
like,
safe
everything.
for them to move around the map, Falcons.
Yeah, they see the puck. In Your Dream, the Lincolns is gonna be finished, so we'll at least have that protection versus the
Okay.
grabs.
I mean, it honestly looks. I think for REKONIX, they might just try and survive and farm it until they have like the Skadi and the BKB on the Naga side.
Like forever.
And
You
then-
just want them like keep just stalling, yeah.
I think that's what that's the plan from Jikro. He's like, guys, let me just get this next item, and then maybe this next item, and then we will see if the carry potential's there on this hero. Because it's going to be one of those games where, you know, the creeps are going to be hit, and then Jikro's going to turn up. It's going to be either amazing, or he's just going to die, and the game's going to be over.
Yeah, that truly does what feels like it is. And also, there's a Shadow Demon in the game too, so every time this Naga gets bigger and bigger, these illusions also get better too. They're hunting. So that's a Lincoln's pickup, and I believe the Butterfly, I guess he's had it for a bit of time, but the two that they haven't seen at least. So looking to catch something, but as we said, information all over the place.
Kita
The
mau
Falcons.
dapat kill banget ke Jigroy. Mau kasih pressure bang.
They can choose their battle.
Whether they'll find anything up here for now, REKONIX.
Mar, how close? He's getting pretty dangerously close to a Hex as well. So having a Lincoln's Breaker plus a control, further things to annoy this puck for sure.
Oh, jadi yang harus BKB, Cuk.
That's about
Jump
it.
Maureen. Well, the Lincolns will come into place. Keeps FPC safe. They'll turn towards Maureen. The BKB's off, though. They get the spear pushed back on towards In Your Dream. In towards the silence. Song comes out, but it's not going to save
caught.
In Your Dream. So with the BKBs, they can kill him off. I mean, Jikroy, he's going to see if he can turn. Have the control on towards Skeeter. FPC in on the front lines. Maureen, he's caught off to the side. Can they finish the kill? Snaking, he gets the overgrowth off, and Snaking and Crypt, they're surviving. The support's surviving. They dive behind the tier 2. They're going to be able to find Jikroy as he'll end up ticking out towards the end of that silence. 4 dead on REKONIX. They couldn't get anyone, folks.
Nobody. It's just the jump. The Primal immediately starts the fight. Things are honestly, it's like panic, complete panic, but the puck, that's the most important thing. During the song, got Orchided, I believe, gets brought down from the charge through from Maureen, and then afterwards, it's just a mess of a fight when they don't have their mid. It's everyone just kind of trying to do what they can. I believe the Muerta gets controlled full duration also and gets little to nothing off. Great fight from Falcons.
Yep, they made that one look pretty easy.
Yeah.
And into the base they go. One a set of racks to be taken. See if they want to
What a
look for
chaotic
more. They've
fight.
certainly got that opportunity. Yeah, it's just sort of the fact that, yeah, both Snaking and Crit, they got very low, but Snaking, they both live. Snaking gets the opportunity to get off all his spells, gets off the overgrowth, very low on the HP as well. They just couldn't kill anyone.
No. They got everything off on the side of Falcons, and they actually didn't get like majority of spells off on the side of REKONIX. The Muerta didn't get much off, the puck didn't get anything. And then there's just skeletons inside of Amar's arena attacking. So just, there's a lot of crap on the ground, essentially, too, for Falcons there. And Amar actually pivots his build. He decides, we don't actually need the lockdown. I'll just get another arena. Another spear combo, another BKB. Ags done for the Muerta. REKONIX wants to take a fight on their own terms. See if they're going to be able to, as that last one was pretty disastrous.
Let's have a look. They need this to go well. REKONIX.
How do you do it, though? He has 2 BKBs on Mars, so you can just BKB TP out if you don't chain stun kill him.
That's the first
Gets
BKB.
off.
It's immediately there from Amar. They'll have to use the song on Jacroy. See what they can do with the song. It's
in your dream?
Not really going to do much until they have to use the Stampede now to get the puck out of there. Amar might be ready to sort of close in upon them again. They've got to back away. They're going to go for the re-smoke up, but now there's no Stampede, there's no song.
That's
very much feeling pretty
really
desperate here, REKONIX.
Yeah. Snake.
FBZ tries for the opening. I'm going to find anything, and now Maori's in on top of them. In with the BKB, gets the grab in on towards Varish. They take out the Jakiro. The buyback will come out straight away here from Varish on the Jakiro. Refresher is popped by Maureen. He's ready to go for round 2 here, just controlling FBZ, trampling over him. And with the Shiva slowing him down as there's FBZ gone. REKONIX, they've just got to get everyone out of it. They tried to put something together. They seem desperately looking to try and get these fights going, but it's just not working out.
Maureen's too big. Honestly, Maureen's doing everything, it feels like. He's the body, he's the damage, and he's allowing everybody to get all their spells off. Getting the great catches
He's
as
still
well.
got Pulverized ready with obviously the fact that he popped the Refresher, so they're ready to try and go for further catches. Jacroy's got to run, but he might not get the chance. The spear's in from Amar. They've closed in onto the Nagasara, and the Pulverized comes into play. Skeeter brings in the damage. Jacroy will try and put the BKB and run, but the physical damage is done. He's out for 60 seconds. No buyback on him. As Falcons ready to bring the waves in. Approaching the base, Amar, he's ready to fight into the base. He's up, closing in towards the fountain, drops the arena, kills off Barish, and then gets back to work with the push. As GG, it will be called Falcons. They'll take this game here against REKONIX. As, yeah, just not feeling the Nagasara in here today, Fogged. It just, for all the money that Jacroy was able to get on this hero, it really wasn't able to do a whole lot.
No, they couldn't put up a single team fight, really, Owen. It's this last pick Primal and just the way that Mallory played it. He was not only enabled from his team from stacks and everything too, but information as well from the tree. Yeah, this was kind of the Mallory show while everybody else was able to kind of follow along and be like, thank you for letting me get my spells off, sir.
Yeah, no, as I said earlier, definitely without a doubt. You know, if Jacroy wants to play Naga again, especially if he ever finds himself in a matchup against Falcons, they are not going to be forgetting about leaving that Primal Beast in the pool and available for Maureen. 8-0 and 13 as Falcons, they take the game.
And I feel like that is the difference between putting a Malorine on a Beastmaster that likes to be a little bit more passive, Quinn, farm it up, where they got that loss earlier, compared to a Primal Beast, way more active, just in your face consistently. Like, Malorine has the skill for it. He likes to play that way, and then when he gets to do it, my goodness, does he show up.
Yeah, he is the best Primal Beast in the world, and it's not particularly close.
Legions between.
He's genuinely so incredibly talented and skilled at this hero, has played a bazillion games on it. He was all over the place, everywhere. Won his lane, got a double kill safe lane with a quick TP up there. He was perfect build, solo kill on puck here. Like, he was all over the place. This is the Malrain show.
Yeah, it was really good, and of course allows Amar to have more of that gameplay he likes, where it's the other 4 teammates running around, and Amar is like, I'm just going to occupy this space down bottom. It's going to be my area, and then when I'm ready to rejoin and get a refresher, then we can go in and have some fights. But this fight, I do think, should have gone very differently. REKONIX having a great song, it was the perfect setup, and yet somehow Falcons still able to maneuver their way out and have no deaths on their side.
Yeah, some slight misplays. He gets a great Lincoln's off from In Your Dream onto whoever the heck got jumped, I can't remember. But he overextends and runs a little bit too deep into Falcon's side compared to if he just pops his spells or the orbs backward and resets the fight a little bit. I think it can go very well for them. Jakiro is also slow with his ice path. There's some of these like in-the-moment mistakes that I think you can see that REKONIX is a little shaky. Like the way that some of this Naga had a couple of questionable deaths where she just didn't press song or got caught really out. Like this was not their best showing. They definitely, I think, can play better than this. And based on their qualifier results, like they should be doing better than this. They got outclassed a little bit in kind of a way where, yeah, Falcons played pretty decently, but REKONIX also kind of just like fell over and died.
Right, dropping the ball a little bit, especially when we saw just how close and how long their game earlier against Tundra went on the B stream. You're really expecting a lot more, because I think most people put Tundra, Falcon Spirit in that top 3, that it's just like, if they did so well that one game really drew so close to it, we could have seen the same. And you also loved the Naga Siren pick too, right? That was the other thing that added on top of it. You loved what they were bringing out earlier in their previous best of 1. They pick up a Naga Siren that deals with all of Falcon's first 4 heroes, and you question mark, is there a way to shut it down? And then Lesh gets banned, Primal left in the pool. Could that have been that one small mistake that allows your Naga to have way more of a game?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it earlier in the prior series. That's kind of where the calling teams bluffs comes into play, right? Like, you're against Falcons, you ban Primal and you leave Leshrac. If you're against Maus, then you ban Leshrac and you leave Primal,
100%.
right?
Yeah.
You make those judgment calls based on the people you're playing against.
Yeah.
It's not just in a vacuum. Drafting is not a science. It's like a little bit, but it's also somewhat an art form, and also somewhat of like playing poker. Like, you're like reading the other guys and being like, what do they actually want? Because a lot of what you ban is not what's even the best. It's what do they want. Like, you want to make people uncomfortable, because people have hero pools and stuff. So much of drafting is, what does this guy actually want? And like, deciding that and making people feel weird.
Have we ever, and I mean collectively, like viewers too, seen a Falcons Leshrac?
He's played it. It's not a specialty of his. I wouldn't say it's quite on the Malrine Storm tier, but it's like, it's not mid 1 Lesh, let's just say that.
Okay, I don't think anyone could really have a mid 1 Lesh. Not even Yopaj. You know, I tried to coin a S tier and you said absolutely not yet.
You need the land win.
Well, it might be coming that way, but look, for Falcons, they get 1 win over here. Is there anything else you want to add on top of what you think some takeaways are for REKONIX?
I mean, I think so much of this game comes down to this early game. Like,
You did say if it was at the 10-minute mark and they were down by 3 to 4K, it's over, but it wasn't that disastrous for them.
It wasn't that disastrous, but if you look at this, they're kind of getting lane diffed in all 3 lanes, and I think mid lane should be relatively even. I think In Your Dream could have done a little better than this. I think the safe lane should have been more drawish than it was. I think they got outplayed a little bit, and the off lane is honestly the lane I was the most impressed with, but after that start, it's just this Primal Beast. You know, Fog mentioned it. He can kind of just run around and do whatever he wants. They don't actually have the potential to kill that hero.
Yeah.
And when you can't shut him down, and you don't have all that pressure of your own that he has to respond to, then you kind of just end up as easy pickings. And eventually, he gets his free blink, gets a solo kill, gets the BKB, gets a solo kill, and he bounces back and forth, getting the items, boing, boing like a seesaw, collecting free kills until eventually it just felt like they were just on a timer. There was no timing coming.
Yeah, I did like, though, at that 7 minutes, you took the screenshot.
Yeah.
And you kind of did REKONIX a little dirty here, right? Because I want to point out that just as you took that screenshot, just afterwards, a lot of the rotations, the counter rotations, they went down bottom towards their safe lane, and they got that kill on Amar. They kind of realized and recognized, okay, we are going to lose this Wisdom Shrine. That's fine. Let's at least try and have Amar stall out his early game a little bit and then kind of just shift those numbers there. I liked that, because that's one of those things that you might try and force a fight around Wisdom Shrine, and then it feels even worse for your game. It's more is dismantled, but they go, hey, let's actually pivot this, because we know Amar is going to be by himself, and let's try and shut him down. Or stall it out. I shouldn't say shut him down. Stall it out. That's very 2 different things.
Yeah, In Your Dream stays mid and ends up taking the mid tower a little bit earlier, gets a kill on crit. Like, I think it was not all bleak. It was not all bad for them. There were some good signs. I think it was just a little stuttery, a little not super natural. It didn't feel like they were in the zone, if they were in the element, you know? Like, if they were all flowing and playing naturally and they lost, hey, so be it. But it didn't feel like that. It felt like they were not quite comfortable. And you want that from the newer teams. You want that from the upstarts. You want them to be able to play their Dota. And then if they get beat, okay, then you learn and you improve and stuff. But I think really, for me, what I see from this game, I think you go back to the drawing board and you think, why weren't we comfortable? How can next game, how can we play our Dota and be in the zone? Because I think that's the first step. If you don't have that, it doesn't matter how good your Dota is, you will not beat them.
Okay, all right, well, I like it. Either way, there is still a takeaway for REKONIX. Their Falcons, though, they take away the win, all right? They're going to have a win for themselves, much needed after their earlier best of 1 went the way against them. And now we're moving on to our 5th best of 1 for the day. I honestly cannot believe how fast today's moving. And I might have just jinxed us, because the team coming up next, Tundra and Na'Vi. Yeah, I might have jinxed us there, Quinn, because Tundra loves a good old 60-minute barn burner.
They're farmers.
Kayak game yang bagus buat REKONIX adalah game di mana Jikroy ketinggalan sendiri, dan jika dia emang coba di geng, dia survive cukup lama, at least tidaknya untuk temen-temennya backup gitu. Kayak apa ya? Good side lagi. Good opportunity-nya adalah dia di geng gagal, dia bisa cabut, dia bisa bisa nyerap XP, temennya bantai-bantai, dia bisa donasi spell dikit. Dah tuh itu good opportunity-nya. Nah masalahnya tadi itu cuma perlu seonggok Primal Beast doang buat ngebunuh Naga Sire anjir. Plus 1 hero. Jadi kayak terlalu apa ya? Nggak bisa aja gitu. Harus ditempelin. Maksudnya kayak lu punya cancel teknik pakai Muerta, tapi nggak apa ya? Biasanya tuh yang gue perhatiin adalah kayak cancel teknik, saving teknik kayak macam Shadow Demon Task atau yang bisa nge-silence atau yang bisa nge-stun lah setidaknya di REKONIX tuh buat ngestopin killing blow-nya gitu. Sedangkan Primal Beast itu ultinya aja yang killing blow, jadi kayak susah lah. Ya udah nggak apa-apa. Sekolah ya, namanya juga sekolah ya. Itu juga opini tadi. Apa next? Lawan Navi, oke lah. Enggak sebenarnya. Navi itu bukan tim gampang juga anjir masalahnya. Aduh. Udah 2-0 aja, Le. Siapa yang udah 2-0? Baru REKONIX ya? Navi 0-1. Yandex 0-1. Falcon 1 sama. Gamer Legend gak tahu nih. Di sini nih penentuan. Oke. Ayolah. Nggak apa-apa deh lu belajar deh, tapi anjir masa iya sih? Bisa gak sih? Sumpah. Match REKONIX pas lawan Tundra itu memberi harapan coy. Ini kayak bisa.
I mean, this Medigun saved a lot of people this
No, it
game.
did, yeah.
Bentar. Gue mau ngecek itu.
I'm see.
Yeah, I think this last game,
I think it feels to be the
Laner.
is really important. Step in. There we go. No, I think
We got Falcons.
Chronoptic Nourishment is basically no facet, right?
But I'm not really sure I can make the connections with a Conquer pick here.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's kind of bad. It's to the best. They'll keep to not have improved.
Felt a bit on play, which is always and tier 1 teams in the past, all of that. It felt like at any point they were everywhere on the map, and we've described tier 1 teams in the past, teams that go on to win TI in that form, and that's kind of what OG is bringing to the table right now in my eyes.
Yeah, I'm genuinely super impressed. Like, we've seen it over the past months. Before they had that sort of break, they just kept getting better and better and better and having better showings. And I think this is a great start to the tournament. I think it wasn't flawless, and I think this Leshrac pick, if you for instance, if this is against Falcons, you will not get away with this Leshrac pick against Huskar. I think part of this is, and I think that's sort of a skill in drafting, is you're calling specific players' bluffs sometimes, not even so much as the heroes. Like, you see a Huskar there, and you know it's a Nisha Huskar. Nisha's an amazing player, but he's not a Huskar specialist by any means. And so I think you can get away with a little bit more against this Huskar than you would against some other Huskars. And so there's a line you toe there. And, you know, Giannis mentioned it in the draft that there's a lot,
Please call him by his real name.
Fogged, I'm sorry. Fogg mentioned in the draft that, you know, they picked this Lesh into Huskar. Yopaj calls his shot, says, I got this guy. And he did have this guy. He had a great game despite playing confidence to do that. That's really impressive.
You questioned his choice of changing the facet at the last minute. Do you see now? Because it's like you could, what is it, Chronoptic
Nourishment. You can see why he takes it. I mean, I think you get to spam your spells in lane because your W spell is very to be so I think
terminology.
If he can get away with it, then it makes more sense. It's really just
crown him as
I'll give him A+. He's not quite at S.
Tenfold than everyone else.
They want to land. If OG wins a land, we're not talking about P tier, it's S tier. It's S tier for a reason. We don't hand those out willy-nilly. You get an S tier. I'm not Oprah Winfrey.
Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome.
Rest throughout this tournament, of course. But before we do, something else that really stood out for me on the side of OG was the warding. Right, we already talked about it. They really about here.
Yeah, they're 8. Still all that potential time, and they're finding pickoffs on them. They're looking at these plays, and they're not just.
2 questions about warding. Do you think with the map you can stipulate in your
Really understand.
one was woods to get them in those spots like we just saw there in the triangle. How do you combat that? I know it's easy to be like where you're like,
I think a lot of it, unfortunately, comes down to what you did in the prior day awards are, and you can de-war early game because you're yeah, kind of genuinely when you're 10K down with a worse draft against a better team, you're cooked, brother.
all right. Well, do you have a better team when it comes up to our next matchup? We got Falcons coming up against REKONIX. That's how.
REKONIX?
Yeah, I was gonna say, is there a C? Is it REC? REK?
I think it's just a K.
Okay, there's an Australian accent coming through there then. They lost their earlier game against Tundra, but that was a real barn burner over 60 minutes. Falcons ended up also losing their game earlier against Game Allegiance. So is there a clear favorite?
I think Falcons should be the favorite, but they've been a little shaky recently.
Also a
so
really long way to say no.
REKONIX has hope,
Okay.
but Falcons is the favorite.
Okay, and then beforehand you gave it some arbitrary win percentage, win predictor. What do you want to coin it? What do you want to win predictor?
Win chance?
Sure, you just
Win
have to be different.
predictor?
Yeah, because you're predicting the odds of a team winning.
What word did I say earlier?
I don't know. Maybe
Anyway,
fuck on.
I'll
Falcons. What percentage?
I'll say 78% Falcons.
Okay, so 22%.
So like a little bit less than 80, because
They lost the earlier one.
yeah. So like I bump them down 10 at least, because that game is not impressive.
Sure, so that would actually put them down to 7. No, that's the 80.
That's at 80, and then
Yeah,
the
'cause you
extra
said 90
2 because
beforehand.
like vibes.
Just an extra 2 for 5. I think there was like a lot of back and forth in their REKONIX's match against Tundra earlier, and so then I do wonder how much of that continues over, how much of a draft is going to continue over as well, and what we're going to
You got so much healing, but like the percentage HP damage, the Crimson works wonders. Your Aghanim's is gonna be a pain in the ass.
Yeah, this hero is very, very insane when you get past the laning phase. Yeah, oftentimes you don't see it because he doesn't get like such a good start, right? This is as good as he gets from the laning for Underlord. You get into a lane where you're against Brood and Chen. They're not the best heroes against you. And you get the free farm.
Borrowed time forced out. TPs are coming in though. They're gonna try and finish off Yamsun. It's not
He's
quite
dead.
tanky at this stage in the game.
Mau ngecek sir. Gamer Legion. Oh, nyambung dan nggak pakai S. Oke. Nyambung dan nggak pakai S.
Farming a
is
bit
not-
too far forward.
That is not the place you want to be farming Yamsam.
Nope.
Has to be taking the safer farm. Let the Underlord take the shit farm, you know, take the dangerous farm.
Why would he let his carry die then?
Because he is also a carry on the Underlord.
No, that's what I'm
When
saying. Like he can't be the Underlord taking the dangerous farm. That's your carry. It's a Baron pause 3 right now.
Yeah, but you know one thing Underlord can do, Baron can't? He farmed the waves from the trees, you know, so he doesn't ever have to put himself in danger.
True. That's fair. That's fair.
That's what we call shadow pushing.
Indeed. What are your favorite terms?
So boring, right? My favorite term in Dota is shadow pushing. Pushing from the trees without being seen.
Well, Winter, I'll be real with you. I think you're known for many things, but being excited is not one of them. So I think you're fine. You can get away with that. No one's mad that you have a boring favorite phrase. And that's it though. I think this game, it's you know, you would think that these two teams with a chip on their shoulder against each other, something to prove. You know, they've battled so many times, especially in recent history. The assistant coach on the other team, you know each other inside and out, but maybe Heroic have changed so far that Mangusu doesn't have quite a grasp on what Kafs wants to do anymore. I mean, right now, both these teams just happy to sit back and chill. It's 17 minutes and we have 4 kills. Nothing is happening.
What a contrast from the first couple of games.
Yeah. We had like Heroic was slamming their heads, getting these pickoffs on stop, and even the previous game, right? Extreme Gaming and Mouse, like it was so action-packed. You got your Radiance complete on the battle. Okay, yippee, more farm, yay!
I think there's just a lot of maneuvering on how many camps you can farm. You know, it's just a different thing. They don't get kills, but you see a lot of like small little maneuvers on the map. Like you look at the Underlord, like how far can he farm? The Brute is trying to take like the camps away from the Underlord. So there's this like small little battle happening at top. They're both trying to take away each other's farm, right? And they are constantly trying to figure out if there's a gank coming. Like Underlord kind of sniffs out something was happening, like he backs off at the right time, but there's a stun. And
Him sniper, catching him off guard there. The Crimson still
tanky.
keeping him very tanky. Maybe it should have been the Abaddon in this position to die instead. The parry of Gamer Legion goes down. He traded away though, Shadow Shaman to draw, but I think that's so worth it if you're heroic. Sure, you lose a couple of Serpent Wards, who cares? You kill the big bad Underlord. That's nice.
Finally. Finally, it took them 18 minutes to take him out. In Tormentor, it's going to be up in a minute and a half, so that is definitely going to be an important objective.
Let's play there from RCY, stealing the Haste Rune away.
Oh,
Getting set up though.
spear. Alright,
Alright.
nothing's gonna happen.
Yep.
We're just gonna wait for the Tormentor.
Ooh, what a timing there from Tai Long. Okay.
What? He solo killed him?
No.
Alright.
You-
That was with the Brood, right?
Yeah, the Brute was chasing him, and then Tai Long just secured, let's say, the kill. Aghanims
the
reveals on
Aghanims.
both sides paying off, yeah.
Aghanims on the Underlord. I think one of my favorite Aghanims in the game right now.
Yeah, okay.
Especially with the 15 talent, where you have the slow, 20% slow in the pit.
I've
But
seen
that's a
some
big
Underlords prefer the Firestorm cooldown just for like the farming, but I guess when you're so fat and you
No,
can right click
bro.
all the camps down.
You're not farming in Firestorm, you're farming with your traits, with your aura.
True. Okay. I'm sure you know this, but
even
in,
if you go the Firestorm cooldown, sometimes you don't have the mana capacity to utilize it.
yeah, that's fair. I mean, this is we already kind of said this, but I don't think you could paint a more perfect Underlord game than this. This is every Underlord's wet dream. Amar is looking at this game right now and he's salivating.
Yeah, how on earth did I not get this type of lineup when I'm picking Underlord?
Yeah.
Alright. Everyone just runs away. Okay.
Yeah, because there's a hunting party on their way. Heroic are
I
trying to
feel like they
perhaps
should-
punish.
I feel like they should have just gotten Roche. Instead of trying to run out here, they should have just gotten Roche. Wait, they
Yeah.
put Shaman Wards down with the Chain Creeps, just get Roche. Yeah, I think this is not a good move. And now, I feel like Gamer Legion, they are going to get the Roche because they are presented with the time to do it now.
I mean, to be honest, do they even need to force it?
Right now? I mean,
Yeah,
they
as in,
could.
like,
Why-
they
why
could,
not?
yeah, but like, why? I mean, you can take a fight first, you're so goddamn strong.
I mean, if it ever happens, I don't know if Heroic wants to like fight, you know, depending on where is the location. You are
I mean,
fighting
the
into
thing is,
the pits.
it's clear that Heroic want to fight right now. They just haven't found the opportunity. They went up to all the way to the top lane with a smoke, came through the twin gates, perched around the bot side area. They don't see anyone. Gamer Legion have just been able to dodge them completely.
Yeah, I do feel like Gamer Legion is still stronger though with the Crimson and the Radiance on Abaddon. Like Heroic, they have the Yules, they don't have a dagger on Mars, and he's gonna get caught here. Oh
Whisper in
boy.
some trouble. Rock available, the Yules to keep him safe, but he's coming straight back into a pit. Speed being held in place. Used the rock a bit earlier, and now
Whisper's
Yuma's gonna
down.
try and chase him down. Whisper's dead, and now Yuma, even though he kills the support, he has the BKB TP out.
Yeah,
survive.
I mean, this is why I say I feel like they are not strong enough to fight.
Yeah, agreed.
Like the auras are just overwhelming. You can't kill the Abaddon. You have no dagger on your Mars, so you're relying on the Shaman to start the fight. Not very ideal. The BKB timing on Brood is like, it's not really that strong, you know? Like Brood wants to farm till you get level 25. Like this is not a hero that comes online early. So when you pair a Brood with a Sniper, you get a lineup where you just need to farm a lot, you know, if you can't snowball from the early game.
It almost feels like Heroic. They came into today with an idea that we are gonna play fast, we're gonna ball up. And it worked for them against Yandex, but we revisited why that was the case, right? Yandex drafted themselves an impossibly greedy lineup. But now you have a lot more well-rounded of a composition from Gamer Legion. Heroic just seem like they don't really know what to do at this stage. You have yourself an Aghanim's first sniper. He's gonna take forever to farm up. So your scaling is a bit stunted there. Mars is not having anywhere near a game that you would want. He's gone for the Yules first, but has barely managed to find any pickoffs. So what is the plan? Like, what? We just wait for Brute 25?
Yeah, just found. You can camp the side lanes with the Shaman, that's I think about it, because in the head-on fight, I don't think that they have very good chances against the Underlord. The Underlord is just way too big of a hindrance right now in the team fight for them. Like, you just have no damage against the Underlord. Atrophy, Aura, Crimson, your Brute and Sniper, basically useless.
Telecall. Gonna try for the lockdown, but a very nice terrorize will keep the Shadow Shaman at bay. RCY should be able to just zip on out of the wards. And even if he couldn't, he has that second life anyway. Big Num being kept alive thanks to the Crimson Guard. Brute Mother gonna come through, but an easy Yules. I mean, Heroic, you can tell they're scrambling, trying to get whatever they can, but now the Sniper's found himself in a bad spot. Yamson comes through out of nowhere, chasing down onto KJ, and Heroic, their team is unraveling. Whisper is finally going to show up. You got yourself an arena. Maybe you can put it to use. Nice two-man stun, but Fade still absurdly tanky here. With the help of his allies, they will manage to take down Fade, and maybe Yuma can fight this one out. You don't want to kill the Storm because he's low resources and you don't want to give him that setup, or rather the reset. But now that the Theolokor has come back into the fray, they take down the Abaddon, gain up the poor Storm, and RCY will lose their Aegis. So honestly, Heroic, I think somehow, some way, that was the best case scenario they could have found. Now Theolokor will go down though. But, okay. I mean, RCY, if he can get the kill onto Yuma, that'll be huge, but nice little Orchid TP out. Yeah, okay. Heroic, they lose just about 4 or 5 heroes overall. But they defend their tower, they get the Aegis, they kill Fade and Yuma. Sorry, they kill Fade and Yamson. I think that's good.
Yeah, that's pretty good. It catapults the Brute until almost level 20 right now. So that is a huge deal. Like, the longer the game goes, the further you can scale on the Brute. It's just going to get better for Heroic. Because then the Sniper is not the problem anymore. The Brute is the main hero. I think the Sniper at this point with his build, he's going to just be like some... I don't know, he's just like some spell casting hero right now. He's not going to do a lot of damage in the team fights with his right clicks.
Yeah, how did that fight even end up going so decently for Heroic? I thought they were just going to get bowled over.
Well, to be fair, Gamer Legion kind of just fumble, right? They overchased, they could have just backed off.
Yeah, speaking of the Sniper, another Galvanized stacks into RCY's pocket. 5-0 and 6, trying to work his way towards the previous scoreline that he had against Falcons. Well, we finally got a little bit of action, but that was just Gamer Legions bashing their heads into the Heroic side. Kind of working out for them though. At least Heroic side, I mean. Now you got the BKB on the Mars. Teamfight's gonna look, I want to say, a lot easier to execute, because now you can just run in, press Arena, press BKB, and no one can really stop you.
There's no dagger though, bro. So it's... I mean, I feel like you still need to wait until he gets the dagger.
Looking like they're just planning to ditch speed here. Theolokor will get the Hex up. Shackles as well. Onto Yamson. I mean, the Shadow Shaman's gonna die for sure. King Jungle makes the fall. Whisper doesn't even want to use the arena. Finally, the walls come up. But the problem is the Brute can't connect into this fight. All 3 calls on Gamer Legion caught out in this area. Nice Terrorize, keeping the Brute at bay. They've just completely isolated Yuma out of this fight. Even the Curse Crown stopping the Brute from coming in and doing the damage. Everyone on Gamer Legion will just back up.
Decent. I think it's a decent trade for Heroic once again. They lost 2 supports, but they traded for 1. And not the worst. As long as the game keeps going like this, you're not losing any of the costs, especially the Brute, and you're just trading kills. This is still beneficial for Heroic. I think the moment they get to late game, the Brute can actually overpower the Baron and Underlord.
Yeah. I think really nice plays from Heroic, especially Yuma so far. Like the fact that Yuma's sneaking in there, just getting a solo pick off onto speed and preventing the golem from coming down. That's how they start the fight. It just kind of makes things a little bit uncomfortable. And you can see how much the arena can do, right? When Whisper's in there, he gets a spear off. There's not much the Gamer Legion cores can do without their BKBs. You don't really want to buy that item on the Abaddon. You're still working your way there on the Storm. And speaking of lack of BKB, you're gonna get speared up. Doesn't latch onto a tree, but you still should have the shackles. Here comes the Golem to cancel it. Now Theonacor's in trouble. Silence up onto Storm. It doesn't look like they'll have the damage. Yes, they do! Yuma clicks him down. That's not what you want at all. RCY getting caught. Now your Underlord's gonna escape back through the gate that he came from. No one on Heroic going down, and Gamer Legion, they are fumbling this early advantage that they managed to get for themselves here.
And that is definitely not a sight you want to see if you're a Gamer Legion fan. Storm just overcommitting, and then he got caught by the Orchid from the Brood. Doesn't have a BKB, and it was just easy pickings. You know, Abaddon was nowhere near to save him. I mean, you can see the Brood has a lot of damage, you know. It's just about whether she gets the opportunity to unload her damage, you know. And especially if Underlord is not in the picture with the auras, your heroes are gonna die to the Brood.
Yuma doing more than just heavy lifting right now. He's putting the whole team on his Brood Mama back. Let me take y'all to victory. We got one dub, make it a second. Can't get beaten by Gamer Legion here. Yuma working towards that Skadi. This Brood Mother is scaling big time. It doesn't matter that Tai Long's barely had a game. It doesn't matter that the Mars is, at least has been struggling for the most of this bout. It's the Brood Mother show. And you look at the side of Gamer Legion, what will they do versus Yuma? When he pops his BKB and pops his Insatiable, who can stop him? Maybe a rock? Maybe you try and kite him with the borrowed time or Orthotic Shields? Even if you try and burst him down first, then maybe the Arena or the Hand of God can come out. It's not a convincing strategy.
It's going to get to a point where you can't really kite her anymore when she gets her webs, you know, in the team fight. It's going to be difficult to kite her when it gets to that stage. If you don't kill her with the initial jump with the Warlock Rock into the Terrorize and the Storm Pool, I think you're going to be screwed, you know. Yeah. I think late game, once you have BKB plus Aghanim's on Storm, you have very, very good, I think, good way of setting up for the Terrorize. You run in with the Storm, you pull, and then you come in with the Terrorize, and I think you could actually kill the Brood, you know, if you land the combo perfectly.
Yeah, I don't know how easy the Brood is going to be killed off now that she has that completed Skadi AD rune. This is a Brood with 3.5k HP. And that's not counting the Head of God or the auras that King Jungles can provide. The ball's a little bit late this time round, but Heroic still managed to assemble it, and they're charging on forward, looking to try and potentially contest this Tormentor. They were a bit late the previous time. They try for the wraparound. Gamer Legion, they can just Power Ranger TP out again, but choosing to stick around. Whisper could catch them here. Now the TP's out. Big Num will get caught. Big Num will get killed. But that's the only casualty, so I guess it's not that bad.
You're starting to see the shift in the power dynamic now. The Brood is becoming the strongest hero on the map. And the Storm is just desperately trying to finish his BKB. He's gonna get it, but he might die here if he runs into heroes. Okay.
Oh dear. Oh no.
This is bad.
Rock's gonna try and stop it. Yuma tries to Manta dodge. RCY still getting the zip out, and now Whisper in trouble. Forced to pop his own BKB as Fade on the backline being controlled. Yuma deals with the Golem. Now they have Fade just locked up. Nowhere to run. You wanted to join this fight? Sure.
No, he had to come to save the Storm. He came over with the Dark Reef, and then he used his Lotus onto the Storm. Then he didn't have anything to save himself, you know. The Storm got out, but he had to die for that. I actually think that is actually definitely not worth it. The Underlord is more valuable than the Storm right now.
But at least now the Storm has the BKB, so that type of sacrifice might not be necessary any longer. Although I will say, Heroic, they have very nicely clawed themselves, I think clawed is the right word, back into this game from what feels like the brink, right? the Brood Mother had to basically dig for scraps around these fights, find these supports, find these little pickoffs,
Bottom tower.
salvaging the situation for her team. And now it's Yuma level 23 at 32 minutes. This is a crazy setup for a comeback if Heroic can actually pull this off. And Heroic, they're now in the Roche pit, getting that second life for their Brood Mama.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's anything Gamer Legion can do here. I mean, it's going to be very interesting when it gets to the ultra late game, you know, like how can they actually find a way to beat the Brood? Like, can they get the ultimate team fight with the pull, the Aghanims pull on the Storm? I think that's the only way, you know. They get the Aghanims on Storm, they pull, and then they land the Terrorize on top. I don't see any other way of them winning the engagements.
That's just weird because we were hypothesizing this stage of the game would be very scary for Heroic because we were talking about, oh, you know, what are you gonna do when the Storm and Abaddon jump in? It's been kind of a quiet game from Yamsun, right? I feel like we haven't really felt the impact of this Abaddon just yet. RCY and Big Nam trying to set up onto Tai Lung. Snipers in big trouble, pushed away. Still got the Hand of God, no, used already, but they're looking to punish. Got the control up onto RCY. And Tai Lung, he's laughing all the way to the bank. You sacrifice your life for me? Sure! I'm not the carry, I'm just a support sniper, bro!
Yeah, RCY also kind of got greedy. He didn't use his BKB. He could have definitely gotten out there.
Not expecting the response to be so quick there for Heroic, but...
I mean, brother, it's beside the tier 2, you know? If you're
That's
not
true.
expecting that, then I don't know what to say. You're going for a kill beside the tier 2, you have to just all in, use your BKB and run away.
Are scanning.
Maybe they thought
I'm
the
not-
kill would happen faster.
Yeah, maybe, but it was still a risk, you know, when you're making a play deep in enemy territory.
Level 24, Numa killing a courier. That's really nice. Bye-bye Bloodthorn. Yamsun's not gonna have that damage option in the fights. Ooh, so... Oh my goodness, this guy. Look at how fast he attacks. Bloodthorn complete, serrated Shiv. Now all his spiderlings do die in an instant. That's a bit unfortunate. Okay, you still can't push up into the Abaddon and the Underlord. That's a bit too much, so... Gonna bide your time, especially now that the Storm is back online. Mad circles being drawn on the map, both by the side of Gamer Legion as well as Yuma. Yuma's telling them, let's control this triangle, let's make sure they can't move out. And on the flip side, Gamer Legion deciding to go to the bottom side jungle instead. Just setting up vision, maybe trying to bait in a fight, use that high ground advantage.
Radiant's top tower is under
Try
attack.
to set something up.
Radiant are
They split on the map right now. They don't see Heroic at all. Okay. I mean, you got Crimson, you got Unlord. I don't think Heroic can actually push up into this. Gamer Legion, they're starting to rat out different corners of the map too.
And they're gonna try at least. They still have the Aegis for 2 minutes.
Radiant structures are fortified.
And the sniper is not even here. The sniper is falling back in their jungle.
He's not needed, bro. He's like, if he hits the tower, he's gonna die. So he's like, you know, look, Yuma, you got it. I'm taking this space on the map as reparations for my rough early game. And I get it, you know. Finally, he joins his team. Think about using the you can't stop Yuma, though, is the problem. Okay. Lotus reflecting the assassinate, that's pretty cute. Whisper now popping that BKB, nice spear, keeping Yamsun control, and Yuma starting to go to work. Crashes out, Whisper going for the second arena. It's a lot of magic damage, but Yuma's actually dropping low. Hand of God trying to keep him safe, he'll die on the first life. About their carry Heroic, they need to try and reposition. Tai Lung getting curse bound up, RCY is going sickle mode. With the backup of the Aphotic Shield, he's able to get it done. Eyes on Yuma though, he's trying to salvage this fight for his team. Finally popping that BKB, looking towards Fate, but the problem is he just doesn't have enough damage to cut through that tanky Underlord. The spear will find RCY, and finally they've slain the Storm or not. The Aphotic Shield again bailing him out, and somehow, some way, Gamer Legion are gonna hold.
That was one crazy team fight. Such a long fight. Like they were trying to all in the Storm, but just couldn't kill him towards the end. I mean, I think the moment the Brood doesn't have BKB, they just have to actually run. They can't really fight without BKBs.
And the Brood just kind of got caught out. I hope we get a replay of that fight because I just want to see like how it all went wrong. We literally the Brood
just
died.
Needed to run. They just needed to run after they killed.
But they can't, right? How do they run against the Storm?
They were trying to kill the Storm though. I think they just needed to ditch and let some heroes die and make sure that the important heroes run away, especially the Brood, the Sniper, and try to escape.
I don't think we have time for a replay because these goddamn rags are gonna drop real quick.
I mean, they can just hit the tier 4s.
Can they hit the throne?
Okay, maybe they're not trying.
They have an AC. Okay, they'll play it safe. God damn, those buildings drop fast though, and one small mistake there from Heroic cost them big time. They're trying to breach that high ground for a hot minute, and then out of nowhere. I mean, also props to speed, right? Because after the Brood Mother returned, he had a like 5-second channel upheaval, just stopping the Brood Mother from re-entering the fight. While I was watching RCY slowly clean up the backline, I was wondering, okay, Yuma, he should have respawned by now, right? Like, what's taking him so long? And it's just he's caught in the soup.
He's gonna need a disperser. Level 25 disperser. Maybe he needs like also a dagger. Like he needs the 6 slots he needs. He's gonna include a dagger.
Yeah.
He needs
Swap
a swift,
the boots out at the end.
yeah, swift blink so he can jump the Warlock, like kill him. The Warlock is actually an important hero to take out.
We were
I mean,
concerned about
that's
their
the problem.
inability to kill the Brood, right?
Yeah, but that's the problem with that Sniper going this build, right? The Name's Rush. Like you're not you're really far behind when the game just drags out like this. You don't really farm quickly. He got an MJ later, but you can see clearly in terms of like net worth, he's pretty far behind everyone. And the Brood is reaching a point where I also feel like he kind of needs one of the other cores to step up, you know, like the Brood. I think there's only
do it by himself.
Yeah, there's only so much you can do during BKB, and now with 6 seconds BKB and obviously 25 approaching, you're gonna have to use it one BKB and you have to like sort of kill one of the heroes here.
Found the Chen. Easy pickings there for RCY and Yamsun. This is the combination that you talked about. Blinking forward along with the Storm and getting it done. Trying to control RCY, but with the Lotus, they can't continue that chase. Looks like Tai Lung's been caught out. Forced up away, Arena comes far too late. Tai Lung's already dead. No buyback on your Sniper. Which one of the cores is gonna step up? It's RCY with a huge vortex to end the game. Heroic gets stamped out. They had an idea. They wanted to keep a ball up. They were a bit late to their own plan. But Gamer Legion keeping it tight, getting it done, and you can see it's not all smooth riding for them. They had a few moments where it seemed like, oh, did we mess up?
I think they've got a pretty good combo. You know, if they're able to sort of execute it. And honestly, you know, from what we saw earlier today from Na'Vi, they, even though it was kind of a tough start to the game, they were still making good moves. So, you see Tundra going for the move themselves, but the hook shot's there from Riddies. He's away. And watching from the sidelines here, got the juice ready to get a few punches in. He's going to walk up, get caught by the Dream Coil. The heal and the Grave come in. He's back up to the high ground. Ari will be able to take him out of harm's way.
I mean, their catch is weird on the side of Tundra, as you're seeing there. Not really great ways to just stop a puck or control the puck by any means until they do have a blink. Can just disengage quite easily there. Nobody dies. Looks like they're going to try again. Zayats, though, with that ward vision. It's actually outside of the sentry as well. That obs that he placed on that little corner there, you see. Bingo.
That's probably going to stay there for quite some while.
mean, Zayats, they might rotate and make a play now with this, because Zayats sees them, so they might bring the SF, the damage, to go for this kill here. Ari?
So they don't want to go for him. They'd rather go for 33 here on the bat. He's going to use the lasso, but caught in the arena and the overgrowth as well. They want to make sure that there's no funny business going on there, no potential save from Ari on the Marcy. They take 33 down. I mean, Na'Vi, they've just got to keep this up, I feel. Every time their ultimates are in play, they've got to look for the action. They cannot sit back against Tundra.
Yeah, I mean, Zayats is honestly doing... This early game, I feel like has a lot of like his small little information gathering that he's done in the laning phase, just pulling the waves, knowing that there's no sentry, being able to trade decently, get PMA off to a good start. Now he's bought the shard very early. We did see Snaking go for Greaves first in the games that we saw from him, so really looking to prioritize vision control. But Tundra, they're content with just hitting creeps. So Pure, he's going to have that timing for his defusal after the Midas. He's not been punished, at least right now. And it might be Tundra that looks to fight once they have this, because they'll have defusal on him, Aghanims, plus potentially one or two of those bad items.
Radiant are scanning.
Alright, so defusal is done on Pure, so you won't mind trying to see if he can sort of show up to some of these skirmishes.
Are scanning.
Yeah, might look to get involved. I mean, he can get some solo pickups, see if he finds some supports as well, too. This tree, look at this, the tree shard. It's seeing Tundra. They see Ari down bottom. They saw Whitemon as well.
And there's the hook shot. Riddy's able to easily land it thanks to that. Ari, see if he can juke his way out of this through the trees. Pretty speedy. And tell you what, he's making them work for, of course, at the same time Niku was able to drop the combo, take down Whitemon. Ari still on the retreat. PMA, though, he's ready to TP over and put a shut down to Ari's attempted escape. They take out the two supports here, Na'Vi. Ready to potentially get the push going down bottom. Looks like they want to deal with the creep wave up top. Niku will head up there to sort that one out. It's going to put him very close to having the Blink Dagger done on Puck. They're making these moves, Na'Vi, but obviously shutting down the two big cores, that's not happening, right? Both Pure and BZM getting a lot of space on the map.
And they're looking to play more around these objectives, I would say. For Tundra in particular, right, they're waiting for this 20 minutes. They're waiting for the Roche potentially, too. Well, Na'Vi, they're looking to play around this vision. Continuing to play around this vision control. Zayats, look for the jumps with that. Coil cooldown for 20.
Is under attack.
Information. Sees BZM. Waltzes away.
Yeah, it's just super hard to go on this Beastmaster unless they have what... I mean, they kind of need the SF as well for sort of sustained damage output. Even with kind of the 2 or 3 of them, they could drop ultimates onto this Beastmaster and they're not necessarily going to be guaranteed that they get the kill.
Bottom gets in the cogs.
Riddy's going to be roared here by BZM. Happy to pick up the chance to get involved in the kill and get BZM very close to having the BKB. And then at that point, once he's got the BKB and the Aghanims, if he turns up and wants to take a tower, you let him take your tower.
Yeah, or any objective, really, like fighting around this BKB Aghanims, trying to go for a Tormentor play. You'll have to, maybe you can go for some snipe play, right? Because you have a blink on the Puck, you have vision, at least from this tree shard a few times, so maybe you could do some type of sneaky stuff. But yeah, BZM is truly the king of the map right now. Anyone who goes for him is very likely to die.
Bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Niku's just doing standard. I mean, just because of how good that Shiva's looked in the other game earlier, I was almost thinking like maybe somehow bringing one in. It's so good in this game versus Tundra's lineup as well.
And Na'Vi still keeping their sort of foot on the pedal with the objective taking. Straight to the Roshan, get the Sages. Gotta see, we've just got to continue to see this coming out from them though. Get the Sages, and then they've got to be looking towards the tier 2s. You know, this can't be an Aegis and farm. It's got to be an Aegis and really getting this pressure put on to Tundra.
It should give, I mean, it should give God the Juice a good amount of comfort to at least finish his BKB for the next fight. It's not a BKB that answers everything though, right? Because there's a lot that actually goes through in this game. The lasso, the roar, pretty much everything actually, so.
Tundra Coming in with the smoke,
Right,
knowing that
Ward.
get the opening. Niku. Ooh, nice attempt there with the dispose to try and close BZM in on the opportunity for the Roar, but Niku was quick. Now Arena's down. They get laid down on towards Whitemon. They take the Dazzle out. See, they can turn towards next. 33 goes for the lasso. Hook shot coming from Riddis as he tries to split up the fight, but PMA just gets destroyed. The Roar from BZM comes out on towards Got the Juice. Got the Juice, he's down the ones. See if he can survive here on the second life. The team around him are getting destroyed. Got the Juice. He's going to try and get the Requiem off, but the BKB's there ready for BZM. I'll put the BKB, BZM stands his ground. He will die, BZM, but the damage has absolutely been done by him and the team as Na'Vi have lost 4. Niku on the retreat. They're going to try and chase him down. There's the slow into the silence. They get the team wipe triple kill for Pure. And that was a fight with Na'Vi having an Aegis, but you wouldn't know it looking at the hero's depth right now. Na'Vi getting team wiped. That's an uh-oh.
It's a huge one. They used the Arena, they killed the Dazzle right away, but the Arena only really catches that Dazzle. And there was an interesting interaction. Did you see that with the Clockwork? Clock hookshot at Marcy, but Marcy was mid-rebound. So what ended up happening was he got dragged with the Marcy on top of his own Shadow Fiend.
Yes.
And it actually made the fights way worse. Because otherwise the fight would have been split a little.
No, there's definitely a moment where there was some sort of where am I's kind of coming out there with sort of the way heroes were moving around.
Yeah, that ended up phenomenal for Tundra. Pure comes in, absolute cleanup for him. Sure, BZM dies, but it's well worth it since it's around Tormentor. And that's the first BKB usage, which is fantastic. Tanks a Requiem to the face, allows the Slots to clean up everything.
That's tough. Now, these fights are not going to get any easier for Na'Vi. If they're not winning them now, the sort of requirements for a successful fight are really going to add up going down the line against Tundra. Tundra, they know their strength right now, and they're more than happy to fight here. Pure, ready to get very active on the map with the Diffuser Lore Kid. The build's worked out perfectly. The Midas has paid off absolutely at this point. He is all steam ahead, and Na'Vi, they're going to struggle to deal with him.
They truly are. And Ari's also going for a secondary Orchid too, so for the puck, they're finding more and more. They're like, Niku, you're going to have to itemize. You have to do something, otherwise you're going to get silenced. Ready? We'll hook shot him with... I mean, Na'Vi on the full defensive now. They're terrified. Gem for BZM. These trees no longer. Neither are these wards, so they'll be able to control vision as well now too on the side of Tundra.
That's not easy. It's not easy for Na'Vi. I mean, Na'Vi, best effort's going to have to be once again around sort of some smoke up into a perfect team fight. And as you sort of pointed towards last fight, but the Arena on the Dazzle alone is just not going to cut it, right? They have to use their team fight combo for something a bit more explosive.
Yeah, I want to see an Arena into a Requiem combo land on multiple heroes.
This is good.
That's a good start.
Nice quick little pick off, not having to commit the Arena to get the Dazzle kill. BZM will play it safe, go for the BKB TP out. Same to Biari, so Tundra at least cutting their losses on that one. See if they can do anything with this now, Na'Vi. They get a quick pick on the Dazzle. What more can they find?
Yeah, like that's how they do it, right? You do it with the spear, you catch the Dazzle, and if you can get a two-man spear into a Requiem, obviously that's going to be the dream, something like that, but that's going to be hard to always do.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
We'll see, because like Juice, I was mentioning how like he went this build, right? He chose to do this, which I don't think we would say every Shadow Fiend would do this nowadays, because he's playing into a lot of BKB piercing spells. So I feel like a lot of SFs would have gone like maybe Pike Manta and then maybe go for this, especially someone like Toro, right? They try to stall those BKBs a long time, so we'll see. I'm just worried that even if he BKBs, he can get roared. He can still get focused by the Slark. He can just get a lot of different things still thrown onto him. And they need damage, as we saw.
Seem to be slowing down things again though, Na'Vi. Not wanting to get straight out and look for that next move. I guess obviously they're very close to some of these items, such as the BKB on Mars. That's going to be coming out at about 100 gold for PMA.
Okay.
Just waiting
Niku
for that next round of pickups.
Full Aeon, so it does at least have an answer.
Na'Vi playing split right now, getting them some of the pressure in on the bottom lane.
As you said, BKB done for the Mars, but now also looking at Tundra. So 33's done. He's just going auras. This is a new thing, I guess. You're offlaner. You either want a hard initiator or an aura buyer. I mean, you can just switch, I guess, even if it doesn't. If you're not the best aura carrier. He's gonna have this Pipe Crimson, who's gonna be very strong. Zayats.
Oh, they're looking for him.
Bring around
Trying
the
to
roses.
make his way back to safety. And he's going to go for the TP out. And tell you what, he's away. Good escape there from Zayats, as that's pretty much the entirety of Tundra coming down here to try and see if they could get a catch. And they couldn't. Na'Vi able to back off in time.
He actually just rang around the Rosium. I don't know how to survive. That's crazy. Okay. Pure. Full disperser now too.
Is under attack.
Continuing to get this growth. Now he has easy ways in and out of the fights. Even easier.
Dire's bottom tower
There's that
is
pipe
under
for 33.
attack.
So a lot of damage. We said Na'Vi, we have to see. Big thing I'm going to look at is even if they do get the catches, is the damage going to be there? It's either you catch the Dazzle early on or he's going to get these saves. And now you're going to have to deal with this Bat Rider auras as well too, which can really mess with a lot because most of this damage is going to be the SF. Same BZM also. He's going his Manta, so he's got double dispels. He's going to be able to deal with the Brute as well if he needs to with that.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
And Na'Vi. And all things said and done, you know, they're definitely not, you know, they seem pretty content in also kind of playing rather passive at this point.
Yeah, but I feel like you were saying it earlier too, like it does feel like they're playing into the hands of Tundra. Later and later it goes, it does feel quite a bit better for this.
It really does. I mean, you know, I think with every passing minute, you know, Pure is going to feel more and more in charge of this game as the Slark.
Totally
It
agree.
doesn't really get any more difficult for him. It's, you know, it's going to be pretty smooth sailing once he's got the BKB. Like, yeah, how do you stop a slug? You know, with the BKB and the Shadow Dance, these heroes on Na'Vi, they don't really do too much. Maybe you get some crazy, like, a hook shot into, like, a Requiem. But even that's going to be hard to do because they do have these solid saves. You know, whether it's Ari ready to jump over and sort of, you know, reposition the Slark. Obviously, Whitemon coming in with the Graves. It's going to be tough to kill him, and that's obviously only one of the threats. You know, outside of that, you've got BZM on this Beastmaster that's going to be just sustaining and surviving at the front of the team fights. They're super, super difficult team fights for Na'Vi in the late game.
Yeah, it's just in terms of being able to focus fire that one target, it's all the SF, and yeah, there's just damage all over the place from Tundra. Everybody's really going to be kicking it off here too, so. Setting up Ari. PMA.
Ooh. Nice spear here from PMA. Will ensure that he's able to at least take that wisdom in return. But Pure, he's found the jump onto Riddies. So I think he can get Riddies out of here. Hook shot to safety. He's over towards got the juice science. Using the overgrowth. They do get the silence in on towards Zari, but BZM's over towards Niku. That's going to be the Eon disc popped. Quick move here from Ari to jump back to safety. As Ari gets away from the efforts of Na'Vi. Tundra, they could still be looking to try and fight here if they want to.
Tundra didn't use much of anything, right? I think just Shadow Dance, and I guess the Dazzle ult. His Treant ult is down, Hookshot was used. Here. We're gonna play around this vision. So have this ward on the high ground here, 33. Is gonna queue up that Blink Dagger now. So we'll have at least a better form of catch, because it is still a little, you know, for Tundra jumping on a hero, hasn't been an approach that they want to do. They're kind of just walking into the fights. He does want to go for that next.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
All right, Roche. Next on the menu, Butterfly forgot the juice, finished.
Tundra, they're definitely going to want to have a say about this one, surely.
Pure is 10 gold from BKB also, so he might have BKB coming out for this fight.
Oh, Zayat's trying to watch from the high ground.
Here comes BKB. It's coming on the courier for Slark. So they have quite an easier way to approach this fight, it does feel, than Na'Vi.
And Na'Vi need that perfect combo. They need that beautiful jump from PMA or Niku to really start things off. Without that, the fight very likely to fall into Tundra's hands.
Roche is going to shift. Teams have to be prepared for it.
Swung over to the other side of the map here through the twin gate.
Pure can't get, I guess he can TP tier 2 and then get there, but it's going to take him a moment. Tundra. Claiming high ground. Pure is running over. He's connecting.
Niku, he's in with the jump. He'll find the silence. They drop the arena, but again, it's only onto Whitemon. They catch the dazzle with the arena. Dreamcore will hold down 33 for now. They're trying to bring in the damage here. We've got the juice coming in from the side, but Ari's able to get 33 out of harm's way. Drags him back to safety. 33 can separate from the rest of the fight for now. BZM, he's ready to go in. Gets in with the roar. The BKB was off in time from Got the Juice. Spear holds back Pure for now. Requiem will come out from Got the Juice to the side of the fight, but Pure is still ready to keep going in at the front of this. Now he has to be careful though with the Shadow Knights coming to an end. Pops the BKB, but the right clicks are going to do it. Got the Juice takes him out through the BKB. A massive kill to be found. They're going to see if they can maybe get more here in RV. Tundra on the retreat. PMA, another spear connects in on towards 33. BZM trying to turn back up towards PMA. They've got the lasso here, 33, but that is not going to work out. 33 taken out. Na'Vi finding the chance there to kill off Pure. I think, you know, Pure just overplaying his hand a little bit there in a situation where he definitely himself, he did not expect to be dying as this slug.
Too much damage from the SF, the extra little hits. Honestly, Niku, that was an insane play from him, just jumping, I believe, completely blind into that high ground there for his team to get this potential, this great start when the Slug's just not really there. They get the catch on Whitemon, it starts a little awkward, but then afterwards, it's great. The Requiem fears everybody off of the stun.
They made it work, Na'Vi. They really did. Now ready to come in with the push around the Sages. See what they can find upon this top side of the map. I mean, Tundra, what's the play now? You know, because do they still feel strong, or they're looking at that last situation saying, well, hey, you know what? Pure actually ended up dying pretty quickly outside of the Shadow Dance. We've got to reassess how we take these team fights.
I think they probably still do feel strong. I just think, yeah, just the way that they approach it. I mean, Niku just kind of caught them off guard. Like, they got the information. This was a crazy jump from the puck to see the dazzle, get the catch, and just break the team fight completely. It also wasn't all 5 of Tundra at the start, right? The Slark was a good 5 to 10 seconds away when the fight kicked off. But heads up play, and that's gonna, I mean, put some fear into Pure for sure, as you said. As Juice with that butterfly, Pure feels like he needs to go back for another item. He needs to go back for this Bloodthorn and then look for the play.
Yeah, very solid signs of life here for Na'Vi. With the Sages.
I'm
definitely
glad to see that
push.
Niku did this Aeon disc too. I think this has been a big difference maker.
No, absolutely. Niku well on the way to the Aghanims, just about 1,200 gold off having that as well.
BZM going for Bloodthorn as well, so they're probably going to have 2 Bloodthorns. BZM is it's still feeling like he could potentially be that carry, but...
I mean, they're ready to start playing around with Pure. Pure's got to be a big careful now. Riddies has got the hook shot at the ready. He's going to try for the TP out with the BKB, but a hook shot's there. Pure's TP is easily going to be put to a stop. They'll try and make them work for it, but Niku's ready to chase. That's Pure dead. I mean, obviously the death before dying in the team fight, but now here getting picked off alone. These deaths, it feels like these can't happen on the Slug. This is rough.
It's real rough. Riddies, he did not give respect to the hook shot. Riddies was right on top of him. An instant smoke too, looking for another play. Really good plays. I mean, Niku again, finding the catch. Arcane Rune on Niku. He's got an Aghanims now too after the last 2 purchases. He's also going to be dishing out a crazy amount of damage if he gets a multi-hero coil. Age is still for 2 minutes. They're feeling that power.
PMA. See who can find here. He's going to get the catch on the BZM. Whitemon, can he do anything to help him out? Pump him with the heals, but the hook shot's back online. Riddies comes across, catches on towards BZM. The Roar's there, but the Lotus was out. Gets reflected straight back into the face of the Beastmaster. BZM gone. I mean, Na'Vi, these last few minutes, they're absolutely outplaying Tundra. Tundra getting caught out and shaken up big time. This is quite the turn up here for Na'Vi.
Last 8 minutes or so, right? It feels like Tundra's been trying to do these maneuvers, try to get this vision control and play around their vision, with the Slark kind of making that move earlier. But it's Na'Vi just, like you said, outplaying them. Heads up moves, heads up catches, and they're keeping that ball rolling. Every time a hero respawns, hook shots back up, coils back up, and they're thirsty.
They're into the base. I mean, there's no BZM for 50 seconds, no Ari for 25. And Na'Vi, they've got that pushing power.
Oh, that's impressive. Long time and no Beastmaster, since he did buy that Bloodthorn.
Yeah. They could go for a second set. Over they go.
And PMA has a full refresher. Like, they can just they can probably continue. See if they respect the Beast. I guess it's a 2-2, so they'll back away, but they've got full 2 sets.
That's crazy. And Na'Vi, the play has been very well calculated this game. Yeah, it did feel like they were sort of slowing things down, but you know what? They were just putting everything into the right moment. You know, when they knew that they could come in with this hit, get this team fight together in which they're ready to turn, make the jump, punish, as I said, Slark, Pure as the carry in the team fight, then find the opportunity to pick him off, and then quickly turn it into a move to kill off BZM. Like, the last few moves have been absolutely top tier from Na'Vi, and yeah, Tundra shaken up. Gonna have to try and find a way to get their hold back on this game now that they're 2 sets of racks down. And as we've seen in the team fights now with this sort of lead especially, it's not clean and simple for Pure to really get involved and try and kill off the enemy. If they surround him, wait out the Shadow Dance, they will kill him. And bottom, BZM, he's having to put the BKB and TP on to get the hook shots there, Riddies. Again, coming in with these fantastic BKB TP interrupts. Another huge kill, BZM dead, again without buyback. Tundra, they're really starting to fall apart in this game, Fold.
Hey, Navi's just completely, but look at this, they're still here. Juice is saying, let's go hit tier 4.
He's like, just end the game.
They have double arena. And Tundra, how do you fight this now? 60 seconds.
I don't know. They just might not be able to. Well, for all the setup this game that Tundra came in with, so many times, who could blame them? That approach has worked out many times before. Na'Vi, they did their homework. They were like, well, if we strike exactly at this moment,
they gotta go.
Tundra's not going to know what hit them. Oh, Pure. Going to try and go in here with the Shadow Dance, but that's coming to an end. He'll put the BKB now. The arena's out. They've got the catch on the 33. Grave will come into play, but Pure's just dead. It's over. It's over. I mean,
it's over.
It is over. There's an Octarine core on the Slark. It is over. Tundra, I don't think they're going to know what hit them that game. Because Na'Vi, they were just slowly warming things up, and then, my goodness, they came in with an incredible knockout punch that I think Tundra's going to be sitting there scratching their heads, and indeed they are.
He is. 13 minutes of it feels like like Na'Vi kind of danced around them. Tundra, they got these timings, sent up some wards, looking for a potential fight, and then Na'Vi, they find the godly fight with Niku, clean up, get Roche, and from there, holy shit, that was quite a game from Na'Vi.
Yeah, I mean, it's speechless on Tundra. Literally, you could see none of them. They're like, what just happened? They just got completely knocked out by Na'Vi in that performance. What a game, what a win for Na'Vi. They take the game against Tundra.
Yeah, well, in case you missed it towards the end there, the game is over, I would say.
Is it?
Kayak Bad Rider sama Shark terlalu single target-ish. Dan Mars naik lagi di meta anjir. Epic terus nih.
He's buying every damage item he can besides Rapier.
You really liked all these buildings.
Your hit has insane value. Firestorm cuts through their HP. Yeah. Just getting back into it, folks. This is our 5th best of one of the day, if you'll believe that. It's been quite an exciting journey so far on the B stream. I think all of our expectations coming into today, all the thoughts that we had about which teams will be favored, which teams will be looking strong, slightly blown out of the water. We started with some blockbusters. If you didn't catch Tundra REKONIX, highly recommend that. And then every subsequent game, even the most recent one just now, it was a bit slower, but still kind of defied our expectations a little bit. Gamer Legion able to surprise their opponents. And right now, maybe, I think coming in, I honestly don't know who I would favor. In general, without watching those first few games, you might think that, okay, Yandex are going to slap Extreme Gaming around. But with the form that we've seen these two teams be in so far, I kind of feel like Extreme Gaming got a good thing going. Their tiny Lago served them well in the previous game. Maybe they can run it back. I mean, now you got XSS Signature Mars as well. Surely that can only be a good thing.
Yeah, but I kind of agree with your sentiments that the moment Yandex have the auras with the Underlord, they could actually hit just a timing where they just run Extreme over. They will have a period of time where they don't have enough damage and they need army to farm. And that's when they're going to lose a lot of ground on the map, right? And maybe even the game. So they need to be very careful when the time comes and it happens. They need to like dodge and try to not lose heroes on the map and maybe give up some objectives in favor of not losing the team fights and then hope for the best in the late game, because I think if they can actually get to very late with the Muerta would she would be the king of the game at that point. Razor can't really fight Muerta when he gets to that stage, but they need to get there, so before that, I think with the Underlord and Razor, Yandex is going to be much stronger, and also including the Conquer, they have a lot of overwhelming team fight in the early to mid game.
How's the Razor scaling? Because I remember a long time ago in the past, everyone used to consider Razor, at a certain point, he's just purely an anti-carry. But then they introduced all these talents and these facets, and then now Razor, level 25 is crazy, right? The longer fights, because I feel like the
Razor. Duitku enggak. Tuh. Ini pasti tangan gue nih. Mars lagi ya. Dan lagi. Largo support. Extrova. Muerta lawan Razor ya? Oke. Anjir, harus bawa enggak juga sih. Ada Mars soalnya mereka. Karena ada kurang damage sih di awal sih. Bisa di rundown Yandex nih kalau Extreme agak hati-hati. Gede banget coy damage-nya. 3 ini nih. Ini bikin awet. Ini bikin awet juga. Yang ini damage-nya cuma dari sini. Yang damage tapi di awal doang. Dark Willow gede sih tapi single. Entah ya. Landing wise seharusnya sih Watson sukses tuh Saradu 4 kan ya.
The longer the fight goes, the happier Yandex are. It almost necessarily enjoy it.
Okay.
Yeah. Talking about no one in particular here. Try for a smoke with Extreme Gaming. Immediately gets broken because we see this classic Nature's Guy slash Treant Protector Gambit, right? When you're playing against a Treant Protector, you want to go to his lane, try and set up and cut down all the trees, but then it's developed this weird mind game where the Treant Protector team is going to smoke there, try and first blood you, or try and cancel your smoke. Whatever the case is, both teams have moved away from that lane entirely.
And who is going to get the upper hand here? Ame is nowhere near the runes. He is... The hell? It's so far. Why on earth is he alone at top?
It doesn't want anything to do
Like
with them.
why? This is a red card, my friend. Okay, maybe not a red card, a yellow card first, a warning. You know, why are you not fighting with your team for the runes?
He wants to block his lane, bro.
No, bro, nobody blocks your own lane 2025 or 2026.
Oh, the cool thing is now blocking your opponent's lane.
Okay,
Right, like you go
okay,
behind them.
Alright, you got me.
I mean, that's my only rationale. Because if not, I
Okay.
don't really...
Oh my god, this is annoying for the rune clicking.
It doesn't matter. The fight's already over. No one's dying here. Razor's lagging.
I mean, Shaman should be dead here. The spear is going through his body.
Dead in the theoretical sense, right? That looks kind of cool, actually. Wait, show us that shit again. Poppy into... Yeah.
Shot of the day, easily.
It's like he's ulting. You know, you transform into a spear and slam into your opponent. It's like some
he's
anime shit right there.
It's like he's holding onto the spear and the spear is bringing him to another location.
Yeah. He's riding it. Oh, what the hell?
You know, Mars has to be the most well-designed hero in Dota.
Okay, I feel like you said this about Largo just a couple of hours ago.
No. I said I enjoy the hero because the hero is fun, but I didn't talk about the design, you know.
That's true. Look at him. How could you hate this guy? And also, I think his
If you're
voice
not a
lines are just delightful.
If you're not a fan of amphibians, you're gonna hate it. Did you
Okay,
know
that's true. That's true.
Did you know that frogs are one of the better source of proteins because they have
Oh
very
my
little
god, Winter.
fat? Because they have very little.
Look, I
fat
know you
content.
haven't had dinner yet, but can you keep it to yourself? Okay.
Why? It's a delicacy. I want to share it with everyone.
Okay, well, tell us more. Right? Tell us about the time when
What
you're
you mean?
eating
Tell
frogs.
us more. You're from Singapore. You know about frogs. You know, you guys eat it too.
Yeah, I know about frogs, but like, I'm not interested in discussing munching them. I'm interested in discussing how much I like them in the form of Largo. I think he's adorable.
Okay, and I'm just trying to tell you that they are nutritious as well.
Can you imagine if you were trying to eat frog, like frog porridge or something, and then suddenly the dude inside the pot starts strumming a tune? Please don't eat me. Would you still be able to eat him?
Bro, I would just leave, you know, if the frog is strumming.
If the frog is struck, no, I get that. That's probably a health violation. I don't know. Okay. Enough bullshit. Back into the game here. Looks like the lag has stopped. Thank goodness. Shadow Realm in a bit of a tricky spot is Mr. FY. Able to slide his way out of trouble. How are we feeling in terms of the lanes? You were talking about how this Razor might not want to be played in POS 1 just because of the Mars matchup, but here we are anyway. What's the idea here? Why Razor 1?
They wanted Underlord. Underlord is another carry, so you have to make way for the true carry. You know, Underlord is always competing to be called the carry in the game.
Is he?
Yeah,
I didn't know that.
bro,
That's news.
dude, Underlord is just. Have you played the hero? This hero is just like a mini Sven.
I do play the hero, but whenever I play him, I'm kind of going like... Maybe it's a different time, but I went for like Atos, Greaves, Aghanim's.
No, you are the carry.
Okay,
Remember,
my
when
bad.
you're playing Underlord, you are the carry. You
Sorry.
buy power trades and you hit creeps.
Okay, yes, boss. Sorry about that. I will farm. To the chagrin of my teammates. I'm sure they'll be very pleased about that.
Yeah. I'm not saying it's gonna work really well in parts, but I'm just saying it's good in competitive games. You know?
And do you think the Underlord is set up for success here? Because earlier on we saw Gamer Legion with what looked like a perfect Underlord game and noticed already
that
drawing
damage.
first blood. God damn.
That was really, really smart. He actually didn't skill the aura at level 2 and he realized that with the Shaman, they have enough disable to go for the kill at level 2. That was a good play there, but I noticed.
the X-Nova just not leg army out, or what's the deal? Because
No, he
level
couldn't.
2... Okay.
I mean, you're still stuck in a pit, you know. Like, and if you dispel the firestorm one time, it's gonna get reapplied, right? The next
Right,
storm comes
okay.
down.
That makes sense.
So it's not a lane where the dispel has huge amount of value.
Sure. I mean, the biggest value that you get is maybe the health regen on the Largo, and that's about it.
Yeah. But if you're not getting focused on and your carry is getting focused on, then not gonna be too useful.
Yeah. Well, it's gone a completely different direction than what we expected, because you were saying that, oh, you know, this Muerta and Largo lane, it's so scary. Right, level 2, the Largo and Muerta are gonna kill you, but instead it's the Largo and Muerta who are the ones being slain up here.
Yeah, this Shaman is totally enabling this Underlord lane so much, you know. This is such a good support with Underlord. Like, that first kill actually allowed them to snowball, they got the Lotus, and they got the second kill because of that, you know. And all these small little things, you know, just totally changing the face of the lane. I don't think the lane is meant to go this well for the Underlord, but that small little level 2 power spike completely changed the dynamics of the lane. And now bot lane, I think this Mars should be able to lane here fine. You know, it's not a lane where the Mars cannot play. You know? This is a decent lane for him. So you see, in terms of CS, it's kind of reflecting it. 17 CS for both the Mars and the Razor.
Despite the death there, Ame is still keeping up. It's not like he's losing out on the waves or losing out on the last hits, but of course, you want to prevent as much net worth going the Underlord's way, because the story of this game, at least what we've decided between myself and Winter, is this pipe timing is going to mean everything, right, for the Underlord. I'm pretty sure he's going to get that as his first item, and once it comes out, the damage from Extreme Gaming is going to pale in comparison to what it was before.
Yeah, not just the pipe, you know, the Blade Mail Aghanim's timing on Kanka as well is going to be big. And Razor, I'm sure he's just going to go for normal carry Razor items. No auras on your Razors this game. What a pity. I'm a huge fan of the Aura Razor. I find it very interesting. You know.
Even this game?
Not
Surely.
this game, but like in general. Yeah. I feel like it's refreshing to see Dota change in this type of direction, where even the carries can buy the auras. And you can still win from it.
Yeah, it's kind of hype. Oh, this game you need the damage though. You need to scale up.
Yeah,
The
probably
face-off
gonna
into Army.
probably gonna see some Mjolnir on the Razor.
This lane continuing to be a bit of a struggle here for Mr. X-Nova. Oh my goodness. Okay, are you just dead? There comes a rotation from Maladich.
That's a gank.
Offers a blood grenade. Offers a second blood grenade. Proxom gonna come through, but he had a Lotus in the back pocket. Notice. Looking to be fine here. You need one more lick. Pull him back in. Find the kill,
Oh,
but
no.
it's rough.
Oh no. That was a huge price to pay for the Underlord.
This
That was a
lane
very
not
good
going how
rotation.
XG wanted at all.
Very good rotation by Maladich. I mean, all these position 5 heroes right now, you definitely want a pos 5 hero that can abuse the fact that you can just gate anytime. Like Triumph Protector is perfect for that. And now he's deciding to stay just in case Ame TP's back and he can just kill him again.
Chira Jr. is connecting as well. Arcane Rune snatched up by the Kanka. We haven't looked at the mid lane matchup at all. It's going to be the Kanka who gets the first blow. Cuts down FY, and this top lane feels so dangerous for Ame. Just can't really afford to show. The Kanka's finally going to go back to the mid lane, but with the Shadow Shaman looming around along with Malady, you gotta watch where you poke your head out.
This is not really feeling good for Extreme Gaming right now. Another Shackle, another kill, they need backup.
It's coming in the form of the Tiny, but he's going to TP straight into a pit just in time to see X-Nova die. Nothing to say, looking for a tossback, but the pit going to clip a second time, and Notice is just going to walk away freely. Extreme Gaming, all their efforts are being pulled up to this top lane, and it's causing their game plan to unravel.
Yeah, this top lane is definitely bleeding way too much for Extreme Gaming. It's already bleeding onto the other lanes because they are constantly having to relocate resources onto the top lane to ensure that Army can stay in the lane. And it's causing other lanes to get unstable, you know. I think XXS has by far been only the one that is just sitting on his lane to farm, you know. The other heroes have all been pulled to the top lane. I mean, as
So
a
what's
result of
the-
this, the Razor is like kind of free farming.
Yeah. Well, the Razor was probably doing pretty well into XSS anyway, right? It's a range versus melee matchup. Dodging the spear, has the TP out. Understands that he misstepped there. But big damage stolen from Mr. Watson.
I mean, you were saying what does XSS has to do right in this game?
No,
Since
I was just saying more of in general extreme gaming. Like you said, they're starting to bleed out, right? It's starting to affect all the other lanes. How do you bandage that? How do you stop the bleeding?
I think number one, you need to wait for the Mars to get level 6, and then you sit in the lanes, because he's one of the best heroes to TP and react to ganks, you know. Like all these little moves that you see on your screen right now, if the Mars has a TP and Arena, he just comes down and he gets a kill, the Arena.
But the problem is he had to TP just to get back to his tower, and that's not even going to save him. Struck down by the lightning, Watson and Chira Jr. with the dive. I mean, top lane's bleeding, bot lane's bleeding. Somebody get Extreme Gaming some help.
I'm afraid this game might end up to be one of the quicker ones if this continues.
Dire's bottom tower is
They
Probably
need to
a
just sit
different look.
tight until XSS has level 6 and he has his TP ready, and then they can start making plays on the map. But right now they have to sit tight, you know. They're just using the two supports to be bodyguards for the Muerta at top because she can't sit in the lane. And again, another TP to top lane.
They're going to try. On to Notice here. The Underlord is absurdly tanky, but they're going to try and come through with the toss. Chira Jr. ready to try and help his ally out, but doesn't actually manage to save him. The bull comes out aggressively instead, setting up for Torrent and getting the return kill onto FY. 1-for-1 trade,
comes
but
the
they get what
Razor.
they came for. Razor coming through to the top lane. Pierce the Veil used. He can't strike the Muerta. You'll pull her back into the safety of the tower, but now Chira Jr. can set up potentially for a swing. Still Pierce the Veil duration, keeping her alive, and they can't find her through the tree lines. But Melody, with a
Nice.
beautiful nature's
Nice
grasp,
trap.
holds on to nothing to say, leaving him nowhere to run, and the Tiny will get caught as well. Yandex doing a great job swarming all over this top lane. They kill off the Tiny.
That's a very, very big move. This is going to allow them to open up the tower here. And the Razor just casually goes back to his lane to defend the lane. I mean, this is the problem when they're TPing the Tiny in to make a play in the middle of the lane. You know, the Mars doesn't really even want to come, you know, with the Arena. And then you're bleeding out kills again, you know. Like, I feel like it's such a forceful maneuver for Extreme Gaming. I think what needs to happen is actually they just sit in the lane, sit tight, play around the tower. The moment the enemy dives your tower, and then you react and you TP with the Arena. I think that's how they should be utilizing their heroes, instead of trying to force the issue with the tiny rotations.
So, Extreme Gaming, maybe the break between the best of ones kind of slowing them a little bit. Definitely not the same momentum that we saw them have against their earlier opponents. It's gonna be a long time before Army gets back up to that stage where you feel like the Muerta is on a good trajectory. Now Extreme Gaming will finally connect to the Mars. Look for XSS to set up the Arena and the rest of the gang coming through. Watson will get FY tossed in onto him. You need the Arena to come out with a Hex. Stops that. Stops it. I mean, now you're just shackled up. Watson can steal away all the damage. And you don't get a single kill. You lose your core. You lose your support. Nice toss back. Nothing to save. The save will prevent the core death. Now you have yourself another shackle. That's a
Max
bit too deep
shackle.
under the tower now. Max range shackle indeed, but nothing else to be found. So nice plays there from the Tiny to salvage that situation. But there's the snakes straight onto the tower.
And Saksa just saved Watson there big time. He stopped the spear from coming out after the Arena. He was able to disable him. And that was the difference maker. And now he has to die for it, but well worth it. You know, they're gonna get the tower. They save the carry, and he gets the last hit. That is huge.
Yeah. Gotta find out some of those wards now, but
MVP. MVP, you know, all these post 4 players, we always say the post 4 players are the ones that make or break the team. Like every time you see a legendary lineup, there is always a legendary position 4
yeah,
player.
some goated ass pause 4, right? I think the only team that doesn't really have that same level of pause 4, and this is no disrespect, of course, but I would say Spirit. Maybe people underestimated Mira a lot during their successful times. Pride definitely wasn't the star of the show back then. Watson finally will get caught though, so they come back down here and they get the job done. That's what they wanted at the start, before they got foiled by Saksa.
Oh, Shira Jr. is alone.
Arena available.
No spear yet.
What is he doing here? That shot doesn't connect. Avatar spear. Very tanky on the Kunkka. They're just trying to run away.
That was a huge blunder by Shira Jr. Why was he actually in the middle of the tier 1 and tier 2?
I think he was trying to make a play onto Ame. Because Ame is half HP.
Bro, but he was alone. I mean, Underlord is like half health, you know? Not sure. That was definitely a big blunder there. That gave away so much to the XG side.
I just found it funny that Lago TP'd in and got the kill with the Frog Stomp. After all that work that the rest of the XG cores tried. Like, they put in so much damage, casted all their spells, then X-Nova was like, yoink! That's mine. And I get it, you know, music doesn't pay the bills. You gotta make your... You know how it is, you try and grow up in an Asian household, tell them you want to be a musician. You know, get laughed out of Chinese New Year, brother.
Yeah, try and tell them your job, you know?
I'm gonna be the
I'm
next...
just playing games.
Yeah, I'm just playing... I'm gonna be the next JJ Lit. Shut the hell up and study your math.
Before they even come to the question of why are you not married yet, you already got done, you know?
Yeah, you already get caught. It's not even you. Oh, you wanna be immature? You go sit at the kids' table, okay? You go eat snacks with them. You don't get to play mahjong.
Oh, Mahjong is my game, man.
That feels horrible.
Dota is my first game, Mahjong is my second game.
That's crazy. I'm imagining like 12-year-old Winter playing like Dota and then being introduced to Mahjong. That just feels wrong.
Mahjong is like drafting in Dota, bro. There's a lot of similarities.
That's true. You join a Winter team, first thing he puts you through is the Mahjong boot camp. So you understand the draft a bit better. Alright. Well, speaking of draft, I think Yandex, they've done a good job to set themselves out a lot better in this game compared to the previous one that we watched. Right, you got Melody on his signature, Chira Jr. on a hero that you were saying he needs to be able to make space for his side lane calls. They're a bit more static. The Kunkka, apart from that blunder that he's been found in the tier 1, tier 2 area, honestly has done a pretty good job so far. Top 3 net worth all on the side of Yandex. And we're still very patiently waiting for the time where Extreme Gaming can get this Ame to scale up. And he's gone for a bit of an unorthodox build, right? Mage Slayer first. On the Muerta.
Yeah, I think he just felt like there's too much pressure in the game, like for him to just farm his greedy normal items. He needs to be able to fight. And you look at the enemy lineup, the Mage Slayer is really good against all their heroes. The Underlord, the Kunkka, even the Razor. I think tremendous value for Muerta this game.
Just not really the first item you would think of for pause 1 Muerta, I think is where I'm at.
I've seen it, sometimes I've seen it, at least in my pubs, people do it. Like, it's not really bad. I think it helps you a lot. Because this hero has like a very weird phase, right? In the early game, you don't really buy anything that helps you to fight. I think Mage Slayer kind of is an in-between item where it kind of helps you farm a little bit, but it also helps you fight, you know, so you can actually come to these early fights.
I don't know whether they're actually interested in
Not gonna
taking
help
the
him
early
now.
fights because... Yeah, they're not really in a position to stand their ground. Held in place even through the Pierce the Veil with nowhere to run. No mages for you to slay, you're the only one drop into the deck. Stay dead.
Yeah, the lanes are just not really going out fast enough, you know. They don't really have a lot of like wave clear with their heroes. I think that somebody just has to push out aggressively. They're gonna get a toss back. Spear.
Watson's left behind, sticking around to try and farm. The rest of XG will corner him and get themselves a very nice victory feast.
So greedy. He was farming in front of the tier 2. This is similar levels of blunder of the Kunkka and the enemy jungle just now. Those two deaths were so huge. Like, they definitely could have been like 6k ahead at this point, 6-7k ahead. If they played the game like perfectly. Yeah.
How many K? 6, 7, you said?
Yeah, I mean, those two deaths, the death on the Kunkka and the death on the Raid, they're both like almost 1k goal swing, you know, each year.
Yeah. Now with the 5, it's something like 6 or 7 maybe.
Radiant's bottom
And now I like this quick smoke, you know, they catch the Razor, they immediately come back to the top jungle with a smoke, a quick one to catch off another hero. They might find someone here.
Moving quick with the Largo ult, Amphibian Rhapsody, the backing soundtrack to this kill. Rest in peace,
Yeah.
Sapsa.
That is actually something that I think that is really OP about this hero when he's smoking because of the move speed buff, you know.
Yeah.
This is so broken. I think this is the most broken aura, the move speed one. Like what on earth? 16% at
It's
level
really,
1?
really nice. It feels so good to use as well. Hot feet hustle.
I think
my
even
favorite one of his
if
singles.
you put it at 10, you know, it's still pretty big, you know. Like 16 is crazy. And
Yeah,
you're
I mean,
slow
if you think
resist.
about it, there's a reason why so many supports especially love the Cobalt's Cup, right? Cobalt's Cup, you get those
Drums.
early drums, right? All of this helps your team, the positioning, the ability to chase, the ability to escape at times. Kind of a
And
big deal.
you kind of have a false sense of security on how long you can stay in a specific area when you're playing the map. Because it's hard to tell like how much time you have, and especially against Largo, you don't have time, you know? You don't have the time you think you have, you know, because of the move speed buff.
radiant are scanning.
I mean, I've seen a lot of games, at least in pubs, people just get caught because you don't expect the enemy to arrive that quickly, right? Because of the Largo ultimate. And then you just die, you know? And it's
Yeah, it
gonna
kind of
take you
messes
some
up
time.
your internal timings, right? Because all these
Yeah.
players, they have all these like mental timers of, oh, okay, you know, I can farm one more camp at this time because I saw them here 10 seconds ago.
Yeah, something like that. That's actually a very good way of explaining it. And then when you're playing against Largo, it kind of messes with everything. You have to just be more disciplined. You need to be more safe. You know, you can't get the extra half camp. But the thing is, when you always get the extra wave or half a wave, it actually matters a lot when you're trying to smoke out later. You know, when you have the wave pushed out. Because if the wave is not pushed out quickly enough, and then you don't really get to abuse the smokes as well. You know, so this Largo hero is actually why I feel like he's so broken. You know, even as a support or as a core, he gets your team into positions where your opponents do not expect you to be. And it's gonna take some time before everyone gets used to this, you know.
Radiant are scanning.
20 minutes on the clock. Not arriving earlier to this. Smoke's gonna break. Looking for a target. It's actually Sapsa who manages to jump away. Still getting caught by nothing to save. There's a nice pit from the Aghanim's. XSS can set up for a nice arena, but Watson on the front, Chira on the back. This is trouble for XG as they get pushed away from this fight. The Razor still chasing on forward. Army's already made the call. I'm out of here. DP away, but Sapsa will deny it, and the initial target will help his team find another. Torrent stops that channel through the Twin Gate, and Chira Jr. will net himself a third. Pull
What
back
a
in and
Fiend's
Tormentor
Gate.
for free.
That was the best Fiend's Gate I've seen this week. Hands down. Like that literally single-handedly won them the fight because he trapped the Tiny there. It allowed Saksa to survive. He got his Serpent's Ward off. He surrounded the Tiny and they just killed Tiny there. What a play.
See it again. Here comes Tiny. But the Fiend's Gate puts a stop to it. He doesn't get to come in close. And look at the way this fight melts down. Ame just takes one look at it and says, brothers, let's get the hell out of here. Unfortunately, because they're all so slow to TP, Yandex can just catch up to them with ease.
Yeah, this hero is actually so disgusting when you get the Aghanims, you know. Like you have two pits in a team fight, it's just so hard for the opposing team to approach the team fight when they're split up, you know. So you gotta really be careful with maintaining your formation in the team fights. You cannot overextend, you cannot overchase, you get caught in the pit, and that's it, you know. You're separated and you're gonna die.
All these routes are so tricky for the Tiny as well, because I feel like this is a hero that we saw Nothing to Say have success on in the previous game, because he would just jump in and out and kite away.
Yeah.
But he doesn't have that option. The second he jumps in to try and set up for his team, he's gonna get caught. Speaking of getting caught though, Nothing to Say, again, trying to close in onto Melody, but Melody just walks it off.
Drums. Yes, the drums.
Yeah, he sees the Largo playing his music on the other side. He's like, I can do that shit too.
Yeah, I just have to buy mine, you know. Largo
Yeah,
has
Largo
it
gets
when
his for free, unfortunately.
when it's level 6, yeah.
Also, about the Treant Protector, he already has Shard, right? So the Eyes in the Forest being set up now. It's gonna be a pain in the ass for Extreme Gaming to clear all these little
Yeah, they
pockets
have
of vision.
to buy a gem. I think soon. Normally between 22 to 25 minutes, 26, 27. You have to buy a gem. You can't play the game against a Treant with Sharp with no gem. You know, that's the problem. You're forced to expend a lot of resources on sentries, gems, and everything when you're playing against this hero. It makes your supports really poor, you know. I mean, before this, you were speaking about the Underlord against the Tiny matchup, about the roots. It's
Yeah.
actually not just that, you know, because Tiny is an innately tanky hero with high HP, and against Underlord, the Firestorm actually just destroys you, you know, because it's percentage-based damage. That's why Underlord is so good against Core Tiny.
That's true. I mean, overall, it feels like another stellar Underlord game that hasn't been answered just yet. You don't really have...
I mean, they tried to answer with the Muerta. They saw the Underlord, and then
Yeah.
they picked Muerta.
The weird thing is, actually, you would think that, oh, I'm against Underlord, all I need is Dispel. But the Largo Dispel doesn't really work in a convincing manner, right? We saw it in the lane already. You catchy lick, but the distance never really gets you out of how wide the pit is now.
They cannot fight into the Shaman. I think the Shaman is what enables the Underlord in the lane. I think they kind of underestimated the power of the two heroes because they saw the two picks before they chose the Muerta. They must have felt like Largo with Muerta could play this lane or even win the lane, you know? And then it turned out very, very different from what they expected, and it kind of ruined the whole early game because of that, because they started to bleed way too many kills on their lane. Everyone had the TP top. And now another blink in, a very unfortunate pause timing. But X-Nova, I think there is no way you can escape from this.
Take a last look at your mans, all your little frog monk disciples. This Largo is
has
gone.
To play. He has a chance to play his last drum before going down.
Pick your song wisely. If you were about to die, Winter, what song would you listen to? People always talk about a last meal. What about your last song? If you were allowed one...
Why can't you just ask me the last meal question? You know,
You heavily prefer food?
yeah, I prefer food over music. Yeah.
Well, we're talking about Largo at the moment. Don't tell me it's going to be frog porridge.
The only music I listen to is whatever my wife listens to.
Okay, and what does she listen to, if you don't mind sharing? So we
I
can
don't know
all
the
get on that
names.
elite playlist.
I don't know the names of the song.
Oh, that's crazy.
That's the problem, you know. I just try to enjoy it with her. And I try to get her to listen to more stand-up, you know. Instead
Oh,
of
okay,
music.
you're a stand-up comedy guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can tell you're very humorous yourself.
That is high praise coming from you.
Okay, calm down. This ain't a love confession. Extreme Gaming. They somehow saved their Largo, so he lives to strum another day. What a wonderful thing.
Wait, how did he live? I'm like so captivated in the conversation
This
that I'm
this
having.
was no, this was a classic. Like, he looks dead on our screen, and then the game pauses, and then they decide, okay, look, we've given them more than enough time to assemble a TP response if we try and continue for this kill we're cooked. So let's just back up, play it safe.
A gentleman's agreement, yeah? When there's a pause, we let everyone live.
Yeah, Saksa was nothing if not graceful.
Yeah, I mean,
A
I don't know
merciful,
about,
big, friendly giant.
yeah, I don't know about him, you know, being merciful when there's a lot on the line, you know. I think at this point, there's not much yet, you know, the group stage, but if it's an elimination game, let's see, yeah.
I mean, this group stage is not very forgiving either. Ex-Nova. He will escape that previous encounter, but now gets wrapped up in the trees, nowhere to run, washed away by the tides. I feel like usually frogs are pretty happy underwater, but this time he sinks. Got eyes onto Mr. FY. Nice little dodge on the torrent. He actually manages to escape. Okay, at least one of the supports on XG gets out. He got a toss back. BKB immediately. Watson is right in there, and he's happy to take this fight. No way that XSS can stand up against him, and now nothing to say as to try and run for the win. Looking for an angle, perhaps trying to get lucky like FY. Caught in the trees by the overgrowth. Nowhere left to run. Nothing to say, will get grinded to a pulp.
And there's just no way they can play around the Treant's vision. The moment they enter into that area, they are so toasted. You know, they see everything, and you can't hide.
Hey, what do you already said they need to buy a gem, but even
Yeah,
if
they
you
need
buy
to
a
buy
gem,
them. Where is the gem? They don't have a gem.
that's a great question. Everybody's too
can't
focused
play.
on their items right now.
You can't play against this hero when you don't have gem. I'm sorry,
Question,
Mike.
Mr.
There's a-
Winter.
Yes.
Is there still a hope for XG? Because right now they're 13k gold down. Not a single bit of vision in a meaningful way for them on the map. All the eyes in the forest are spotting them out everywhere. Feels like Yandex are just continuing to scale. They're getting towards these nice items on the Razor, now towards the Roche. How long more does Mr. Arme need? He's got Shadow Blade, Hurricane Pipe, Mage Slayer. I think he needs like 1 or 2, 3 maybe more items.
He needs 1 hour of farm.
Damn.
And look at the towers. They haven't gotten a single tower. They're playing against Treant Protector.
Okay. Well, I think Yandex, whether this was part of the plan or not, they've succeeded, right? They went the past maybe 2.5, 3 weeks of Treant Protector being busted and them not picking it at all, and they were just like, hey guys, do you remember when Melody was like the best Treant Protector in the pro scene ever? Yeah, he can still play that hero, by the way. So now, one more thing for you to be a bit worried about when you play against Yandex. And it also begs the question, why haven't they brought it out until now? He is literally such a goated Treant Protector.
Is he the best for you? I had someone else.
I mean, historically speaking, I know you're gonna say Cuckoo.
No, bro, it wasn't even close. I was gonna say a TI winner.
Oh,
A multiple TI winner, you know?
who we got?
Miposhka.
Ah, true. Yeah, that guy's... If he was playing right now, let me tell you, Spirit first picking Treant Protector every single game.
No, bro, if he's playing now, he's never gonna get that hero.
That's true. Catch onto FY. Instant Hex. Instant
Nobody
death.
in their right mind would give Miposhka his Treant Protector if it's this busted right now.
Nothing to say, it's caught in the mid lane. Another pit straight onto the Tiny. Into a couple of bolts. Yeah, why not? Pick off after pick off after pick off as Yandex continue to exert their dominance on the map, leaving Extreme with nowhere to breathe.
I mean, this is also the hidden synergy between Treant Protector and Underlord. You defend the towers as Treant Protector, and then the Underlord kind of has a lot of room to farm, and you kind of both work with each other very well. When the Treant finds a target on the map to kill with the Invis, and then the Underlord can connect. So these two heroes actually work in tandem with each other very well in the game.
Yeah. And I think the saddest part about Treant Protector is you want to living armor your towers when they're being pushed, but then sometimes no one on your team can defend it safely. Underlord will be happy to park his backside
Yes.
in front of any of your towers.
Precisely.
It's such a
sometimes
nice symbiotic relationship.
Sometimes you don't really want to do it as Treant, because you have something else to do, and having an Underlord just makes everything so easy for you.
Because the thing is, if you're standing in front of the tower as Treant, it's cool and all, you know, I know, TI8, Seb, cosplay, whatever, but at the same time, you want to be maybe setting up something on the map, right? On the opposing side, maybe putting some deep wards down, eyes in the forest, catching the opponent
You're
carry.
a spy,
Yeah.
basically, as Treant Protector.
Secret
you wanna
agent
be,
Melody.
You want to be playing across the map behind enemy lines, so you're always alone. When you're playing Treant, you're always finding yourself near your team, it means you're playing the hero wrong. You should always be alone somewhere in some godforsaken place, waiting for a target. And then when you see someone, you call your team, guys, smoke over, this is a free kill. Or you have Underlord, you know. Underlord can always connect.
Notice gets himself another aforementioned
Yep.
free kill.
Where's the gem? I can't believe they haven't bought a gem. Like, what is this? They can't play the game if they don't have a gem.
Nothing to say. Able to blink out. Okay. I mean, he still gets spotted though. Yeah,
I don't understand. Like, what can they do if they don't buy a gem? Like, they're being seen by all the trees, the wards, everything, everywhere they go, and the moment they cross the line, they die. And they can only farm, like, I don't know, like 1/4 of the map right now.
I mean, the main thing that I'm learning from our game so far, Winter, is that this Underlord hero's low-key busted.
Yeah.
Like, as long
Underlord
as you can
is-
enable him in the lane,
Okay,
he is
Underlord is
menacing.
not busted, I think. He's just like a good hero. I don't think he's broken. Like, broken is, I think Largo, Treant Protector, those are broken, you know.
Largo's not really looking very broken right now, brother. But maybe it's just the wrong Largo game, right? We
The
are
wrong
not seeing
role.
as much.
You see it on call, it's gonna
Oh,
be
true.
different.
True. I'm surprised we didn't see the Largo core from any of these teams yet, but maybe they just don't play it. Not very comfortable.
Next month, you'll see more. Right now, I think there's only 2 or 3, maybe 4.
Just still wait as we got more and more best of ones. Now the catch! Nice dead shot. Good try there, but the tidal wave just... Whew.
Yeah, I mean, you see every time they cross a line, they just die. And anyone who goes past the ward region of the ice also dies, you know. So where else, what can they do, you know? And Saksa is trying to place a ward in front of their base.
Yeah, noticed, got the catch out. Poor little ex-Nova. Can he get out of the pit? Ooh, no follow-up though.
He's fine. I mean, this is a problem. Look at the map, you know. They basically can only farm one wave outside of that map, and somebody is like the tiny trying to go out on the base. He's trying to be sneaky, but he's spotted by the ice every time, you know. And there's gonna be a TP trying to find him, and he is dead because the ice gave them ample time to react.
Man.
Yeah, where is the gem? You know, you can't
Where
play.
is the gem? Everywhere you look, there's a tree looking right back at you. Not a good feeling.
I like it how you're trying to make it a song.
I was not, but I'm glad you hear the music and everything.
Yeah, I don't want to be called cold-blooded, you know.
Yeah, no. That's okay. Well, it's starting to fall into despair territory if you're a Chinese Dota fan here. If you're rooting for the uncrowned king Ame, he is far from being the king in this game. We talked about it since the draft though. We knew that this was going to be a tricky one for Extreme Gaming. They needed to get a lot done. If not, they would run into damage issues, right, in these team fights. Unfortunately for Extreme Gaming, they haven't taken a team fight in the past 15 to 20 minutes.
Dire's courier has been killed.
And they just can't, you know, with all the vision. Plus the heroes dying around the map.
Yeah, they got themselves a nice little cliff ward. Trying to play around that now on
This is the
Extreme
only
Gaming.
place they can stay. Oh boy.
But yeah, FY walks into another Eye of the Forest and XSS walks into an X-Mars.
I mean, I don't understand how they're supposed to play without a gem. I just don't. Now you lost this last obs or what? I mean, there's just no way right now. They can only
Chira
sit in
Jr.
their
buys
base.
the gem before they even get a gem, which is
Yeah,
crazy.
yeah, why? Yeah, just... Like, how can the team playing against the Chira not buy the gem first, you know?
Okay, I have good news.
No bad news, only good news.
Good news, only good news. Check the FY quick buy right now. There's a gem queued up. We're on the right track, okay? So you were saying Army needs 1 hour of farm. Now 10 minutes ago, Army might just be dead though. BKB shackles, Muerta being forced up all the way back. Notice there if the pit still should be able to get the Pierce to bail off. Army doesn't press their ultimate, finally comes through, but the magic damage kills him off. He has a buyback available, but no ultimate, and honestly, XG, they just have nothing to give. Nothing to say, being controlled under his own tier 4 towers. Torrent will toss him up in the sky. Tinies don't belong in the air. They're trying to put people up in the air. Now you're being planted in the dirt. Yandex trampling all over Extreme Gaming in this best of one. The Chinese side just seems like they don't stand a chance, Winter.
Yeah, there goes your gem, you know? No go for gem now, everyone bought back. Yeah, I mean, I think the draft was just very difficult for them to play, you know? Like, this Underlord. I think they needed to actually pick another mid hero instead of putting the tiny mid.
At that point, you kind of already revealed the support duo, right? Unless maybe you go like Largo mid, then you put the Tiny 4.
I mean, didn't they pick like Dark Willow after? Like they had Tiny and Largo early, and then they swapped the Tiny to mid.
Yeah.
Or maybe I was remembering wrongly.
I mean, the thing is, when they pick this Tiny early, you kind of get the feeling that it's going to be nothing to say based off their previous game, right? Because if you look back at the history of Extreme Gaming, at least recently, I don't think FY has played much Tiny 4.
You're correct. You're correct. He's mostly playing Tusk and range heroes.
Yeah,
The melee heroes that he's played is Tusk and Nyx, if I'm not wrong. Only these two.
Yeah, there was a faceless void in there that was a bit weird. We don't talk about that one.
Okay, faces.
Yeah, but I think the value of the Tiny that you always like to tell me about Winter is the flex potential, right? 2 or 4. But then when you pick it that early and everyone knows it's going to be mid, you can just abuse it. They had that
Correct.
Razor early pick to potentially follow it around, and then now, nothing to say, not really having much of a game. We saw his struggles in the early stages already. He's the main person jumping in, trying to start things for his team, but then he instantly gets hexed, instantly gets pitted. Even now with the BKB, it feels like he can't do much by himself.
37 minutes. Look at that Willow, Mike.
Oh, man. Okay, 37 minutes is all it takes. FY, start clearing out these trees, baby. You know how it goes.
The gem! Let's celebrate the gem.
Let's go. We have never been more back. Chira Jr. on the front lines. Nice little setup.
He's gonna lose the gem.
X-Nova. Okay.
Run! Oh no, the gem!
FY, get the hell out of there.
Have mercy, he just
FY,
bought the
please!
gem.
FY, please! No!
Alright, GG.
Okay, yeah, well, this one's, that was a short-lived gem purchase. You said 37 minutes, barely lasted 1 minute. GG's call. Yeah, I mean, Extreme Gaming, they know they don't stand a chance. That was kind of a sad way to end things. I mean, I was kind of hoping for a Muerta late-game masterclass from Lord Arme, but instead, it's Yandex quite literally stomping all over Extreme Gaming. They did not stand a chance. Feels like even from the start of the draft, right? There were some very key moments, especially in the early parts of the game, where I felt like, I think, key things, some of
Kita lihat. Nextnya ada Mouse OG atau Team Spirit Liquid. Ini social life. Kita pindah ke A.
Charges. A lot of charges beat Phoenix.
Doxy's having a rough one today. What?
I don't know what's going on, dude.
Still rolling in after Rue. Got a lot of stolen damage. No way that Team Spirit can fight this. They're going to leave their 2 supports behind. So, Nisha, he agrees with you. He says, keep up the game plan. Just run into these heroes in mid.
Yeah.
Draw attention there.
Why not? There's unkillable right now, and Magnetize just destroyed him in that team fight, dude. Like, absolutely wrecked him right there, so.
Long range, premeditated.
He was magnetizing in real life, you know, like getting the team on the same same wavelength. I mean, the panel talked about it, right? Magnetize is terrible in the Largo. Well, Largo can't counter your Magnetize.
Oh my god, perfect. Liquid. Jump in with the Stormhammer stun, the follow-up, both the arrow and the rolling boulder there from Boxy and Tofu. So, another pick off. Team Spirit's map is getting darker and darker.
Really nice wards right now from Liquid. Even killed the sentry that was gonna kill their obs, and they got another deep one behind the tower. They have 2 more up in this upper left quadrant. All these wards are just looking for Yatoro, because this is not a hero that wants to go to that Ancients Triangle super early. They kind of know where this Wind Ranger wants to play. They have hunted him. They've kicked him out of this area. They'll get a storm kill instead, as everybody's vacating from the top half of the map, and that secures Tormentor. So this vision has paid off for Liquid in this game. Top half the map, and that get a storm kill instead, as everybody's vacating from the top half.
Oh, bagi-bagi coy itunya. Auranya. Damn, nice. That's nice.
The map, and that secures Tormentor. So this vision has paid off for Liquid in this game.
Well, Collapse did get himself the steering signet, which significantly helps his farm. But they have yet to take a tower, despite having a Jakiro, because Spirit has never really felt like they've had the strength to just approach a tower straight up. The most that damage has ever been done is Rue right there, sneaking in some Liquid fire hits while the Tormentor is being done. But he gets punished, and Liquid now up 10k.
This is rough, man. This is not getting anything. Don't feel like we've seen a single hook shot or any sort of smoke attempt from Spirit to try and start a fight on their own terms. They just got outpaced to these auras and then basically conceded all of this early game. They do have the basically can the fight on their own terms. They just got outpaced to these auras and then basically conceded all of this early game. Mid-Razor's supposed to look like, you know.
And we were just talking about the style of Chinese mid laners, the turret style mids. Talked about how that was you know, a style that they used all the time, going all the way back to Vici Gaming Super. Well, Razor's one of those heroes. He can be in the right meta.
This is going back to even like Manila Major Fada gameplay. The old mech mid invoker. Maybe utility mids are back on the menu.
It could be. 20-minute Tormentor, 22-minute Roshan. And Team Spirit have no response for either of these.
Rocket Flare. Got him. Hook shot steal? This is slow. This is a really slow road.
Panto's gonna go for it. And he is going to be hunted before... Yeah, he is not getting that. You'll set up in the stomp.
I like how he ran forward. He's like, I can still get in. I can still get in there for the teeth. No, you can't, son.
And now
stuns in this lineup.
An extra life on a Razor that already looked pretty unkillable. Kick, Yatoro went through the gate here. And now he's going to be Yule set up into the arrow into the stun. I can't believe he went through the gate.
That was a misinformed decision.
Yeah.
They're going to bleed out more here. This is spiraling very quick. I mean, you cannot escape Liquid's range. Like, their range is insane with the Blink Initiator, Stampede, and then the follow-up on the two supports. Either of these supports can chain stun follow-up from 1,000 plus, so the second you get spotted in this huge vicinity around Liquid's lineup, you're just dead if it's not a straight-up team fight. This ward is still potentially securing Liquid some extra bounty here. I mean, what is your timing here for your Spirit? Like, you have your items on Wind Ranger, but you have to be able to enter the fight, so it's got to be the BKB on the Storm, which is still a ways away. You might need BKB on Largo too, but I think that timing is a must fight for Spirit if you're not going to lose your base before then.
And Nisha is going to go high ground. 3.5 minutes left on the Aegis. Illusion Rune with an Essence Ring. Like, he is extremely tanky. He's not afraid of those tower hits whatsoever.
Full Greaves Solar Crest on this Mirana is just so much extra HP for this Razor on the front line.
A heart third item for Centaur. They just tanked up. They saw Largo and said, you know what? Maybe this hero makes it so, you know, the opposing squad has some damage issues sometimes, but it also means that they have damage issues.
Ace really likes his Heart Centaur, I'll say that much, man.
Yeah.
I will say, I feel like most times he goes for it, they lose, so not to curse them here, but I don't know how successful this Heart has been for him historically.
No.
Spirit are going to take the fight before the Storm BKB, so Morel is still very vulnerable here versus all the stuns and silences, but they're going to try and make something happen.
They need a better opportunity than just going on the Razor, but the Razor is what they're going to find, not what they wanted to get. Yule Scepter on the Storm Spirit into the Stomp. He gets silenced up, but he gets pulled away by Collapse. Good grab. Morel's going to live here on the low ground. Panto disrupting the back line as best he can with the conch. Now the jump back in, trying to hit that Stampede. Two-man stomp, and Yotaro's in trouble. Half HP, trying to bail him out with an Ice Path. A little bit of focus fire damage onto Mickey, but he has to run away. Yotaro's on the run for it back to the base, still being chased by Foxy. Re-up the Magnetize, re-up with the Yule, kicking back into the team, and Yotaro will be hunted down. That is a wipe with nothing lost for Liquid.
The Lick was good, but the arrow still hit. So even though you bail your Storm out, he's stunned that entire duration, can't do anything. Liquid just run you over. The Sven damage, that fight looked okay until Mickey enters that fight. And then the damage is just out of control. He's just cleaving through everybody. Absolutely diced that Braga. Like, just murdered him. And you're taking that into this Aegis Razor. So Nisha is always going to be an untouchable target in that fight. which means you pretty much, I think you were limited to either finding Liquid split up, which is just not going to happen this game, or you somehow find the Sven first.
Yeah.
And if neither of those happens, it's just not going to be a fun time, because I'm still not sure who Yatoro really wants to focus fire in this game. I mean, ideally, again, you find Mickey, but how are you finding Mickey? Through all this front line, all this jump, you don't have that BKB Storm to go in and give vision. Even then, he can get stampeded away.
Yeah, despite the reset there of the lick, like Team Spirit chose to go back in and somehow ended up stacking horrifically, where Centaur gets a two-man stun on Yatoro and Collapse. Like, that shouldn't happen.
The choke points on those ramps were pretty brutal for their lineup.
Yeah. And an early gem. So now Nisha's running around, untouchable, and going to be killing any lane wards that Team Spirit have laid out, like this one up here. So there goes that. Catching the clockwork, giving absolutely nothing for free. Yatoro may have gotten the tower, but he's going to lose his life for it, as Yules is a stun. This Yules has been perfect. Boxy setting up the Marana arrows, setting up the Centaur stomps, the extra catch on a game that, you know, they started running over, and now just any extra disables, high value.
Oh, I like the build. They played Surf Spirit as a 5, just a 5 catch follow-up hero. Just blink Yules, brown boots. Like, he's not greedy, he's not taking waves, just run around, setting kills up, and that is what Boxy does best.
And all that with a hero with no facet.
That's true, man. Imagine if he had a facet.
Yeah.
Broken.
Rue spotted on the Lotus pool. Nisha will waste no time killing him.
Goodbye, son. Oh, that's a slick move right there.
Boxy with the setup. Vamp damage in the bottom river area, but I imagine Liquid is just going to play it safe until they get another Aegis, and then we'll see them try and end the game. Ace just going full right-click Centaur mode. He says Heart AC is the build for this game.
Yeah, that'll do it. I mean, you get to that point, you're just a freaking monster. Can't be focused, and you're starting to contribute a lot more damage to the fight. You can always pick up that shard later, too. This is not a target Spirit can ever prioritize. I don't know, maybe if you get some amps later, like, you know, Parasma Storm, like some crit on Wind Ranger, then I think this Centaur becomes a viable early target, but until then, he's just impenetrable. So you gotta find some other opening in this game. Liquid's backline, find their supports. Honestly, I think if they can find Earth Spirit, take Boxy out, that'd be amazing. It caused a lot of issues for Yatoro, who still does not have BKB, which is insane.
Yeah, they don't really have a lineup that can get Shivas, but you're right, with the Parasma imp, it go long ways for Team Spirit's damage, which they still have a lot of magic damage to throw in. Oh, you gotta bait out the BKBs first.
I think Morel has to just go Parasma here. I don't know. I don't see anything else that's going to impact this game to the degree they need it right now.
Tormentor, then Roshan. For Liquid, they're gonna head back to the corner of the map.
Well, this Largo still finding farm, I guess. Most farmed hero on the side of Spirit somehow. I don't know if you want Largo to be your most farmed hero, though.
Yeah, no, that's probably not good. Unless you have just run away with the game early on, just taken some early fights, and Largo gets all the kills. Like, but instead, this has been a game that Collapses hardly hit any heroes. Every single time we look at him, he's running around somewhere in Liquid's jungle trying to take whatever neutrals he can find, hoping that farm will somehow solve their issues, but...
Shiba's does do a lot this game, but I don't think it's going to save you against the Sven burst is the issue. Yeah. He already has Daedalus, he has Satanic. The Sven's massive with all the space the Razor created. You have to land some crazy shackle and just start the fight on the Sven so that Mickey cannot just ult man up, kill your frog. There's the BKB for the Wind Ranger. That gives you a shot here. There's a very low chance shot, but it does give you a shot.
Collapse under a ward. He's going to have to BKB TP out if he wants to live here, and he doesn't BKB TP out, so he dies instead. Two quick hits. Meanwhile, the mid lane, Team Spirit, seeing some heroes out there, but they've already TP'd to the outpost. They're going to be here. Yotaro, half HP, making a run for it with his BKB. Harpoon back into the rest of the team, and the win run doesn't change anything. Too much damage. Mickey joins in and just ends the fight.
Yeah, they didn't even get a team fight in this game. It was just complete rout. Well, we asked some questions, you know, what is Spirit going to look like with Largo? I don't know if this was the best example of what they're going to look like with it, but it was not a great debut in some sense. The Largo looked okay, but they never really used it for anything.
I will say, though, this is not how I imagine... This isn't what I want to see when it comes to, like, Nisha specifically in his gameplay, but I will say it's pretty nasty if you throw in another Aura guy alongside Ace. Yeah. You know, like...
It's too much HP too early, man. It's just, you just don't have the numbers to bring these heroes down with such an early pipe Crimson on top of the high HP pools. Then you got a Marana to that. You had a tanky Earth Spirit. It was a lot to get through in this game.
You said Liquid, you felt like they still needed to find their style with this new squad. Could this be it? Could it be that Nisha has to play some more turret heroes and Ace just keeps going his auras and they just double it up like that? Roll in, take Largo out back, put a spanking on him, make it.
Damn.
Collapse is just gonna call the GG before the rest of his team even dies.
Yeah,
the moment he was dead, he was like, this is over. We're done. We're out.
I mean, yeah, 100%. Man, that Sven really just completely busted that Largo up. I don't think we got to see the...
Falcon Heroic, Uji Mouse. Kita lanjut ke B. Gila, berapa kali kita pindah strip? Let's go.
Particularly that can flex is the tiny. Like you could go like the tiny position 4 and then run like a Shaman 5. It's not as... You don't really love running a Shaman 5, but it is possible. But there's also some of your like typically strong laning 5s still in the pool if they want to go that route.
Yeah, I'd say the best 3 got banned out. The Treant, Chen,
and Largo.
And depending who you ask, the Largo. But I do think he's pretty good. But there are still... Many of the strong position 5s are available, like you said. Just like the popular ones are all strong. That's like what you need right now in the current meta. The Shadow Fiend coming out. So we got some fast momentum play from Mouse. Building up. It does seem to be their style. They like to just run at you with the heroes.
There's so maybe a much little bit faster more... hero on the other team, though. Very fast heroes.
Can't run away from him. That is true.
Yeah. I don't think you can really run after these two. The Shadow Fiend, good flex pick, right? Mid or safe lane. I think it is viable in both right now. And mid one was giggling a ton when this got picked, so I'm curious if he's like, please don't make me play this hero, or if he's like, heck yes, I get to play Shadow Fiend. So, you know, could be one or the other. In terms of the mid lane matchups that are very good against Shadow Fiend, 2 of them are already banned, right? The Huskar and the Viper. They're gonna pick the Darkseer. Okay, there's a classic Shadow Fiend counter directly to the lane. You can't really benefit off of like the Raze combos because the lane, you're just never going to be near the Darkseer. So even if you have like a hero that can like slow or you know, set up like a potential like multiple Razes, it just doesn't really work against the Darkseer. So now I'm curious if they want to just put the Shadow Fiend mid and pick a new safe lane. We'll have to see. They do have the 18th pick.
I feel like I would prefer a carry Shadow Fiend, because the issue with mid is that you could get counterpicked, and then you also have a Spirit Breaker who will still charge you with that Ion Shell attached, and no one can help you if you're in the mid lane on your own. Whereas at least in the safe lane, you either have the Shadow Shaman who could help provide control, or you have a pick here, because now you know you're playing into Darkseer, Spirit Breaker. You can pick a stronger position 5 to give you that space.
I love that they actually go for the Jakiro here. It was one of the, when I was mentioning like some of the strong laning heroes, Jakiro was still at the front of my mind. I know it's been getting nerfed, but it's still a very good hero. And when you get the Darkseer, you kind of want to run the Spirit Breaker there, so it does make sense for them to kind of move 4 or 5 position there. But I'm curious what they want to go on the carry here. I do agree with you. I think that you probably prefer to put the Shadow Fiend mid at this point, and then ban out like maybe a couple of the bad matchups that are left, but you need something that can play safely into this Darkseer Spirit Breaker lane. But then you're like last picking a support. Is that good?
For their play style, which tends to go
Oracle?
fast, I think it could be okay, because actually having a good support for the game is, it's like one of the tempo setters, right? As much as the core players like to talk, they're like, oh, I'm so important to the game. It's like the supports dictate the early game. So actually they are going to go for it. They'll go for the carry Shadow Fiend, which I think can be protected by Shadow Shaman or a different support. And then the Puck mid, you can't really gank Puck with a Spirit Breaker. It is extremely difficult unless your mid lane has some kind of instant catch, which, because so many supports got banned out, there are actually a good amount of the top mids left.
Yeah.
But you're gonna ban out, let's see, the Tiny and Dragonite are some of the first ones that come to mind for Puck. Huskar is already out as well, so I guess that's nice for you.
Yeah, I mean, the 4 top heroes that I would consider the Puck counters are banned right now. They get rid of the
Monkey King's
Dazzle.
not as strong right now. Oh, that would have been some nice negative armor with the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, I mean, I was curious. We don't really see the hero that often, but it was a really good Oracle game. So I was like, maybe they just go for the Oracle even after they reworked the hero, and like no one's picked it, but they decide not to. As for the mid matchup for OG, gosh, yeah, Lush ban. Now you're gonna be going into the depths here for that last pick on mid. As for supports here, there's still some decent choices. Is Shadow Demon good enough still? What do you think about that hero now?
I think it could be okay if you're taking a more defensive route.
Demonic Purge is pretty good here though.
Yeah. I think Marcy, if you want to play really aggressive and try to take it to the Darkseer Spirit Breaker, but that could backfire.
Yeah.
So it depends how comfortable they feel with that. Otherwise, okay. I had been wondering about this earlier, where Undying into double melee is typically very strong. But my worry was you wouldn't have catch for the Weaver, which I guess now the Puck has somewhat covered. My other worry, though, is that they'll just avoid you anyways. Like, I think they were already thinking of doing that with Darkseer Spirit Breaker, is that you can just dodge out this kind of stuff. But I guess if you didn't force them to dodge you out, they could have just dove your Shadow Fiend, right? So you did need to dissuade them with some way, something like an Undying.
Yeah, when you have the Darkseer, you can play the lane in a Shadow Fiend where you just basically never even show your face in the lane, and Shadow Fiend can't sustain killing the creeps fast enough. Like, he doesn't have the mana to constantly raise the wave. Or if you have something like the Spirit Breaker as the 4, like, you can actually just dive him on a tower. So I think you're dead on. I think you have to pick something like an Undying or a hero that can be a body to stop them. But I don't think that really damages Nico's game at all. I think Nico is still gonna have a great time on the offlane dark. Chillin'. Tim's probably gonna be rotating, looking for kills. The downside for the Spirit Breaker is there's not a good mid hero for him to gank. Like, Puck, very difficult to gank. Even with the Yopaj Ember Spirit coming through, I think mid one should have a pretty good game.
At least the lane should be okay.
Yeah.
But then as he wants to gank, it is a little tough. Like you're trying to gank Darkseer or Spirit Breaker, or on the other side, it's a Jakiro, right? It's a little awkward. I think this game will actually really come down to the execution of spells. Maybe that sounds obvious, but you know, you have these high mobility heroes, these ultimates that if, for example, Brewmaster, if split goes off versus not going off, massively different. And if you properly chain stun or you get unlucky with bashes and mischance, right, those small moments could really lead to very different fights. I think I like OG's draft a little bit more because I think Spirit Breaker, you just creep drag and stack in the early game, and because you stay off the map so much, you're so scared on Mouse. Like, I don't know, he could be stacking, he could be ganking mid, he could be ganking the other side lane, and in that side lane is a Weaver Jakiro, so they have a bunch of damage, and if you just bring a little bit more control from the Spirit Breaker, you could easily die down there. Even a hero like Brewmaster, who's pretty tough to kill early on, with 3 heroes with that amount of control and damage, I think you die.
Yeah, I think you got to be very careful. I think Undying is going to really struggle this game. Like, it makes sense for the lane. Like, you see it and you're like, okay, we kind of have to pick this type of hero. Otherwise, they're just going to, you know, kill our safe lane Shadow Fiend over and over, which was my fear of wanting to run the safe lane Shadow Fiend in the first place into this lane. But with an Undying there, they're just going to be like, all right, peace out, dude. Have fun doing whatever it is that you want to do. We're going to be doing something else. And, yeah, there's not much Undying can do to stop this Spirit Breaker from dragging. Like you said, he's just gonna be doing whatever he wants to do. So let's do it. Let's jump into game number 1. It is OG versus Mouse, and it should be a really fun series, man. I like everything's best of 1. Teams just leaving it all on the table, no messing around. But I agree with you. I like the OG draft quite a bit.
I think Crystallis. The thing is, even if you do avoid mid, I think Crystallis can get very farmed. So I think I've got my eyes on him. Like, how big does this Shadow Fiend get? How quickly can he run up to objectives and threaten you? Or does he get killed once or twice and you start that snowball down where you're not very strong and they just keep diving you with Ember and Spirit Breaker, and Weaver joins in, right? He comes to the Twin Gate. It just becomes a feed fest in that lane. I think it could be a very volatile safe lane for Maus.
I completely agree. I think it's not going to be a very easy Shadow Fiend game. That being said, a very good find here to kick things off. Skem just gonna get shackled up. First blood for mid 1, and that is the best possible start you could ask for this game.
I was wondering if they'd give it to Crystallis, but I think Puck, he can help fix these side lanes. The dangers we're talking about. Puck is your early game catch. And he's going to start off with a full wand. No need for the bottle rush. Spirit Breaker's coming through. He might be able to bash this.
Oh, he gets the charge off. No way. What a return kill from Tims. That was a split second.
That was a really good. I saw it activate before Shadow Fiend got there, and I was like, does he make this? The answer is no. So you're gonna die. You actually lose two creeps already. So what was a really good start with the first blood has now thrown you off. I mean, your mid lane is still happy, right? Puck's the one that got the first blood, but now your safe lane, which we said could be volatile, your Shadow Fiend is off to a weird start, already laning pretty far up. See if they could fix it. You do have Undying, one of the strongest supports in the game, to get you through these kind of weird moments. But yeah, Tim's following the game plan. Hey, I burned all my mana using the Twin Gate twice on a not a very smart melee hero. So I'm just going to creep drag, not really do much else here.
That Shadow Fiend is very doom-shaped, I'll be honest.
Sekarang masih kecil.
It's very doom-shaped.
Di TikTok aman, Cok. Misalnya. Oh.
Shackle out, some damage in the bottom lane here for Natsumi, but like we said, very
Tadi sempat kegoyang deh. Gue sempat nge-mute gitu
Weaver, so.
Pas lagi keluar. Nggak tahu.
And this one's tough too because you have the Shadow Shaman position 4. You can't really creep drag as easily.
Kalau gitu Ini aman rasanya. Gue kecil nih.
Especially into a Weaver, right? Usually the carry is like in the lane, so it's like, it's fine. He's not gonna bother me. It's fine. But
What?
the Weaver will skitter on over real
Pinaputash
fast
itu,
and
Pak.
kill you.
Suara apa sih?
Yeah, for now, looking at that top lane, and
Nih,
I see a
casternya
Shadow
ada suara
Fiend
keyboard
with 3
gitu.
last hits. That does not feel very
Walalah, bisa landing di
good.
sungai.
This hero wants a strong start.
Emang
the more
ada
last
aja
hits you
Cok
get, the
kalau
more
punya
Necromancy souls
dua
you
melee
pick
di
up,
offlane ini.
which begins the
Tarik-tarikan
snowball.
grip.
And otherwise, you see these little tickling auto attacks, and you got to use raises to pick up CS.
Net sempoin
That should already be
ini.
easy for you.
SF tinggal di
The first
cos.
few waves will be a little bit more difficult, but
Ion Shell,
again,
boom.
you're not going to really slow
Tempelin,
down the
boom.
Starks here much,
Mati,
especially as
boom.
he gets more and more points into the Ion Shell.
Tempetis not now.
He's just going to be Ion Shelling, pushing the wave. It'll be
Jadi sampai kelar apa enggak? Kelar. Sampai kelar.
And Celery, this is the pretty much the only time in the game
Sampai REKONIX lawan Liquid.
Once this air
Mati kah?
phase
Enggak lah.
of the lane is over, like they just don't really play near the Undying.
And you'll try to play near this Ember, actually. Yopaj with the Ion Shell plus Flame Guard on him, running at you in these early games. Like, once he hits 6, there's going to be a lot of damage. Besides the Undying, actually, a lot of the other heroes are pretty squishy.
Bisa nge-jungle jadinya ya gara-gara ada Ion Shell ya.
Everyone else gonna burn down really fast.
Menarik.
Like 150 burn per second when you combine all those
Tapi
abilities.
bisa gue
And then you
nolin.
could have 2 Ion
Kenceng
Shells.
banget ya.
Spirit
Halo.
Breaker's gonna be with
Oh,
him.
aman aman.
Didn't even consider that.
Nggak nyampe, that's fine.
Connect on the charge. There are Tims making a rotation through the Twins gate.
Masih dilanjut?
Or no, he just DP'd. Okay.
Oke. Oh, jadi commit. Oke.
Fighting for that mid lane power in the water rune, right? We're gonna see the 4-minute water rune about to spawn. Mid one comes over.
Bash!
Does he get bashed? No. Okay.
Nah.
He's just gonna get both of these as a result. That's a really nice play for the puck.
Unlucky
Oke.
17
Battle diff. Apakah paknya akan mencapai level 6 duluan?
Nothing you can do to stop that, really. You know, it's
Stun? Oh, oke. Nggak nyampe.
it's a 50-50 chance. You know, you either get it, you don't.
Yeah, the 17's fake.
17's fake, for sure.
Oke. So far so good. Tenang kok. Tenang, santai, chill banget. Bahkan sampai casternya nggak komen apa-apa.
Bring the hard camp in. They really want to deny Boom as much as possible. Fortunately, the new build for Brewmaster is the Spirit Vessel a bit more consistently. In the past, it was pretty much always Radiance, and so if you had a rough time,
Betul.
you were out of the picture for 20 minutes.
Keselin tuh
But now,
agak
if
nih.
you have a bad time,
Brewmaster.
you can still contribute a little sooner with your ult, with the Spirit Vessel. The build-up is easier, but you will still be delayed. This Weaver having a very good time. Top net worth, or top lastest, I should say. The net worth actually still goes to Puck because of that first blood. But if you take that first blood away, then it would be Weaver.
I don't know if you can do that. I don't know if you can just take things away from heroes anymore.
I think it was unfair, honestly. I think we should have, other sports have like the
Oh.
referee rulings. I think the casters, we should get that power. And we're like, honestly, unfair play from Puck on that first blood. Take it away. Track the goal.
Yeah. Instant replay into 30 minutes.
Creep drag into the top, not very
Yeah.
honorable. Flag on the play. 6-minute runes.
Charge?
Be where the game starts.
Ya,
Got the charge.
pasti di
You can
dodge
force
sih.
mid one to use his spells already right before the rune spawn.
Bos, setidaknya Siring Chen jadi bisa kena.
From getting there at all, Yamish comes over. Rune is bottom.
Gak mungkin Mang Yopach. Min maxnya kebangetan, Cok.
Rune. How does he not? He was
I
just
feel like that has
way
to be
too
a
slow on the remnant.
Yeah, it has to be a miscommunication because Jakiro sees it and Ember needs to remnant immediately to grab it to beat the puck. But that like half-second delay.
Itu namanya min max. Nah ini, wow langsung keluar itu tombstone.
Get the tombstone and a TP out of it, so Natsumi.
Mancing sih.
For him is he's just gonna go back.
Next iterasi mati nih.
Weaver.
Oke, tapi Weaver balik.
Slane's not in the best spot anyway. They push it out bottom, so he's just gonna go, you know, doesn't really lose much of anything.
Oke.
Just come right
Dia
back
gonna try?
now.
Or what? Oh, enggak.
Yeah,
Keluar
sure
itu
doesn't
barel.
set you
Tonyonyo.
back, but that was a chance to really get a big foot forward because you would have killed the Shadow Fiend, so he loses souls, loses farming speed. Weaver would hit 6.
Oke, iterasi
That
kedua.
might help on this dive.
Nah, ada Shaman tapi satu lah. Nggak kena beda. Scam.
Nice path off the mark.
Scam, kamu nge-scam ya?
Burn underneath the tower and the Brewmaster's damage. In comes the TP from Celery as they really want to play with this Wisdom Shrine and Yaman.
Anjir.
Another shackle. He does have a Lotus and a time.
Wah, gila, Natsumi strong banget.
Stay inside the ring, and now with Jakiro here, it's gonna be a big
Natsumi strong as fuck, boy.
The Dyers, OG, they get 2 kills. They get the Wisdom Shrine.
Woi, ada
Puck,
Puck.
though. Coil, a little bit too late. Time lapse does snap the coil. Natsumi a little bit low, but I don't think Puck can walk up here.
Ya,
without
scamnya paling mati sih.
damage himself, so
Atau
he's
pengen di backup dia mana Natsumi nih? Oh, nggak mau di backup, Cok. Balik aja dia.
on Scam. They do-
Sayonara.
All right.
This is such
Scam
a
will
win
eventually
for
give his life.
OG. This has taken
Yeah.
5 years, and he might deny himself.
Deny? Oh, oke.
Okay, still secured.
Lama juga.
But in the meantime, Ember pushes in mid, gets a bunch of tower damage, and you should get the power rune now. Regen bottom, okay. So that series of play, you get away with murder, you steal the Wisdom Shrine,
Oh,
you get the
Natsumi so
power
strong sih.
rune, you waste all their
Mereka belum ada
farming time
damage
because
buat
they take forever on
melakukan
those
apapun.
skills.
Harus rada ngandelin
Worse if they killed the Shadow Fiend
Brewmaster
top
tadi.
before that too.
Tapi tadi nggak join ya.
And on top, like part of it is the Shadow Fiend can't really play in the lane anymore.
Wah, dibikin andaingnya jadi makanan, coy.
Like Darkseer will
Langsung
just
dicari
kill
tuh.
him with
Red dot.
the wall and kills him.
Nino, I see enemy. Let's go.
Forced to leave to the jungle. They find a kill in.
Dirusuh sama tim, anjir.
Yeah, this is really good movements coming out from Mouse here.
I like this too.
Sorry,
Blocking
from
camps nowadays is not that popular because the map is so big, there's so many camps, and there's a limited amount of sentries, as you can't really afford to use them to block camps too often. But because you know you're doing well, and because you know this is Crystallis' backup plan, and he knows it too, he already got a sentry, right? You are forcing him now to unblock his camps, because this is his one recovery play, is to farm back here.
Ya Allah, beneran jadiin makanan.
Really no getting out of that one. Just gonna drop a defensive tombstone, but
Oh, si Slush Reach-nya jadi double bounty, coy.
and another TP that does not end up being finished to the top lane.
Oh, kasihan coy, andaingnya masih level 4 tadi.
Puck had a
Damn.
great game, like top net worth of course, but followed by the 3 cores.
Karena Natsumi nggak ngambil rute Desolator melihat timnya seaktif dan sembantai ini, masih lebih memilih Maelstrom.
Shadow Fiend illusion.
Mungkin biar kayak punya opsi scaling.
Head, no
Mungkin.
armor.
Kind of doom-shaped if you ask me.
Very doom-shaped. Requiem from Crystallis will go ahead and fear them away, but can they actually finish off Nico with the
At least
shadow?
Nico mati sih.
And the Hex
Midwana datang sih.
have the damage.
Kelis ya Ember ya sih. Tapi this is your patch.
Make some space. Nice silence,
Patch.
though, coming back.
Patch.
The-
Ya Allah, yo patch mati ternyata.
Dead.
Overestimate their power.
The dive getting punished from this puck now.
Waduh.
Bruise split coming through from the top
Wah, gila, galak banget Natsumi.
From one. Time lapse from Natsumi.
Oh, itu kalau Ember hidup sih kayak bisa di
Not going to be as lucky. A big win there for Mouse, punishing that really aggressive play.
di ankle wall break sih.
I feel like OG had been so careful as well. So many times they realize like, oh, this play's not going to work. We have to be careful about diving. But it finally
Dar,
they
mati.
overcommit. With that said, there was still a remnant down. So Yopaj is actually
REKONIX beneran jam 2.
Okay,
Itu match
maybe
terakhir.
the next level bait will
Match ke berapa gue pos?
overcommit, will lose the
Jam
fight,
berapa ya?
bait them to stay too long.
Ada REKONIX lawan Navi.
to now finish the top tower and then Jakiro
11:20.
Commit, Tim.
Whoa.
Commit.
Into a shackle under the tower. I don't know.
I don't know.
Honestly, a really good heads-up play there from OG that they could
Dicari itu andaing.
topside because yeah, that I agree.
Red dot gameplay, red dot gameplay.
Momentum off of.
Ada Brewmaster touch. Oke enggak. Too big of a target. Oh, Natsumi. Ya. Sayonara muyo.
Even though he died again, Shadow Fiend at least got
Oh,
to
enggak.
participate in that
Nggak mati.
the original winning fight, which helped fix his game. He was starting to struggle, but now it's not It's not too bad, though. When you pick Shadow Fiend, you're actually hoping he's near the top, right? He's kind of a
Clear.
Hoping you're winning.
Clear.
based carry, yeah.
Clear, creep, quickly. Oke.
Did you know that there's a sentry down the
Baralek. Mau diperangin ini kayaknya. Oh, tapi Spirit Breaker kayak mau bergeming ke bawah gitu.
Does have a little bit of
Damn.
Jakiro, but
Baru datang sekarang.
way too long. They see the dark
Darkseer doang tapi. Ngasih proteksi tambahan. Dan gak malah jadi dibalikin. Oke, enggak.
try and find that.
Terus Spirit Breaker. Ya Allah, Spirit Breaker yang ngandangin SF ternyata.
Sue me away.
Ngelis XP itu ya?
Invis rune for the Ember in the meantime.
Atau manggil temen? Ngasih info?
Look for the Shadow Fiend,
Okay.
but currently jungling up. I guess he wanted to finish his Spirit Vessel, which he now has.
Setengah jam lagi.
They have
Betul.
serpent wards, so I know
Setengah jam lagi tapi nunggu match ini.
spent some time soaking mid on the shadow.
Nunggu match ini.
So Yamich, yeah, just barely hits level 6. He's
Jadi
coming a long
match ini
way.
harus kelar dulu kan?
They really want to get these
Iya.
tower down.
Ini match yang lagi ditonton. 6 menit.
And the wards, I think it's time to give up the tower. I don't know if you can keep this one. Yeah, they actually send the Darkseer back.
Tapi gila juga, berarti kalau Anda belum tidur jam segini, terus ada ibadah jam 2. Oh, tapi habis ibadah, ini lagi ya? Lanjut tidur lagi ya? Aku mah nanti jam 2 nonton, tidur, pingsan. Subuh lah setidaknya. Diko, bisa sih mati sini. Oh, tapi langsung pop. Oh, dapat sekelnya. Wah, Mekans! Mekans! Oh, oke. Tapi enggak.
I was gonna say you could tell everyone's down there,
Oh,
but
ini rada
tower, so I think you should
ketahan ininya ya.
because the twin gate rotation
Pace-nya.
is possible.
Sometimes tidur lagi sampai subuh. Oh, oke. Sometimes itu berarti kadang. Berarti kadangnya lagi bangun sampai apa? Bangun sampai subuh atau bangun sampai tidur di malam selanjutnya. Tower hancur.
I think you need to see the twin gates in this game.
Arkan. Ih, jangan kak, oke. Keren kambil lagi kayak tadi.
Where he is approaching from.
Yeah.
And the twin gate is what changes the angle. Where before it's like, oh, he's gonna charge from top, so I just position in that way. But if you don't know you switch sides, you could be positioning bottom into a charge like through a tree line, and then you've got problems. So I think it's a good idea to emphasize.
Kenapa pace-nya turun ya? Gue kira bakal ganjang-ganjang terus loh. Mereka mau, ya baru dibahas. Oke, lanjut. Ganjang, wow, jadi makanan. Seleri. Namanya saja sudah nama sayuran. Seledri. Makan banyak, bos. Natsui, bos. Ulti down dari Brewmaster. Gak bakal ada ulti untuk 1,5 menit. Setor nyawa? Kristalis? Oh, Kristalis jadi ada info gak punya TP, cok. Soalnya kelihatan TP-nya tadi. Nah, itu loh. Maksudnya loh. Satunya bisa nyeruduk, satunya bisa lari kenceng, satunya lagi lari kenceng tapi hilang, satunya lompat-lompat. Jakiro doang paling terbang. Bangun sampai malam. Bangun sampai malam. Oh, bangun sampai matahari terbit maksudnya. Embernya kayak Amis 11-12. Muke lu ini Ember lu. Gua jujur nggak lihat gameplay Ember lu sih, jadi nggak tahu. Tapi tetap sih, seharusnya statement gua tetap ya, tetap sesuai. Ya udah giveaway aja bang Teams. Ya Allah sampai harus ada bonus so Niko Force. Oke, mati habis. Langsung saja yo Prajis by Idol. Straight office. Oh, oke nggak nyampe. Oh ini SF sih cukup agile buat tetap hidup ya, walaupun networknya tetap terseok-seok. Kalau dia memprioritaskan hidupnya dibanding farmingnya. Which is good.
Take that on mouse. You waste the kind of OG, which went Mjolnir build on Natsumi, I think to help deal with the Brewlings.
Yeah. It's just a
Rather
good
than the
farming
Deso
item for this
build.
hero too. Like,
Yeah. I thought you might still go Deso because you'll get the Shadow Fiend illusion, so then you'd have some negative armor synergy yourself. And actually, a lot of the heroes do struggle with negative armor on the side
Bosan?
of Mao's.
that is a very valid point actually. I'm trying to wonder what the main reason being
Kuat juga ya.
is for that.
Cuma modal Weaver ya, I guess ada minus armor sih. Wah, ini emang Teams nih cuma iseng doang.
And you've seen them make stacks, right? Like farming with a Desolator is really slow until you have the shard.
Immortality.
Into the Mjolnir allows you to farm these stacks sooner, which seems to be something OG has gone for.
Siapa yang bikin aura? Oh,
Throughout
Darcy.
their games, they tend to stack a little
Tadi
bit
Spirit
more,
Breaker
right?
bikin
So
apa?
stack-
Ini bikin Hah? Oh, ini bikin Boots of Bearing.
Something OG has gone for, like throughout their games, they tend to stack.
Tadi diliatin pas set.
Something OG has gone farm these stacks sooner.
Buka banget ini Spirit Breaker scaling Shadow Blade.
And kill the tombstone.
Buat background live-nya kamu pakai apa? Pakai
Undying.
nggak tahu, gue nyari video namanya
Exactly what I wanted.
Wave Loop.
Thank you, topside.
Dah.
Did they see that smoke?
Cari di YouTube, download, ganti warnanya, puter, pasang, selesai.
I mean, they TP'd out. I feel like they had to have seen that smoke, so now they will just be running to the other side of the map.
Ngagetin coy itu replay.
Sentry after, but
Oh, so good. I love our let's go. Keep it up, Blast. Thank you for this one. Great
Sakit.
production.
instant replay too.
Instant replay. Exactly what we wanted to see.
They're committed to this smoke.
Bakal gratis tower kah?
Trying to bring even more heroes into this, but at most you're gonna get a tier 1 tower.
Di prank.
I guess
Nggak di defend, tapi ini udah meleset dari grand plan-nya.
Wait up here so long.
Grand plan-nya OG sih. Takutnya dari mouse-nya udah terlalu tebel buat dilincah-lincahin. Kayak nanti pemain OG mundar-mandir di masuk team fight keluar team fight. Tapi kalau udah rada ngimbang gini nggak ada jaminan bagaimana caranya mereka in and out tanpa bonyok duluan.
And then you just twin gate over for the tormentor if you want to fight it.
I'm very
Which I think you
curious.
should.
Nice by the way, thank you. Aku lebih tertegun sama backgroundnya malah ke bawah bengong. Waduh, itu namanya kamu mudah dihipnotis. Jadi hati-hati ya. Sebenarnya gue memilih background itu kayak ada riset dan juga psikologinya ya. Jadi, sabar diopat. Oh no, wah gila. Oh my god. Niko sih, Niko cocok nama lu diganti Niko. Emang jadi harum anjay. What a combo combro.
What a turn, the Ember Spirit. Yeah, not what he wanted to start the fight, but
So
faith
good.
in his team to carry that one.
Yeah, you go in, you expect to live, great reaction times from the Shadow Shaman. You're expecting to live and just scout it out for your team, but even knowing you might die, it's totally worth it. It doesn't even get the sleight of fist.
Wah, calculated anjay.
He had shield rune as well.
Itu dengan kesadaran penuh Yopat lompat karena emang udah nge-call. Lawannya udah ada di sini tadi. Lawan temennya. Mana ya?
By the way.
Aduh.
Even get the sleight of fist.
Nih, dia udah di sini nih. Si Darkseer ya. Jadi Yopas di sini dengan kesadaran penuh, bodo amat. Gua masuk sekarang karena momennya cuma sekarang. Mau itu gua mati atau kagak, yang penting lu dapet sisanya. Bang! Kasus, men. Psikologi apa? Iya, jadi gua melihat secara jadi kayak lu tahu nggak sih kalau konten orang suka ini kan, misalnya di atas kontennya, di bawah itu hal-hal yang bodoh, bukan bodoh sih, apa ya, terapeutik mungkin ya ngomongnya, kayak lu ngelihatnya tuh satisfy, satisfying.
No, I just said
Jadi
I
kayak lu
cover myself.
seakan-akan
Don't quiz me on this.
lu bakal mencerna apapun video yang lagi dikontenin, apapun konten videonya, cuma karena ada video lain di bawahnya gitu.
Nah, it's just generally very, very, very good.
Enggak sih, itu sebenarnya gue cuma cari-cari alasan ya. Ini gue cuma
Not super
alasan gue milih background ini, gue termotivasi sama PewDiePie doang, udah itu doang. Kan PewDiePie juga temanya gitu kan, kayak wave warna merah hitam gitu. Ya udah, gue cari aja.
They didn't commit to finish the top tower on the Weaver. I thought he would.
I think it looked like a mid fight was, you know, you're catching that Shadow Fiend. If you could get him, you'd like to. And honestly, the top tower, you'll take it if you can, but it's not that important because right now you're just biding your time, looking for a big fight, get the next Aegis, and then, you know, take all the buildings off of that. So if you can get a Shadow Fiend kill and lead into more, you can just go back to the tier 2. So I think it's
Ini Charles bener-bener cuma buat info nih, soalnya dikejar.
Shadow Fiend who
Mau dia ngedot charge juga nggak apa-apa.
it surely doesn't feel like it though. It's been a pretty quiet game from him.
It's just
Oh no, wah pas banget. Oh sempet loh, sempet face shift tapi ya udah.
hold him in place just for the moment. Yeah, they get the kill. I was like,
Koordinasinya keren banget coy.
The ice path was going to expire or not, but that was one of the buffs.
Hard execution tuh.
Kind of pop back into the meta, right? Was the linger duration on my ice path got buffed a few patches in a row.
Ada ward dari mana ya? Oh dari sini. Oh nggak ada yang emang kelihatan aja kali ya. Di charge dari jauh, cuma buat vision. Oh, casternya tiba-tiba diem. Komenin bang. Gue nonton. Nah.
Had a kind of a rough start to the game. Ended up just rushing the Aghanim Scepter instead of the Vessel.
Siapa Ganim? Oh iya, si Brewmaster. Ya terlalu mahal nggak sih ya? Vessel buat siapa juga? Lu mau nge-Vessel Dark sih, lu belum tentu bisa mukul dia sampai mati soalnya. Wah, jadi makanan seledri nih bos. Seledri vegan, oh nggak jadi. Maaf meragukanmu, kamu sudah cukup tebel nggak kayak tadi pas early game ya dijadiin cemilan ya? Nggak bisa ngelok, nggak bisa, tetap nggak bisa ngelok. Orang itu bro, Natsumi wow, 3-man fuck, cuma nggak ada wall of replikanya aja. Mid one is gone, bye mid one. Wow, yo patch. Gak kena itu wall of replika, tapi gak apa-apa tetap mati. Siring, slide office, siring chain. Nah, dead.
Very rough game here for the Chrysalis Shadow Fiend.
This Weaver is just
Enggak sih, backgroundnya aku baru sadar.
He was at the front of the fight doing damage while
Jadi nggak relevan. Ya udah sih, tadi gue cuma bikin alasan dong nih.
Kill him, right? You use the puck abilities, but he's so fast that your damage in the Shadow Fiend can't catch up. Yeah, here. So like, your Spirit Breaker dies, but how do you really kill Weaver, right? You even lift him up with the Brewmaster, but nobody gets close enough in this time. I think if you want to try the Weaver, you've got to be moving in. So by the time Puck commits the spells, Crystal is like, I don't want to walk in there. Even gets caught by all this ability, so your Weaver just lives through everything, gets to do.
Seksi banget nggak sih ngeliat Ember lompat-lompat kayak gitu tuh.
Abilities are done. They don't care. They'll just keep running at
Kayak
you.
seng ngedot seng. Ih.
Like what are you gonna do to this guy? Like it's gonna be so difficult to actually kill him.
Lo itu kenapa ada tombstone sama
Shadowblade Gaming, he's out, man.
Kenapa ada tombstone sama Serpent? What itu le?
Shadow Fiends, or maybe it's the same time, but that's still not great.
Masih ada Primal. Nggak ada Primal Split.
They know Boom needs to be very careful here. He's taking a ton.
Dipok terus. Wah. Wih, dikejar babi. Natsumi menjadi babi tapi dia tetap bisa mengejar. Gelo. Gue tahu lo itu jago Bang Natsumi, tapi minimal positif mental attitude ya. Mentang-mentang lu dari Seiya bukan berarti lu bisa beraksi seperti Pinoy, kocak. Nanti ada drama selek-selekan aja lu. Kena denda, pang. Jadi apa psikologinya orang bohong lihat background kamu? Gua cuma bercanda Mi, please. Itu gue cuma bikin alasan doang. Tapi seriusan coy, gue yang masalah ada di atas di atasnya ada video penting, bawahnya video kayak terapeutik, kayak misal motong styrofoam gitu-gitu, ngancurin gabus. Itu bener. Itu cocok buat orang yang ngomongnya ADHD. Kayak dia perlu something yang bikin dia fokus gitu. Tapi bukan berarti karena gue tahu itu gue apply ke background gue. Oke? Mati itu. Crystallis is dead. Boom, udah punya primal split. Primal split. Haha, forward. Belum bakal ada digicall sih. Ini masih fightable. Tapi free Roshan masih mau lebih. Oh enggak, oke, cabut. Midun masih slippery as fuck.
I mean, you get Brew Split, you take Coil, Wards, you still kill the Shadow Fiend, and you don't really lose much of anything.
Dude, Brew is stuck in the wards.
Oh.
Wait, he certainly has no split.
Weaver walks up and was like, wait a minute. Alright. Yeah, he killed one by accident, but
nyangkut coba Brewmaster ya. Gue gak lihat tapi kata casternya mah nyangkut. Yeah, Desi is hard to focus. Biasanya gini, kalau orang lagi ngobrol sama orang yang ADHD, kayak misalnya lo lagi ngobrol, ngomongin lama nih, terus kayak lo setiap beberapa saat terus kayak gitu, jadi biar orangnya fokus dulu, lo harus bikin suara dulu. Jadi kayak lu nggak boleh ngomong terlalu lama. Kayak lu harus ngasih jeda di mana lu harus narik attention dia lagi. Nah, gitu biasanya. Harus ada selipan di tengah. Kenapa gue bisa ngomong gini? Karena gue punya temen yang dia nggak ngaku ADHD, tapi menurut gue metode kayak gitu sangat efektif di dia.
Very good draft here from OG.
And funny enough, the Surge also works because your ultimate, the Requiem, is supposed to fear the enemy and give you time to set up your raises, do the damage. But if you're actually Surge, you sprint so fast, like you can't actually do anything. Oh, nice try.
No, you got it. He stole the.
Oh, dapat banner?
Banner at least. Yeah.
Anjir. Gue kira cuma lewat doang, terus nggak dapet Aegis kan? Tapi dapat banner. Not so bad. Ada, waduh, tim si tim ini main Spirit Breaker udah kayak main Treant Protector, cok. Bang! Boom already knew he's going to die. Dead. Oke. Wah, scam berani banget. Buset. Kapan lagi lu lihat Jakiro latar kelitir deket base lawan, temennya jauh udah diantu. Ain't no way they planned that. Wah, kalau mereka wah, tim psikopat bro. Keren banget. Pengguna anjir. Oh, si Niko ini sih. Niko ini. Ya pokoknya Niko ini serem banget ya. Oke, Virex. Menurut kamu Ami gimana? Maksudnya menurut saya Anda ADHD atau enggak? Enggak tahu lah. Maksudnya kayak how do I even determine that gitu. Pertama, lu streaming. Kalau lu streaming otomatis you are doing what you currently doing dan orang lain nggak tahu what you are actually doing. Kalau in terms of main Dota, itu kan Dota full of movement kan. Otomatis lu pasti fokus tiap saat dong. Nggak bisa di determine dari situ menurutku. Kayak yang bisa dinilai itu kayak kalau lu lagi melakukan sesuatu yang mungkin bisa dibilang membosankan, terus lu tiba-tiba melakukan hal yang lain, tiba-tiba ketik GG. OG itu good.
that final fight, they find the Shadow Shaman, and there's just no hope without the Shadow Shaman. Even if you have the damage on the other heroes, you need the lockdown from Shaman, but he's poor support, just killed so quickly, and after that, there's no stopping OG.
Kepencet. Kelo tiba-tiba kepencet Rosesa. Aku cinta Rosesa.
But it ended up being just one of the best against all of
Kita lihat current standing ya, current standing. Apakah sudah ada yang 2-0 menyusul REKONIX? Mouse, kita berteman dengan Mouse. Mouse adalah kawan kita, sama-sama 2-0.
OG played this pretty much perfectly.
Gameplaynya Mouse sudah mulai kebaca deh. Semenjak framework Dragon Knight-nya sudah tidak sudah tidak bekerja. Nyoba framework yang lain. Kuring. Nggak segacor Kristalis Deka pada zamannya. Yang sekarang udah kebaca.
Got your top lane going, and then it was the Darkseer and the Spirit Breaker working with the Ember that gave the space to Natsumi to eventually reach what he needed to. So I think
menurut kamu the way I talk
start for OG, and they've been doing this. They've been looking for these
normal
first bloods. You thought you got the jump on them, you got the first blood, but like they'll just go for.
Kalau gua nggak ada apa-apa yang kepikiran di otak gua berarti normal. Soalnya gua coba berpikir nih, apa yang bisa gua nilai dari cara Akarina Nami bercakap di saat streaming Discord ataupun kapanpun itu. I didn't found nothing, berarti normal. Bisa aja gue yang too tolerant, bisa aja ada yang bisa lebih memberi tanggapan lebih lanjut. Who knows? Tapi bagi gue gak ada, normal.
Let's give a little bit more respect to this team, and they're looking pretty good. And Na'Vi has been on the rise, right? This is a team that's been improving substantially over the last year, so I'm excited, man.
Coba pertanyaannya dibalik. Menurut kamu, saya gimana? Ya, gue tahu gue orangnya pecicilan ya. Itu gue juga tahu. 6-20. Nggak dikomentatorin, coy. Kita nggak dapat privilege stream A lagi nih. Kalau stream A digosipin soalnya. Kalau stream B udah ada yang nge-cash, selesai, next. Nunggu 6 menit. REKONIX lawan Navi. Navi tim jago. Masalahnya nih, jadi agak seharusnya sih kalah lagi ya. Seharusnya izin. Hampir aja gue salah ngetik, coy. Gua tidak mengetik REKONIX dengan kata-kata king. Gue hampir dihantam. Kita harus kasih kata-kata king di depan. King REKONIX. Nah, ini pantesan kayak ada yang kurang gitu. Kok udah stream 7 jam? Sepertiga. Enggak sepertiga sih. Berapa tuh berarti? Cukup lama, nggak apa-apa, tapi jarang-jarang kan. Ada exciting buat itu tuh. 5 menit ya. Gimana ya, nggak tahu, aku jarang ketemu orang. Nah, susah kan? Kalau ngejudge cara orang ngomong kalau nggak unik-unik banget. Tapi maksudnya definisi jarang ketemu orang gimana, anjay? Kan lu ngobrol sama kakak lu. Kakak lagi apa? Sama keluarga, sama moderator, sama member, sama pas streaming. Oke, streaming mungkin gak dihitung ya. Soalnya kan rata-rata orang ngetik. Tiga itulah. Jangan pasti ada orang yang apa? Ya udah yang ada di hidup aja. Tulisannya boleh di tengah nggak agak annoying. Gimana sih? Ada klik ada gak sih biar kalau di OBS di tengah? Susah, coy. Gimana cara gue ngepas hero? Masa gue ngitung? Kayak dia nggak ada yang kayak ngelock di tengah gitu loh. 1080 1920 bagi 2 berapa? Nggak bisa gitu deh. Aduh, bentar deh. Coba berhitung ya teman-teman ya. Kita pijat otak malam-malam. 783 tambah 724. Berarti 1517. Benar nggak? Ya, 1517. 1517 dibagi 2. 758. 758. Itu baru gue salah. Seharusnya kiri 758 karena kan ada garisnya kalau digeser. Iya, ada garisnya, tapi maksud gue nggak ini loh. Apa? Kalau lo macam buka Photoshop gitu kan, kalau udah menuju ke tengah dia bantuin ngelokin di tengah kan? Atau nggak kalau lo pakai shift gitu? Jadi nggak ada. Gue cuma ngeliat angka. Soalnya sekalinya ngomong di tengah berarti harus precise. Ini udah cukup di tengah lah ya. Toleransi 3 pixel. 752 pixel di kiri, 755 pixel di kanan. Mohon dimaklumi. Saya tahu ini agak gatel di mata orang-orang perfeksionis. Standingnya gimana tadi? Tadi tuh ada ini kan, ada si ini mah tadi gua tonton. Oh, ini masih live ya? Izin intip dulu, Sir. Mana, Sir? Sir? Mana, Sir? Sir? Sir?
That is a scary Aegis for Falcons to play into if it goes.
SF Fuskar centak. Wih. Skitters fan. Amar Kungka. Atau Amar Azur. Oh, Amar Kungka. ATF Kungka. Razor Mid. Nah, intermezzo langsung mulai. Seret. Masih semenit. Nggak, ini belum gue pencet live. Seret. 20 detik, gak apa. Kok beda punya aku kayak Photoshop? Yang bener kamu. Sumpah. Nggak bisa, Cok. Gue belum update sih. Mungkin ngaruh ya. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's time. It's REKONIX time. Pap 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 pap. Serius? Ya udah. Berarti guanya aja yang beda.
We've got Na'Vi taking on REKONIX coming up next. The last series, man, OG putting a beat down on Mouse, a very important game. Getting the first day off to a good start means a lot, and that puts OG at 2-0.
Ayo gosipin biar gue judge.
Things, REKONIX, they looked really good in their series this morning versus Tundra, ended up losing a 72-minute barn burner. And then they fall in their second series to Falcons. They're off to a 0-2 start, not where they want to be, but Na'Vi, however, off to a 1-1. See how they're feeling going into this next series. What are your thoughts about these teams?
I mean, I think a lot of people have seen Na'Vi on the up and up, and I would love to see this team find success. I'm a big fan of any team that sticks together for a long time, which they have added people, but I think I forget which. It's mixing up in my head, but 3 of the players have been together now for almost 3+ years, I want to say, and ever since Zayat's the last person to join in, that was about over a year ago, and they've been sticking together. We have been seeing the improvements, right? They've been qualifying to more events, and they're taking games
Ini
off the top
sumpah.
teams.
Sambil nunggu Yapi, kami mau nanya tablet good but cheap. Apa tuh?
But not
Sabar Pi, menurutmu ini ganteng? Ganteng banget cok. Si Ridis ini. Gue gak tau ya, menurut gue pemain e-sport yang ganteng itu ada di Dota sama CS. Valo gak ada yang ganteng. Gak tau kenapa. Ya lanjut, gimana tadi tablet? Hah? Not my type. Oke, ya. Menurut gue kayak damn man. Lu dengan muka kayak gitu dan lu memilih untuk main Dota, men. Aduh. Dibanding sama yang ini.
SEA Dota, this is a team where you're probably just wondering like, who are these guys? Like they just kind of came out of nowhere.
Bro, auranya kemana, bro?
Tournaments, and then
ini Babang ganteng. Maaf FPI, bukan maksudnya bilang Babang gak ganteng. Ganteng.
Yeah, I think FBZ right in the middle there.
Jujur Faris kayak bajak laut di sini.
These players.
Kayak ada cobekan di sini. Anjay.
In your dream also people might remember his name. I think the
Kayak
years, unless you
sini lu gue baku hantam anjing. Anjing. Kata Faris tuh.
So this kind
Iya kan? Kenapa ya?
Like you said, down to an 0-2 start.
Kenapa kita pas ngelihat orang luar, orang barat, kayak anjir kenapa bisa mereka tinggi, mereka good looking? Apakah orang barat melihat kita dengan pandangan yang serupa gitu? Kayak kok mereka bisa sih kulitnya sawo matang, chocolatey vibes, warm banget, manis banget gitu. Mereka mikir gitu nggak ya di Eropa? Atau kayak mereka di Eropa kayak Asia, nggak tahu sih. Gue kurang ada koneksi orang barat.
And you're gonna feel better about at least getting to play more games. Even the bottom 4, you have like a last chance kind of thing, right? But you want to start off a little higher than that.
Betul.
They would definitely like to get a win here because their last opponent today is Liquid. So it's one of those things where like they have a pretty rough first day, and that's just gonna be the
emang bener cok. Hari pertamanya REKONIX tuh bener-bener penataran. Digampol sama Tundra, dikepak-kepak sama Falcon. Di Navi apa ya? Navi nggak ada ininya, nggak ada persamaan deh, tapi iya sama Navi. Terus akhirannya diinjek-injek sama Liquid. Oh ya BTW tadi itu buat yang mau tanya tablet, bisa ya di etalase nomor 3. Tapi gue gak hafal tablet nih, jadi kalau lu tanya mungkin kayak gue cuma bisa bilang oh iya bagus. I guess I can check, cuma ngecek aja. Gue udah gak ngikutin era mobile phone, maksudnya kayak spesifikasi ini chipsetnya pakai apa Snapdragon, ini pakai MediaTek, ini pakai itu, udah ngapal loh. Ih lucu blanketnya pipi. Pasti keepsake dari pacar ya, terus dipamerin biar kayak anjay.
No, I agree. I have to imagine coming into this series, I don't think this team is like nervous. I feel like they've been playing pretty dang well. Their series against Tundra today, this morning, the fact that it goes 72 minutes.
Oh, buat pijet punggung. Ya Allah, babang minimal teh kameranya yang jelas sikit. Ngeblur pisan dari tadi teh. Itu pasti roti ke-10 ya.
Yeah, Tundra's a very hard team to beat out in the late game. So the fact that you're even able to bring it there is a pretty good sign.
Nah, ini bagus nih.
We'll see if they can
Ini mereka di mana ya? Kayak semacam warnet gitu deh. Conference room.
Repeat the start that went well, and then fix the mistakes that caused it to go so late. Close it out a little sooner.
All right, we're gonna get ready to jump into the draft there. Mr. Juice himself from Na'Vi, a player that a lot of people have really started to put their eyes on, and for good reasons, right? Like in terms of carry players in the region, I think he has surprised a lot of people. He's been very high on the leaderboards for quite some time. He's been, like you said, kind of grinding in that scene for a while, and he's one of the three.
Apakah cash akan kebuka? Soalnya ini pertama kali nih kelihatan Ember keluar nih. Disruptor? Wind Ranger.
Jump into the draft here. The first phase bans. It's not banned yet.
Disruptor?
It's going to be banned here at the end.
Mr. Largo, where is he?
Oh iya, Darul juga ngeprioritas Largo. Bener.
Do you think he's still a frog?
Kok tahu aja sih?
Would you consider him? It's not banned.
What do you mean? Do you think he's clearly a frog?
Well, like, is he a toad or a frog?
First pick di
He's more toad
REKONIX.
to me.
I'm sorry. Could you tell? Is it called Toad Stomp or is it called Frog Stomp?
I'm just saying he's a toad with frog friends, you know?
Could be.
It's called Frog Stomp, man.
Frog friends.
Okay, Razor.
Not first pick in the Largo.
Largo di kiri, bro. Ini baru.
It worked.
Please welcome
even got to talk about Largo because it was
Largo.
Because he's a good support 4 or 5 and you can play him off.
Masa kanan si Navi bisa main cash ya? Dicurik ini cash ya? Kayaknya. Gak di ban, diculik. Viper. Okay. What is this opening? Brand new ini brand new.
No, I mean to be fair, these are really strong.
Viper.
Razor and Viper have been
Viper Flex bisa mid, bisa offlane.
Super surprised. I am more surprised by the Razor pick over the Viper pick. I feel like Viper right
Navi masih punya chance buat nge-ban Disruptor. Kalau andai kan gak di-ban bakal diambil fix 1000%. No doubt. Karena dari REKONIX ada SGBD. Support cuma bisa Disruptor. Tapi apakah bakal di-ban? Kayaknya.
I'm a little surprised, like you said, about the Razor first pick, since it's that's some like Falcon stuff right there. But maybe they were screaming against each other.
Kurang riset deh kayaknya deh. Mereka deh.
I don't think it's like the worst first pick.
Yang menurut gua kurang riset.
I would have thought like Viper or Largo.
Ya, di Disruptor di ban. Mereka riset
ternyata. Flexible hero who can move around and it does counter out a lot of certain melee heroes, just like Viper does. So we may end up seeing quite a few ranged heroes in this game.
Largo masih ada, tapi masalahnya Razornya udah di-pick di kanan. Kemarin sih Largo Nyadalul itu sempat keluar di saat dia landing sama Razornya FBC di offlane. Jadi kayak insecure lane-nya biar fix menang. Task, oke. Task Dalul. Masih ada Shadow Demon, bisa diambil di kanan. Ringmaster kayaknya kurang menarik kalau andaikan nggak ada user ya. Dan setahu gua nggak ada usernya di REKONIX ataupun di Navi. Tasknya bisa flex, bisa 5, bisa 4. Tapi nggak ada gyro, jadi seharusnya nggak ada alasan buat ngepick task 5. Cashnya masih ada. Lagi apa nih? Lagi pick di kanan. Largonya di kanan.
There he is, baby. The frog himself, Mr. Largo. There you go, Zach. You finally get to cast a Largo game.
I'm ready. I think it's really good with Razor. This could go in your
Aduh, gue dipentung TikTok. Maaf Mr. TikTok. Saya akan kembali. Seret. Unable to verify. Tahil. Nah, dah. Udah ya Bang TikTok, terima kasih. Show?
Double
static link, bro.
For anyone who doesn't know,
So
Zach
scary.
actually went back to school and has a PhD in frogs specifically for Largo.
Ada Ancient Apparition
Do you have any Largo
buat Faris atau mau
he knows what he's talking about.
Phoenix kalian ngeduelin ngeduelin Sunray ngelawan heal antar heal.
Position 1 Grimstroke. No, I
Atau apa
love
ya?
this hero. I very much am excited to see what they are planning on
Gue
pairing.
cuma
this
bisa
with.
ngelihat
The static
Phoenix
link
atau enggak
does work. You can static link 2 heroes, but you only attack one, and you attack the second hero that is the one that you don't select initially, but then you can move your attack target anyway, so it doesn't matter. But either way, what I'm saying is you can actually double static link on this hero, and it is very strong.
Iya, double static link tuh keserap dua-duanya damage-nya.
Tusk, because one of his strengths is the blink snowball save.
True.
But if you ult someone soulbind, even if it doesn't connect, right now when Tusk blinks in, he instantly gets soulbound and you can't save. So it's a cool idea, and if they're linked, you also can't really save them. So it's a cool idea. I think you need a better pairing than just Razor though, because right now you have 3 heroes who want to run at you. And only Catchy Lick really can like pull people in. You know, you need someone who actually initiates.
This game screams AA, I don't know why.
To start, which I think could be your mid laner.
Kebangun gara-gara aktif TikTok Studio Discord. Jujur kenceng.
But you could still do Razor mid and pick like an off.
Beast. Alright.
The Beastmaster. Now, a flexible hero.
Wah, kalau Anda mau tidur sambil nonton stream saya tiba-tiba teriak gara-gara REKONIX melakukan play sih. Siap-siap gak bisa tidur ya. Ini mau dikasih tahu dulu aja kisi-kisinya.
In terms of where these heroes are going. It's a little bit difficult for Navi to maybe decide how they want to play their lanes.
Jika dikasih last pick deh.
Right here, we're probably going to see a support.
Kayak last pick support kind of bad.
With the Beastmaster. If they want to run it in the off lane.
Gue belum lihat ada yang bisa lompat ke belakang sih. Hah? Udah gue bilang Ancient Apparition bro. Cuma keputer aja itu tuh apa urutannya. Soalnya lu lawan Largo, lu definisi bisa ngedisable segala heal yang ada dengan Ancient Apparition. Plus it's an extra combo kalau lu bawa Tusk, uppercut, Ice Blast, bang! Primal Beast, Roar, Ice Blast, bang! Ini masih flex tapi dari REKONIX, Viper sama Beastmaster-nya bisa di mid atau nggak di offlane. Last pick buat Jikroy, cash is open, cuma perlu ngeliat hero-hero terakhirnya. Kalau ada yang lebih menarik bakal pick hero yang lain. Dan Navi seharusnya ngelirik buat nge-ban cash kalau mereka do their research. Karena dengan nge-ban Disruptor aja udah ngasih tahu kalau mereka udah tahu gitu. Udah tahu apa yang dilakukan REKONIX sebelum turnamen ini. Udah biasa tidur bangun. Ah, Subul. Oh, tipenya Akarina Nami Subul. Langsung keluar Pak. Fun fact, Pak adalah salah satu counter case. Tapi menurut analisa, Pak bisa counter case kalau case-nya cupu. Dan ini kita bicara tentang Jikroy. Ya itu satu. Yang kedua adalah Pak bisa counter case kalau dia udah pernah nge-counter case. Karena treatmentnya beda. Mana ada? Kok lu ngomong itu? Subul. Atau itu ngomongnya Subul. Kira Subul. Tapi hati-hati Omi, itu lu kalau kebiasa tidur bangun gitu, lu bisa mengurangi kualitas tidur dan kualitas kesehatan. Karena kayak kalau lu kebiasa kayak gitu, lu bakal ngelupain apa rasanya tidur di saat energi lu rendah dan lu bangun energi lu tuh kayak langsung saatnya memulai hari gitu.
like Razor's like, I'm gonna damage drain you, and the
Ya, kayak di band. They done their research. That's fine. Masih banyak full Jikroy, masih ada Abaddon. Tapi not really a good Abaddon game. Gak ada alasan yang sabar. Kalau dia pick Abaddon, kinda bisa buat pertama nge-save silence dari Pak. Kedua, sedikit nge-disable heal-nya Largo karena Abaddon mempunyai pasif, yaitu jika darah lawan di bawah 50 atau 35% ya, gue lupa. Ya di bawah, kita anggap 50% ya. Di bawah 50% itu akan nge-reduce healing sebanyak, gua nggak tahu berapa, tapi nge-reduce ya pokoknya. Tapi last pick di REKONIX, Weaver di ban. Ini gue belum pernah lihat Navi main Largo, jadi gue nggak tahu ini Largonya offlane atau support. Razornya juga bisa flex. Seharusnya bakal reveal draftnya di saat last pick ya. Oke, udah fix berarti. Centa offlane, mid pack sama Seven Razor. Di carry, Jikroy bakal nyari hero yang bisa ngebantai Centaur. Jawabannya apa? Benar sekali, Templar Assassin. Gak usah mikir, langsung aja keluarin Templar Assassin. Gak usah gimmick, udah Templar aja udah. Gak usah basa-basi. Udah tahu gua gimana cara berpikir lu ya. Atau tiba-tiba agak siren ya. Templar Assassin. Templar Assassin. Atau mau Viper carry? Viper carry. Gua gak pernah lihat sih Jikroy main Viper carry. Are we cooked? I think we cooked. Even better Beastmaster carry. Kita akan melihat gameplay aktif dari REKONIX. Let's go. Maksudnya tuh AA karena dia namanya ada Sundanya, makanya aku panggil Asubul. Oh, gue baru tahu. Gue nggak tahu nama aslinya, gue cuma tahu Sunda Bule. Udah itu dong. Aku kadang tidur nyenyak, tapi butuh support. For example, minum susu. Aku kadang tidur nyenyak, tapi butuh support. For example, minum susu sebelum bobo. Perlu trigger ya? Tapi bagus lah kalau udah ada katalis kayak gitu. Aman berarti. Kenapa kamera REKONIX burik dan lag? Min bos, ini kenapa ya kamera REKONIX burik dan lag? Apakah Min bos hartanya berkurang karena menggaji pemain REKONIX terlalu mahal, atau karena market saham sedang turun? Karena setahu saya semua pemain dari REKONIX dicemari untuk masuk saham sama Min bos. Kenapa ya? Habis baca alasan manggil AA itu langsung hilang suaranya. Demi apa? Halo? Lah? Kunaon goblok? Halo?
Definition of more of an anti-carry, right? The longer the fights go on, the stronger he gets, and he makes your targets weaker.
Halo?
Right? So
sabar. Thank you ya udah mention ya.
But the moment he dies first in a fight, your fight's over. Like you can't
soalnya YouTube
on Razor immediately.
Guys, aman YouTube.
You actually have good resources on REKONIX to do that. Like Beastmaster.
Ini mikrofon kamera.
Pretty much kill any hero.
Jangan bentar, gue ganti.
I'm a little bit worried for the side of Na'Vi and being able to actually protect the Razor from that specifically in the mid late game. But in terms of how the lanes are gonna go, I think I like what REKONIX has put together. So let's see what happens as we jump into this best of one REKONIX versus Na'Vi.
Tes.
Both these teams are, maybe like
tes.
had a much better start.
Oh, cuma perlu di keluar masukin. Jangan tanya gue kenapa.
Series against Tundra, but ended up losing it after 72 minutes.
Ya, pokoknya itu jadi ceritanya Min bos itu bisa ngegaji REKONIX karena dia main saham ya. Teman-teman. Terus pemain-pemain REKONIX itu juga dicemarin buat main saham. Nah, kebetulan market Indonesia sedang merah-merahnya. Jadi sebenarnya admin bos REKONIX sudah menangis-nangis di saat dia disuruh beli kamera. Jadi kayak ya udahlah, ini gue beliin aja kamera seadanya. Ya udah gitu. Itu alasannya ya. Lu tahu kenapa In Your Dream gak pernah streaming di saat dia lagi di bootcamp? Karena itu nggak ada kamera. Jadi kamera ini yang jelek ini nih, dia baru beli di Malta. BTW ini jangan dipercaya ya. Gue cuma ngebual doang. Trading is scary. Betul. Setuju aku. Bayangin Wi, Gua hampir double my money in 22 days, I guess. Ya, enggak, 20 hari. Dan semua gain itu hilang dalam waktu 3 hari. Crazy man. Tapi nggak apa-apa. Untungnya uang dingin nih, jadi nothing tulus. Langsung disep? Baru mulai? Oke. Tidak ada first blood. Matchup Viper lawan Razer sih seharusnya nggak ada aneh-aneh ya. Razer akan tetap jadi lane dominator, tapi untungnya Viper hero range, jadi cuma perlu keep the distance. Tapi kurangnya adalah Viper nggak punya movement speed, jadi pasti bakal lebih cepat Razor.
Overall, this Beastmaster should have a pretty free lane versus the Centaur. This is not a lane a Centaur enjoys playing. So,
aku belum coba buat move ke bibit sama apa tuh satunya? Apa satunya? Ketujuh dead. REKONIX. Apa satunya? Reksadana. Deposito. Mau apa Mi? You are still young. Pokoknya kita belajar ekonomi di sini. Tapi disclaimer, gue bukan lulusan ekonomi, ilmu gue sebatasnya, seadanya, dan ya udah. Yang pertama, lu bisa consider investasi di saat lu punya penghasilan yang bisa dibilang dependable, itu satu. Yang kedua, lu bisa investasi kalau lu udah bisa nyisihin duit lu dan lu merasa duit lu itu nggak bakal dipakai anytime soon. Makanya bisa dibilang duit tinggi. Yang ketiga, lu harus tahu lu punya target apa ya? Lu punya target kehidupan tuh kayak gimana bentukannya? Apakah lu mau investasi untuk gandain duit, investasi buat ngejaga nilai rupiah di duit lu, atau nggak ada atau udah dua itu doang. Nah, berdasarkan flowchart tersebut, nanti lu bisa menentukan instrumen investasi lu. Tapi kalau at some point kayak ada syarat-syarat yang lu nggak penuhin, berarti emang belum saatnya lu investasi, dan nggak perlu buat dipaksain. App gituan juga lupa namanya. Banyak aplikasi yang paling umum Stockbit biasanya. Tapi Stockbit mah saham reksadana sih jatuhnya. Dia lebih fokus ke saham. Sudah ngepost super lag. Bagus. Terima kasih PC Gat7 sudah super lag ya. PC atau internet ya? Bagus. Melek terus ya. But the moment Dream gets the Aghanim Scepter, it kind of swings heavily back the other way. So there's a timing that Na'Vi need to play around on this puck before this Void Spirit comes in to shut him down.
With that said, you've got Largo on your team. So part of the reason the Ags is so good is it's multiple silences to control the puck, and you only want to build like so many defensive items, you know. But watch the master at work to dispel you, and if you decide to go for the. Gue baru notice kenapa di TikTok suara gue 500%. That's actually another one. So kencang banget gak sih gue di TikTok? Enggak. Kalau gue teriak dikencang.
It's essential
Aduh.
because of the instigate facet.
Abandon. Forfeit kasih kemenangan gratis ke REKONIX.
Here, unfortunately for the side of Navi.
Bagus gak sih?
Like I said, downside to the
Aku pengen simpen aja uang dingin buat invest walaupun dikit, tapi sambil cari kerja online juga.
How
Alright,
crazy.
PMA. Come on, you ruined it.
This time
Ambil
there's no
aja
healing from
kerja
the
online
ice
juga.
spell
Nah ya,
because of the ice blast. So you lose
tiba-tiba
some
tuh
value
ngedouble.
on that.
TikTok nggak jelas.
Zayak.
Ya udah,
Getting away. Like you said, just kind of doing his
udah
best to
itu
creep drag here.
deposito reksadana. Ah,
So that hurts
tapi
real bad.
masalahnya ya,
It's painful. The salve
reksadana pun bakal terpengaruh kalau market lagi merah.
He would have made it to full health with that salve.
Gak tahu sih. Pokoknya 3 hari, bukan 3 hari, 1 minggu di akhir bulan Januari itu.
Runes, though, you know?
Mungkin kalau orang yang nggak ngikutin ekonomi Indonesia ya, nggak bakal sadar sebenarnya, kayak ya udah hidup biasa-biasa aja gitu. Tapi yang udah mulai ada unsur investasi itu semuanya ngaruh. Bahkan reksadana tuh kayak turun deh. Tapi kayak emang nggak signifikan. Jadi kalau paling aman menurut gua deposito. Karena pertama lagi sering perang. Yang kedua, bukan sering perang. Pokoknya Amerika lagi perang kan. Sebenarnya gue bakal jauh lebih ngerekomendasiin emas. Tapi bahkan emas pun value-nya turun. Jadi orang bilang kalau buat sekarang ya, someone who hold cash is the big winner gitu. Jadi kayak pemenang buat zaman-zaman sekarang adalah orang yang megang cash banyak. Karena bahkan balik lagi itu tadi, gold pun turun harganya. Di saat orang-orang ngomong, emas harganya naik, emas harganya naik. Nah sekarang lagi turun. Wah, ada tahu? Apa yang terjadi nih? Aktif banget kok. Dan tumat gak sih? Rilis tidak ada trap? Oke, that's fine. Duluan mati Dalula sih, tapi nggak apa-apa. Keusir cok. Pak ya. Cikro, so good this guy. So lucky. Cikro, so good ah. Kita nggak akan melihat JFP di sini ya, tapi setidaknya kita bakal lihat REKONIX yang aktif, tidak seperti gameplay REKONIX biasanya yang hanya suka farming dan indoor dream bantai-bantai Niku. Niku siapa itu mas? Iye Dedi, iye. Dikampungin, ngedatengin Faris, runnya di bawah. Jikronya dibunuh. di solo kill balik, ya Allah Jik hampir lagi tadi dibangga-banggain, kenapa malah Jik? Aduh bang, jangan begitulah bang, jangan dibawa bang. Bang. Nggak ada yang kayak snowball. Ini ngomongin naon tiba-tiba nggak ada yang kayak snowball. Apa ini tas snowball atau apa snowball?
Maybe he thought he was like 1 creep away from level 6 and he was like, oh, I'll just get roar and kill him, but now he dies, gives PMA pretty much the same amount of XP and gold that he was lacking.
Snowball like a mountain tonight, like a footprint to be seen.
But now that you have Stampede up for this Wisdom Shrine, it's going to be getting a lot more difficult to try and steal this one away.
Void Spirit's coming in, but so is Brimstone.
Could I keep it? Iya deh, mati kan? Wah, gila Grimstroke-nya. Too much. Ke counter sih. Dia pengen ofensif tapi cuma sendiri, jir. Maksudnya tuh, itu bayangan Grimstroke tuh harus dipukul 2 kali. Dan lu Void Spirit, jir. Attack speed lu gak kencang kan? Berarti just ini mau di-commit. Oh, di-commit. Sendiri soalnya. Nice. Need more slow, need more slow, need more slow, need more slow.
Tusk does not care about you stealing his damage. Snowball will come through, and with FBZ...
Ain't no way he lived, right?
Dude, there's no way he gets out, right? 4 poison stats? Yeah, he's dead.
Satisfying.
Snowball earlier.
Investnya makin lama makin besar gitu, nggak apa-apa, lama-lama durasi uangnya. Itu deposito udah fix soalnya. Jadi deposito itu adalah lu masukin duit ke bank. Yang istilahnya duit lu itu bukan disimpenin tapi kayak bakal jadi pegangan bank buat melakukan aktivitas lain selain membayar hutang dari bank itu sendiri. Maksud gua ngomong ini apa? Jikronya mati. Maksud gua ngomong ini apa adalah ya pokoknya duit lu nggak bakal hilang kemana-mana. Jadi itu adalah sebuah jaminan dan ya udah. Oh, Ridis mati. Tapi dulunya mati dulu. Ini kenapa bloodbath banget ya? Tempur. Nah ya, balik lagi tentang deposito. Deposito memberikan lu kepastian untuk mendapatkan interest rate sebanyak sekian persen tergantung sama lu naruh deposito di mana. Gua ambil contoh. Kalau lu tahu ada namanya Bank Jago. Bank Jago itu dia punya opsi-opsinya. Misal nih, lu mau dapet pokoknya deposito itu ada per periodenya lu mau dapet duit itu pas kapan. Misal ada opsi per bulan. Per bulan nanti ngasih misal 5%. Atau lu pengen ambil yang periodenya tiap 6 bulan. Kayaknya 6 bulan kelamaan deh. Pokoknya gue lupa deh opsi periodenya berapa. Tapi kayak makin gede periodenya biasanya persentase yang dikasih itu makin gede. Dan itu sifatnya compounding. Deposito ada minimalnya. Deposito ada minimalnya, bener sih. Lama durasi keep uangnya. Deposito ada minimalnya. Lah, katanya nggak bakal lama. I mean, kalau ngomongin lebih aman, paling aman itu. Gue nggak tahu lagi jujur berapa minimal deposito, sorry. Karena pertama kali gue coba deposito, gue masukin duit gue masuk aja. Jadi gue lupa minimalnya berapa. Ya udah reksadana doang berarti opsi lu. Ya udah reksadana aja. Despite tadi gue ngomong rada riskan, tapi nggak apa-apa kok. Bukan lu yang musingin. Jadi kayak lu terima beres aja.
Ancient Apparition almost to level 6, I think, right? Yeah, 5 3/4. So just staying near the wave, farming up some camps here in the jungle. Should get it very soon here.
Yeah, you need your ultimates on these supports, Ancient Apparition and Largo in particular.
There it is. With Ice Blast now, this is go time.
Go time, it's play time!
Come out earlier, but used more defensively, just try and make space for the puck.
Kalau aku meninggal uangnya gimana? Itu udah masuk kategori masalah apa ya? Gue lupa. Sebenarnya nggak kemana-mana. Jadi itu bank tuh nempel kan sama bank lagi. Semua hal yang mengenai identitas, bukan, yang ngomongin masalah uang, itu semuanya nyambung ke yang namanya OJK. Pasti harus ada OJK certified ya. Kalau OJK certified itu pokoknya segala lu lagi bikin akun itu pasti ngiket ke anggota lagi apa? Istilahnya nempel sama KTP gitu. Kan maksudnya kalau andaikan KTP kayak gitu, misal ada orang meninggal, lu pasti laporan dong. Kayak pasti status lu udah meninggal itu bakal dikasih tahu istilahnya ke pemerintah gitu, ke sistem. Jadi kalau lu meninggal, duitnya pasti bisa diambil sama kerabat atau sanak famili selama punya ikatan darah sama lu. Tapi kalau lu nanya di sini masalah kalau lu meninggal gimana, duitnya gimana, apakah masih jalan atau enggak, ya masih jalan. Tergantung aja lu pengen nariknya kapan. Dan yang pasti kan yang narik udah nggak bisa lu dong. Jadi yang bisa cuma anggota keluarga lu. Gitu. Jadi kayak sebenarnya lu nggak, setahu gue ya, lu nggak perlu buat kayak gue takut meninggal, gue share password ATM, gue share password akun-akun penting dulu gitu. Itu nggak usah. Ice Blast-nya keren banget. Tapi nggak ada follow up, nggak apa-apa. Nggak apa-apa. Wah, delayernya bagus banget. Lisa lumayan lama. Faris sakit banget. PMH deh. Iya deh. It's in your dream playground. Gak jadi Nikunya dapat killing blow. Tapi nggak apa-apa. 2 kill buat dia deh.
Somehow turning that one around.
Ice Blast is so good, man.
Ice Blast is so good. I know, right?
It brings you extra damage onto this.
Uangnya bisa buat keluarga aku tanpa tahu pin nggak apa? Iya tadi udah gue jawab. Lu bisa research lagi, tapi setahu gue kayak gitu.
Cloak was in the inventory. It's a loaded inventory, but I think you put the cloak in instead of the headdress, and maybe you live through that. At least make them work a little harder. Alright, that's not quite the go time I was.
Makanya itu pentingnya lu update status kayak misal kayak pajak.
REKONIX.
Kalau lu udah punya keluarga, bikin kartu keluarga. Kalau lu ada perubahan status, misal dari yang awalnya tidak mempunyai pekerjaan jadi punya kerjaan, lu langsung bikin NPWP. Jadi biar ke-update terus semuanya.
I mean, they want to play for Roshan and they want to play for Tormentor around their really farm Beastmaster top side. They're gonna be able to find the Viper here, looking for the snowball. And
ini mau dimajuin. Ada siapa? Anjir, berani banget. Oh, they are strong. Mereka kuat. Mereka kuat banget. Oh, never mind. Mereka wow.
But in your dream, snipe some Vessel now onto Juice. Does have the dissimulate to chase. Does he have another astral step? Not for 15 seconds, but the slow plus the Vessel.
Oh.
Snowball, they're gonna get him. And now onto Zayak, he gets another Vessel charge. Ice Blast. Oh. Yeah, there's no escaping this one.
Bisa gameplay Starcam ini dan Jikroy masih farming. Dan dia menggunakan Beastmaster. Udah gila, Cak. Bahkan Beastmasternya di bawah farming. Oh iya nggak apa-apa, buat uang meninggal aku nanti kasih, ntar ngerepotin. Iya, aman kok. Tapi kayaknya terlalu cepat ya sih buat gue. Nggak, tapi bagus. Soalnya jujur gue belum mikirin itu. Bagus. You one step ahead of me and many other person in this world. Gue merasa masih muda. Gue belum mikirin itu lagi. Buset. Iya deh. Preman kan manis. Anjay.
He is an actual carry. Like we see Beastmasters like Blink, BKB, Roar, like refreshers late game. He just deletes heroes by himself. Like it doesn't matter if there's a team there to try and save them. He will just kill the heroes in his way. So I think he can scale, especially when he's this far ahead. And now that he has the blink, it's going to make this Puck's life a lot more difficult, which Niku...
Udah punya blink ini. Bisa dipunish dong.
He just blinked to farm though.
He just blinked to farm though. Oh! This is in your dreams. Jump. No TP?
Does he have a TP? He doesn't have a TP for 10 seconds. No.
Wait, they didn't see him?
Hey, no way.
Alright.
Oh my god, you are so lucky, Niku, man. Niku, you lucky banget. Oh, kena. Oh, nggak kena. Tapi ya udah tinggal cabut. Oh, this is FBC and the offlaner of REKONIX. Aku baru tahu uang untuk menguburkan itu mahal banget. Itu tuh. Lu tahu apa yang lebih mahal? Dan yang repot adalah kuburannya. Terus apa yang lu butuhin buat nyiapin tenda orang, keranda. Keranda bisa darurat. Ya kan lu biasanya kalau naikkan ini, kalau keluarga gua biasanya ada yang meninggal dikubur. Terus kan pasti ada apa, ngasih space buat orang buat datang kan. Dan itu kalau andaikan lu ngasih kayak lu mau nyiapin semacam makanan atau apapun itu nggak disediain sama manajemen kuburan tuh gue ngomongnya ya. Kalau lu udah punya tempat, terus tempatnya tuh punya kantor, itu kantor nggak ngurusin, itu lo yang ngurus.
15-ish minutes and either
Terus
force a
belum
fight or you just
lu
get Tormentor for free
mau
too.
bikin semua orang yang
That
mau
is their go-to. I'm gonna stop
apa,
saying that now. I'm gonna
bela
stop saying
sungkawa,
that.
Keep saying it.
mau ziarah, mau takziah, ziarah atau
Bottom
ziarah?
lane, there's
Ya pokoknya mau ke
everybody up
kuburan
down here to try and
itu
find, at least
biar aksesnya gampang,
tier
karena kan
one or maybe an ancient
menurut gue ya nggak semua orang punya kendaraan kan, itu lo harus nyediain bus kalau lo mau.
But yeah, again, the trade is
Itu ada
running.
lagi tuh
They're
repotnya
already in
tuh.
the Roche pit, right? This is exactly what we're
Paling susah
talking about.
kuburannya sih.
18.5-minute Roshan. They see the ward pop. He's
TP.
out of the
What?
apparition. He's safe, baby.
So good.
There you go.
This is not
Roche.
worth it.
Nah, not
There's
at
just
all.
so many heroes down here. You can't.
Oke,
even
Ice Blast
snapper,
cuma
you can
buat
blast you for lulz.
just for fun I guess.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is,
Kalau
they
ngomongin
can't
buka
test
vision
it.
itu
There's
kelihatan
no
tahu.
way. Like they know that they're not as strong around the Roche pit, so they try to just get something out of it. They get the tier 1. Not a great trade, like you said. Now you just kind of play on the top side of the map for the most part until that Tormentor is up.
Top tower is under attack.
FBZ almost has BKB. I know the Void Spirit, or I'm sorry, the Beastmaster was also building BKB. Void Spirit almost has his Manta. They are getting really fight ready.
Aman sih.
I mean, normally you don't
Nah
get
itu mahal semuanya. Coba bayangin kita sudah tidak berdaya ngerepotin habisin uang orang.
You get a good soulbind connection down to get kills on the side of Na'Vi, but to try to fix that, Grimstroke has the blink queued. It is a
Gimana cara ngomongnya?
way, though, since he's not having the greatest game.
Aduh ini deep banget sih. Tapi gak apa, kita sudah ini sudah malam. Jadi gini bro. Pertama,
Like a link away from a blink.
orang tua kita melahirkan. Ini gue cerita ini makanya aku pengen simpan uang untuk aku meninggal. Oh iya ya.
Trying to find this ancient apparition who's just playing very safe behind his towers, just just ice vortexing the wave, just getting some XP, soaking it.
Itu betul. Tapi gue nggak tahu ya.
12 on the 5 position ancient apparition.
Sabar, perang dulu. Oh nggak jadi perang.
You ain't gonna find him. Meanwhile,
Menurut gue,
spawns top and there goes the
kalau gue setuju di bagian tidak berdaya habisin uang orang, tapi gue kinda disagree buat kata-kata ngerepotin. Kenapa? Karena gue nge-appreciate orang yang emang mau eksis di sekitar kita ataupun ya in this case mau ngelahirin kita lah istilahnya. Oh sabar, harus Oke, mati kah itu? Kena Ice Blast sih, perlu damage dikit lagi aja itu biar mati. Oh no, kena hantu cok. Bakal dikejar kamu ya deh. Tetap mati. Connect ya, Vesselnya ya. Dikejar, iya deh, nice catch. Sobor, uppercut, sugut, lagi satu lagi. Remnant, nggak ada. Nggak apa-apa. You got so much value. Ih, jikroy. Ya, baik lagi. Gue agak disagree buat ngerepotin karena kalau lo ngomong ngerepotin, lu secara nggak langsung nggak appreciate. Ini menurut gue izin. Lu bisa mendengar ini sebagai kayak, oh ini gimana cara Radit berpikir. Tapi kalau ngerepotin itu menurut gue nggak, karena ini kalau ngomongin orang tua ya, kayak orang tua lu ngelahirin. Aduh, nggak kena anjir. Orang tua lu ngelahirin lu pasti setelah melakukan kalkulasi ABCDEFG HIJK elemen. Kayak orang tua yang baik adalah orang tua yang melahirkan anaknya di saat sudah tahu dari segi keuangan resiko DKK dari A sampai Z bla 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 itu tahu mereka bisa ngehandle dan mau untuk melakukan hal tersebut. Jadi yang diinginkan sama orang tua adalah bukannya aduh bentar. Oh ini kok perangnya kayak kalah ya. Aduh ya dia mati cok. Wah mati Jikroy. FBZ masih strong sih. Iya BKB. Tapi kenapa? TP. Oh no way you TP. Oh no mati cok. Oh gila cok blood pit. Balik lagi yang tadi. Anjir udah kepotong berapa kali cok. Tontonan seru banget ya ini. Berantem mulu anjir. Nah ya, kayak ortu gue kayak pernah bilang kalau Justru mereka mau direpotin biar mereka merasa mereka sudah melakukan hal yang mereka inginkan dari awal gitu. Kayak udah nyiapin gitu. Jadi mohon digunakan. Tapi memang kalau lu melakukan lebih, kayak misal lu bisa go mandiri lebih dulu, lu bisa punya penghasilan lebih duluan, lu nggak terlalu ngerepotin orang tua lu. Bukan nggak ngerepotin, ngomongnya apa ya? Lu bisa memudahkan beban orang tua lu, itu bagus, sangat bagus bahkan. Tapi bagusnya itu, lu harus ingat itu bakal dirasain sebagian besar bukan buat orang tua lu, tapi buat diri lu sendiri. Nah itu. Nah, lu masih nggak tadi dari pernyataan awal sampai akhir gimana ya? Tapi ya, tadi kepotong-potong ya, lu jadi coba mundur-mundurin tuh, sambung-sambungin tuh. Nah, kalau gua ngomong nggak jelas gara-gara kepotong, jangan salahin gua. Salahin di REKONIX sama Navi kenapa perang terus dan menit 23 killnya 22-15. Mewah sih tapi. Aduh, Jikroy, ada BKB. Wah, terlalu banyak damage-nya, Kak. Wow, this is Jikroy. You don't have enough damage to kill this Beastmaster, man. Indorip? Oke, ada creep, nutupin. Masih mau perang, masih mau lebih, double static link. Ih, damage-nya gak 7 sih sakit, dalulnya mati tapi kok. To pop the BKB or anything, so a little bit of a one-for-one trade on the extended dive there. Did he not get the double static link? Am I wrong? Did they change that? You used to be able to static link two heroes.
I didn't really process it. They died it was so fast, you know. It broke up.
Aduh.
Okay, we'll see here. I'm curious if you just got
kenceng banget, Cok, replay. Tapi sakit banget ya double static link ya? Oh enggak double itu, kayaknya cash duluan nih static linknya deh. Gue boleh lihat dulu nggak? Thank you production. Nih, aduh, sabar. Ini kan Grimstroke masuk. Oh sabar. Oh udah clears deh. Oh, langsung putus anjir. Static link pertamanya. Oke. Interesting. Tapi FBG udah sesering itu kan pakai Viper at the point of dia meninggalkan meta dan memilih untuk bikin Hurricane Pike BKB Sachen Yasha tanpa bikin Aghanim. Kalau Aghanim value-nya kurang sih. Menarik sih.
I feel they were hoping to have all the outer towers already here with that last Aegis, and then like have knocked on the high ground a little bit, close it out with the next one. So you can still potentially do it, right? As you get this next Roche, you can still close out the game off a very strong fight. But I think if you mess that up, it should go the way of Na'Vi with the better scaling.
Yeah, I feel like you had that one kind of botched fight where you know, getting a little bit too ahead of yourselves. That being said, Na'Vi capitalizing on the situation, realizing that they could get away. Oh my god, they just barely missed FBZ on the Viper.
Viper di bos, movement speed terlambat, masih bisa kabur, gak ketahuan.
There he is, he's up. If they catch the Viper there, they might, I don't know if you could take the Roche away, but at least stalls out that time that they have to
Wah, gila.
Get it.
Oh iya, dia sih main udah kayak ngusir sih setidaknya sih, tahu areanya clear. Penjelasannya kepotong, iya soalnya perang mulu, salahin mereka lah. Ya pokoknya, aduh, gua nggak bisa menyimpulkan, tapi intinya jangan merasa merepotkan orang, karena orang di sekitar lu pasti mau direpotin. Karena buat apa mereka di sekitar lu kalau nggak mau direpotin? Kecuali emang ada yang mau take opportunity doang. Nah itu versi singkat banget. Tapi kayak jadi kurang. Night Talk-nya jadi kayak kurang dapet kalau statement tadi yang dipahami. Ya tapi. Let's go, push.
This is cool.
Ini udah waktu jenuh Beastmaster nih.
Jikroy's gonna go for a disperser to deal with the Aeon disc, and maybe better scaling as a pseudo carry.
Disperser's super good.
Gila. Jikroy dipuji-puji karena pemilihan itemnya yang sangat nice mantap. Short enough. Oh, oke, ada Jikroy. Jik, lagi dikit lagi. Nice.
I realized they roared the Largo earlier, so that's how he died. So no roar available. It does cost you your void spirit, but you do manage to get the.
Oh, gak boleh mantap sembarangan coy di Grimstroke anjir. Kalau lu mantap buat ngilangin hantunya, lu di ulti. Damn, that's cool. Understood. Damn, dia pindah kanal. Welcome ya Karina Nami di YouTube.
I think you can push in this top lane and then eventually go through the twin gate as faceless void, not faceless void.
Tapi itu bukan buat dimengerti ya, sorry. Itu gue cuma ngasih pandangan gue. Kayak anggaplah kita just doing some conversation. Gue ngasih tahu pandangan gue, bukan berarti lo harus memahami dan kayak kayak malah jadi lu apply ke kehidupan lu gitu. Ngerti gak? Gue cuma cerita doang. Menurut gue, pandangan gue, easy. Ini sebuah fenomena karena Paris networknya tidak ada di bawah. Tapi I guess emang mereka lagi menang sih. Yang lebih di bawah Dalul, Paris lebih di atas networknya. Fenomena dunia. Nope. Agak aneh tapi nggak apa-apa. Still the same output.
Good restraint from the Beastmaster. Mid-roar animation decides to cancel and doesn't get his spell baited.
Manusia setengah cut, cok. Dia tahu Vipernya nggak bisa nangkep dia. Ya udah dia semenang-menang aja mainnya. Dan nggak dijemput juga sih, salahnya mungkin di situ ya. Tapi kayak riskan juga sih. Takutnya kalau lu ngejemput pakai, pengen coba kill pakai di situ, terus lu malah nggak dapet, malah jadi buang-buang pressure lu buat ngecekek lawannya.
Like, Razor hates playing against this. So does Centaur. Like, the whole idea is you pop Stampede to get away, or you're playing, like, on the edge of the fight with your static link, but Tusk just decides for you.
Masih mau naikin network aja? Gak apa-apa. Gak terlalu maksa buat objektif. Kalau di TikTok kamu off, aku ditendang ke streaming orang. Entar ada tulisan Ami masuk stream. Entar orangnya nyapa tapi Aminya bobo nggak enak. Itu gue baru tahu. Oke. Misalnya berarti gue streaming harus kayak suara gue rendah gitu, biar lu bisa tidur dengan tenang. Enggak lah, aku akan teriak-teriak demi REKONIX. OTW satanik gak tuh cus? Rajur.
They're picking up the answers, right? This disperser on Beastmaster and then the Ags on Tusk. So what they're hoping for is you find a fight before you go high ground, and then because they're all dead, you push it. So you don't technically need the Aegis for that, as long as you can win the fight. And with the Aegis, you can't deal with Aeon Disc. But with the Aegis, you could.
Let's go. Oke, Force Staff-nya sih agak ganggu anjir. Oh, Stampede buat cabut pas lagi static link dan ke-7 buka BKB. Emang nggak mau perang mungkin ya mereka? Oke. Apa mereka tunggu berarti? Mereka mau nge-kiting lagi mungkin. IBG di depan masih ada BKB. Force Staff-nya jelek banget. Force Staff. Ternyata Force Staff ke sana biar bisa Force Staff ke atas. Ellie doesn't have the damage. Gak masalah, teriak dari dulu, tidur emang gak terlalu nyenyak. Oke. Hihi, dikejar daging, dikejar Niku. Tolong. Malah dipunish. Buka BKB.
Pops the BKB, the damage from the Viper, and into the Viper strike, the lick back to
Ooh,
try and
in
get
your
some space, but they
realm.
just delete the Grimstroke. The BKB surely gonna expire here, and there it is. PMA now is dead as well. The
So good.
of that
Salah anjir, Navi ini Jumawa ya. This is REKONIX bro, don't underestimate this underdog team. Wih, Zayak masih standby di situ.
Push it. He knows if he leaves too soon, he's not gonna be able to cut waves. He's trying to hang around.
Masih dicari. Aduh, nggak kelihatan itu.
Niku with the blink roar, but always waiting rift before the blink out. Really nicely done.
Nice.
The fight was funny because I think REKONIX felt pressure to find a play before the H expired, so they kind of forced that mid play in a way they shouldn't have. Realized their mistake, like, okay, let's just get out, get the disperser. Na'Vi thinking like, oh, this is our chance, let's chase too far. The disperser actually gets delivered, and they're like, oh, we're ready to go now, you know. And then you can fight Na'Vi again.
Yeah, and now you have Scythe of Ice finished on the Viper as well, so you have another control tool.
Nice. Oh gila cok, FBZ anjir Sigma banget ya.
You need to be very careful.
Itemisasi.
I mean, Juice is really tanky now with the
Let's go, jumpin dalul.
sitting around him as well.
Targetingnya suka banget gua di skip itu. Skip keren banget. Keren.
Zyke as well, trying to TP out. He should survive.
Ya, he survive. Kok nggak kena itu Ice Plus ya? Wih, keren banget tuh dalul anjir.
Just come bottom to the enemy outpost. Look to push this last tier 2 tower.
Gila. Udah ini ya deh. Main berdua aja udah sama Pak. Oh, ditinggal.
I think you should push a bit here.
Oh, easy kill Faris.
Ancient Apparition alone in the top lane.
Oh, tapi emang bawahnya lagi nge-push.
It's a really nice.
I mean, A-nya nggak punya ulti sih.
Still gotta protect the towers, and with this Viper keeping those poison stacks up on the tower will make it pretty easy.
Oh, beli shard. Biar ada pusher beneran. Biar tinggal ngejam nih.
First deaths on the ancient apparition.
Oh, nice teknik anjir. Oh, ada Hex. Aduh, ada ini. Ayun, PMA mati.
Two heroes dead on Na'Vi as the Razor still watching from the sidelines for another 10 seconds. You've got nothing left when he respawns either, so you cannot stop this.
Gila coy. Beastmaster Disperser. So good of an item.
You've been losing so many fights to the ancient apparition, you're like,
waduh, ini Razornya makin scaling sih. Harus hati-hati nih. Tapi Razor adalah hero yang bisa dibilang sangat reliant damage-nya dari skill 2 aja. Kalau dia nggak ada skill 2 bakal kesulitan banget. Jadi, yang perlu dilakukan REKONIX adalah bisa ngecabut static ping. Dan so far gue ngelihat banyak banget force staff yang ada sampai the point of anjir ngeselin juga gitu. Apalagi Dalul udah mau bikin Aghanim. Itu udah sure way buat nendang Razornya out of the fight. Which is good.
Arcane blink because he has no mana.
Yeah, is it just for mana at this point? Like unironically, I think it is.
I'm a little surprised by this. I would have thought Refresher would be better, but he really does have mana issues with that.
Yeah, dude, he gives the mandible. All right, I want to see a tiny Beastmaster roaring like these heroes, and they just can't find out where it's coming from.
Oh, ada smoke. Wih, harus hati-hati. Jigraya udah standby. Oke. Ini 5 orang nih. Aman.
FBZ shown in the lane, but he's not the one you want to jump. He might be forced to.
They're gonna go for it. They've got to make some play here.
Oh, anjir ikut ke list, cok. Wah, gila, iya deh.
They've got him. Surely Juice. He can't survive this.
Udah mati aja sih. Oh, Satanic.
He's alive for now, but the dissimulate away.
Holy shit, too close. Jigraya.
He's fallen low. Does not get the He's dead, and now Juice starting to get aggressive in the fight. Niku as well. Can they turn this around? FBZ's Viper.
Kita perlu darah lagi deh. Kayak kurang sustain.
Get the Beastmaster there.
Wah, itu nggak.
Silenced up, taking damage, but PMA with the
Udah 2 kali tuh.
trying to finish off FBZ.
Masalah ikat mengikat, coy.
The Viper strike making a lot of space here.
Buset, iya deh,
He
buset.
is the sole survivor, it feels like, and he's not living through this one. Stomp is out. The static
Anjir.
doing so much work.
Aduh, too much.
Chase to the other side of the fight. It's a 4-for-1 as Na'Vi dominate this fight.
I'll go home actually though. Feel like you just need one person to go home and everyone else should be doing Roche right now? They're all dead. Why is everyone going home? Okay, I thought this was such a bait on the Viper.
Aduh, kena sih itu anjir yang sayangnya.
REKONIX had this, but Beastmaster wasn't able to find the roar he wanted. So you just see him like constantly running in this fight. He's like, I don't need it, I don't need it. But at some point your BKB ends and now you can be controlled up and killed. So you gotta get the roar and get a quick kill before it happens.
The fact that Razor jumps in that far and doesn't get tusk punched, kicked, or roared is a misplay for sure. Like the second you see the Razor come in like that and get ice like hexed into an ice blast, and you don't manage to follow it up with either the kick, roar, or the tusk ult is pretty massive. They will take the Aegis away. Ice blast actually connects onto 4 heroes. Maybe you might need to not chase on this one. But Na'Vi have completely turned this game around. You're down 14,000, but it's 40 minutes into the game. You have the Aegis, Cheese, and the banner now.
And this is where things
Ditutori Na'Vi kah? Cara disiplin
we
teamfight?
saw if Razor, he didn't even have the best initiation in that fight. But it's not easy to kill him if you're not connecting every single spell. And now he's got the Aegis. So you didn't go Refresher on Beastmaster. That means you don't have 2 roars to kill him twice. That means this Razor is doing damage in these fights. And the only reason you've been winning up to now is that you've been quickly able to burst out these heroes, especially preventing the Razor from doing much damage.
Betul.
And he is getting very slotted, getting to his Refresher. This is the outscaling we were talking about. Like, this is where Razor beats out the Beastmaster carry.
Yeah.
Oh iya ya, bener ya. Beastmaster lebih kacau lagi coy scalingnya.
Viper now has like Heart of
Tapi kayak bisa,
Tarrasque, and
it's a
cooldown
kind of
45,
matchup yang
so
bisa
this is,
diakali
every
sih seharusnya.
15 seconds he can throw these things out. He's a tanky hero. Like, the idea is that they want to bait the Viper, like you were saying. Like, he is the one they want to put on the, on the front line and let them try to kill him. I think you might start having the damage to do that, especially with Juice. Like, anytime you're playing Razor, if you're just able to sit there and full duration static link a hero, like on top of the fact that he's level 25 as well.
Oke, masih merasa kuat nih REKONIX. Coba dapetin angle sama vision yang bagus aja sih. Coba dibokong.
Yeah, I think you have to kill him with the Viper Strike first, and then the Roar on the second life.
I mean, and if you don't, right?
Well, you have the Ice Blast for the second life as well.
That's true.
So you need that setup. You need to make him like, oh, I don't want to use it on my first life, you know, and then prevent it on the second.
Aduh.
Ice Blast completely.
Nice.
It does manage to clip PMA as he goes in. They do get the there they go. They get the roar this time, trying to get that first life of the Razor. Stampede comes.
Nice. No satanic gak sih?
He's not gonna have a BKB for the second.
Wah, tapi melting coy Jikroy coy.
Dead in the process. The damage from the puck. As well as the center, he pops the cheese. He's back to full life. FBZ in some trouble.
Alah, ini mah nggak jadi menang.
They've got him, man. 3 heroes dead. Na'Vi all
ini mah nggak jadi menang.
This game is now looking real rough for the side of
sakit banget pak ya.
They overcommit on the Razor, right? They throw the roar. You do get the first life, but he just respawns. You can't do anything about it. His Refresher's now finished. If he wants to use that for the push. If they try to defend. But yeah, they smoke into smoke. The positioning was a little unlucky, I suppose. Or we could say is good from Na'Vi. So this Beastmaster just doesn't get enough done.
Oh my gosh. The Beastmaster got stunned by the Croaker. That's what happened here. Okay. Yeah,
Emang kenapa kalau nggak kesan?
Like, you kill the Razor a second faster. Then what? You know, he still comes back and then...
Iya aja sama aja.
Yeah,
aduh, lucak dong kalau begini, lucak dong. Satu barakil.
I will say, like, the Ice Blast was thrown way too early. Like, they didn't even have the stun yet to get the ice blast.
Aduh, masalahnya nambah coy, jadi ada Pakjir. Tapi masih ada Void Spirit sih. 11-12 sih Void Spirit. Aduh.
Navi just has the green light to go kill anybody they want. They're just like, all right, just commit. We don't have to worry about ice blast anymore.
And the Aegis is now down on the Razor, but off of winning all those fights, PMA has finished his Ag. So that's now your pseudo Aegis, right? When too much gets thrown on the Razor, just jump in, cart him for a little bit, and then go from there.
Tadi game pertama
You need to now find Navi.
ya di lasso IED, terus Windanger ikut kena itu sekali. Terus yang kedua ini nih, static link nih. Static link lagi apa? Soulbind, pembawa kematian, cok.
Like this could have been his refresher, and in these fights we're really seeing the difference of having a refresher on this Beastmaster and not. Double BKB, double roar. I mean, these things are so important.
Even just throwing another set of axes a little sooner actually kind of adds up. Like the damage amp is no joke.
Aduh, paknya sih mulai bermain. Oh, di buff juga ya sama Zayak ya. Aduh, makin sakit dong ini. Di buff sama Largo cuma saya. Ya Faris. Oh shit, nice blink.
Oh yeah, you gotta get out of here. Save him. You need this ice blast.
Oh, kinda risky of a TP.
I do favor Navi going forward from here, but it is still a lot on the Razor. And if they mess up, they get a little greedy and you lose the Razor early in the fight.
Tapi high ground mereka ada Walrus kick sih, tapi paknya sih bisa coil brutal kalau ada yang dapat posisinya.
But if he's by himself, you actually still can kill him.
You always have Tusk Kick when defending high ground. And
exactly.
That's where this, like, normally you'd be like, oh, well, they have Centaur cart. Like, they'll just cart the Razor. It's like, yeah, well, I mean, if the Razor's in your fountain, it doesn't matter, right? Like, that's where, you know, this Tusk Aghanim Scepter can really pay off. The downside is you don't really buy the Aghanim Scepter to be like, guys, don't worry, when we're inevitably defending our high ground, it'll be really good. Like, you really wanted to get some value out of this much earlier. Like in that top fight where everything kind of fell apart here for REKONIX.
This was supposed to be
benar-benar turning point sih itu war di atas.
Their base, not kick the enemies into our base. Kind of ags on the Tusk.
I mean, they're gonna get themselves the first Tormentor of the game. But I mean, you can see, right? This has been a Navi show for the last like 8-ish minutes of the game. Not a single kill or objective for REKONIX.
The Shard going to the Grimstroke is now another defensive tool to save the Razor. So let's add these up. The Razor has Satanic BKB Refresher Manta. Then you've got a Lotus on the
kalau disebut sih banyak banget ya ini yang bisa nyelamatin Razor ya.
You have Inkswell and a Scythe and a Glimmer from the Grimstroke. And then you have Cart and Pipe on the Centaur. Like, these are all the things you have to address to actually kill Razor.
Like I said in the game, if Razor doesn't die, he will win the fight. And I think this is the Razor doesn't die moment of the game. I say this right before he dies, I'm sure. That's just how it always goes.
Caster Curse. Let's see how powerful we are. Are we stronger than Got the Juice?
Saya Nikunya juga masalah sih, sakit banget gila.
I mean, look at Razor, right?
Hah, step it?
Everyone moves behind him. They know.
Oh, FBC. Pada bebek gak?
The Viper, the Snowball comes through. They're doing his best to keep him alive. There's gonna be the Soulbind though.
Aduh, kick out cok buat FBC.
Let's get the Disperser to safety. You're gonna lose the Tusk for this, but maybe you get a return kill onto the Centaur. No, they didn't have detection. It just gets glimmered and walks away. Oh, this hurts.
You don't have a refresher, so that's your roar. Navi. Okay,
I mean, ya roar juga udah.
Here, so I actually think they could push it here, but they may be playing it safe, waiting for Roche, thinking it could be. It could, but it is unfortunately quite a long spawn.
It's also
they're not willing to risk it.
You don't want to go in without like Stampede, Coil, and
that's true.
Grimstroke, Soulbind. Like, Soulbind is actually doing so much work in these fights. And Swift Blink is on the way for the Razor. Sells the Dreads, buys Swift Blink. And now
I did forget
he picks and chooses his target.
Yeah, I forgot Beastmaster has his 25 already, so this Roar is actually quite low cooldown.
Yeah, very low cooldown.
Waduh, GT7 udah sakit sini.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if you get a Soulbind and Razor just blinks in, static links 2 with a BKB, pops Refresher, your fight's over. Like, you don't kill him, and he's probably going to just be sitting at like 600-700 damage.
6-7? 6-7.
Your only hope is like the Roar into Ice Blast at this point. But if he has Aegis, he just does it a second time, right? So.
Okay. Melatih mental ini, melatih mental.
A super long Roche respawn, by the way. We didn't even talk about this.
Anjir.
It was near max duration.
Wah, bagus banget.
Doesn't actually connect, hits the Lincoln Sphere.
What the heck? Klish. Buyback.
The coil just locks him down long enough. Double buybacks coming through. Buyback in from the Grimstroke as well. The BKBs are
Wah, sakit banget coy itu Nico demi apapun. Dahulu masih ada buyback sih.
Even more. Is the Tusk gonna buy back into the game? Aeon Disc here now popped from Nico. BKB, everything spent for the Beastmaster. Jumps in, FBZ trying to get a find here. Kick back to the Grimstroke. That's a really good kill. That's going to be a dieback if they get him. And now, onto
Satanic.
the BKB.
First up.
Aggressively tries to find the kill here, but the force to the high ground. He's going to survive. It's diebacks on both supports. But now they're looking for more that jump in. The Roar, it's out.
Aduh, save part 2.
Without a BKB, he's got nowhere to go. The Ice Blast connects. FBZ's got his running, though. Trying to turn it around, bring down this Razor. Can they do it? The lick is not going to be enough. But it costs you 2 more kills. A buyback now on the Beastmaster as Niku and PMA are still alive. The Ice Blast is going to expire, and Beastmaster will not have the damage to bring down this Centaur anymore. Juice back into the game. 3 heroes dead. Roar, Ice
3 lawan 4 sih, mau gak mau sih.
Razor, well, he's going to have everything back up here in just a moment.
Buying back to win the game. You have Roar and Ice Blast as your final defense.
Ooh,
fast blink out from Dr. Juice.
Oh no. He gets away. He blinks into the Largo stun and just gets
Anjir, buyback. Wah, buybacknya tapi masih banyak banget.
Largo stun so good. All right, with that, you back out to Roche, but you do have to be a little careful of the Ice Blast. I think you need someone kind of checking the area, and that is Zayats. Right now, he has his buyback, so he can kind of bait his life a little.
Wah, rapi. Wah, kelar dong. Kelar le.
Divine Rapier on Puck.
Yeah, I'd say it is 16.
How the fuck Beastmaster gonna hold this damage?
5 buybacks to survive your high ground. But Puck, we saw in that last fight how strong the double coil was. Now with the Divine Rapier, that coil is a death sentence for whoever he gets.
I was wondering if you'd give Aegis to the Puck since he has the Divine, but with no buyback on Razor, it's probably the safer play.
Yeah.
Aduh, lemes euy.
On the Beastmaster now.
Gimana nih euy?
I was joking earlier when I said REKONIX played a 72-minute game against Tundra. They surely don't want to do it again, but here we are.
Aduh, ini mah kalah. Tadi perasaan unggulnya jauh banget ya. Wah, Jik. Aduh, Jik balik, Jik.
This is not the game plan either.
You walk into an Aegis Razor without buyback. Oh, it's done.
Look at the coil damage from the Puck. It just kills the both of them. Ice Blast connects, manages to take down PMA. They're gonna try for Niku here, which getting that rapier would be.
Apakah iya dia masterclass?
Hurricane Pike to safety breaks that link with the Stampede.
Wah, nah, nggak bisa.
To get on top of the Ancient Apparition. Third dieback and likely the game here as Na'Vi will find themselves. Well, the Viper, but no stuns there to stop that TP out.
Oh ya, korek mentality. Nikma mentality. Defense sampai titik darah terakhir. Sampai titik darah astagfirullah. Defense sampai titik darah terakhir. This is in your dream playground,
Is pretty much done for the side of REKONIX. Static, the double static link finally at the end of the game. Juice finally gets it. And that'll do it. GG comes out. Na'Vi from the brink of despair pulls it back, walks away with a victory over REKONIX at nearly 53 minutes.
They had to really work for that one. It was technically like we kind of saw it in the draft, right? Which is if it goes late, they will win. But REKONIX was kind of doing it, right? They hit some item timings. I think they actually could have gone a little faster, but
exactly
working out well. And then a slip up on the, I think it was the first.
Kayak asa kurang aktif gitu dengan draft kayak gini, anjir.
They needed a bigger lead than what they had for this type of lineup. And the fact that
tapi nggak tahu deh.
late allowed Na'Vi to pick up all
Tetap strong sih sebenarnya. Bikin banyak ulah sih Pak ini. Gak bisa berkata-kata ini gua. Aduh, Pi. Cemana nih Pi? Tadi perasaan mau menang Pi.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, they're gonna look at this and, you know, realize, you know, I think REKONIX got a little cocky is what it was. Like, I think that Arcane Blink to me is a cocky buy where you're like, we can't lose, and this allows me to like just kind of stay on the map and have some fun. And I think that's really the idea behind it. If you need
lihat dia memang nggak bisa menang, tapi kalau pas kelit jauh-jauh itu loh, iya cok, war yang di orang di atas itu loh, gue nggak tahu sih itu unlucky atau gimana ya. Maksudnya kayak gue nggak bisa ngejudge kayak macro play mereka kayak kayak Jikore udah agak nimbling, apa namanya, nggak mau coba mainin map, pasti coba farming, kayak bahkan kayak sebelum agak dibur kan sebenarnya lu sebagai Beastmaster sebenarnya masih bisa ngasih impact kan, nggak harus banget lu meluk jungle lu sendiri gitu, kayak masih ada impact yang gede banget. Zero item aura, no pipe, crimson, kuiras, apapun itu. Oh iya bener sih.
Yeah, I mean,
lalu bawa Viper sih. Gue gak tau deh Viper aura tuh cocok atau enggak.
Go back to the drawing board for a fourth game later today and see if they can pick up a win because that's 0-3. But Na'Vi,
menurut gue yang unlucky di sini sih. Bentar.
And the banner now.
Bukan, ini nih dekat sebelum.
This is where
completely massive. They will blast. I think the second you see get Link do he's falling low, does not get the it's a 1-for-1 trade, but you've spent everything. They do get on top of the Beastmaster here. He's falling low, does not get the roar off, he's dead, and now Juice do get on top of the Beast blast. Juice
ini kan loot gede kan,
but he's not the one you want.
Aduh, gua nggak bisa lihat status item ya. Oh ini nih. Ini satanic reveal. Oh enggak, udah sempat punya satanic dari sini kalau nggak salah. Kayak ada war satu lagi sebelumnya. Tapi menurut gue ini turning point-nya sih, turning point parah cok. Satanic mantap, BKB Jolnir ya. Ini nih, nempel cok, masa anjay. Kayak ini kan kayak oke lah, ini dari REKONIX emang mau jadiin FBG sebagai bait kan. Standby nih mereka nih. Di sini. Ini kayak udah fine as fuck Keikakudori. Masalah ininya doang. Nih, deket banget, cok. FBG-nya juga jalan balik sih ya. Jalan balik ke pohon gitu loh, biar kayak nggak kelihatan obvious kan. Ini cok, deket banget anjir. Kena udah itu sininya. Aduh, ini sih. Kena Lisha ini loh. mereka bisa apa ya, bisa ngebait nih. Berdiri rada jauhan dikit lah. Mungkin gak expect ya, gue gak tahu sih expect atau enggak. Mereka berdiri jauhan dikit. Terus udah nih, kan pasti dihisap juga kan nih. Si FBC langsung lompat Jikroy ke sini kalau misalnya nggak kena list masalahnya nih. Ini kan kena list. Kayak ini tuh damage udah hampir mau dapet tuh. Paris udah blink, udah fix dapetin ininya nih, udah fix dapetin Razornya. Razor udah nggak bisa satanik, udah masuk damage banyak banget dari A sampai Z. Ini Jikroy jadi harus jalan-jalan, cok, gara-gara dia kena list di sini. Kalau dia bisa ambil titik save di belakang, blink masuk pukul Razor meninggal ini, cok. Belum ada Aganim soalnya di sini si centanya. Tuh. PKB blink pipe. Ini udah bagus. Ya, saya cuma sebuah point spirit sih nyoba ngejar beginian. Ini kalau mati beda cerita sih. Nah, ini, cok. Kelar durasi, langsung buka satanik, mau gak mau balik, puter balik, malah dibalikin di sini. Posisi 4 lawan 4, G7 share sehat walafiat, Jikroy-nya tiba-tiba udah low. Gua nggak tahu bahkan itu low kena coil deh kayak. Padahal Centa udah nge-stun dulu baru ngeblink. Padahal itu Centa udah nge-stun dulu baru ngeblink. Oh iya iya. Emang kebalik? Iya, dia nggak nge-stun aja. Aja lu lihat aja, cok. Iya. Dia nge-stun dulu baru blink. Dia udah blunder ya. Lucu banget lagi. Masih work ini, cok. Nempel itu berdua kayak sepasang biji. Udah sisanya fakta, orang udah timingnya. Bisa sih ngekritisin yang lain kayak ini seharusnya bisa ngelakuin move kesini, tapi gue nggak ngerti, jadi gue nggak bakal ngejudge ya. Tapi yang ini sih anjir sayang banget, cok. Sama kayak pas game pertama itu loh, anjir sayangnya. Yang itu lebih unexpected sih, jadi kayak mungkin kinda ya udahlah wajar gitu. Tapi menurut gue yang ini seharusnya bisa expect sih. Kayak lu selama 37 menit lu ketemu Grimstroke, lu udah tahu gimana cara kerja ultinya dan lu seharusnya nggak kaget gitu. Beda kayak kalau Bad Rider yang pas game pertama si 33 ngelaso 2 orang pas lagi defend high ground itu kan ada efek kejutnya gara-gara itu Aganim dan 33-nya emang yang first inisiasi bener-bener langsung terbang dari low ground, BKB, blink, ulti, dan yang di ulti pun bahkan bukan si Jikroy, si IED kan. Iya sih kalau salah. Iya kalau salah itu. Terus akhirnya Jikroy-nya ke bawah. Tapi kalau ini saya sih bisa expect anjir. Sayang banget, cok. Tapi juga kelihatan tebal doang tapi udah nggak bisa ngapa-ngapain di menit 30-an itu. Impact-nya cuma di ini nggak sih menurut gua? Kayak DPS sama Hexia sih. Hexia sih ngasih pengaruh ya, tapi aduh aja sayang banget, cok. Udah mau menang 5 aja di 03. Tara sih jujur kurang. Gara-gara ngikutin tren dah. Aduh 03, cok. Astagfirullahalazim. Masih bisa reverse gak sih? Bisa lah ya. Kayak tiba-tiba menang. Ini kan lawannya ada 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 11. Bisa lah ya. Lagian juga masih ada last chance playoff. At least bisa di sini. Kayak anggaplah ini cuma latihan. Di sini baru izin serius. Ya gak sih? Jika reverse dulu dibanding dispersal atau Arcane Blink juga probably better. Atau Arcane Blink. Jika reverse dulu dibanding dispersal atau Arcane juga probably better. gitu. Tapi nggak tahu deh, kayak soalnya yang ngejustify dispersernya kan dia bisa ini kan, bisa cabut dari apa? Bisa cabut dari static link kan? Bisa cabut dari static link, bisa ngilangin silent shapak. Kalau kena slow bisa langsung cabut, bisa bikin cabut orang. Jadi kayak kayak gue ngebayanginnya dia bisa buat nge-shutdown Razornya di saat dia lagi static link, bukan nge-shutdown, apa ngomongnya? Bisa mutusin static link lah setidaknya. Itunya kepake sih menurut gue. Tapi itunya aja sih. Apa ya? Si refresher rate gue nggak tahu kalau andaikan dia nggak nyoba ngeras ke nggak nyoba pergi ke Arcane Blink terus dia beli refresher aja dulu, itu mananya cukup atau enggak itu gue nggak tahu. Tapi biasanya kalau lu main Beastmaster yang terima beres kayak cuma tinggal lompat roar pukul lompat roar BKB pukul refresher roar pukul seharusnya aman gak sih? Kayak gue ngelihat Arcane Blink-nya itu cuma buat kayak dia farming, mananya habis, keisi lagi pakai Arcane Blink. Jadi kayak sebenarnya kalau lu lagi momen perang cukup aja mananya. Soalnya nggak boros kan Beastmaster tuh. Aduh nggak bisa ngeliat lagi. Tapi gue nggak tahu sih itu kayak apakah disperser seperlu itu juga atau enggak sebenarnya, soalnya for staff-nya juga udah banyak kan. Tapi kayak untuk dari segi ide nih kayak memperbanyak tools buat cabut dari Razor kayak menarik gitu kan. Mungkin nggak lebih ke menarik ya. Gara-gara menarik jadi kayak kayak ide bagus nih. Tapi nyesek banget hampir menang anjir. Nggak apa-apa. Chillax. Ini udah ditutorin cara disiplin, cara mainin map, cara kayak so far kalau buat dua perang terakhir lagi, 2 game, satunya dari Tundra, satunya dari Navi, itu kayak bener-bener ditutorin cara teamfight yang bener, penggunaan skill yang rapih, kayak bener-bener lu punya satu target, lu lakuin apa ya lu perlu lakuin, selesai, dah. Terus kayak cara adaptasi. Kalau lawan Falcon, jujur itu Malrinnya emang gila sih. Gua nggak tahu itu cara ngakalinnya gimana, tapi itu Malrin emang gila. Itu ditutorin gimana cara landing yang menang. Mungkin itu tuh ya cara apa namanya pembelajaran dari Falcon. Landing menang cowok. Mereka emang jago sih. Kayak gue nggak bisa ngebantah juga. Iris wadidis. Kita akan nonton sampai jam 2. Kayaknya nggak jam 2 deh. Ini kedrek cok. Mana? Gimana sih? Oh ini. Lawan Liquid ini bakal ditutorin cara main agresif seharusnya. Nggak, tergantung draft sih sebenarnya. Oh, cara nge-cycle di map kayaknya deh. Ini mah aku mati. Masih 2 jam lagi, cok. Seling 3 game anjir. Di stream semua ya? Gue nonton di stream aja dah kalau gitu dah. Berharap semoga cepet anjir.
I guess it was early pick, huh? They saw it. No, it was first pick. Yeah, what am I saying? It was first pick SF, but I don't.
Dapat berapa menang nih dia terkait untuk hari ini 0. Gak apa-apa tapi. Besok baru. Sudah saatnya bantai bro. Hari ini kosong nggak apa-apa.
Kunkka is kind of okay, but you get outscaled eventually. There's no like spear breaker in this game. There's no, like hard Chronos
Liquid versus Tundra. Apakah Tundra masih menggunakan Slark enggak?
for a first pick carry hero. And now you're in that point where he's gonna take over the game. And like, who is fighting this dude? He's 9-1 and 9. Basically a perfect game from Pure.
McKay says it's divine or bust at this point. Let's give it up on the Satanic, has the relic queued up, and I don't know if I really blame him because the way he got chunked down by that SF, I don't know if Satanic really saves you from that.
No. Your option is jump this SF first.
Positif aja tadi sengaja kalah biar mainnya banyak dan.
By the way, he finished Satanic.
Kagak.
If you don't
Emang iya ya? Enggak, maksudnya gue kira tuh nih. Weh. Street baru. Thank you udah follow dari 3, oke? Street baru. Tiba-tiba tuh. Nggak ada komen-komen tiba-tiba follow. Ya, thank you udah follow ya. Gue kira TikTok gue udah kayak masuk rekomendasi orang. Atau emang gak masuk ya? Bisa aja itu kayak teman gue. Thank you ya by the way. Feel free to comment bro. Ini apa? Main terus gak sih ini? Main terus Pi. Dia gak ada bodo amat apa? Bukan yang kayak lolos gitu kan? Ada last chance playoff kalau 9-12. Emang itu 9-12 bukan semuanya? Semuanya gak sih? Lima. Nih, 3. Oh, 1-2 doang. 1-2 doang, 1-2 doang. 1-2 langsung semifinal. Sisanya ke ini. Apa? Masuk last chance. Last chance langsung masuk play in. Ini mah emang ini mah emang udah pasti kesini gak sih? Nggak mungkin ya REKONIX 1-2 ya. Mimpi apa gue REKONIX bisa 1-2? Nggak mungkin ya. Tapi ya sih, mungkin emang sengaja kayak Subul nih. Subul jadi coach ya. Gue mau player-player gue merasakan berdarah, tersandung-sandung, terseok-seok dalam group stage yang sebenarnya pada akhirnya tetap lolos. Maksudnya tetap ada match yang perlu dimenangin buat masuk ke playoff di akhir. Yang sebenarnya placement group stage itu sangat menguntungkan kalau lu bisa peringkat 1 atau 2. Tapi nggak apa-apa. Gua mau ini experience diambil sebanyak-banyaknya buat persiapan ESL One Birmingham bantai-bantai. Iya, tapi kalau tempatnya di 9-12 kan 1 game lebih banyak. Itu bener. Tapi kayak selisihnya rada kurang ya. Kayak sebenarnya kayak ini banget ya. Itu cok. Ini makanya gue tuh nge-mention ini tuh sebenarnya REKONIX lagi sekolah buat nanti ESL One Birmingham. Itu cok.
Liquid know it. If you don't contest it, I don't think you can
BZM dapat Ember.
SF with an Aegis here.
Build-nya nggak aneh-aneh. Plus ini sengaja kalah juga karena draft baru aja, eksperimen dulu. Jujur ini bukan draft baru sih, Pi. Ini draft pasti serius, Pi. Gak bohong gua. Ini emang udah 100% ya subul begini, Pi. Soalnya gua tebak, Pi. Maksudnya kayak apa? Siapa tau play-in ntar bantai-bantai. Mungkin. Siapa tau ada gebrakan. Kalau gebrakan baru di saat lagi group stage tiba-tiba muncul boleh. Tapi kalau dari segi apakah ini draft sebuah temuan-temuan baru? Enggak. Jujur RPL nggak gini draftnya atau qualifier? Enggak, qualifier udah ngarah kayak gini, Bi. Iya, qualifier udah ngarah kayak gini soal. Kayak ngeluarin ancient apparition, ngebuka pakai Viper. Naro apa? ngepikin Hero Flex. Itu udah dari qualifier.
Level 20 on Nisha, so he's got the toss back.
Tadi itu pas
Doesn't require any targets.
apa namanya?
I don't know how much that matters.
Pas draft pick,
I will also say
kayak gue udah ngeliat banget tuh. Lawan ada Largo.
I mean SF is a first pick here.
Kayak wah ini udah pasti Faris ngeluarin AA karena disruptornya di ban. Bener aja.
Yeah, I mean any hero that can do.
Yang gua nggak expect itu sebenarnya tiba-tiba Jikroy Beastmaster sih.
Early on with magic damage, later on physical damage, like.
You're also a minus armor hero, and this hero can struggle to get armor up at a good timing. You're also a team fight displacement hero, like with this you go in Requiem and then you split heroes in the fight, right? You kind of break the ball, and then you can chunk somebody. I think there's a lot of things about this SF that are good against Largo.
He's a range hero as well, which is, you know, melee heroes can get kited by the extra movement speed that Largo gives everybody. So,
and if you end up laning against offlane Largo, probably own him. So.
Tormentor buat udah.
This is a support Largo. It's not the biggest deal if like enemy carry owns you. I mean, it's kind of what they're supposed to do, but I think in general it's an interesting matchup. I also think Drow owns this hero, but I still do not understand where this Drow is. I just do not see this hero ever, but I think this hero deserves some gameplay. Maybe we'll see it eventually.
Dung 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 dung.
Let me tell you something. Frogs do not like hypothermia. Okay. If you have ever frozen a frog, they do not enjoy it. Honestly.
Isn't it the opposite? Are they one of the creatures that can't survive being frozen?
Yes, they survive, but they do not enjoy it. They're not happy. They're not a happy frog because he cannot play his song when he is frozen.
You would rather be dead? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not advocating to freeze any frog. I'm just saying, should a frog happen to get frozen in the wild, he is not a happy frog.
Kalian cari cemilan lah ya tipis-tipis. Ini REKONIX kalah tadi ibarat kalau game Tundra sekarang ini kalah. Tundra mah ngerti nutup game bi.
Minutes left on the Aegis. Tundra should be approaching high ground soon, and we'll see.
Gue nggak tahu sih itu kayak salah tim nggak bisa nutup game atau kayak emang tadi draftnya si draftnya Navi sesusah itu.
Requires him probably having a BKB. Jump in from 33. Instant overwhelming blink hit on 2 cores, completely going to ruin any opportunity for Niche to get the initiation first. It's a toss back on Pure, but it doesn't really do much at all. Pure BKB commits, and Glyph goes out actually last second, so Melee Barracks might survive here if they can clear out all these wards and siege wagons in time. They got him.
All right, base defended. A successful high ground hold for Liquid.
Yeah.
33 will bots to continue farming. Pushing towards this 25.
They can't really go in again because even if he has Aegis, BKB being on cooldown puts them in a precarious position. So I think Liquid, has managed to stall the game potentially another 10 minutes.
I guess Pure just doesn't want to jump into their tier 4s to take the fight. Like theoretically, I think you can with how strong you are, but it's probably just unnecessary to do so.
What do you think of this? Kaya Sanj, and then Sanj into Heaven's Halberd against the Gyrocopter.
Okay, I can dig it.
Like, he can so easily get to the Gyrocopter to Heaven's Halberd, which might force him to use BKB early at some point.
Disarm still got nerfed in duration and everything though over time. This item's just kind of bad, but
izin ambil minum, sir.
it is very good against Gyro.
Trying to get the
Buat isi susu.
Got him. X pulls him back into a decent position. He's going to lose this Aegis, but he'll lose it outside the base. 33. He's going to have to run in some interference. Make sure that Nisha can't get another toss back, and yeah, he goes for it. He runs in with the Storm Panda. Hits the Tiny. Make sure there's no initiation there. Pure. Jumping after him. Tofu going to be in some trouble. Tofu run down by the Ember Spirit. BZM commits his BKB in order to get that, and it's going to be Mega Creeps. Tundra. Very well sieged. Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot about that.
I mean, you can just refresh Brawl if you really want to force it here.
Yeah, surely they should be able to get this. Toss back on a Pure, but if they lose a bunch of heroes for it, Satanic goes off, heals him back up to full with the Overgrowth covering him. They get that fine little barracks, and now they get Megas.
Very disciplined. This is an incredibly disciplined hire. I think they could have just tried to end it, but they are really trying not to give anything up here versus the tosses. Don't want to end up in the fountain or anything like that. They will back up. Successful Megas. Turns out frogs do not like fire either, Austin. Because he got burned to a crisp.
Is there anything frogs do like?
They like nice, murky ponds, you know?
Well, too bad this game status is not very murky. It is looking quite clear that Tundra are winning and should win out, with Mega Creeps a 34,000 net worth lead and Liquid being trapped inside their own base.
Though, to be honest, Morphling is probably pretty good against this hero too.
Radiant are scanning.
So even the murky pond beats his ass. I guess frogs just don't like anything. That's all I'm learning in this game. All right, we got a lot of gold on Tundra. You gotta spend it on something. Gotta buy something here, man. Nags got eaten by Pure. He still has another 4,000 gold. Picked up an amp damage room.
Do you see these quick buys on Liquid? Ace, Nisha, and Boxy. If they could pool their gold together, they could buy a Scythe of Ice. In fact, they could buy 2 Scythe of Ices, but as individuals, all 3 of them are lacking enough gold for a single Scythe of Ice.
To me, this is the item they needed the entire game, and they never get one. Just got delayed and delayed. They couldn't win team fights. Just don't have a threat on these toss-back plays without it, man. I think there's a reason a lot of times in very clutch games like Deep at LAN, if you look at TI series and stuff like that, a lot of time when Tiny gets picked up, he gets picked up with some instant stun. And it was the same story with Magnus. When Mag was being played in a lot of those grand finals, it's almost always with a hero that when you get this toss, when you get the skewer, it's into a Bane grip, it's into a Lion Hex, it's into some Wyvern, like something that can instantly go off and make that chain stun work. Because sometimes you end up in games like this where, yeah, you can keep tossing heroes back and then just keep running away. There's the Hex though, so he himself. But
would you agree that I think it's the Coddle that has been the more lackluster of the 2 supports? Like I really haven't feel like we've seen much impact out of him. We haven't seen we never got to see the Chakra Magic run around Tiny killing things nonstop.
We just never saw this combo really get off the ground. And then when you fall behind and you can't kill anything, you're not doing much around the map. So I agree, it's looked pretty lackluster this game, but I think
rambut gue.
using this Brewmaster really well.
Debu.
Coddle's not.
Debu.
Or Ember. Like these are really tough matchups. You don't have the lockdown. You don't even have but you have no hard lockdown built in your kit. Nothing off the shard. Nothing off the Ags. It's just you can like try and get to this Hex, and that's kind of it. But that's not really a great pathway in a lot of pro games. So I don't really blame Boxy. I think it's just a tough Coddle game. If your Tiny doesn't just go Ultra him, which is what it was picked for, and that didn't happen, so yeah,
almost
that's like
level 30 on Pure Shadow Fiend. He's gonna get a refresher next to add on to his stockpile of items.
Just farming stats or what? This is
I'm waiting for yet another Roshan.
Yet another Roshan.
Gotta give some respect to the Daedalus divine gyrocopter.
Nah, this is too much respect.
What do you mean?
Bentar. Masih hidup kan ya ini?
Too much respect.
Anonim deh kakak.
And that point is them not closing out the game with this Aegis. But first you gotta give them a chance to actually get the Aegis.
Sabar ya, sabar ya.
That smoke was too much respect. Like, come on.
Sampai bunyi doang lah.
Oh, oke. Masih. Kayak cok rame banget gak sih? Skena Indo cok gara-gara gini. Yang jadi sebuah pertanyaan, apakah Rusman juga? Rusman mah tidur sih. Oh, Rusman tidur.
Well, I'm glad you're not going to say any more on the subject because I don't really understand what you're saying.
The people understand.
Kembali ke laptop. Keterangan toiletnya kita hilangin dulu ya.
No, it's like a point. It's like old Tundra. You know, people.
No, you said that's all you're going to say about that.
No, I'll say this. This is my last thing.
Okay.
You know, there's a lead limit, right? If you build a 30K lead, you're disciplined. If you build a 40K lead, okay, you're playing on the ultra safe side. You don't want to throw some clutch game. We understand. Once that lead goes to like 50K, 60K, 70K, it's too much.
Gua tahu. Emang pasti tuh BZM tuh kalau main Dota tuh gak mungkin simple, cok.
We're getting near that territory where it's just wrong.
Ada itu Halbert Ember, padahal ada teh opsi itu Hex. Dia lebih milih buat Halbert.
Or you don't know how to end the game, in which case you've
Gak apa-apa.
Man, we crushed these guys. We built a 30.
It's called being creative.
I don't know how to win this game with my 60K gold lead. And then you just look like a fool, you know.
Ini kenapa nih? Apa sih di kondisinya? Bentar,
Don't look like fools. Not yet.
kita harus fokus dulu.
I'm telling you, we're at that point. Like, if they end it right now, it's going to be a nice, clean, conservative closeout. But if they mess up this fight, it goes on for another 10, 15 minutes. What are we going to be saying? We're going to be saying, oh, I don't know, man. Maybe they should have played more assertively when they had that 30K gold lead.
Oke. Jadi gini.
3
Rex down. Seharusnya mereka ke-hold gara-gara ada Gyro Rapier.
I will agree that things start getting murky, but first you gotta give Tundra the chance to close out the game, and they're trying to do so with this smoke. Ward Sentry laid down. The smoke is gonna expire sometime soon, but maybe they'll get their opportunity. The initiation Hex quickly out of the gyrocopter.
Nah, wicked. Oh, di field. Iya kan, Rapier kan. Gara-gara Gyro Rapier aja. Ya elah, White Mona kejebak, cok. Part 2. Oh, he's dead. Keren kamu perangnya.
Enough to get the kill on the gyrocopter, and now the game is over, and the only people who look like fools here are Liquid and Avery.
60K gold.
Khalid berada.
60K gold lead. It took 60K to bring the TI champs down. Puro wrecking his way to victory.
So good.
Stolen rapier, and it was all getting baited on that tree and protector in that bottom corner. I bet 33 very much enjoyed that game. He got to go Midas first. He got the Tranquil Boots disassemble in front of Boxy's face. Extra mental damage. His first protector, Puro wrecking his way to victory. To bring the TI champs down. 60K gold lead. It took 60K.
Bentar. Apa ininya? Kayak gue ngerasa kayak match itu udah lama-lama semua deh. 72 menit. 38. 38 kalah ini. 55 menang. Kalau menang late game, gitu maksudnya kah? Kita lihat klasemen sementara. 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. Dia udah main 3 kali, 2-1, 2-1, 2-1. Ini main 3 kali 0-3. Aduh, ini mah beneran underdog. Dog under ini. Sedih coy, Heroic udah main 3 kali. Tim Liquid udah main 3 kali. Yang main 4 kali siapa hari ini? Ada gak sih Heroic atau Liquid main 4 kali gitu? Oh, 4 kali tuh Liquid. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go. Kita samakan kedudukan dengan Liquid. Kamu pasti bisa. Let's go. Oke, lanjutannya ada Yandex OG, Heroic XG. Lagi jalan Gamer Legion XG, Spirit Mouse. Enggak. Yang lagi jalan Gamer Legion XG. Oke. Kita mampir ke Gamer Legion XG.
We'll see if Leshrac still commits the TP. Okay.
Pokoknya kita nggak usah milih-milih ya. Kita pilih yang lagi jalan.
Just remnants away. Okay, so
Terus
I mean, you
tonton
do
sampai
force the
akhir.
Leshrac TP and Ember can go right back to the mid lane. So
Gamer
slows it
Legend
down a little bit. It will just be an even trade for the Trends.
versus XG.
Here's where NTS is, he farms through the triangle, hoping there's a stack or two there, but
Oke.
funny enough, it went the other way. I was thinking they were doing too well in the lane, so FY didn't want to leave. And I say that, they're looking for Razor once again, getting a lot of damage.
Sabar ya, sabar ya, sabar ya.
Ame though, top.
Ame,
Masih magang ini. Banyak banget kejutan-kejutan yang harus diganti.
He gets level 6 at the perfect time to get away from this. Yamsun almost died bottom as well, like you were saying.
Kita lihat draft. Pada apa ini?
With that, Ame very
Ada
very
combo
fortunate.
clicks dan juga slardar. Minus armor gameplay. Terus ada Razor Flex yang akhirnya jatuhnya ke safe lane. Razor lawan Kling sih. Seharusnya menang Razor ya. Razor. Oh, sabar. Oh enggak.
Yeah, a kill onto him.
Nice.
Power rune top lane as well. Very big rotation
Bentar.
from the Jakiro to do this.
Siren 5, si Speed,
they were actually trying to fight XXS.
RCY Ember, Yamsunnya berarti Razor.
The Radiant Office Tower. So actually the safe
Offlane Fate, bro.
the way you thought a Razor carry into Slardar was gonna go.
Soalnya Largo offline-nya masuk game lip ya, jadi pasti dipakai sama Gamer Legend, bro. Masa apa ya? Kreatornya game lip ada di tim lu, terus lu nggak mempercayai Largo offline? No way, no way.
Dude, how is that actually possible? How is Razor like half the net worth of a Slardar?
Well, he died twice. Didn't have the TP.
Bener juga itu kenapa miskin banget Razor.
And then he's not a good jungler either. You know, like some carries level 5, you can kind of do it. You've got your plasma field, but
Kenapa sih dia ke satu di lane?
can't link anything.
Lu lawan Slardar emang Slardar Razor menang Slardar otak. Melee lawan range apalagi maksudnya melee lawan Razor bukan melee lawan range lagi. Melee lawan Razor. Gara-gara gara-gara Shadow Demon ya. RCY? Oke, mati. More than enough, betul. Razornya dicelup. Seladarnya mendekat, di stun, tang. Terus kayaknya seladarnya gedein, nggak tahu sih, mau gedein apapun tetap sakit seladar. Kebayang.
He's very close to the vessel on RCY as well.
I mean, Diabolic DD is already so much damage, and then it gets amplified by Disseminate. Ooh, grabs the Illusion Rune.
Nice tank of the arrow there from RCY to keep Big Num alive. The classic get down, Mr. President.
Terusan.
Rotation in from Largo.
Rame banget nih mid lane. Tarkam Gaming, Tarkam. Oke, langsung cabut aja Gamer Legend. Udah buat gerakan. Tapi jadinya Klingsha bisa push atas, sedangkan Razornya nggak bisa ngambil lane juga karena jauh banget wave-nya. Ame udah mau desolator. Spooky.
The timings are all wacky now for Gamer Leader. I'm trying to think how they realign it, because Razor was going to do this new age Razor Aura build that people have been doing lately. And I think it works
New Age ya?
particularly well when you have someone like Largo on your team who really
Anjir. Razor Aura tapi ditaruh di save lane ya?
Offlane Largo, so he's going to have the ag, so 2 songs at once.
Kayak I guess lu punya sustainability-nya gacor sih, tapi berarti lu expect full damage dari RCY? Apa nggak terlalu overkill?
And then Razor does enough damage with the auras based on winning the lane and being high level, so he's ahead of the enemy. But now he's behind. So I worry they might reach a point they're hard to kill, but they are not kill.
Caster make some good point, tapi kayak mau lu menang mau lu kalah pasti kayak ada titik equilibrium di mana kayak lu lack of damage deh gua rasanya. Jauh anjir. Dibanding lu mau ngelawan Klings Slardar begini, kalau lu aura gitu kan kayak lu tebel iya. Tapi sampai kapan gitu?
nice defensive
You are
disruption
against
safety,
Klings,
but
bro.
this is
Yang
where
memang
things get
bisa
serious. We were talking, like, with Slardar, you
apa ya?
wanna play
Apa
quick
sih
the
dia
moment
defense reduction
that
atau armor reduction ya?
they've been
Yang
playing a
si
little
stack
patient,
dari
waiting,
Init itu.
for that Klink's Deso to come online, and now that it's here, Slardar's second on the net worth. He's gonna have a blink here. He didn't even have Deso actually. That was just the raw physical damage.
Udah sakit itu.
Yeah.
Belum besok.
Had a kill before this. Has been doing well in the lane. Now he will have the Deso. It is being delivered. So next fight he will get to start picking up the charges. Fade.
Hihi.
No arrow.
Oh, split.
Song of the Siren. Can they turn this?
For initiation? Mau siapa? Oh, kayak RCY Connect.
I'm sure. I don't think you have the damage.
Alright.
Like Largo is not your damage dealer. He's gonna
Ada good intention setidaknya.
This little frog. They
Which is
really
fine.
want the tower, and it will just get denied instead. You do not have a Razor that can join the fight, and your Ember Spirit is...
Wah, ini Ame terlalu free farm sih. Banyak banget sih duitnya sih si Ame sih. Pak Ame belum kupu-kupu pas yang makan nasi kalau makan minum busuk. Kalau malam minum susu. Iya, aku minum susu.
Not a very fast hero, so they couldn't get there in time for a good angle.
Biasa, oh itu yang tadi. Baru ngepop sekarang.
Ags is halfway there for Largo. The way this game's going, it's looking like it's going to be a 20-minute timing of like Ags and Crimson Guard, and that just doesn't feel great, you know?
Betul, setuju.
The side of XG, you give Klinks another 6 minutes to farm?
Yeah.
How are you even going to reach him? He's going to have his Dragon Lance.
He's so close.
Bukan about reachingnya juga sih, kayak lu bener-bener bisa kena out damage sesimpel dari strafe-nya doang. Apalagi dia mau beli shard kan. Si Burning Barrage-nya juga sakit. Burning Barrage-nya sih agak concerning. Oke. Oke. Nice stun. Nice chain. Nice chain. Bagus sih. Spell casting bagus sih. Approve.
So now we could see RCY maybe start getting a little bit more active with that. As a haste rune bottled up as well.
Woods.
Actually goes and misses the crush there.
Kok Big Namnya miskin banget itu, baru 2.000 duitnya. Bahkan Arcane Boots di menit 15 aja belum. Wow. Bro kerja Rodi untuk warding. Tidak diberi reward untuk jungling. Kayak nabrak deh patternnya. Soalnya emang Razor mode recovery sih, dia jadi nggak bisa berani ambilin. Yang ambilin harus Ember. Ember pun harus sedikit takut sama Slardar. Sempit nih jungle, bagi 2. Jakiro cuma bisa kelatar-kelitir nyerap XP doang.
But nowadays, mids and carries are building more auras, which is pretty fun. And since he's doing quite well, I mean, the Greaves are already done, and he's working towards his Kaya. So by the time your auras are done,
nice.
You're like an extra item behind.
Oke, dasar sih, This pick off really matters, bro.
Remnants away, had a good safety remnant to play off of. I mean, you have to be able to make these types of punishments, because if Shadow Demon's just clearing your bottom wave for free, like you're just gonna fall really far behind. 60-minute power rune, bottled up by NTS. It's a shield rune. That's a really nice one. They're
looking for the Largo.
Yeah, so they're looking for the Largo. They're also just looking to take this tower because they want to get the Roshan into the Torment.
Wow, udah itu. Burning Barrage udah ada.
Series that, like, when you have a hero that can take Roshan early, you really want that 18-minute Roshan to play for the Tormentor to follow it up. And well, you've got Slardar and a Klink.
Udah go time ini buat Ame. Plus Slardar lagi. Ngebayangin aja udah gemeter gue.
Disseminate also really good for doing Roche. Arrow also good. They actually have like the perfect Roche lineup. It's so good.
We'll see what speed can get done on the Naga Siren. He's trying to queue up the Blink Dagger. Maybe he can turn a fight with that. Maybe they can steal Roche with it, right? If he can get it in the next like minute or so. He's pretty far away. Yeah, he's pretty far away from it. So you'd need like a kill donated worth of gold into this hero.
You need like 3.
Itu nggak kelihatan.
Just juke XXS somehow.
Oh
Now
wow.
gets his hands onto
Night vision, cok. Emang ada-ada aja anjir. Oke, cukup. Oh, XXS, you're so good. Bisa kabur, nyantai. Masih kencang sadar ya? Ada remnant sih. Nyantai aja mah. Kena sih. Nggak ada skill 1? Oh, oke, nggak ada, bakal di commit. Udah jadi nih. Crimson nih. What you want to do now nih? Argo belum jadi aganin. Masih harus nunggu. Belum go time. Waduh, masih jauh banget. 400 perak lagi. Nyantai ini mah. 3 camp dapet lah. Kurang nih. 4 camp.
So maybe looking for the mid tower instead. Crimson Guard is done on the Razor. The tower died. No song of the siren.
Ami, sakit banget Ami. Pelan-pelan Mas Ami.
Level 12 plus Ags is really close. You need to get that before they attempt Roche. If you want any chance to win the Roche fight into Tormentor, you need this.
I'm surprised Extreme's not playing more aggressively for that Roshan. Maybe they want to wait for it to come bottom instead. They have managed to take out, you know, all of those tier 1 towers. They're looking for Big Num here. Running through the tree.
What?
The arrow connects. Oh,
Get even a bigger target, cok. Wah, that's so. Oh, fatal banget. Arrow buta itu. Pasti X Nova juga kaget loh. Kok kena?
I also thought they would do an earlier Roche. At this point, it seems like they're okay just wait. Yeah, man, I mean, you're looking somewhere else, right? It comes through the tree line. That's very unfortunate for RCY.
Yeah, really good stuff there. With this, I guess they're just gonna wait for Roche to come bottom instead.
Ada tuh build Crimson itu mantap. Gila.
Done on the Largo. This is the item you've been talking about, Crimson Guard as well. You've got to do something.
Oke, mari kita lihat seberapa. Bisa aja gue nggak kebayang nih bentukannya.
Yeah, that's the thing, right?
Oke.
Like,
Gamer Legend udah merasa ini timingnya.
Razor wins the lane. You finish this aura faster. He rotates over to help Largo in his lane, so you get this Ags faster. They're supposed to be like 3 to 5 minutes faster than where they are. They're not supposed to be down 8K.
Tier 1 tower top. Oh no. This Tormentor fight's impossible because of this tower. The smoke in, they're gonna wrap around, look for someone to get NTS. He doesn't.
Kita lihat. Oke, cukup sustain. Langsung pesimis.
Rainbow TP out. They realize this fight's super over. Chains is there from RCY to try and hold them back, but
langsung super pesimis anjir.
The tier 1 tower still being alive.
Itu punya blink anjay.
You also don't have a spirit.
Oh, they got XXS.
To get a kill, now turn around onto speed. Nothing to say. It'll easily bring that one down. Fade.
Oh gila, RCY sih greedy banget. Ada remnant. Wah, Crocker. Oh my god. Very unnecessary Crocker. Stun cok. Hampir ngebunuh orang anjir. Woods, sakit. Terlalu min max, tapi Crockernya itu make things even harder.
They got Slardar. That's honestly better than I thought they were gonna do. I think this is such a hard fight. The only way that works is if XG is in the middle of Tormentor and then you surprise them from behind, which XG recognized, so they just patiently waited. They're like, yeah, we're winning. We're not in a rush to do any of this, so we'll just wait to make sure things are going our way. Oh, look, here they are. You know, we'll win the fight, and now we'll go back for Tormentor. Which who did they go to? X Nova, not the greatest, but yeah, whatever. You know, you're picking up more net worth. You don't care. you were already supposed to win as time went on, right? This is like a carry Clinks versus a carry Razor. The scaling is better for you, at least until you get to ultra late game refresher type stuff. Then I think it might wrap back around towards the Razor, but the current pace of the game is very good for XG. They're not really pressured to do that much. They have
Tapi kreatif juga sih Gamer Legend.
30-minute window where
Gak bisa di underestimate aja.
And then they have a
Mau ditambah lagi tuh sustainability-nya pakai Guardian Grief. Tapi emang seimbang apa sih aura-aura ini kalau full?
Getting towards the second Roche time like coming up, but
yeah. I mean, it's up to your Slardar to make that connection, right? He's the one who really takes the Roche on. I think they're just maybe they are legitimately just worried about Song of the Siren stealing Roche. Like I can't think of any other
down
reason.
Now.
Yeah.
Also, he only just had the blink, so I feel like you could have done it at 16 minutes. Sounds early, but it's corrosive haze.
Done it at 16
it's
minutes.
Deso.
Cepet
it's
banget.
Diabolic Edict.
That's the stupid damage.
So, with that said, I mean, instead of doing Roche, they found kills, so it did build the lead up for them. It's not like they were doing nothing.
Now they're just gonna wait till they're closer to some major items, and then they'll go for Roshan, right? Like, RCY. NTS has the Guardian Greaves, managed to dispel the chains, but does get the vessel.
Oh, stunnya connect. Emang bisa RCY? Ada remnant seharusnya.
RCY has one more rem to get back to safety.
No need to be greedy.
Hero dead.
Let's go back.
I will say Largo is just straight farming in the jungle now that he has his Aghanim Scepter. Ooh, speed. I mean, he's looking for the cheeky ward placed. Doesn't see it, but there is actually a ward on the high ground, so he is correct about there being a ward there.
It's the next level. It's gonna be so sneaky, but actually, boom, straight in the middle.
Does he send he's still gonna be there. He doesn't scout it.
The illusion goes the other way. They'll find it eventually.
Right? Masa iya? Apa iya? Apa iya they will find it eventually? Oke, Roshan up. Mau mulai akhirnya.
Do have the Naga Siren scouting this one out. Here comes the arrow. I don't know if you can
not in time. Cepet banget, gila.
Doesn't even try. Not even close. Couldn't make it. So Aegis now into Ame. As I mean, we were talking about maybe they're just waiting for some bigger items. They did pick up some pretty big items in that time frame. Daedalus is done on Ame. I think BKB is done.
Nyuntik Largo sih mati sih sebenarnya, tapi dia udah terlanjur jauh sih. Popo aku rapopo itu taruh Clifford gak sih? Oke, nggak perlu.
Because that's been another popular build, which is you get that for the utility, but I think that's what the nerf hurt is doing the Ags build and dropping it on towers. So I guess now it's okay. I'll just
apakah ini unexpected smoke?
We'll kill heroes and then we'll take buildings.
Wah, mati sudah Yamsun.
That is a very dead Razor.
That's so much damage at once.
Another Deso stack.
Apa itu Crimson?
And I think
oh, ini diselamatin sama Naga Siren, Cok. Masih bisa ngeprolong game ya buat nge-cut creep ya.
At least you need the creeps to get to the tower. Old Clinks would have just
killed them.
He would have just done it.
Okay, delay forward Big Nom. Nothing changes.
I don't think you even TP here. I think you should just.
Wih, kayak mau commit.
They're going aggressively for Ame. I mean, they do a decent chunk of damage. Demonic Cleanse though will keep him plenty healthy.
Oh no, kayak kecepetan si Fate-nya sih.
In comes the Song of the Siren.
That's
gonna keep him alive for now. Slardar's in pretty far, but again,
Part 2 baby. BKB.
Pop to get away from the ice path.
Nice.
They will back away.
Apakah worth it?
I mean, BKB down on the Slardar, but you trade the Song of the Siren's pretty rough.
Iya.
NTS goes in, they get the crush instantly on top
mati langsung co instan jir.
That Crimson Guard is doing absolutely nothing for your team right now.
Exactly.
I think the idea is you see some of XG's heroes top, so you're like, okay, let's just go.
Kayak kalau
Power, we TP and we'll get them before
nggak tahu sih, gue emang nggak setuju aja sih. Carry ya udah carry aja jir. Apalagi tugas lu sebenarnya buat buy one sama Klings kan.
Razor's dead again.
Kayak buat apa lu? Aduh, anjing kenceng banget. Kayak buat apa lu bikin Crimson? Semisal nih buat nyerap damage-nya dari Klings. Tapi lu nggak bisa ngebunuh Klings ya. Jadi kayak Klingsnya cuma tinggal mundur kayak lalalala. Mundur di belakang. Nunggu nih sampai di buff static Klingnya habis, masuk lagi. Assalamualaikum. Masalahnya tanpa Klings pun bisa kayak kena static Kling pun kayak he still can do a lot of damage gitu. Oh, kenceng banget ini hancurnya. Cuma perlu 2 orang anjir. Abis mana? Oh, so much, so big damage, so big of a damage.
I mean, you have Shivas on RCY, like he's the only one who's really been able to put out damage in this game.
Makanya cok, ini kayak nyerahin semuanya ke RCY anjir. Dan itu kurang men. Karena dari XG damage-nya bocor dari mana-mana. Speed masih pengen coba ngambil Wisdom. Big Nam-nya ketinggalan.
Massively punish them in this bottom wave and just it kills the entire game plan.
Yeah, this is an outplay type of win more than a outdraft. I actually still favor Gamer Legion's draft conceptually, but XG just they still have a way to win, right? Like, yeah, Klings gets a decent start, and then, you know, we'll make plays around that. But then the lanes go even better than expected, and so now it's just a pretty free game. They're running wherever they want, killing whoever they want.
Yeah, when the Mirana has a pipe rocking in these team fights now, like there's just not much you don't have damage anymore, right? Like Ember Spirit has been all of your team's damage. The Razor is he's like a concept of a hero in this game.
Concept. Razornya hero teori.
What if they had just committed to the Naga carry? Would that have been better?
Oh, udah ini last fight ini dah.
The Naga carry would have been a better matchup this game, but oh, hold up, Blink.
Wah, NT.
Just catches the whole back line. Can they actually do anything? Is the question. They're on top of FY, but
udah ini perang terakhir aja ini.
Runs away. Fade trying to finish the job. He has to commit.
Leap of Fate.
It looks like he's gonna die. FY just baits him, protected by a pipe as well.
Oh, masih hidup Razor ya, masih pengen main pasti.
You tried your best, but what a Blink stun in from NTS to start the fight.
So good, cok. Mereka lagi kayak, oke, kita udah siap ya, kita udah siap langsung NTS. Halo guys. Or splitter, bang.
No, if you need to this game, you just help your team clear up the rest a little easier. Either way, you win the fight, and now you've got how many charges are we at? 22 on the Desolator for Ame, so another tier 3 will fall. Barracks.
Ini gara-gara Razor sama RCY-nya masih hidup aja nih. Razor sama RCY nggak tuh? Yamsu sama RCY. Razor sama Ember. Ini apa nih?
Just back by your last set of items. I don't even think you really need to play for Roshan. It's pretty much just one more pick off onto the Ember Spirit, and you can end the game. They're gonna look for Tormentor. I don't know why they're top. It's definitely gonna be up soon, but how? I mean, they took it pretty soon after the.
27.000.
Yeah, it's almost up.
Okay, yeah.
Let's go.
There we go.
Cepet banget Tormentor itu kayak nggak ada harga diri.
Some salt in the wounds there, just giving a little bit more control for the fight.
I don't even know you'll need the other stuns, dude. I think they're dead in the first one. Especially now a Hex coming out for Ame, so he can get the solo kills if he wants. Wow, Ags is really just that bad after the nerf, huh? You don't even need it?
It's just, yeah, it's not worth it at all. The Ags is really hard to balance because it's either insanely overpowered and it zones an entire team fight, or it just, you know, other items end up just being
dapat speed ya. Gak sempet nyanyi dia. Baru ngangkat pesonya langsung hilang. Udah ini mah main sendiri-sendiri. Udah area akrobatnya ekstrim, cok.
In the mid lane? Yup, disruption into arrow if I had to guess. There's the combo. Buyback here, and they jump in aggressively. Look for the fade. The arrow does connect, stun onto 2. Song of the Siren. It's keeping him alive for now. The healing from Fade as well, but do they have any sort of turnaround is the question. Full duration static link is the best you could ever ask for from Yamsun. But Ame is way too strong. Still has a beacon.
Not even close ternyata.
He does not need to pop it. Change there does catch.
Dapat XXS dan mundur ekstrim.
Nobody kills my base 3 times, they say, as they will find a nice blink.
Hold up.
They have 1 lane of
Are Gamer Legend cooking?
Barracks remaining to Mega Creeps.
Question mark?
Proses
1 menit 25 detik. Walah, masih coba dikejar sama RCY sampai BKB loh. Ame mati menarik sih.
He doesn't need because this team is winning so much. I think you could still have done the Ags here, but I don't think it'll be that big of a deal. You just wait for people to respawn, go back in. Gamer Legion, they need to push it, you know, if they want a chance. They're hoping Roche was up so they could steal it away, drag this game out, but it's actually a longer spawn.
Kayak udah mantap, tapi bakal masih tetap lama sih. Kalau nggak ada farming tool-nya itu loh, bikin lama farming. Maelstrom gitu minimal. Mau recover juga susah.
Having to buy back on your Ember Spirit slows his game down so much. He was about halfway to the Aghanim Scepter now.
Gue jadi kepikiran ide cuy.
Shiva's Guard now finished up on Lesh, going for a Scythe himself.
Razor, PT Falcon Blade, Midas, mantap. Nggak perlu sama Jolnir jadinya. Buyback sih. Gila sih Nikma mentality sih. Respect cho Gamer Legend. PT mati dengan semudah itu. Dan bakal dihack juga nih Yamsun. Wah anjir targetingnya Ame cok. Wah targetingnya si Ame cok. Kelas banget. Dibikin cabut sih Yamsunnya sih. Tapi maksud gue RCY-nya mati. Udah cok kasihan anjir. Nice. Kasihan masalahnya nontonnya. Bukan masalah apa-apa kocak. Tuh. Rata-rata fast game anjir kecuali ada unsur REKONIX sama unsur Tundra. Oh, ini tadi stream B.
It can work, but it's very slow.
Ini OG lawan Yandex. Lanjut.
To play off of that is a non-damaging ult. So there are some problems with it. And you are going up against Naga.
I don't know
OG versus Bandrek
anymore. Like you say that it's not the best time zone lineup. What does a good time zone lineup look like? How are you supposed to use time zone as a support ability?
Just cores with cooldowns that can get refreshed quickly. That's how I do it.
You think that's the identity of it?
Yeah, to me. I mean, that's kind of the best way.
Sure.
They catch the Dazzle isolated with the Ion Shells. No illusions, no wave. Oh, bad misplay from Malady. I mean, OG are doing way better on these lanes than I think they should be. But that is some of Yopaj playing really well mid. And the Klink's having some good early farm. We'll get hard.
Cedera Junior, Razor mid. Boom, Natsumi pakai Klinks.
The Eidolon's building up. Notice is going to get run down.
Lari Natsumi.
Eidolon's out. So Natsumi's going to take some damage in return.
OG playing this early portion really well. Like they are getting something out of these lanes, which is.
Oh iya, kita cek ini dulu ya. Standing.
I have not improved my assessment of this game at all, but
Ini ya, ini lagi Yandex Hoge. Habis itu nanti Heroic
they can
XG.
make anything work.
Lucu ini. Sini.
They overplay the lanes and that didn't.
Mas gak mau nemenin REKONIX, Mas. Kalah aja gak sih sama Spirit, Mas? Biar kayak
It's caught isolated again.
kita lebih baik daripada Mouse loh. Ada, tapi aduh sebenarnya itu toxic ini sih. Toxic positivity.
Yeah, he's playing hyper aggressive because he knows how strong he is in this early portion. But you do not want to feed some bad kills away to faceless void support.
Kita lihat kenapa ada faceless void support di sini. Cuma buat Razor? Buat Dazzle? Tiny? Hah? Nggak seberalasan itu sih. Kayak skala void 4 bagus itu adalah di saat di time dilation lu itu beneran bisa buat ngilangin skill orang. Kayak di dalam satu war tuh dia nggak bakal bisa pakai skill. Kayak macem gak bisa pakai skill dan skillnya itu sangat penting. Kayak Batrider, Slark. Batrider, Slark gak tau. Oke, tapi Batrider. Siapa yang nge-spam lagi? Batrider aja sih.
Try and nuke people down, but your faceless void support offers no damage unless he's with the ion shell.
Tapi I guess lu bisa nge-disable Razor sih. Tapi kayak it's kind of whatever gitu. Dazzle sih. Gua nggak tahu ini soalnya ini void support pick keberapa. Siapa tahu emang pick reveal kan di awal-awal. Atasnya sih bantai-bantai. Yopacho. Mid Mars.
Okay, Skem, he'll TP out.
Sakit. Too close.
Getting away, but that doesn't inspire a whole lot there. They start off with 2 heroes against the Razor in the river, and they feel like they can't go for him.
Yopach solo smokes bottom, trying to find this Enigma. He needs to get this arena cooking because he has to give mid to the void.
Get this kill.
Dapat sih.
Also be able to play for wisdom. Got him inside the arena. A spear. That'll be the death of
So good.
Clean up some of these eidolons as well.
Masih di situ ada ward.
With the siege wagon.
Jadi smoke-nya beneran kepake.
So Yandex definitely gonna have to scramble the
Jadi menit 7 harus ada gerakan nih. Cira Junior sampai TP, tapi Yopach tahu gak bakal bisa dia. Bakal respect.
I like that a lot because even if you don't go for the Wisdom Shrine, right, it forces the Razor to mirror you without getting anything done, right?
That's true.
True. You're not just sitting in the vacuum against him, getting beat up. Tim's with the stack clear here. A true Ion Shell classic. Some efficiency in the jungle for OG, making some moves. But now this Enigma level 5. Yeah, good luck touching this dude, man. This tower, I think, is just gone unless you're willing to bring the Mars down here again with the next arena.
Yeah, if you trickle in heroes one by one, it's just going to be Soxa getting the pick off with the tiny toss back into the Eidolons. Skim, frankly, a bit lucky to be alive with that close contact. TP is coming in from Tim's. They're really trying to bring some heroes into this without having their level 6s. Now, these supports do start doing damage if they have their ultimates, but this feels a little unnecessary. They're drawing in.
Ini manual banget nih gengnya dia. Manual banget, manual.
Back around, okay, there goes Snapfire. Skin never getting
manual banget. Saksa. Deny neutral creep.
On the neutrals.
Oh, tapi notice mati nih.
Tower is going to be kept alive because of Yopaj in his rotation brings down.
Natsumi sih mengeram sambil dapat duit dengan senang hati gak sih?
OG, some heavy rotation.
Bringing the Mars down here twice, pretty much what you have to do. I mean, nobody else can really fight the Enigma You do get the kills on him before the black hole. That's pretty nice. You delay his push on this tower. Trade-off is the Naga.
Siapa cancel teknik buat Enigma? Nggak ada. Wow.
You're just trying to get through this early game and get your team fight online.
Kalau BKB ya maksudnya ya. Kalau nggak BKB sih ya ada vakum, ada spear, ada cookie. Cookie gue nggak tahu sih cookie bisa atau nggak ya? Spear sih pak. Vakum juga.
Chip it away at the offlane tower.
Push.
Index to rotate.
Nggak ada yang kepancing nih.
Index seems pretty chill for now though.
Bakal ngebiarin tower kah? Oh, soalnya emang nggak injur juga ada idol.
Depends where they want to bring this Razor. It's kind of the big playmaker.
Gila, tim saking lamanya mengeram di mid sampai udah punya time zone, cok.
The Mars is sitting there, then you're gonna bring this Razor.
Holy fuck.
Time zone available.
Time zone available.
They have time zone, but they do not have Mortimer Kisses for Snapfire. Scam is.
Ini bakal ganti nih snap scamnya nih yang bakal mengeram di mid nih.
Which I feel like I would rather have Snapfire be 6 because then I could combo with the arena. Time zone, I don't know what you're comboing with if you do not have kisses.
What do you mean you combo with arena and then they can't leave the time zone arena?
I mean, yes, so sure. But as you said, they don't have the best heroes to utilize the cooldown reduction. Mars is probably their best hero, though.
You're just hoping Yopaj doesn't die in this game. Like that, if you're an OG fan, you just do not want to see this Mars go down because he is so much of their playmaking, so much of the early game. He's the thing holding it together. If the Mars dies, Enigma's just
try-nya lagi perang jir.
And the map just collapses really fast. So that's number one priority.
Oh, di respect balik langsung. Apakah ini unwritten rule? Kalau ada technical issue langsung balik aja, nggak lanjut aggression deh. Atau gara-gara emang udah ngebaca kondisinya jadi nggak jadi maju.
Maybe look in top, maybe some. Again, you can always send the Clinks through the gate. You think you can land some spells on Watson here and bring him down and kick him out of this lane. That's what you'd like to do with this Darkseer.
Natsumi assassinates the siege creep with a death pact. And thought about going through the gate. Instead, sees that somebody is coming through the gate towards him.
Aman cok Natsumi.
But this is the tower. Yeah, I mean, I feel like they should, but this is just a lot of wasted time for Natsumi. He hasn't hit a creep outside of the death pacting that siege wagon for a full minute.
If you don't make the move first, it's the creeps are gonna.
Product pressure sih Klingsha. Pressure doang.
In this game with the Yandex lineup.
Bukan berarti mati.
Our siege in his top tower. This is not a tower I expected Yandex to give for free. Maybe worried about where the Clinks is on the map though.
Watsonnya apa gara-gara Watsonnya emang udah mau masuk jungle ya?
Since they don't have song.
Saya takut dia ebol coy itu side jungle atasnya.
I'll give it up. I mean, I think this lane phase could have been a
enak tuh jadi Niko. Walah kagak dilasit itu tower. Eta ya.
Not as much as I think they could have. The Mars moves really slowed
down. Suka nih gue di Razor Drum. Kayak semua orang kayak punya approach masing-masing pas main Razor. Kayak so far belum ada fix rule rute kayak bisa lawannya begini, berarti build-nya nanti begini. Kayak udah masih ini aja. Freestyle aja semua orang. Mau di save lane pakai aura, mau di off lane pakai carry, mau di mid nggak ada tuh pakai aura, nggak bikin grief. Beda-beda kayak sektenya. Bener-bener tergantung player. Chonky stuck.
Void's missing, who cares?
Void's out the map, guys. He's going mid. Like, if I'm Chira Jr., do I even want my comms flooded with that nonsense? Like, it's another Mars gank in the bottom.
Udah ada blink belum?
Definitely the MO this game.
Oh, they spotted Notice.
Ya, padahal tadi udah bagus di pohon tuh, siapa tahu bisa nge-break smoke, tapi emang lagi di areanya Klinks juga sih. Kena dua-duanya tuh, dua sisi.
With just Eidolons and the Helmadom creep, they didn't show any heroes. And despite him trying to play so carefully and off map, still getting caught by the rotation, dude does wonders for OG.
I don't really like that Yandex left them on an island so much this game. Like, we haven't seen the Razor go down there once. The Naga never went through gate. The supports played with him a little on like the tower push, but they aren't really tanking any of these smokes or stopping the Mars from just walking down there and arenaing him 3 times in a row. I think Yandex could have blocked these moves a bit better because there isn't really anywhere else for OG to go. But OG made the most of them, and now they got a blink on the Mars at a very solid time in this game. And this is a Mars that can get ion shelled in for some extra damage in that fight. So this blink counts for a lot right now, and they're making the move towards mid. The time zone is being delivered.
Spear back.
You did not
quite getting the latch. Eye Storm goes off. Tim's not gonna drop the time zone. Still waiting with bait.
Wow, masih ada time work, Cok.
Still no time zone.
It's coming, Austin. He's about to drop it.
Time walk. The time zone. Hit him with the spear.
Bagus banget tapi kombonya. Silapa itu anjir kencang banget, Tims. Wow, Yopacha nempelin Dazzle. You can go anywhere.
Off of the time zone, Tims finally lets it loose.
They did not respect this team fight at all. It's just your biggest team fight in this game is like Song and Black Hole, neither of which are in that fight. You're 3v5. OG just running at you with ion shells. You just gave it to him, man.
Yeah, not particularly inspiring play from Team Yandex.
No. I don't really think they've done anything in this game, honestly. Like, what did they do in this game? They just got a Midas on Enigma. I don't think we saw any of their cores move once out of lanes this entire game.
Yeah, it's like they expected to win lanes hard, and then they just wanted to keep that laning phase going. But as you said, they didn't really win the lanes as hard as maybe they should have, and they haven't rotated around. Notice has been caught out multiple times as a result of that. It's given Yopaj a game the fact that he's found those kills on the Enigma back to back to back.
Oh, ada dulu, Cek.
You do not want to
Bukan buat yang narik.
because the 5v5
Watsonnya sih satu walafiat ya farmingnya.
If the Razor can't be in the middle of the fight surviving, then you might
Your average Naga Siren langsung time warp. Oh, nggak sempet.
But of course, if these cores start to get
God burst. Kurang banyak bro, bracer bro. 2 bracer minimal. Kalau kata Dalul.
It's pretty good orchid game against a lot of these heroes. You will always
Atau nanti aja bracer ya. Bebas.
But a bit of a sleepy game from Yandex as OG take advantage of.
Sleepy game. Iyalah sleepy game. Lu punya Naga Siren, lu punya asuransi Enigma. Lu dengan senang hati bawa ini ke late game, bro.
I still think time zones
into Yules, so none of the like Rod of Atos Gleipnir.
Tapi idenya sama ya. Di saat lawannya ada Klinks di Naga Sirenin, tapi bedanya apakah ini pertanda OG akan menang?
I still think time zone has one of the laziest icons ever created in Dota. It's just a freaking clock, just a purple clock. Like, come on, dude.
That looks kind of cool.
They couldn't come up with an icon for this, so they just put a clock. What time is it actually on the clock? I never thought about that. It's like 12:10.
Well, you can't really tell which.
Sakit. Mana damage? Oh, pelan. Not the Morse bursty damage. Saksa hidup? Oh enggak, oke. Perlahan tapi pasti, coy. Ojer! Mau lebih 2 orang di take dose. Karena 3 orang itu nggak bakal bisa perang kalau nggak ada support dua-duanya.
Usage for that, so he's gonna have the Arena of the Blood back up in a minute. Notice is already being spotted.
Oh, Arcane ya. Anjir smart banget, Cok. Yopach. Oh, notice. Is he dead? Is he dead? He's dead. Oh, hampir nyolok. Oke. Should be careful, Natsumi. Scam is here, boy.
Brother, what is this?
This is just hard to. I mean, this is hard to watch, dude.
Cuma masalah naga sirene aja nih. Definisi Red Dot Gaming ya, semuanya diganyang.
Watson get an orchid and go try and find some kills. It's very discombobulated right now. But OG
Combobulated.
The chaoticness because their lineup thrives off of it.
Oh yeah.
Ih, bagus banget itu skin. Weh, ketemu tuh.
They are massive threats around the map.
Enggak ya? Oh, ilu.
Means Arena already up again. Yopach is doing whatever he wants in this game. 4-0-5.
Iya, Cok.
Man is a menace.
Betul.
He's killing it.
Yopach is a menace.
He's killing it for sure. You do need to keep this momentum up. I do feel like I don't want this game to stall out too much. Cheer Junior.
Nggak sempet. Apa sih?
KB.
Tiny's close to blink. That changes a lot for them.
It won't always be working.
Always scale into this Enigma beacon.
Di jam 3 orang. Shallow Grave cuma buat ngedelay nyawanya. Dead.
Ult's just to shove the wave. Wow. Well, it tells you what Yandex's idea is right now, which is rat. And hope Watson carries.
Frozen lagi.
He might honestly still have a decent chance of carrying this game.
Yeah, he might, but OG is playing it smart. While they get those pickoffs, they're also doing Roshan, so...
It's kinda slow, Roshan.
Doing Roshan before first Tormentor even spawns. Like, I love this play specifically where you take it right before 20 minutes, and while you're already here, you have the option at least to go do Tormentor. Though it looks like they're gonna push out and try and get a pick.
Oh, Tumbler Toy-nya bikin bingung, tapi tetap nancep.
Awkward angle. He gets the spear.
Bahkan komit Mortimer, Cok.
Everything's free right now.
Respect banget.
Yandex do not group and make a play, then basically any hero you see on the map is just food.
Nih, ngarep ke Watson farming aja udah.
Build up some Deso charges right now.
Yeah, this is rapidly becoming a game where it feels like Yandex, if they whiff on one of those that first team fight where they put to use the song or the black hole, they might just get run over from there on out.
It's getting into spooky territory. I'll raise my 2% to 8%.
Damn, you really do
Win probability masih tipis ya surprise ini.
I mean, it's always
Iya emang beda 2000 network doang sih, tapi
I'm an OG fan.
banyak network lu ada di carry lu, coy. Ini kayak grafik REKONIX, Cok. Tahel.
I mean, right now they're just a better team. Like, let's be honest. Oh yeah, they are massively outplaying Yandex. But that's kind of easy to say because Yandex just aren't really doing anything. You know?
Yeah, they haven't done anything, but I still think it's just looked better. Like OG are playing Dota, Yandex aren't playing Dota, so the draft almost doesn't matter if you're the only team playing. You know?
Yeah. Right now, Yandex is just playing some sort of farm simulator.
They're playing Naga Dota, which is. This is not how I like teams to play with Naga, but sometimes you get stuck in this game when your lanes don't go as well and you can't fight. You just gotta rat for a bit. Hope your Naga can get deep on the map and cut the waves, split the enemy up. Don't let them take the fights they want to take. Your other heroes can recover. They are making a smoke play.
Dan Naganya nggak pernah ketemu target, Cok. Jadi taras nih.
That's right. Making their first move. This is all important that it actually does land in some regard.
Oke, Cira. Aduh damage nih, bos. Wah, that's with it. Oke, ada Aegis. Oh, Siren pakai taras nih, bos. Tapi Ciranya udah mati, Saksanya udah mati. Watsonnya ketinggalan sendiri. Terus apa? Bakal nge-respect tarasnya sih. Oh, Yopach. You're just so good, Yopach. Notice masih ada bahkan gak punya ini buat black hole. Wah, masterclass. Oh gini cowok cara perang cowok. Yo patch keren banget anjir. Gue merasa Mars masih as good as ever anjir. Kenapa orang nggak ngepick Mars ha? With that kind of capability of control anjir.
He had 2 lives. He's kind of winning that damage battle anyway. You keep him alive with the grave, but that fight is just not the setup you want. You never get a black hole. We might never get a black hole in this game.
Yeah.
Enigmanya main aura drum gitu atau udah all in bling Aghanim BKB?
Well, yeah, run down to the base at the
Nah baru bilang, oh langsung. Domi Midas bling BKB, terus nanti ke Aghanim, terus nanti ke refresher, terus nanti apalah. Pokoknya beneran Enigma Black Hole, bukan Enigma Eidolon. Beda ya? Kalau lain lu kebantai ya gimana cok? Nggak bisa menggunakan esensi Enigma sebagai snowballer.
Watson, but that is going to be a full out Ags for Natsumi. Now, this is not the game-ending Ags it used to be, but this early, it is very strong.
Dengan lead kayak gini mah Aghanim kayak strong deh.
This is turning into the Watson prayer show right now. Like, please just get items on Snaga and carry us somehow, because nothing is going right in these fights.
Catching Saksa. Got him on the spear, slow him down with the time dilation.
He bought. He had dieback.
They're playing it slow, making sure that they do not get caught in a rebuttal there from Noticed. Taking their time, they bring down Saksa.
Atsumi, nyari-nyari orang nih. Ada Burning Army. Mana cukup gak? Ada Solding sih.
Yeah, this is one of those games where I would have expected like this mid-raiser to go like the Crimson build or like a Pipe Enigma, and they would have had early auras and group up, and maybe OG would have lacked damage. It's just not looked like that.
Wah, wardnya ganteng banget. Siapa sangka coba?
Yo, Posh, man. No matter what moves.
Oh, that's still painful as shit, man. Burning Army.
They get caught, and at least the Dazzle survives, but we're still Razor going down yet again. Shira Jr. is, I mean, he's going to be a non-factor in this game. He went BKB first and is just being out physical DPS'd by the Clinks.
He's too far behind. He's almost irrelevant. Like, this Clinks just shreds him. He doesn't have the armor to survive. Can grave him in the fights, I guess, but that's about it. I mean, this is just the Yopaj show. He just took this game over. He got to make the moves he wanted. He got to the early blink. He brings all these initiations and.
Bayang kayak orang kayak gini sempat meredam di Shopify Rebellion. How?
Couple kills on Tim's. Oh, on the hunt. Maybe he gets Schem here.
Belum PKB. Nyimpen buat kok.
Little Pigs will do Yandex some wonders here.
Atsuda dapat kill, selamat. Dapat orang offside.
Oh right, full out Bloodthorn. Sorry, I forgot what the build for that item is.
Bloodthorn?
I like that. I like this over trying to push towards the butterfly because I think you need more threat on the map. You need more of these kind of pick-offs, some damage for the Clinks who.
Cheer Jr.
Is about to shred that.
Jump scare.
Allah, solo kill.
That is a burning army right there. What is that shape? What is this first burning army shape? I'm not gonna say what it is, but we all know. That resembles Clinks as a hero very well.
No.
What's up? Oh, okay.
It's a garbage can. That's what I was thinking.
Oh, right.
Very long garbage.
I was thinking an arrow. I was pointing to where Razor is buried.
Well, Watson still farmed.
Iya cok, still fat as fuck di Naga Siren tapi can he do anything aja?
Yeah, even the Enigma's farm doesn't look that atrocious. It's just the laser, man.
Yeah, he's out of this game. He's just out of this game. Like,
He will not be playing any Dota for the rest of this season, I believe.
He's 0-5-0.
Jem kah? Oh iya Jem, hebat.
The only way he gets to play Dota is if they find Clinks early on. If they find Natsumi and kill him early, the fight is really open for the Razor to BKB run in, because the rest is kind of magic damage, but
yeah,
it's really tricky to find Natsumi. He's played this game super well. He hasn't died once. He's very tanky now, and he has a bunch of heroes that
Tanky boy.
front line for him. Like, how are you gonna ever catch him first in a fight? It just seems impossible.
it kind of feels like
Serem
he
yo.
should always be able to get off a burning barrage and a burning
Kayak
barrage.
kalau Dream
Like, if he doesn't
Dreamy Black Hole gitu kayak bisa deh.
So
Naga Sirena at this point udah sakit
it's
sih.
hard to make this.
Cuma perlu
Razor
bisanya aja
Can
tuh.
always do these
Nah,
things
so far sih Oge nggak pernah berdiri satu-satu ya. Asa nggak pernah berdiri di satu titik yang sama, selalu misah-misah.
that you club, you get
Bagus
solid
sih
that
formasinya.
fight. So
Wah, oke. Oh ya benar. Ke tower udah nggak terlalu signifikan,
Get a
tapi
save.
kayak ke orang kayak masih ya berarti. Berarti lebih ke killing machine dibanding buat push tower. Agak nih ini.
Ags and then bail out Natsumi in that black hole.
Can you even maybe get Wind Waker on this Void later on? A very nice Wind Waker game. They definitely have itemization pathways to scale against Black Hole this game. It's not the end-all be-all, particularly with how rich they all are. And Scam always gets rich, man. This guy is the Artesia of fives.
Yeah, it does not require him to be playing Chen or Venomancer. He kind of always finds farm as 5 position.
Oh, I was
Iya,
gonna say
duitnya banyak banget ya.
ruined by Boba, but then salvaged it. But yeah, that too. It's a joke. It's
It's a
just
joke.
a joke, dude. I swear.
It's just a prank, bro. OG. They're going to take Roshan here. Watson is in the neighborhood. Is there a chance that Watson stops this? Okay, gets off the song before the initiation comes through. He just has to TP away.
Nggak BKB juga sih, tapi kayak udahlah.
For OG. That was for a second
Yo,
there,
Pacha ada BKB nggak ya?
dicey.
Ada kan? Seharusnya.
Just give that up for free. Like, their team is so good at fighting around the pit. It's a big comeback opportunity where OG are going to be clumped, and it's just not. They're just farming, man. Something went wrong for Yandex this game. Maybe we can
It
find
looks
out.
like Yandex just didn't have an idea of how to play this draft that they put themselves in, you know?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I mean, they're just getting hunted. It's a feeding frenzy. Oh,
Ooh, noticed?
Wah, Deul.
Got him on the Yules. So,
Wah, ini mah nggak usah takut buat high ground dong. Takut apa anjir?
To get picked apart, and OG with 4 minutes left on the Aegis, a Daedalus about to be picked up for the Clinks. They have quite the intimidating high ground push that is going to be coming. The Yandex are pretty much all in on a good black hole to keep this game together.
Kayak gue nggak bisa, gue nggak melihat visionnya kalau andaikan black hole itu nggak kena cantik 4 orang 5 orang nih.
or you get the Naga on the Clink somehow.
Susah.
Like, that is another. We just haven't seen it at all this game, but the Naga.
Bakal diapa-apain pasti sama pemain OG. Orang pemainnya Nobar semua, klik depan. Sama nggak lagi masa assassination ya. Refresher pula tuh Yopach.
You're stuck in a wall.
My idol.
Like you're getting Shiva.
Yopach is my idol.
It's so much disjoint. It's hard to see a pathway where Watson can go in and stick on somebody because of Nico's presence. This is OG's time to shine. They have Refresher completed on Yopaj. The man doesn't even have the mana for his full kit. Says, I don't care.
You're gonna have to make some really good use of that soul ring.
Or the base, look for the jump. Well, they're gonna shoot.
Lah. Nggak kaget, gimana nggak kaget lo digituin.
Little bit off target there.
Yeah, I should have played it
That's
any
okay.
longer.
OG.
Game would have been a little.
Oke, 40 pertama.
OG do not need the pickoff to hit the high ground. Though, it seems like they want it. Yopaj. They smoke back. TP over to the side of the map. See if they can
Potong, jepit, naga sirene pasti mau farming itu.
Watson's looking to be already out and gone. He's left his illusions behind. He's going to spot Nico here, but Nico's pretty much alone. He will be forced to use Song, though.
Oh, gitu aja terus.
Just in case, because he doesn't know where the Clinks is.
2 minutes left. Take a Tormentor, still a banner. I'd be surprised if OG didn't try and go high ground again. But maybe they feel like the trade-off's just not worth it. Like, you're gonna go high ground, you're gonna get stalled, there's a toss back threat, and then Naga's gonna clear the whole
Oh,
map.
lagi nyari source mana, Marse? Beliau.
It doesn't feel great.
Soalnya dengan staff of wizardry, intelligence nambah, yang berarti mana juga bertambah.
So they have no smokes right now. I think they used them all.
Bisa sambil potong kuku di sini nggak? Kalau gue begini, kelihatan nggak di kamera? Oh, nggak kelihatan.
There it is, bearing the time zone counter.
Kuku kakiku sudah panjang.
So he has countered himself.
Thank you, Avery. Very good.
Is there a Boots of Arian builder on ENX? Not really.
You can be Enigma, right? Because you go the drums build with the Eidolons, right? Like, he could have gone that, right?
Yeah, he could have done that. I mean, it is like the best.
Oh.
So.
Banner
Apa?
goes down.
Oh, banner.
Natsumi says, I don't care. Toss back.
Oh, toss back.
Oh, no.
That was so good. His positioning is... It's awkward.
Tapi langsung di counter. Oh, disambut sih. Oh, beli kok? Oh, Natsumi ya? Oh, it's Watson playtime, coy.
Staying alive a little bit longer, the heals, it's just enough. Chira Jr. doesn't even die for that. A song reset while the Razor heals. They bite it out a little bit. Now they have the ult to get rid of the Orchid. Nope, he actually can't get the time walk away.
Masih mau perang anjir? Tanpa Natsumi? Oh, mau cabut.
Out still. Yandex.
Natsumi can die.
A sick toss from Saksa. They are able to hold the high ground, but you could see it's still a bit of a mess, even with the freebie on Clinks.
It's really tough because the Razor has to man up into him, and it's like a suicide mission, but you're just basically banking on Grave bailing you out.
Yeah.
It's just so awkward though, with the wall, the arena blocks so much of the fight, people stuck in time zones. It's very hard to navigate these fights, but the BKB usage from Chiro Jr. dodging the spear absolutely on point. So that first arena spear just basically got nothing, and the second one is too late in the fight to impact it. So it's a successful hold by Index. Their lineup is very difficult to go high ground against if you don't have an instant hex or something for that tiny blinking in. And I think that's something they could have played for. Like, they have Yules on the Void, right? You can kind of set the Void up, and if this tiny wants to jump toss my Clinks, I instant Yules him. But they weren't really ready for it. They kind of lazily gave that opening to Yandex, and that might be one you regret in this game. Almost reminds me of that OG high ground push from TI, where Sumail was going high ground and Thompson had the Yules, and they were playing for it, but the blink displacement just happened too fast.
Mana cancel? Bash! Oh.
It's not enough. A 12% chance, as he's only got level 1 time lock. No stats.
Biasanya begitu langsung ini, langsung nge-bash. Kalau baru buka.
I mean, this is the correct build, so sure, not gonna fall into that. And he is working towards the Wind Waker, which would be a huge item in this game. Whereas Skem built a Dagon, clear through some of the illusions. I mean, OG's still ahead, but that threw away.
Kelihatan nggak kalau kayak gini?
Watson inside the arena.
Nggak kan?
He has a BKB though.
BKB, TB.
Wow, begitu aja terus, Cok.
Nothing you're doing about that. As a defensive item purchase, but
Definisi nge-prolong game, Cok.
Sounds like Tim should start leveling up time lock.
Honest, well, yeah. I mean, you're gonna get Song, but yeah.
They're gonna BKB TP out on you.
I mean, that's not your problem in this game. Like, who cares about that? You know? Your problem in this game is ending. It's going high ground or finding pickoffs that let you go high ground.
Yeah, you know how you get those pickoffs. Make it so their BKB TP out doesn't work.
Okay, well, how is he supposed to leap? I mean,
Ini biasanya kalau begini tercover dengan Yopat's gameplay sih, clutch play.
Huh? What acts?
Tiba-tiba dikonya kena aja. Entah bagaimana angle yang bisa didapatkan oleh beliau.
The Void.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Because I'm thinking like, oh, he needs BKB and then bash him. But no, you can just go Axe. Just jump on his ass.
That's true.
Next level. I actually think you do want the Axe at some point on support Void.
Yeah, 100%.
Kind of a luxury item, but it's also really annoying to play against. The rat continues.
Yeah, Yandex continuing with their ratty ways. As Saksa has played up in this same part of the map for quite some time, cutting off waves. Notice is pushing in bottom with his Eidolons.
Oh, that's a big shield rune for Chira Jr. Not often you say that at like a random 40 minutes, but he freaking needs it this game, dude.
He needs every bit of boost he can get because he is behind Skem in net worth.
Anjir, miskin banget beneran Azura.
Is so goddamn rich. How does Skem get this farmed on a support that doesn't even like it farms, but it's not. It's not Veno. It's not Chen.
I mean, this hero farms pretty fast if you're just clearing waves. Like it farms really fast, especially with the cookie charges. You can just hop around the whole map and get yoked.
And I guess
he's playing in a game against Eidolon push and Naga push, so.
And he has 2 cores that probably don't want to show on the map. Mars definitely doesn't, and Klink's, you know, it's a risk every single time you do. So
he should be pushing waves this game, and he has 200 CS, so this is quite a lot. Pick up a boot to travel just so he can split push and still join the team.
Damn, what a guy.
Saksa hunting here.
Smoking initiation.
Oh, Yopach.
Got the toss back on it.
Oh, big target sih. Oh, instan. Oh, titik balik Yandex ini mah.
That's Gem.
Naga Siren late game gameplay ini.
Got him in the
Approve.
snare. Tims. He'll be eaten by the eggs. They actually tossed him in. Tims is going to be able to
What? Oh, mau di follow sama Nico, cok.
together. Backy wall goes out.
Mau main ini, mau main.
On the Song of Siren. Now he's going to pop it. BKB committed from Nico is trying to slow down Watson where they can. Now is Yandex going to just reset? Yeah, they're not actually going to TP away. They're going to go back in after this Faceless Void. Ghoul Scepter protecting him against the Orchid, but he gets tossed back into the rest of the team. No more disables though. Time walk back out. They're spending a lot of attention on this Tim's Faceless Void, and they're not actually killing him, and Tim's just going to continue to chase after him here. Chira Jr. slowed down. BKB TP out from Watson. Go after
Where is the time zone?
Got it, the time zone. BKB running away.
Wow.
Bit of damage. Natsumi with the crit on the final hit for 767 damage. Will finally give OG the pickoff.
Of course, it's Chira Jr. that dies somehow. Like,
yeah.
Of course it is, but they did get Yopaj and they got the Mars buy. That's a lot of value. And they didn't use Black Hole either. So you have to keep that cooldown up. You are going to lose this Roche, though. Not much you can do about that. But that was a good kickoff for Yandex. Seeing OG starting to have some issues against the toss back threat and the Black Hole threat, right? This Blink BKB now Ags Black Hole. Notice working towards a refresher.
Oh.
It's deadly in this game. Unless the Klinks is outside of it and can just kill him, it's pretty free.
Yeah. Yeah, so what do you do if you're, because you use that buyback on your...
Wah, ketahuan kan, Nico? Oh my god.
Nice Ags usage.
They need a damage.
On disc out of Malady. Goodness, he dies fast. Oh, well, that's perfect. Now they don't have to worry about the Enigma. They can go for the high ground push and force his buyback.
Easy high ground dong kalau begini.
Absolutely a great time to strike right now. Pretty much have everything available.
Banner ruining the glyph usage here on the tower. Tower's gonna fall pretty quickly. Dazzle's gonna try and deal with the banner with his form here. His projection.
Ghost form. Not projection.
Banner gone. Creep wave mostly taken out, but Klinks doesn't need long to take out these buildings. And it seems like Yandex are not willing to use their buyback on the Enigma. But that's still 30 seconds. Jump in. Tim's covered by the Avalanche. Toss up in the air. But once again, they lack the disables to keep this Faceless Void from time walking away. No matter how deep he is shot into the enemy team, all they have is Avalanche toss.
He's so annoying. They need a Hex or something. Otherwise, they have to just ignore him. And ignoring him is... You're just giving a free ward in the fight that sees everything is time dilating you and can always throw out the time zone, so... have to come up with some solution for him. A successful lane for OG. Very happy about that. Continue to find farm on all 4 of
Udah
their
kuku
cores.
sisa lagi. Kuku sisa.
25 on the Clinks. So this multi-shot is not quite the same as it was with the C patch. You know, it used to be that with level 25 and Burning Armory, it was just like a guaranteed team fight win. There was nothing you could do about it. Still very spooky, but not the auto win it was.
Sial dah. Aku sudah gunting kuku. Sekarang kuku kakiku becih.
Yeah,
Ada buang.
that is something else.
Kalian pernah nggak sih nyium kaki?
Gotta up the chances here.
Enggak lah, taruh coy. Kuku gue mah.
So there's something that can bring this void down. Teams might not expect it.
In some trouble, he's gonna have to use the song here because there's no way out of this one. Either way, Shallow Grave goes off and he gets off the song. Now making a run for it, TPing away, but Nico with the refresh. That punch does not stop.
Kenapa yang rasakan?
Dear Lord.
Jadi gue merasa lantainya ngangkat.
Shard though. So that's just
And the lanes are decently pushed in, so kind of feels like OG are gonna have to
Double damage. What the hell?
Yandex are like hanging on.
Bikin bintang, cok. Bintang kejora sama Natsumi. I'm gonna kill all of these bitches, kata Klinks. Ya, cabut.
They are hanging on.
Yeah. Last time I looked at him, he was around that 15,000 marker, and now he's at 17. So that was like.
Wah, scam networknya nyamain yo patch, cok.
Oh yeah.
You don't want to buy Ghost Scepter on a Razor, but at this point you are just distraction. Just go in, Ghost Scepter, distract. Hope they use spells on you, and hope the Naga ending go in the fight. You know, like there's just nothing you can get that's gonna survive against this Klink's damage.
Betul sih clear. BOT level 2 aja scam.
Pretty nice for OG.
Very rage.
Do so much damage, especially when you have double arena.
Yeah, pretty much guaranteed. If Yopaj gets a successful spear initiation, whoever is hit by that can be 100 to 0, right? Refresh, re-spear him during that level 25 kisses. It's too much burst damage. Talking like 6,000 damage in that window of time.
Be able to bombard the Dazzle in the back somewhere, just straight nuke him.
Natsumi?
Burning Army goes down, Sheer Jr. Vacuum back in. The beacon comes too late.
Oh, Shallow Grave.
Goes off, he'll stay alive. Okay, not quite the free.
PBKB sih dan dapat tower kah? Dari Kroco? Oke, enggak.
And they got the refresher plus buyback.
Naga Sirena sih stacked ya. Udah 6 slot nih.
I mean, that's something that can again hold you in this game, but is there just going to be too much net worth on the side of OG? I mean, they have a full Wind Waker on the Mars. They can get another Wind Waker on the Void. They could get a...
Repot cok, tadi Hagen pertama sih gagal gara-gara tossback kejelasin. Apakah menunggu Roshan kawan?
Not guaranteed because you're just so far behind.
Cekek aja itu bawah. Oh, bawahnya wardnya bagus ya.
You can try and find some action. The other issue you run into is Watson is just man's capped. Like he's sitting on almost 10,000 gold, but what do you spend it on?
Oh iya ya 41.000 jir. Network paling atas ya Siren gameplay sih.
If he gets the Ags, right? That is another way to control the Faceless Void, right? He self-heals to get rid of Bloodborne.
Oke, dapat saksa. It's a what? It's a whatever kill.
Immediately Yandex spreading out the mid and top lane, trying to push in all the lanes where they can, but OG unlikely to go high ground without another Aegis. Unless they get the right kind of pick-off, which is what they're looking for right now.
Mau cari apakah bakal ketemu Dazzle? Oh, mau ngelarin tower kah? Oh, enggak anjir. Lagi nyari aja dia. Gem nih soalnya lumayan nih. Oh, TP. That's so good.
Died a couple times for it, but he has 125 CS. It's not bad.
can't help but thinking the Satanic is like such a. It's just a prayer for Chira Jr. Even if he can get to that Satanic, like he's been shown to get bursted so quickly by that Lynx. If he activates Satanic, does it even save him?
Bagaimana ya? Kenapa bener-bener presence black hole doang anjir?
That is true. That is true.
Soalnya nggak dari OG-nya nggak ada hero pick yang beneran buat gue pick hero ini bener-bener cuma buat ngelawan Enigma lu. Kayak Dawnbreaker, Nyx nggak bisa sih, Kaiser. Apa selain dua itu ya? Travel Beast nggak bisa. Pokoknya yang bisa, Roar bisa. Roar agak susah sih Roar. Beastmaster. Pokoknya yang Pierce BKB.
Good scan. Natsumi was so close to being caught.
Langsung dijaring sama Teams. Nih,
wow.
Wind Waker, so good. Wow, second Wind Waker, keren banget.
I mean, Yopaj he just destroyed him this game. It's not even close. Best player in the lobby. Mid-diff this game.
Gila, cok.
Draft didn't fucking matter. This man, he was just gonna win this game no matter what.
Yopaj, man.
OG in top form today.
Yopaj is our idol ini mah. Dia jadi savernya loh, masalahnya loh. Double Wind Waker, jir.
For 50 minutes. All for that moment right there. And one man denies their entire combo. Their late game combos, song, black hole, double black hole, doesn't matter. One Wind Waker, one refresher, that's all that's needed.
This OG team does so many things right. It's insane. I don't know how this.
It's a simple answer. Oh, Saksa!
It's hell impressive.
Oh my god, dude.
Wind Waker though, and now catching everybody inside the arena. A very picture-perfect finish.
It just feels like you are playing against a Shadow Demon. Gila anjir. Buset dah diewul-ewulin semuanya, cok. Wow, bang. Waduh, kirain tap terakhir. Wah, di refresh.
Kisses raining in, not quite good enough to finish off these heroes inside of it, but the Clinx's damage is enough to kill the Razor.
Kurang dekat aja sedikit tuh Bang Scam.
Look at that, they'll leave him in the game, you know, just to farm a couple more kills.
Sebenarnya udah gak ada ulti juga sih, paling ada time zone. Wow, ikut refresher juga Darkseer ya. Join the fray.
Megas for the rest of this
Megas
against OG.
Which
blink away. Notice. Looking up to the sky, seeing a flying Mars.
Berapa timer ini? Timer black hole.
Initiation on Natsumi, not a heavy commitment though.
Wow, rapier. What's on?
Song for what though? No black hole for
ini mau ngapain? Mau ngapain? Oke. Cuma bernyanyi, coy. Cuma bernyanyi. Ya Allah, Watoson sih nggak bisa ngapa-ngapain ya. Ih, wah siapa yang lempar? Oh, krip. Natsumi. Belum tidur, Dit. Belum. Oh, black hole. Oh, kena Natsumi kena. Tidak? Hah? Rapier gak sih? Double. Oh, oke, yo. Udah kelar aja. Udah kelar aja ternyata. Belum tidur, Dit. Belum, Des. Tontonan gua masih panjang.
We've watched them for a long time now, but I think their itemization is on par with any team in the world. Like they're
so good.
Every item they buy across the board. What is your role in the game? You know, what's your role within this drafted lineup? What are you trying to achieve? How are you playing the team fights? Every item always comes in at such high value for the squad, and we saw it here in the late game.
Maybe not out drafted, but out-itemized and outplayed.
Setuju. Bukan out item, masih outplayed aja. It doesn't take a smart mind and talented head to recognize that you can use Wind Waker to counter Enigma. Emang jago aja udah. Navi Falcon. Navi Falcon sama Heroic Exi. Let's go Navi Falcon. Asik, 2:30 cok. Gue udah stream 10 jam. Maaf. Setengah hari itu bangsat.
We're back so quick. For those of you who are maybe looking forward to that last series, it's already over. It happened so dang quick. We have actually now managed to pass the other stream after being more than an hour behind them. So
Navi versus Falcon.
Came in with a plan, executed it, and definitely caught Spirit off guard. They had
executed Spirit as well.
Yeah.
Kenapa emang Spirit diapain cok? Wah, dieksekusi mouse cok. 15 menit.
That was an absolute beatdown. One of the fastest games I think we've ever watched, and it was one of those things where it was 15 minutes of the game, and we knew it was over 5 minutes before then.
Oh my god. What just happened, Jir?
Look, if you're
Tuh, emang DK framework tuh paling keras, cok. Paling berhasil buat mouse.
Falcons versus Navi. I believe both Andra Kings of Blast are maybe the other one, but they actually lost the game to Gamer Legion earlier. They tend to lose some of the early games, I feel, in the tournament, and then I don't know if it's a warm up or what, but I know they're scrimming and practicing beforehand, but it always feels like they lose the first like one or couple official matches, and then they're like, okay guys, no more of that, like pull it together.
Yeah, I think this is always going to be one of the favorites. Like, I don't think there's ever a time where you just look at this Falcons lineup and you're like,
bentar ya.
I just don't believe.
Kita cek masih pada hidup kan. Rekornya ada di terakhir soalnya.
So we'll see how they do going forward.
DTVI down. Ninu.
On the rise, 2-1 here today.
Anjay, masih kuat coy anonim coy.
We watched against REKONIX, but I also want to point out that the series against REKONIX should have probably been a victory for REKONIX. That was very much a self-inflicted loss. But it does come down to Navi capitalizing on the misplays of their opponents, and it takes a lot of skill to know when you can actually make those types of plays and turn a game around. And Navi looking pretty dang good. I'm sure they're very happy to be at a 2-1 right now. In this game, you know, one of these teams going to move to 3-1, the other one to 2-2.
Yeah, I mean, Falcons, of course, expecting to be the 3-1, probably 4-0 actually by their own expectations. But that's how best of ones can go, right? You can get caught off guard by certain strategies. Or
emang Falcon lagi berapa standingnya?
Like, you know,
2-1.
series will bounce back long term.
That's fine. Oke lo cok. Oke.
This is.
Aduh, REKONIX cok, nggak ada yang nemenin begini. Udah mau match keempat nih mas saya nih.
Series.
Bergantung sama Liquid nih. Kalau menang setidaknya bisa sama lo kayak Liquid.
Qualifier before and Falcons beat Navi 2-0.
Mouse udah nggak bisa nemenin REKONIX cok. Dia bantai Spirit dia. Kemana?
Game 2 kind of faster, so that Falcons figured it out. So we'll see if the game 1 advantage in a best of 1 can help Navi out this time.
Dude, you gotta be careful about best of 1s, man. It's so scrappy. Like, the last game is a perfect example of what happens in best of 1s. Like, sometimes you get cooked in a draft without like you just miss one hero. In that game it was the Lesh. You're like, oh shoot, the Leshrac, and then your game just like falls apart. And like, you got to be very, very, very careful. And I think when it comes to Falcons, they're probably one of the best drafting teams in Dota. And I think this is one of the reasons, like, they're probably one of my favorites coming into this event, because they don't really make a lot of draft mistakes. They don't really make a lot of mistakes in games in general. They're a very safe, very calculated team. yeah, so we'll see. We'll see how they continue to do. They lost their series against Gamer Legion earlier today, the very first one of the day, but we'll see how they do here against Na'Vi, an opponent they're very familiar with. I think that's one of the other big differences. They're probably not very familiar with the Gamer Legion play style and the heroes that they like to go for. They obviously can do as much research as possible, but, you know, Gamer Legion is going to thrive in those types of best of ones. We'll have a lot more info this time against Na'Vi, though.
Yeah, I think Gamer Legion, they
Izin ambil guling ya, Sir, biar bisa ada yang di-plug, Sir.
Their best strats, their best play can beat top-level teams. But they're just inconsistent is the thing. And that's where, as a TI winning team on Falcons, you are confident that the more games that get played, you are likely to win, but you can lose. You can get caught off guard. So that's the one they lost for the first day, but now they're certainly aiming to just win the rest, still finish at the top of the groups, because the top 2 teams of the group stage just go straight through, get that kind of like upper bracket placement, essentially. I know the bracket's a little different here, but you want to be there, and Falcons and Tundra were the teams to do it last time. So you're just looking to repeat that, and then this time beat Tundra, because Falcons fell on that front last time, and Tundra looking for their 5th win, right? 5th slam win. Yeah. They're collecting them all.
They've won the last, like, what, 4? It's literally been 4 in a row,
they
right?
They won the last 4, and then they were the 2nd place on the first one. So they have a streak to continue here.
Unreal. I actually really like the format of this one. The fact that it's like all these, it's a full best of 1 group stage into an extended playoff. So no team is actually eliminated in these best of 1s. But 2 teams go straight to the actual playoffs. And then everyone else is seeded into the last chance playoff, where like the bottom 4 are pretty much playing a immediate best of 3 elimination into potentially qualifying for some of those 2 spots. So it's a cool format, actually. I like the like, it's one of the things Blast has been like kind of known for, is doing like really interesting ideas in terms of how to approach Dota tournaments with a new perspective.
Week 1 studio.
And I think each iteration
66 best of 1.
Improvement.
66. Gila juga ya. Nggak kerasa anjir.
As you can see, tons of best of 1s here in this week 1, and then there will be the 6 best of 3 play-ins happen for that last chance playoff, and then we have the 6-team actual playoff at Malta for the 6 last teams. So it's yeah, it'll be really
best of itu playoff-nya best of 5 semuanya. Aduh, sakit. Typo kali.
I don't think like one format is strictly better than the other.
Totally.
But they have different advantages or disadvantages to the teams, and it's kind of cool to
mau bunuh orang kan dia.
Like, oh, you're the best at this format, but can you perform in this format? And you can get like different champions for it, which I think is good for the scene. Tundra apparently amazing at this
I was like,
format.
except for Tundra apparently.
Best of 5, best of 5, best of 5. Wah, capek.
But I also think it really helps some of these smaller teams who manage to qualify here. In other formats, sometimes you like, oh, you play a quick group stage, you're out, you're done. Like, oh, well, that's it, you know? And that does happen, but some of the ways you improve is to play against these top teams. And you go to a tournament, you're like, I got to play 1 top team, and then I got eliminated, you know, and that was it. But this time, you're guaranteed to play every team at least once through the best of 1s. And then because you're not even eliminated, you get to do the playoffs, you get to experience the best of 3 in a high-pressure situation. That's where a lot of the improvement happens. And then the other teams have to play all those best of 5s, which is cool, right? That's usually just the grand final, but it's... We were just saying, the more you play, the longer a series, the more likely the best team will win. And so you have to really prove that and not just get lucky in a best of 1, best of 3, like, oh, we barely, you know, we lucked out on that. They threw once, you know, and we were able to win.
And there is something to be said about like matchups in things like Swiss, where like you can show up to a tournament, play 3 teams, and you're out, right? And like that can be really frustrating if you happen to draw like teams that you're actually not great at in terms of your matchups. Whereas like group stages where you play every single team, it gives you a lot more of like an even field, you know, like everyone's like, all right, well, you played everyone, so there's no excuses, right? Like this is as fair as it gets.
I also think sometimes we have like split group stages, and one group, like there's a slightly different meta in the group depending which teams have scrimmed each other and then which group they end up. This time you're all experiencing it, so you probably have different ideas going into this group stage, and we're kind of seeing that on day 1. But then as
Aduh, udah
it
kucuk-kucuk
goes,
mata,
like,
Cok.
everyone has experienced everyone else's ideas.
Sama kok.
Outside of like, oh, safe and strats, you know, which no one really
Harus
does
bertahan ya,
that
semangat,
much.
semangat.
So everyone will experience the meta, and we're gonna have a unified front on that, and whoever can then perfect it the most in a quick time should be the champion in theory.
Should be. In theory.
Okay, so we'll see
Shadow
the
Demon.
the first pick, Shadow Demon. As for the bans, the 3 flex cores that Falcons love to run, the Razor, Viper, and Huskar, all removed from the Falcon side of the bans to get rid of
Oh iya ya.
Treant,
Itu ya ketiga hero yang so far bisa di flex ada Beastmaster sih sebenarnya.
And Grimstroke.
Yeah, the Grimstroke ban a little uncommon, but it's a hero Navi has liked a lot.
Yeah.
Ringmaster, crit. Kita mau ngebuka pakai oh ya, Chen masih ada. Sini nggak mungkin yang Chandras, Chen.
Yes. The nice thing about Chen is a lot of supports build like Glimmers, Solar Crest, stuff like that. Those can all be dispelled by the Shadow Demon. So then you want the bigger auras, but a lot of supports are slow to get to that. So Chen works out really nicely because like, yeah, Guardian Greaves, Pipe, Crimson Guard, heck, why not? Like, I don't care, I'll do it. And those cannot be dispelled by the Shadow Demon, who also doesn't really have the best wave clear to deal with the Chen creeps running at you.
Mars.
I also think it's nice to be able to steal stacks away. Because anytime you see a Shadow Demon, you should kind of know in your mind that guy's one of the best double stackers in the game. It's going to be part of the game plan, or it should be. And I want to disrupt it in some way. And Chen is one of the few supports who, on his own, can go and find a stack and be like, oh, sweet, money, you know, and just like Ogre Smash it or Hellbear Clap, whatever. Like, on his own, he steals the stack.
I really like the Mars ban. I think like Mars is one of those heroes I personally think plays super well with Chen, because your plan is to just play for team fights and kind of just run through the heroes, and Mars is always good at that. For Shadow Demon, depending, you know, he's one of the few supports that can get vision inside of Bloodsport, but overall it's difficult to rely on.
Tapi Mars kayak lagi bagus banget. Kayak 100% win rate deh di turnamen ini Mars.
And then not giving him that kind of like guaranteed
Di grup stage ini maksudnya.
It could be thinking about that as well.
Bring back the dead hero.
Versus the Chen, because you can just farm all the creeps, and then Mars is one of the best offlaners versus Gyro. So it might be a setup.
It's an Amar hero. He just want to play fucking Pango.
Warlock Gyro, for example, here, and I think that would be okay. Like, what do you really counter that with in the offlane?
I've been curious as to why we haven't been seeing more Pango into Shadow Demons, because like Pango can't do anything to this hero. Like, you demonic purge him and he's like, cool, I'm gonna Rolling Thunder and just still run you over. It's such a good matchup at all stages. They get the good puck ban into the immediate Pango pick as well. I'm curious what they can come up with on the side of Na'Vi to shut this down, right? They don't have the Grimstroke either.
Grimstroke, oh iya bener.
Like really big
Baru juga main sama Grimstroke tadi.
Completely different idea of dealing with it is the Bristleback.
Bristleback, Grimstroke? You still have Grimstroke? Or Bane.
Bristleback's already hard to kill, and then you disseminate him as well, right? Just send him in. It's very hard for the enemy to deal with if he has a good start. But that is where we sometimes
Grimstroke extra buff gak sih?
Is the lane doesn't go so
Lu bisa
well.
ngasih
To recover, which you do have a Shadow Demon.
Apa namanya?
Team like Falcons, extremely good in the lane, and then good at contesting you while you are trying to recover in the jungle. So I'm a little worried about that.
I mean, this I think is the lane matchup. I think this is going to be Bristleback into the Pango lane. I think the idea is it's Juice on the carry Bristle, and it's probably Amar on the offlane Pango. So if that ends up being the lane matchup, it's pretty solid for Bristleback. Like, Pango can't really use Swashbuckle super aggressively, because if he does, he can just get chased down. But they do have some
Disruptor.
Disruptor, there you go. Okay, this is a great way of dealing with the Pangolier now.
do need an active
Mas tadi
core, though.
bagus anjir game
Bristleback,
stocknya.
even in the off lane, is kind of farm heavy to start, and then these supports want someone to work with. So you need some of the remaining picks here for Na'Vi to be someone who can just go in, get vision, so you can glimpse him back, static storm. You do find the Pango before he rolls. Static storm is how you deal with it.
Yeah.
That's pretty nice.
I think in lane it's also a rough matchup for Pango, but we'll see what they decide to go for. Like,
Am I tripping or Enchantress looks fucking good? Oh tapi kalau dikena ultinya, kena perch-nya persisnya di Demon sih ke dispel kan? Jangan pasif. Oh nggak tahu lagi tuh. Oh tapi udah Chen sih si Snaking. Harus ngasih hero kok crit.
It could be okay. Dragon Knight doesn't care too much about the static storm, though. I think
Masih ada. Aduh.
I mean, he's annoying for like every character.
Yeng up.
Hero, so maybe you got to deal with something, but.
Maaf.
I think someone who can get in the back on these backline supports would be great and silence or control them up. Bristle also doesn't really bring a lot of stuns, right? None. He just has the slows. So if you have someone like Void Spirit, for example.
Udah tutup.
Okay. Did he go for the Dragon Knight? Grab Hoodwink as well. So crit special gives you that sharpshooter break as well as just a lot of very good burst damage against.
Oh iya, breaknya kepake sih.
And now Pango is still a little bit hidden about where it's going. Again, I'm still leaning towards this being a Mars hero, but doesn't have to be.
Tapi kalau sebenarnya masuk akal Pangomit sih. Soalnya kalau Pangomit tuh lu lebih sering pakai skill 1, tapi mungkin minusnya lu bakal diponis sama Kop. Tapi ini kenapa udah jarang ngeliat Kop gue? Atau kayak cuma nunggu waktu aja.
I'm just wondering if it's still good enough in the mid lane matchup. Because if it's Pango or Dragon Knight mid, I think you can just run Timber mid. Okay, Bat Rider, very good here.
Bisa.
Actually, that's pretty sick. That's a hero that goes in and provides some vision for these glimpse backs and such. And you gotta be careful not to like overlap your spells and grief yourselves. But otherwise, this has some pretty good matchups in that mid lane. You don't really have a dispel. You need to find the creep on Chen. And you've revealed both support, so you can't pick like Oracle now.
I mean, it's probably Niku on the mid Bat Rider would be my guess. I think PMA can play it as the offlaner as well. So I'm wondering if the idea is you just want to go like offlane Bat Rider into the Chen lane. It seems like it should be a pretty good win for them if they want to go that route, but I think it's more likely that we're going to see like an off lane or safe lane Bristle into a Bat Rider mid. I think you have to ban like, Pain if you want to run Bat Rider mid though.
Yeah, I was thinking like which ranged hero in the mid lane would you need to take out if you want to do that?
It's like Vessel Builders and Queen of Pain if you want to run Stoked. If you go the other facet, Arsonist, it doesn't really matter all that much, but I think you have a decent amount of catch for Queen of Pain with the Disruptor. Maybe the Ember Spirit is a bigger issue. Man, Sand King. Okay.
Apa nih? Oh, otakku udah ngejalan aja.
You can't really. It's very dangerous to dive a Sand.
Timber di kiri, tapi kalau Bristlebacknya bisa ngakalin, aman-aman aja sih.
Like the Queen of Pain you mentioned could be good.
Masalah juga ada
static storm, you know, if you try to blink in,
banyak cancel, bisa disruption, bisa glimpse, susah sih Timber.
Wind Ranger, okay.
Gue lebih ngarahin ini DK-nya Skitter dah. DK Skitter, ambil mid baru.
So they're really anticipating the off lane here for Bristleback, really targeting Juice's hero.
Primal lagi jelek gak ya? Tapi kalau maksudnya enaknya Primal tuh kalau lawan Death Rider daripada lu di najong-najongin, mending lu clear aja sekalian. Atau mau pak? Lumayan
Templar Assassin.
lumayan bisa nahan buat sub. Oke.
Yeah, I think you can do.
Oh, udah ini mah Pango offline aja.
Psyblade through all the Chen creeps as well, so you can't get run over. You can move around a little bit as well.
Primal Beast lagi?
Be carry TA, but if you absolutely have to flex these heroes into weird ways to get one over Falcons, you could do it. And sometimes I think that's worth doing over Falcons. You know, you like need some kind of edge. They're such a high execution team. If you can catch them off guard in any way, it can pay off.
Razor bisa sih.
Really good vision for
Razornya di ban ya, Kalau bisa masih ada nggak? Masih sih. Timber, oh masih dengan Timber. Jen, this is a hard Timber saw game though.
I'm kind of worried about this. You can't put. It is gonna be off lane Bat Rider. Okay, interesting. So I was curious which of these lanes they were gonna put the Bat Rider in.
Dan ternyata offlane Timber bukan Timber mid.
Into the Dragon Knight. And they'll be taking Timbersaw off lane to try and dodge the bad matchup for the Pangolier. Gosh, Timbersaw into Bat Rider, especially a core Bat Rider, is always really scary. But Falcons, they have combined probably more games than any team in the world on this hero, so I imagine they have a plan to make it work. Shut down the
Nikunya bisa back mid ya?
I also think you actually have to like get your game going, right? Like Falcons is such a good laning team that sometimes you have this plan and then.
Tapi seharusnya aman nggak sih kalau misal lu
like, oh, there is no plan.
Timber mid seharusnya. Malrin juga jago Timber.
But I think even more than that, this Bat Rider has to pay off. I feel like if you see a core Bat Rider, you are looking for kills. And I worry a little bit with the Shadow Demon that's a little awkward into Chen. Like, you don't really set each other up. You stack damage like really well though. So I guess if you get some napalm stacks and then disseminate, you can just run them down. Dragon Knight is kind of tanky though. Chen might be doing a lot of damage to you while you're attempting that.
I'm really curious what PMA's build is going to be. Because like we've seen a variety of offlane Bat Rider builds. You know, anything from like early drums into, you know, like some auras or going for an early blink with a BKB. It's all over the place. I feel like into this team, you've got to be the one that starts the fight. Like I don't know if there's anyone else on your team that can really start the fight, right? Niku just has to kind of like be running around making chaos. Maybe getting some vision, and then it's your Bat Rider lasso that comes through. So I feel like you do need a blink dagger, you need a BKB. It's just how early you can get those, we'll have to see.
I think to come back to the idea, I also think there's going to be a lot of stacking for Na'Vi. Or I think there needs to be a lot of stacking.
Yeah.
So one, they don't stack, then I think that's going to be a problem. And two, when they do stack, Falcons has a lot of stacking heroes, and I think they'll try.
Tapi gue penasaran sih Malrin bikin apa ya?
Also waste a lot of Na'Vi's time.
Apakah build-nya akan sama seperti biasanya?
Looking at all of these facets, everything kind of makes sense to me. Nothing really standing out. It's like Hellbear is the default for Chen now. Go Nuts still the default for Hoodwink.
30 seconds to battle.
I guess you can make a case for like sometimes Bristlebacks will opt for the other, but seeing red has been what feels like the primary facet for this hero for a little while now.
Yeah, I think especially from the mid lane, you're also going to play that style. You're looking to scale up rather than be a utility offlaner. Wasn't too much for starting runes. I think Snaking lost his convert though. He denied it. Okay, never mind. I was gonna say getting some early gold, anything helps versus Chen, but denies it himself. Gonna have another one for the lane soon. It's been a little bit since we've seen the mid bristle. I
am a little bit curious how that matchup's going to end up going, but I think it's probably favoring the bristleback. I don't know if the Pango can really do a whole lot to stop him from farming.
Yeah, in the end, I feel like it'll just you take turns farming. I don't really know how you easily kill each other. Made him look like how much Zayat stays in the lane versus he goes to stack.
Yeah.
Keep him in the lane near the tower on the side of Na'Vi. I saw him block one creep forward, which is a good trick to try to help things stay near your tower, which is exactly what you want. You don't want to go too far forward. We've seen it happen in many games already.
Yeah.
And especially as Disruptor TA, you're not really good heroes for laning in front of the enemy's tower. Gotta stay near your own. Quiet start so far. I thought the Bat Rider, I don't know, maybe I didn't think it would, but I was hoping. Sometimes you see like crazy Bat Rider games where they're just like running non-stop kills. I jinxed them, got the juice, taking a bunch of damage.
Yeah.
Bushwhack does those instances of damage, can help break down refraction a little faster. And then you get the burst from the Timber Saw through the shield.
Yeah, overall, I mean, CS looking pretty good for Falcons. This Bat Rider is not having a great time bottom, sitting at 5-2. A lot of this just like snaking, I think, really causing the most of the trouble here, just running his creep at these heroes.
Because now you can just use the Hellbear to deny creeps as well, right? The Satyr Mind Stealer was annoying because it burned mana, but at least it didn't have a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Now you can just sit and hit your own creeps, and even if you don't get the deny, you just keep it from pushing out too much.
I think overall Falcon's pretty happy about how the lanes are going. Like, I feel like when you're picking a hero like Bat Rider, your intention is to kind of like snowball the lane a little bit. We'll see how it does. It gets a little bit more XP and levels because the spell scaling is very good on the hero. The first few waves, first few levels, obviously not super strong.
That's true, but to be honest, I'm always a little concerned. I feel like anytime I see a Bat Rider core, it needs to be kind of a cheesy pick where it is doing really well already. Like, it's at least farming well, or it's gotten kills. Maybe it'll bounce back around, but to be at 9 last hits at this stage is pretty rough. And like, he's got a huge wave too, you know, so Dragon Knight's actually gonna even pick up more here. It's already got 8 denies.
Yeah, they did manage to get both of the water runes in the mid lane, so they kind of slowed down a little bit there. But he gets the ghost on Snaking, so now your Bat Rider has no real rundown potential. Actually bringing in Riddies here as well, and crits will TP in as a result. They find the Shadow Demon and just dead under the tower. My goodness. So much damage coming in from this trio.
The ghost creep is unfair. The ghost creep is so strong.
It is really strong.
I think it might... The Harpy creep used to be the best one. And it's still really good. But it is limited in mana and eventually stops being as useful, and you tend to shove the lane when you use it. The Ghost Creep just hits so hard and has the slow without threatening, like accidentally shoving the wave.
Kita lawan dia aja ya.
He may now going to experience that for
Daripada
himself.
lagi buat REKONIX ya, tiba-tiba PMA-nya mati sama sekitar yuk.
This is where I start to get worried. See where Snakin's going. He's gonna check out any stacks made. I know that they need to make stacks. Only one so far. He'll help with the rune.
Amar sih nggak ada tools buat ngebreak
I mean, his 6-minute
refraction.
power is a really big pickup. Malrine, not quite level 6. He's been zoned out a little bit in the last couple of waves. But should pick it up off that. Yep.
Masih dengan
So now you even have
build seperti biasa, langsung difusal.
RNG and it just spawns top, which can always happen. And it does
critnya
put
dapat
the
Arcan.
point, actually takes
Tapi
it
Niku.
away. Niku's
Oh,
gonna try
okay.
and run
He's
it
dead.
down, but does get glimpsed right back in. So they do find a kill, but you are correct. They will just walk up into the jungle and take the stack.
It's just a one stack. Doesn't matter that much.
Only a little less than the Hoodwink kill too. If you factor in the wasted time for Shadow Demon to walk over the stack.
Oh, difusal masih jauh sih.
They won't push their luck though. I thought maybe they continue the journey over to the Wisdom Shrine, and Zayat thought so too. He put down an observer to keep an eye on what they were up to, but
Oh, tapi kasihan sih udah nggak ada skill
just
2.
not getting cheesed by the Bat Rider already at this point. You know, like, oh, it's a quieter start than we thought. Things are going our way. We are totally okay with that. No need to go crazy.
Tanpa buka refraction aja masih dengan santai ngetengin skill satunya Timber.
Crit will just take the Wisdom Shrine
Oh,
away.
gokil.
Did you? I mean, it was a good attempt to try and like see if they could, you know, maybe steal it, but not super easy.
Yeah, he even glimpsed to see if Hoodwink had gotten there recently, but Crit, knowing that was possible, has just been sitting there. It was not intentional AFK. Or like, it was
udah level 6 duluan ya, Mar.
It was like, if I get glimpsed, I'm still in the Wisdom Shrine. It's all part of the plan.
See the 8-minute power rune here in about 20 seconds.
Mau bunuh Timber.
Bristleback's
Bawa
coming top
Bristleback.
here. Does Amar have
How?
any? He has 1 point Timber Chain. Okay. I don't know if you kill this guy. You
How exactly?
with the disruptor. Goes in.
Ini kok kayak Amar yang pengen ngebunuh ya? Oh, gak kena.
Cuts the tree. Oh, very nicely played.
Oh, anjir,
there from
mati
Juice.
coy ternyata.
Back will be enough to get the kill, and now
Damn.
Chase has the crit. Trying his best to survive. Nice slow in from the TA trap. Couple of auto attacks. They get both of them for their effort.
Damn. Bisa gitu ya? Ada mah.
If that chain had
Biasanya
you kill the TA and then you might
ada
still die if
biasanya
you glimpse out, but
Bristleback takut Timber, ini kebalikannya.
missing that chain.
Gokil.
And pretty painful. A very necessary rotation that I did not think was going to work out, but good baiting from Got the Juice.
Iya meh?
Oh no, this
Oh, ini recovery mode kayaknya.
getting run down by supports.
Waduh, gak bisa kemana-mana.
Survive though.
Masih ada Rolling Thunder kepake buat ngebunuh Zayak. Solo kill.
Malrine has a regen running, so he is going to survive. I think, unless they have a glimpse. Oh, okay. Never mind. Juice TPing and kind of puts an end to that.
This is
one.
Malrin. Oh,
High ground miss.
hampir
No,
coy.
Gritty still had that Thunderstrike going, so they get themselves another kill.
Ultinya dipakai buat nge-stun terus extra damage-nya pasti dia keluar dari ulti. Terus langsung awkward moment.
Amar Timber takes over the game. It's always scary to give this guy space. Oh, value sentry. Look at him killing all these traps.
Tuh, ada suara kayak
Thinking about trying to punish PMA one more time. They know he's already having a rough time. And they know they need his blink or whatever. Like, sometimes you don't do blink. And in fact, he's doing the drums build, which you sometimes see with Arsonist. Either way, you need the item so you can get in there and lasso people and then get out. Whatever it ends up being. but constantly being run at by a Chen,
Nikunya dapat duluan.
not doing much farming.
Niku barely managed to sneak that haste rune away.
Oke, resepnya udah jadi, cuma tinggal Rope of Magic. Usahanya apa dulu sih? Ngambil, efektif farming coy. BB-nya tahu nggak bakal mati anytime soon. Apalagi dia punya haste.
Can't easily get kills.
Nggak bisa, last time.
Since
That's fine.
they can just do that, keep you out. But I appreciate that he's farming aggressively. He's dragging creep waves over here. So at least, like, Chen wants to be AFK farming that area, right? So he may not be able to kill the Chen, but he's at least slowing down the mech that Snaking is working on. Doing what he can with a
Slow it
hero
by
who isn't really a playmaker.
a few seconds only. Doesn't matter that much, no?
Falcons doing
Oh, ngeliatnya
their
sih
own
duitnya
stacks,
aja tuh, duit
but,
banyak coy.
I think they've got more stacks than Navi has from what I've seen, which is not a
Yeah.
great sign.
I mean, that's kind of a Falcons classic, though. I feel like this team is always so efficient with their map movement and
Oke, ada Divu.
getting stacks created.
I agree, and I think you need to copy that, you know? Like, especially if you pick 3 stack farming cores and then 2 good stacking supports.
Oke, bakal ada kejadian di 2 tempat. Oh anjir, nice Timber Chain. Sakit banget.
Gosh, that damage is so strong in the bottom lane here, and this should just be a bulldoze of the tier 1 tower as well, so...
Then you move into the triangle from here and steal those stacks, I think.
That would be pretty nice. The defusal timing is done on Maureen. Like, this is where Pangolier is really scary, and your Dragon Knight on his way to the armlet, but high level as well. Has his ult coming off cooldown. Like, you could definitely...
Oke, mulai aktif nih pangonya. Udah ada Divu.
You don't even need
Bisa
to
ngebakar
do
mananya BB tuh.
Yeah. Don't
Udah
worry, guys.
diliatin.
No, Skitter, please, back to the lane. Allow me.
Wow. Dia strolling thunder. Is for escaping. Respecting the enemy. Aduh. Wow, gila bisa connect. Sneaking, one get away with
Chen
the
killed
TP.
with this glimpse, unless Roche wants to get involved. Not fast enough. You've already lost your medium stack, though. Guess you farmed the Chen creep, so you kind of balance it out somewhat. The thing is, you don't get any of the bonus for stacking from stacking. So the support, Zayats in this case, commits his time. He was hoping to get XP from that, right? Still level 5 since he didn't get any of his XP for all these stacks.
Ih. Oh, dicari cos sekitar.
For the glimpse.
Anjir. Anjir.
I mean, is he gonna
Anjir.
get punished to look for that glimpse? We'll see. There's
Disruptornya sih takut duluan ya, tapi
turns
dulu gak cukup.
around.
Sekitar dead.
Nice static storm there to finish off the Dragon Knight. And this is, I mean, this is where the Bat Rider, this 404, he did go for what will eventually be boots bearing, right? Drums and those tranquil boots.
Oh, still not enough damage.
Blade mail.
Titik.
Okay, that actually makes Niku very difficult to bring down with this blade mail. Interesting early pickup.
They have a lot of uncontrollable damage. Or once you commit, you know, you kind of, you know, you start sharpshooter. You're like, oh, well, do I take off half my own health to kill this bristle, or do I just stop my ult early? So it's forcing some choices out of Falcons.
Turun. Anjir, langsung disambut.
Walk in here.
Yeah, very nice use of the Timber Saw. Oop, disruption. I think
Oh.
he's still dead. I don't know how he dodges this one, but he's gonna try. He's a quick try, but there's too many.
Gila target effectiveness ya, keren.
And we'll find the kill to get the Shadow Demon and the mid tier 1 tower in the process. Very nicely done from the side of Falcons.
Kaget itu pasti tiba-tiba timbernya connect langsung kena
And Bat Rider playing with fire here. Trying
Searing chain?
desperately to get the
Apa searing chain sih?
attempts. One of them will survive.
Whirling Death.
Pretties?
Almost.
Okay.
Ada shield tuh nih pangonya nih. Emang cok. Pango Grandmaster.
The bristle back to show up.
No obat.
And
Bete.
you know, you're doing fine. You don't need to take those kind of crazy risks. Doing a efficient farming here. Clearing and stacking for the respawn time. One of the many tricks Falcons use to just constantly farm efficiently. I believe some stacks happening in the top side at the same time. Another of their tricks.
Oh, ganti aja sih top network ya.
Smoke up here from Na'Vi. We'll see what they can connect with. You really want to make sure this Batrider is staying very active. He's kind of lower on the net worth right now, but he does contribute a lot. The main concern is really the supports from Falcons are getting really farmed.
No.
And, well, he's looking for crit.
Oh.
Trying to run him down here. Malrine with a Rolling Thunder. Going to make it very difficult to finish the job. He's just chopped down by Amar. Choosing not to commit to lasso is going to hurt a lot. And now
langsung hilang itu refraction-nya, Cok.
got no refraction left. Big static storm, but it doesn't really catch or trap anyone. It's just to split the fight in half. As Niku is
Malrine ada skill satu lagi, cabut.
Malrine trying to close the gap, but just swashbuckles to the low ground. And now
Apaan? Sakit banget. Wow.
Space, but Niku, can he
Ada
actually
akrobat, coy.
survive the damage? I don't think so. It's enough.
Bro.
Na'Vi lose 3 for the Hoodwink.
Pango di tangan Grandmaster as strong as ever.
The one who spotted first. Malrine hides in the
Walaupun
sides.
dari
Of course, take note of that.
Terus di buff.
Lose some farm, but it allows you to win fights like this. Whereas if you swap that order and you put Pango in the mid lane, he's getting killed, and then Hoodwink can't save him. So a very good movement.
Oh, reflection-nya sempat
Letting him win that fight, and then
terlalu min
down
max.
here to continue messing
Kayak kalau
with TA.
tadi reflection sempat habis terus tembak di awal sekarat sih mungkin. Gak tau sampai kill atau enggak ya.
So far, I gotta say this Batrider pick does not feel like it has panned out. You want to be ahead at this point when you're playing a core Batrider. So the fact that he is 6th in net worth, he bought his Boots of Bearing, haven't really felt them use it to get the the team benefit run in attack, lasso run. In fact, I can't really remember a lasso.
I mean, with this, Dragon Knight's getting really farmed too. Has the Mask of Madness
Udah ini
farm
tuh farming
kind of standard. Going into the BKB. Does have the Blink Dagger now.
Udah,
So, I mean, Skitter's pretty much full carry
Gue udah
build.
gak pernah
We saw
lihat
the last
DK
fight what happens
beli
if you manage to get
Mjolnir.
caught off of the TA.
Selalu dengan armlet bomb.
Juice, very farm. He's having a great game, right? Like we see him staying at the top of the net worth, but
Guling.
it's the rest of the team that you're gonna need some help with. And
Wah,
staking.
bisa TP. No glimpse soalnya. Sebut.
TPs to safety. He's so tanky.
He was trying to bait the enemy team around the Twin Gate for his team that was smoked up coming down here, but they weren't quite fast enough. Oh, I didn't see the courier. Could have at least gotten a courier for the effort.
Kacamata.
We're gonna see a solar
Ayo dong perang,
crest.
setidaknya
One is snaking.
mata gue melek
Saw
walaupun
the
mulut gue gak gerak.
He's also now built for these, so
Malrine udah mau perang terus ini, udah mau beli.
We're a little surprised by that, considering it's a
Divo juga guys.
disruptor, or sorry, a shadow demon on the other side for 2 solar crests, which can both be dispelled. It is really good with their cores.
Gue ngerasanya kalau main Pau tuh
I kind of understand still getting one. Yeah, but
gue tanpa blink pun masih bisa nge-connect skill-skill gitu loh soalnya ngedash. Tapi emang blink jadi lebih on point terutama di ultinya.
Tango can. Like Tango can definitely build Crimson Guards. The hero has done it in the past. I think a lot of times though you want to build, the blink or like the blink diffuser.
Bisa bikin Crimson, tapi emang Falcon penganut aura. Kasih ke snaking aja nggak sih? Mungkin agak lebih lama, tapi kayak it's kind of whatever.
Falcons smoked up, trying to get position on the map to take it, and I think Na'Vi are going to concede and look for just the mid-tier 1 tower instead.
Gila, Cok. Damai anjir.
Ward, there is a smoke.
Bagi-bagi, satu dapat tormento, satu dapat tower.
They see Hoodwink in the area, so they kind of suspect, yeah, the others are probably there smoked up. We'll just avoid play down here.
Oh, that's a good one.
Shard does go to Chen. I guess it wouldn't have mattered, actually. The Shard is pretty good on both these heroes. But for Chen, you can now pick up a stronger army.
Smoke up from Na'Vi. I mean, they know they're down here. They're gonna see if they can maybe get their
Kalian
hands
bisa
on
di burst gak?
Marine. It's gonna be
Udah ada
the
charger.
lasso. They'll aggress-
Oh ya, ini mah di
start
burst.
the fight.
Kayak
Static
donating
storm
banget.
to lock 'em down.
Blink dagger reveal from PMA.
Maybe for more. I mean, Tormentor went down. Roshan just moved bottom, right?
Yep, they're gonna head right over. That's a really good find on the Pango. He's a lot of the team fight thanks to the roll. The swashbuckle burning all your mana is also very annoying. TA really good at doing Roche, but so is Shadow Demon. Buffing up his team with the menace stacks actually make Roche pretty doable. Also disseminate.
All right. Aegis for the Templar Assassin.
Ah, Aegis for Templar. Oh, tadi gara-gara ini ya. Gara-gara bisa ngebunuh pangonya.
Too upset about that right now. The BKB on Timbersaw is incredibly strong, though. What a smart pickup from Amar this early. He's having a great game. God, this Chen is enormous, man. He's going to go the Crimson Guard. He's like, oh, I don't have to buy my shard. I'll build Crimson Guard. Yep, there we go.
Why not? The TA and the Bristle are heavily physical damage focused, and then the cores don't love to build the auras. Chen happy to do so.
Betul.
Mar working on the Lotus at least to still help his team, especially with the lassos, right? Like we kind of see that's what gets the Pango killed. And he'll make better use of the mana than Chen would.
All right, well, they smoked top on Na'Vi to try and find something. They will just backdoor the tier 1 tower instead. And try to play as aggressive as possible on the map here with this Aegis. It's just Falcons are dodging them every time they think that somewhere. They just move elsewhere, and they have really good heroes for kind of split pushing and cutting these waves. Right? You have Amar just throwing the Chakram. You have the Hoodwink who's just constantly sitting in trees, just throwing little acorn shots and bushwhacks.
Yeah, this is something. I mean, Falcons has always done this kind of play.
Yep.
You would have thought that TA Trap might help you find the targets a little better. But Snaking's matching that with the Chen. He's sometimes just sending creeps out, not even like pushing the lanes. He's just scouting with them to get an idea of where Na'Vi might be. And so even though there are traps down on the map, they've mostly been able to avoid a lot of Na'Vi's plays, like you said. Sometimes losing, a little bit here and there. For example, Marine dying. But we haven't seen a massive team wipe from them. Haven't lost a massive series of objectives. Roche is maybe the biggest. But I also think you kind of expect to lose Roche when you're playing against TA Bristle. Shadow Demon, like the first Roche probably goes to them, and then you fight more properly for the later ones.
Yeah, and you also just
Jadi sekarang mau delete gue ini, masih ada nih Argisnya. Kelihatannya kita mau ngedefense sih.
Pick up early, but absolutely necessary.
Masalahnya yang lain di mana?
Disruptor. Juice is just destroying this tower. A couple more auto attacks will be more than enough damage.
They're planning to fight around this observer they have in the jungle.
They've got to check the D ward this right now. They're just going to go for the Blink Dragon Tail. Rolling Thunder, not being used quite yet. They're trying to get the Aegis.
No need for Rolling Thunder. Rolling Thunder now.
Has a BKB. They lasso him, but he gets the BKB off just in time. Healed up now. Coming from the Chen. There's Rolling Thunder onto Juice. He gets disrupted. The Moni BKBs. Oh no.
Lumayan berkurang untuk durasi sih. Ketujuh aku masih punya Blink.
onto Navi. Glimpse pulls Malrine back.
Udah punya blink. Oh, Malrine dibalikin. Oh, nggak sempat roll up-nya udah dipakai.
Pretty dang strong. Great bushwhack from two.
Nice.
Will take down the
Skitter masih jadi Raja Iblis, Amarnya juga jadi Raja Iblis. Semuanya jadi Raja Iblis. Yang tipis cuma Malrine.
First stage is dealt with. That's why you weren't too scared about giving it over. I think it's a bit of a mistake from Navi. You have to assume that area is warded and you are either moving as a team to clear it or you can't path that way. Like, you just have to imagine it's there. But got the juice, was under ward vision while the rest of his team was moving past. We can kind of see it here, and that's why they know to initiate, because they see the other hero showing mid. They're like, oh yeah, he's far enough away from the team. We can do this.
I mean, it was such a close... It was such a good call from Malrine to hold the Rolling Thunder as well, like he did, being like, oh, I'll wait till the respawn, make sure she has to BKB. And then, of course, the Dragon Tail into the double bushwhack here is so clutch, coming at the tail end of the fight.
Yeah, I think they also... Well, it's not like they wanted the fight to go this way, but they took the fight thinking, okay,
Itu udah mau kabur itu soalnya.
we'll get the Dragonite. But Dragonite had Armlet BKB on. You know, he's 3,000 plus health. It takes a long time to kill him, and they couldn't even. You know, TA, much squishier, especially when the shield is down, because you're respawning into a roll. So you're forcing her BKB immediately. You're fine with that. You know, you can just go in and out of the fight very easily on the side of Falcons.
Yeah, if you got that BKB, or if you got that lasso before the BKB, it could have been a very different fight. It's definitely possible that, like, you know, force the Dragonite's BKB while he's at low HP, and then he just spends the rest of the fight running away, right? Instead of being the one that's doing the damage. But very, just barely too short on the blink there. Good reactions, of course, from Skitter.
They're trying to give them analysis paralysis. Amar gonna buy an Ags. At least he has it queued up. He hasn't committed yet, but that's gonna be another great target for the Shadow Demon ult. Except wait, if you're using it on him, you're not using it on the Dragonite, or you're not using it on the targets. Like, you can't dispel everything if it's scattered between all the different heroes.
Yeah, I mean, your Dragonite is not going to be a fun hero to deal with as this game goes on. And the TA is still staying at the top of the net worth. I mean, she's almost 4,600 gold in front of him, which is, gotta give credit to Juice here. That is a ridiculous amount of net worth he's managed to clean up for himself, but she can't do it alone. Like, she's gonna need other heroes to do damage this game. Yeah, that is, very dead.
Oh, you didn't really talk about it, but the Corrosive Dragon plus Lucky Shot negative armor is very annoying for these supports who don't really build much armor. If you could get the Dragonite. He walked over a trap. They should know. They're trying to get in there.
Yeah, they're looking for the lasso play. Boots of Bearing pop, goes in, finds Skitter. There's the lasso. Again, he has BKB. Yeah, no way you get out of this one. Very nice find there, and a really just great place trap there from Juice to try and scout it out.
Falcon's not panicking though. I think a lot of the more inexperienced teams kind of panic react, like, oh, let's save our Dragonite, you know, TP down there. And then maybe you take a fight, maybe you don't. Falcon's like, you're gone, bye. They immediately go push the other lane, steal farm. This is why it's so hard to do anything against Falcons. Like, every time you find a fight, you look at your map and you're like, oh, all the creeps are on our half of the map. They're very disciplined about it, and they're very fast to decide, can we help, can we not? And if we can't, we're gonna farm.
The downside for Malrine is, like, Snaking's taking a lot of his farm that he could get. So he does have Crimson Guard on the Chen, and Malrine is, like, trying to get to an Assault Cuirass. Very good item for them this game, but taking him a little bit longer to get there, I think, than he would like.
Do it, Snaking. Come on, that'd be the funniest. You know you want to. He's got a good mix of creeps on Chen. He's you got the magic resistance aura, armor buff, and then the speed boost. Maybe get like the ancient health boost. It's like the last thing you want.
Yeah,
or
Granite
another
Golem's pretty
armor
great.
aura.
The dragon brings another aura, right?
I think it's that one. That or it's the Rumble Hide.
Rumble Hide, I think, is attack speed. Maybe no. It's just the active, right? Rumble Hide just has the slam and the active. I don't know.
Anyway, you're right. Dragonhide aura is the armor. Look at that Timber, 2,000 shield. He has a heart. Oh my god.
That's gonna be a hard hero to kill. Malrine just jumps straight in. Is like, I'm gonna look for anything. Blink lasso though to try and punish the Dragonite. He's in no man's land. Gonna be forced to pop the BKB as the demonic purge kind of locks him down, and Skitter is dead. Amar, like you said, pretty much unkillable. But the Dragonite gets massively punished for that one. Glimpse pulls snaking up to the right, tries to just dodge this one out. Static Storm is down, splitting off Malrine from the rest of his team as Niku is there, but they can't get to this Templar Assassin. They have another glimpse coming up in a moment. We'll have to see Crit trying to find an opening, but PMA is going to be able to get some vision of him as well. And there's the glimpse. Pulls back the squirrel. Hoodwink goes down. Amar forced to run a little bit too aggressive there from Falcons, as that's going to mean Roche into the hands of Na'Vi.
Rare positioning mistake from Falcons. Dragonite was up front. Usually that's okay because Dragonite's like pretty tanky, but this is a lineup that can kill him thanks to Disseminate and TA's Burst, and then the lasso bringing him so far back, right? So Malrine goes in first, Skitter jumps in, but then they just drag him way away from his team, right? Even Sharpshooter barely makes it into the fight. Everyone just has to run in, and your Dragonite's already dead by the time the rest of the team gets here.
Yeah, I mean,
Timber needs to be the one going in that aggressively. Like, he's got the heart and the BKB and the Lotus ready.
Like, they just like blind blinked with a Rolling Thunder up onto the high ground to try and find something, right? Which is probably the correct play. But yeah, you're right. You took the fight way too close to the tier 2 tower. The moment you go up there and you don't see anyone at the outpost, I think you're like, okay, well, Rolling Thunder's on cooldown. We didn't really find anything. You know, just wait until it's back. Like, not that long of a cooldown, right?
The thing is, only some of your team can go the route they took, right? Because they're like moving through the cliffs and the trees.
Yeah.
And Timbersaw's like, yeah, I can do that.
Wah,
Like,
langsung
yeah, I can do
ngeblur,
that. And the supports with all the auras and the buffs to keep you alive are like, wait, I have to run all the way around. Don't do it. But it's too late. He's already gone in.
Mata gue udah shutdown tadi saja. Apa yang terjadi di sini? Wah, Aegis di tangan Na'Vi.
All right, now Tormentor for Na'Vi goes to the Shadow Demon. Demonic Cleanse now is going to do some serious work. We're back to the... I guess we're now in the first gold lead for Na'Vi the whole game.
Nah, balik-balik unggulnya Na'Vi, Cok.
Struck the rags. 3/4 of the way there.
Away. Yeah, he is very close.
That's a very strong item once you have it done. And he already has the blink as well. Shadow Demon also pretty close to his Ags. I was serious/joking earlier when I was like, oh, analysis paralysis, too many good targets. He's just going to hit them all.
Holy shit.
Pressing Demonic Purge.
Just gotta keep delay to.
Here's the thing, right? Like, the Bat Rider, who we saw having a really slow start to the game, has now pretty much completely recovered. He's level 20. He's got Shiva's BKB, Blink, Boots of Bearing. Like,
Oh,
this guy
proper
is
berduit
really
banget.
farmed and now contributes a ton of damage to these fights. Like, you're not going to just very easily kill the Bat Rider anymore like they were before.
Bangunnya pergi ke
Smoldering
Aceh.
Resin duration is going to be brutal.
Oh, jauh banget networknya, Cok. Di bawah. Di bawah ini, bahkan di bawah siapa? Di bawah snaking.
Also, counteract some of this healing coming in with Timbersaw, Dragonite, Chen. It's a really nice item to have.
Tapi kemana dia?
A lot of big items. Daedalus now and the heart. There's the AC, there's the Ags. We are loading up. Yeah, everybody buckle in. We're looking for a big fight. Na'Vi
just sit
smoked up behind
TA,
the
right?
Aegis.
Both
2
teams.
minutes on
Masalah
this.
bakal expect kan nih Falcon nih.
To rush.
Niku has That's a BKB. They're going for the wraparound though. There's the lasso. It gets reflected by
Langsung aja anjir all in.
with the static storm. It's the new Axe. He's getting so low, but the heals isn't enough. No. He will fall.
Nggak ada BKB ya? Sekitar nyoba main up, anjir jauh sih damage-nya. Jika Amar buyback, berarti dunia tidak baik-baik saja coy. Berarti war ini bisa dimenangkan oleh Falcon. Wah sakit banget. Oke, the buyback is worth it. Rolling rolling thunder.
Aegis claimed tier 2 tower standing, but will finally end up going down as Na'Vi, I think, coming out pretty far ahead in that fight.
Mahal sih itu buyback dari Amar.
10,000 damage from the TA. She was able to just stand her ground and attack through so much of that. And I think Timbersaw was just there a little bit too soon. Falcons was going for the smoke wraparound, and so he's trying to bait, like, yeah, come get me. But, oh, wait, you actually did a little too soon. My team is not ready to help. So he actually died just as the team got there. But if they're a little closer, you can keep him alive through the static storm, and then he wouldn't have had to buy back. Maybe the fight goes a little better. At the least, you don't have to use the buyback, which is pretty costly since you didn't really get that much out of it. I guess you got the Aegis.
Oh
my god. Rolling Thunder gets the TP. Yeah, no Sideblade proc there. And this TA's becoming a pretty massive problem. I mean, Niku has a heart of Trask now as well on his way to his
anjir gimana cara bunuh ini orang. Udah mau Oktarin juga lagi. Tuh. Bener gak sih logikanya berarti dia bikin Oktarin simply biar darah dia naik. Jadi kalau di Whirling Death dia masih punya sisaan darah. Bener cok, ide gua sempat mau bikin Oktarin pas gua main Visual Back.
I mean, right now,
refresher.
feels like they're in a really good position there. 5,000
Pangnya miskin banget, cok. The fuck? Aduh tuh, kerasa cok. Gara-gara lu nggak beli Aganim, skill 2 lu nggak bisa buat clear juga kan, gak ada damage.
Team fight, no, it's not super easy.
Jadi nggak bisa farm cepet.
Outmaneuver you
amplify damage.
The ease of execution is definitely there from Na'Vi. You have the Batrider lasso into
It's officially online, boys. Bentar, besok jam berapa? Bisa dulu ngasih sehari anjay. Holy fuck. Jam 4 jin. Oh, REKONIX lama mulai ini coba penting.
Or just you play for double like you just play
oh
for
my
two
god.
lassos, right? Like the first lasso into Static Storm is the guaranteed kill, and then you can just lasso another hero.
Aduh,
There's a lot
di
of potential.
belakang.
Or you give it to Shadow Demon, he gets like 4 demonic purges.
Oke, Niko Oktarinnya udah jadi. Extra mana regen.
He can pass it off if you need to, but he has the slots for it, and Disruptor
udah nggak sih? Itemnya paling gini dong. Paling sepatu ganti something. Butter. Bapak butter too much.
Here we go. High ground push.
Ayo lu. Win butter.
50 seconds away.
High ground ya? High ground cok.
You don't want to commit too hard. You're just trying to make use of the amplified damage.
Ini takut gara-gara amplify. Anjir, serem banget itu mau. Iya. Serem banget itu mau force maju jir, dijebak. Masih mau kah? Atau borosan aja? 20. Itu 20. Belum borosan time reveal tuh. Maksudnya belum random time. Oh yeah, that's true. Berarti ini langsung spawn?
Feels pretty fake. There is no third eye on the TA.
Enggak kan? 37 detik.
Alright, 35 seconds. Relatively quick spawn. I mean, Someone needs to go deal with this wave bottom for sure. Yeah, there it is. DA coming bottom. The rest of the team's going to try and make their way towards Roche, I imagine. Get themselves in position.
Timing working out a little bit for Falcons, where Na'Vi was heavily set up for the top Roche, but it actually has switched over. The banner's in the pit from earlier. I didn't even notice.
Is it actually still there?
Nah, guys, Na'Vi, pick up the banner. I guess I can't critique him this time because I also missed it, and I'm not even playing.
I mean, they're positioning so well in the enemy jungle. They did a good job shoving in this bottom lane.
Udah Shiva nih dari Amar.
Now, we'll see who they
Mau
find.
coba maksa war nih.
Can you really start the fight on a bristleback with
Gimana cara bunuh bristleback? Harus sama Deka sih, tapi Dekanya udah ada dulu belum sih? Asa network terlalu gitu, Timber nih yang bisa ngacak-ngacak dunia. Timbernya beli Karas? Iya anjir. Wah cepet banget, gila cok. Siapa sangka. Amar buka BKB duluan, takut kena static storm. Kalau coba TP kah? Gak bisa anjir, sakit banget. Refresher? Wah gila cok Amar cok. Oke, ada itu dia. Benar-benar cuma buat ngebunuh Amar doang anjir, itu static. Oh my god, Amar masih hidup. Ketujuh masih banyak damage-nya sih. Masih ada Aegis juga. Coba TP. No way. Oh my god, you Amar. Amar jago banget, gila. Gak masuk akal cok. Oke. Kita kebakar. Gila, Amar jago banget cok.
You force these buybacks out. I really thought Riddies was going to go a lot sooner. They saw them walk in. I thought he had the double static storm on Pango Timber. But he held it very patiently for the
Holy shit, this guy took huge.
Actually still wasn't enough.
Oh, that's a nice bushwhack actually.
Juice is just zoning
Not
out
enough
these
follow up though.
heroes. 4v3, the Chen up soon. This last fortification here from Falcons. They will drop the banner. They have another one, I think, don't they? Didn't they grab a second?
Yeah, because the other one is still was left behind.
So
Rolling Thunder?
Rolling Thunder coming through, looking for an opening.
Mundur di incer belakang. Biar nggak ada save. Oh, Shadow Demonnya masih bisa nyelamatin diri sendiri, langsung berubah target. Gara-gara udah nggak ada. Oh, anjing sakit banget cok Amar cok. Oh, ada break. Oh. Wah, ditarik balik anjir. Wah, keren banget. Wah, Amar masih bisa hidup. Oh, this guy is insane, man. Mati lo, gak di juice.
The buyback now on Maureen to get back into this fight. Miku with his own BKB. Can they bring down Juice a second time?
Amar cok, bener-bener Amar the future.
Amar, the immortal it seems.
Wah, gila.
Holding Na'Vi at bay.
What a Timber Saw gameplay.
Nope, does it. Nice roll up dodge there, and now Riddy's in some trouble. The only one
masih mau ngejar Amar.
on this chase, but it is a gem. It's really good find.
Bro, kira bro akan berhenti. Tidak, bro.
Crit gonna carry 2 gems.
Oke udah.
Falcons down, but surely not out of this one quite yet.
Emang ada lasso? Gertak doang.
Can't really push much because the creeps are all in
di Amar.
mid barracks. Snaking
This Amar doing too much of a job.
Sidelines, though, so bottom has stayed pushed out.
Atraksi cok Timbernya, gak ada yang nge-punish. Holy fuck.
I think Na'Vi gonna be pretty happy. Just get the full reset. You know you've got 2 barracks. All you have to do is play that bottom lane, wait for a pickoff, and now that the Ags is online, we saw the impact it could have for the double lasso. You just keep waiting for that.
Tormentor down. Sekitar orang terak. Kenapa itu masih sederhana banget ya? Emang miskin sih.
Not really the greatest. I guess it'll help you hold your 2 lost barracks though.
Udah AC juga. Apa mereka bisa afford buat ngecangin Amar ya? Amar cuma modal mandir sih, tapi cuma modal dia sakit.
All you gotta do is watch your TA hit this final lane. You can kind of send the bristle forward a bit to bait and make space, but everyone else just wait. until you find a good lasso. Or if TA hits for like 3 seconds, she'll finish the tower.
Yeah, I mean, they also... I kind of like the smoke angle if they decide to go through the triangle into top lane. It's something that they probably wouldn't expect on Falcons. Like, through the top lane of the base. And then posturing with your bristleback aggressively here.
They drop an observer in a sentry. Okay, they put their own
know it's
sentry.
there.
Everyone knows what's happening. Everyone back out.
Yeah.
Amar!
He just jumps in with a Lotus to try and like pop the smoke or something, but...
I don't think he meant to go to the low ground, though. I think he meant to go high ground.
Bar, bentar lagi pohon lo habis, Bar. Jangan lompat-lompat, Bar.
I thought they might go like through the top lane, get on the high ground, and place like a ward on the left side of the base there instead of just sitting on the low ground. They don't have Aegis, you know. They want to be a little bit safe here. What is the Bat Rider farm
Coba cek ya.
right now? Is it like a refresher?
Ini
or-
jatuhnya late game nih soalnya nih.
Nothing in particular. I think just buyback. It doesn't have the gold for it.
I see.
Belum juga, Cok.
Also, is level 25. He's pretty close
Holy
to that.
shit.
Yep, there we go.
Yeah, napalm damage is pretty good.
Gue nungguin namanya harus menang sih anjir REKONIX lawan ikut, Cok. Ikut doang gak sih?
I guess you should just watch Bat Rider hit it too, right? Just like keep napalming the buildings.
Yeah, now that he has the napalm damage, he actually just destroys buildings.
Cobalah.
You're not really like ideally playing for Bat Riders 25 when you're pushing objectives, but it does help.
What do you mean? I draft TA thinking Bat Rider 25 is when we take buildings all the time.
Right?
Speaking of TA, I mean, she's almost wrapped back around to level 30, so her 25 talents are both really good. And it kind of depends on the given patch and which one gets buffed or nerfed. But eventually,
Dan semuanya meluk base, nggak ada yang keluar sama sekali, nggak ada yang nyoba nakal.
With meld, which is very nice.
That's so obnoxious to deal with in fights as well. Like getting just like
nyoba bunuh Amar pun pakai effort nih.
Ignite or something is super annoying.
I mean Templarnya full item sih. Gua nggak tahu dia udah moonshot atau gitu-gitu atau belum.
From quite a bit away from the Roshan, but Na'Vi with a 20,000 gold advantage surely are looking to go for the high ground now. I think they found a shield rune on the Templar Assassin. Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Oke, kita ambil high ground sekarang. Nicole yang nembak.
She's very rich.
They're gonna look for an opening here. Again, it's Amar trying to just scout out some heroes on the backside. They jump into lasso. It does connect.
Amar langsung mati. Amar lagi Marin langsung mati sih. Hah, masih bisa. Oh no. Anjir by one.
On the side of Falcons as they will chase for more. Snake gets
Emang udah susah sih. Amar buyback.
Back to the base, but the glimpse pulls him right back into the hands of Na'Vi and Amar.
Peran tapi pasti itu ganti justru. Anjir, talented player sih. Belum ada gak nih musim Amar. Tapi doesn't matter. Udah ini bisa dikacangin aja, Cok. Bener. No Pango. Apakah Pango certified? Oke sih. Nice Navi. Amar lagi Falcon 2 sama. Standing 2-2. Main 4 kali mereka hari. Wah, si XC heroicnya late game, Cok. Astagfirullahaladzim. Gak masuk akal ini dari ini. XC versus heroic.
And with the dieback on, nothing to say. It's looking like heroic might just close out.
Ini namanya tes durability ya.
Chase down these heroes. Ame with his second round of BKB doesn't matter. He will die. The Timbersaw will die, and only 2 of them have a buyback.
I mean, you could survive the initial onslaught, but the Razor's just getting juiced up off of it. And Refresher Razor late game is pretty stupid with the attack speed talent. the monster.
Okay.
You're going to deal with him. If you're not jumping,
Dua orang
on
buyback.
Yuma,
Pakai apa? Alchemist cok.
Yeah, what happened?
Alchemist lawan Razor.
I thought there was supposed to be clean initiation.
Masih ada buyback semua. Mereka struggle higher, kenapa anjir? Coba tinggal tempur. Gak ada save teknik juga. Takut kah? Main aman mungkin.
The Ember was really messing with their backline. They couldn't get the formation they wanted. They couldn't get in. And you have to also remember that this is a blood sport arena.
Yeah.
The vision has caused them a lot of issues. These arenas get dropped on like this timber, and I think it's very difficult for XG to tell what's
Mau
going on.
refresher timber itu.
Like the razors in the middle of the arena.
Entah apa refresher BKB paling. Biar 10 detik tuh BKB-nya bisa cabut dari arena.
There's just this black hole that, you know, we see everything, but they don't. It's important to remember.
Oh, that's way too close. Anjir, miskin juga nih Alchemist nih.
Okay, nobody saw no issues, boys.
Mau dia beli Nagani bisa?
Just the Alk farm in the jungle, not to see here.
Ini tuh nggak terlalu.
All I see is a Mars farm in the jungle.
Nggak tahu Rajalela.
When is he gonna put that gold to use? Currently has a Divine Rapier queued up.
He should just buy it. What do you have to lose, dude? Just buy it.
Well, the game, I imagine.
Nah. You know what loses games is being afraid of losing a game.
Damn. Wise word.
You had a lot to say about
Masih
that.
lama ya, meraih sih. Mau nongkrongin dulu kan.
Respecting your opponent too much, and if I remember correctly, they still closed out the game perfectly fine.
Yeah, but you got to be in that right spot, you know. You don't want to go too far either direction. He bought it, dude.
Oh my god, Whisper.
Because he's Giga Chad. This guy doesn't care. Like,
Orgil.
he makes the correct play.
He doesn't even have the God's Rebuke talent.
He doesn't care. He's gonna ruin somebody's day, and that's what Dota's about. It's not about winning. It's about ruining someone's day.
Oke, munjir.
He's gonna scout things out.
Tailung.
Get the vision for Whisper to make his jump. There goes the Rasta.
Sakit banget.
Rasta dies to the God's Rebuke almost. He gets out of the arena thanks to his passive. Meanwhile, the Storm Spirit is
Masih ada refresher, Whisper.
almost dead here. Yuma will actually lose his first life. Coming back up a second life. He's got BKB refresher. BKBs. And now refreshes. Static link.
Langsung putus terus ditekin. Ame.
Coba
Coba fokus cuma. Oh anjir, sakit banget. Statiknya masuk soalnya. NTS cok, damage-nya gede banget. Rapier drop. Where?
Oh, they barely makes it out in time. He limped away from that fight, TP'd out desperately, and did manage to make it out. Chemical Rage back up in 5 seconds.
Oh, NTS cok, sakit banget. The base. What?
Oh, dude, if anybody on Heroic had seen this, the game's just over, you know. But that's why I love this team. They think about taking
Otak mereka cuma di perang.
Not gonna rag their way to victory. What a fight from XG. This game is bizarre, dude. Like, they are just somehow pulling these team fights out. They got a double kill on this Razor and forced Yuma's buyback. This guy's untouchable. Somehow he's going down. Just incredible.
Ininya serem sih. Storm Spirit aja.
Doing so much damage with this Timber throwing everything through. Even Ame he's there, man.
It's beautiful. Tai Lung setting all that up in the first place. With, the slight and catching all these supports.
I mean, it's so hard to play these fights as XG support duo.
And this grab here, Divine Rapier goes down on the ground. It's too bad that nobody on the extreme could have grabbed it and gotten away here.
Yeah, Yuma was trying to pick it up, but is under.
Oh, what happened?
They're gonna go through.
Mau nge-straight? Udah agak nih misalnya Yuma nih. Oh. Hail Mary gameplay cok. Nggak cukup anjir, nggak masuk damage-nya. Fuck.
I was like, who bought Crimson in this game? Because that is what just saved them that game. Razor doesn't do any building damage. He had no link. The Mars was like, they don't have Divine. They just lost. The Crimson pickup from XXS with 5,000 HP makes Storm unkillable, despite not having Glyph. Heroic completely miscalculated with their lack of building damage, and they have lost this game, I think.
Extreme is just going to go down mid with the Divine Rapier taken
Demi
away
apa?
from
Ini
Heroic
kayaknya sakit sih.
and end the game.
Oh no. Oh no.
I think maybe they should have given a little bit more respect to Extreme Gaming.
The Giga Chat plays backfire. Now double Divine Rapier coming out for XG. They are all in. Spend the gold. Hit
Three
the
heroes, they
buildings.
do have a Tusk. That is one thing to keep in mind.
Oh, ada Walrus kick ya?
Versus 5, but they've got the Tusk kickback, and that is dangerous. This close to the fountain.
They just bought 2 Divines. Ame has 2 Divines. He's hitting for 1,000. You gotta go. You gotta fight.
Grab onto 2. Oh, Whisper almost dies there. He's got a refresher back up though.
Anjir, full nge-push nih Ame. Wah, sakit banget. Ada Walrus kick.
They gotta stop this Alchemist. The Alchemist just hitting it. It's done. Extreme have made the comeback.
I mean, what did I tell you at the start of this game, Austin? What did I tell you?
Oh, kalau gue boleh teriak, gue teriak-teriak itu udah malam tapi gue capek anjir. Holy shit.
A free 10 minutes. The second he got those Skelly boys on that one hard camp, this game was over, dude. It was over. 38-16, 25k gold lead, Divine Rapier for what? So 2-4.
Heroicnya sih Jumawa sih. Mereka bikin bisa bunuh Throne tapi surprisingly nggak mati-mati tuh Throne aja.
Like if Ame dies a single time, they're going to lose.
Oh.
You said Whisper should definitely buy the Divine Rapier. You said that they should go for the throne. Well, many of those things did not work out for Heroic, and in the end, Extreme Gaming will claim victory with a score of 16-38.
I mean, that's why we, of course, love the beautiful game of Dota 2, right? Because
Bro, that's insane.
You see some kills, it doesn't matter, right? Because if you have a belief, as 5 players, if you have one idea, you follow through on it, you can win any Dota game. One Crimson on an Ancient,
dude.
Maybe an Ember forgetting to Remnant over whilst the creeps were killing it, and maybe he could have ended it himself. Like, so many random things, but XG always seem to just... They go for like the 1% trying to come back. And fair play, they got it this game.
I mean, I have never seen an aura item like decide a 56-minute game. Like they're going on like the throne, and my bro, because he didn't have Crimson before, but he bought it for this play. Like,
Oh iya anjir, beneran sengaja cuy timurnya bangsat.
I cannot believe it.
It was just, like, these are the small things, right, in Dota. It's like, if you don't buy the Crimson there, you're not going to keep your Ancient alive, you are just going to lose. You did not have Glyph. And also before that, there's multiple times that Ame, still on the map, was getting nearly picked off, but he TP's out on like a sliver of HP, like less than 400 HP, right? Like if he dies there, game's over. And then the Aghanims in the mid lane, he gives it to a Storm. There's so many moments where like XG, they just buy enough time. And I feel like, of course, if you rewatch these fights really closely on Heroic...
They were given time.
Yes, you could easily find multiple times where maybe Ember went too ham, maybe Razor got picked off too easily, maybe the Tusk level save, it was perfect in the mid lane, but it wasn't perfect the next time. Like there's, of course, moments where Heroic could have played better to shut XG out, but that's the thing, if you don't shut XG out, the late game, the team fight, the little Ame magic moments, like between all of them, of course, there's just, something about XG.
Like what, this
Ancient should have been dead by now.
Like the problem is I can't fault them like at the start because you're like, okay, we bought back, they don't have Glyph, we're gonna all in. It's a normal play. Most teams will, you know, make this call. The problem is the correct hero in the correct moment bought the only item possible that stops you from this play.
I would have loved to know, like, at what point does he decide that, you know? Because, like, from our perspective, we're just seeing, like, the speed of the heroes moving in.
That's crazy.
At what point did he send his courier going, I need the Crimson? Because like in the chaos of watching it, the epicness of the late game, like you don't see the kind of the courier sneaking out. Like, you don't see like the Eureka
MVP coy itu.
Item, but yeah,
Crimson Gaming.
16 kills to the 38 of Heroic,
and they won.
And they win the game. 56 minutes 36 seconds. I apologize, I was about a minute 24 off on the predict, but you know, close enough.
I mean, like 7 minutes into the game, I thought our predictions were cooked. Yeah, like, that game looked over.
20-minute Heroic win. It was looking clean. Like the Tusk, the last pick, enable the Razor.
Yeah.
They did like so many cool things, like even from like small stuff, like dodging some Roshan Roar with the snowball, and like moving nicely here, doing this, all to then lose to one item choice at 56 minutes.
But not even that. You lose at 56 minutes, but when you go high ground minutes before, there's also chances that you can make better plays, right? And that's where XG, they kind of stepped up to the high ground and they identified like what they need to do. Just here, the Alchemist pulled the Stormsphere and Aghanims, so then you have this epic three-man vortex. Of course, luckily KJ was in a great position to keep them alive a little bit longer. The Mars does die, the Tusk dies. But it's like, if Tusk doesn't stay there,
Aduh, maaf ya, kayak REKONIX harus mengawal dengan low energy seperti ini. Ternyata capek ya anjay. Gue tuh udah melalui ini pas TI anjir. Sekarang kan lupa gitu, kayak gue semangat banget kayak gitu rasanya.
These fights aren't like epic XG wins where we're like, oh my god, they wiped them. But they're just doing enough to eventually find a point where Heroic blunder everything. That's kind of the XG late game motto. It's like, you don't need to win the fight, you just need to cripple them to keep the game going another 5 minutes. And at some point, we're probably gonna maybe do something.
Apparently so, like, because like there were like obviously some misplays, and we saw it there too. I think Tai Lung in the base, what happened is that he stopped his own remnant early by pressing Slide of Fist. Like normally you like smashing all your buttons. He was like pressing every button. Yeah, he's like the one that actually took himself out. But yeah, actually they kind of they held, because at some point they were averaging
Ini seru sih ngecengan asli.
8 minutes until they were
Amenya si anjir, mukul-mukul udah kayak
I mean, look at this, like a skydive.
Yeah, I mean, we spoke earlier about how Heroic's gonna, look at the Falcons game that they lost.
Itu grafik Dota atau koreksi GOAT ya.
What's the swimming thing? Olympic
10 meters, 50 meters,
yeah, whatever
down.
it is, gone. That's like 2 games today where Heroic are like, it's just awkward to talk about those type of losses.
Yeah, I feel like today we've seen some strange endings. Like even I think when we weren't paneling, like I saw Tundra who were like ahead and then they just somehow blundered and it felt like they didn't do anything, just ended up losing the game, and other games we had earlier. So today the games have been a little bit strange.
Well, luckily, we do have one more team that is creating these strange games, because REKONIX, we had them play against Na'Vi. They had like a 17,000 gold lead. They lost that. In the first game from them, they played against Tundra. It was just like entry to Blast Slam. They're, turning up the SEA team against the threat of Tundra. They're bringing it, to 70 minutes. It's just big spell combos, and yeah, of course, they did not win this game, but for REKONIX to enter with this amount of energy to nearly beat Na'Vi as well, they've been so close to winning, but they're currently 0-3 in the group stage.
Which is so sad, because from their games we've seen and the game that you're witnessing here, they did good. They're showing promise and the skill, that they can hold up, because so far I don't think they've ever really played that. Look at this.
I mean, it's just the 3-man torrent, and then they're looking to go in. They got the refresh, but Ari comes in with a beautiful avalanche, preventing that extra layer of initiation. If Ari doesn't just perform here, if he doesn't stop that Ravage, you're looking at 2 heroes dead, maybe 3 heroes dead. REKONIX, yeah, congratulations, your first win in the group stage, but Ari does not want Tundra to lose this game. He fixes the 3-man torrent problem, but yeah, REKONIX in this first game, they had all the beauty of the team fight. Of course, you go into deeper detail. The out of position Wind Ranger, maybe when he TPs outside the Roshan pit earlier in the game. There's different moments where you enable the pure chase down, the triple kills, the ultra kills. There are, of course, critical moments, but I feel like REKONIX, their scoreline's a bit of a bait right now.
It is.
You cannot look at this scoreline of 0-3 and go, yeah, they're just meant to be last place.
No,
they're not. They're so close to winning some of these games.
And also for the newcomer, or the team that nobody knows anything about. It's really impressive that you can come in and show your Dota, and they've done it in multiple games now. I just hope that now and the games to come tomorrow, that they can keep up the same play and the same confidence, because you can get shook. They're not the most experienced players, so you need to hold it together, understand that it's very small things that are deciding these games. You showed the thing with Ari. If that's a different tiny player, maybe they win the game. The last game we had, maybe whatever offlane player you have doesn't buy Crimson, and then they lose the game. So it is all about the small things and just understanding what you need to improve on, taking it to the next game, because you've got a ton of BO1s to play.
Yeah, and of course they are going up against Liquid, who, 1-2 in the group stage. They haven't had the greatest entry, but Liquid group stages are always kind of a
bit sus also.
A little bit sus, yeah.
But I would say Liquid look good. I mean, for me, REKONIX, we said their scoreline looks a bit maybe not according to their skill, But I want to talk about their post 5 player. So, you know, I was doing like some stuff on like Liquipedia, like, you know, what are they doing? Like, how long have they been playing? Because my bro, he has been playing since 2016. And if you look at his prize winnings, 50K is a good number. But when you take this over 10 years, it is not that easy to like keep going, keep grinding, go to this team, you get kicked, or the team disbands, or your star player goes somewhere and you do it again.
Anjir, Faris dipuji, di respect dengan grinding mentality-nya.
29 years old. It's like really not that easy to stick through this stuff and, you know, try to compete. And now he's got the chance.
Yeah, like when you look at his history, it's like he's played 3 years on the one team, made a roster swap, then moved to another team for 3 years. So in that stint, like he has shown like loyalty, but that loyalty was never rewarded with like breaking out of the region. And I think knowing that a player can be playing for that long, not ever really making it, like it's very easy after 3-4 years for like, Western European players, for example. Like when DPC was around, the amount of Div 2 players that you look for them today, they're nowhere to be seen. They're gone. Because they gave up after 3-4 years. When they didn't have access to qualifying, they just stopped. But like to see a player like that, like I think it's really just testament of like what you can do. Again, 10 years is a long time to wait for it to work. Like there's clearly like a great support network around him to enable that. But that's the type of stuff you need, because like if he's got 10 years of trying and now he's made it, like that is probably going to motivate him to try as hard as he can here. Because the thing with SEA is like once you get to a tournament, you go back to your qualifier, you might not get back out again for another 10 years. Like that is how crazy the region is.
That's what I like that you mentioned. It's like the motivation. You know, it's like whether it's around you or I think it has to be like from within as well. Like doing this for this long is no easy feat. So
kata-katanya itu loh yang disusun sama Caster lebih ngena gitu. Kayak kan kita taunya Faris orang lama udah main dari tahun sekian, selalu grind. Kayak dia sampai at the point of kalau andaikan yang pas TFK gagal dia udah gak bakal Dota lagi, tapi look where we are now, bro. Respect Faris.
Draft will be underway shortly between 03 REKONIX versus a 1-2 Team Liquid.
Saya ngomong REKONIX.
Neither team wants to shift towards the bottom end of the group stage. Again, the treat of the Blast Slam format. You get top 2, welcome to the playoffs. Everyone else, jumbled up, go fight each other again in some other games. So yeah, the pressure of the group stage is kind of shifting more towards the top. And there is still many more best of ones to disrupt that.
Yeah, I want to see if REKONIX can look for like similar drafts as they did before. I mean, it looks, you know, they definitely have their own style. We were watching it earlier.
Have I been saying REKONIX, not REKONIX?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I apologize greatly. REKONIX. I feel like every slam, there's one team that does it to me. Luckily,
I think it makes for good memes. Don't apologize. It's fine.
No, I mean, fuck Oreos, aka Oreos.
That's funny.
Got picked up by OG, so they kind of saved the day there. And now, REKONIX, for some reason, I was looking at my tablet thinking the K was an X. REKONIX. They're doing great. But yeah, they're now in the team. Anyway, back to you. Sorry, I just realized I blundered so heavily.
All good. I'll take it away. I like what they've been doing because it's very.
Sorry, say the team name just so I get better. REKONIX.
I like what they're doing because it's very. It can be hard to stick to like your identity, your ideas when you know, at least, you know, when you truly think about it, you are probably lesser skilled than some of the teams you're going up against, some of the players you're going up against. So it can be hard to believe in like your true identity, how you want to play, in your ideas. And they've shown some kind of cool drafts. I think earlier they played Carry Beast, Mid Void Spirit, Offlane Viper with like a post 5 AA. I think looks like here they played a Naga Siren carry. They had the incredible Wind Ranger carry earlier of the day. Sure, that isn't too crazy, but you know, sticking to like the style of the region and the style that you want to play.
Oh, mukanya happy semua, Cok. Karena habis ini deh, ice breaking.
Don't know that much about.
Yeah, I think the problem for REKONIX is against Falcons, they had this like even net worth. They lost one fight, boom, suddenly 10k advantage to Falcons, they lose the game.
Yeah.
Against Na'Vi, they had a 15k lead, looking great. They lost one fight, it disappeared instantly. So it's like their ability to hold on to a game, make a mistake and fix it isn't really apparent. The mistake they make, I can see games disappear. Again, that's mainly towards Na'Vi and Falcons. In the Tundra, we saw the highlights. There was a lot of back and forth there, but I think as the days progressed, it has been a little bit more polarizing in like how the games have kind of come to a conclusion for them.
Give the man the cash.
Look like, you know, they have no problem playing their lanes, playing their early game, but then eventually there's like some blunder that like maybe it shakes them up a little bit and like, you know, throws them off. So maybe there's like a way, you know, where FBZ and I think In Your Dream, they have like slightly more experience than the others. Of course, you know, FBZ, he played for Secret, like a couple years back. I'm sure he has some, you know, good experience and like good things that he can take from there, maybe into this team. You know, make sure to keep the atmosphere good, try to let people understand. It doesn't matter, you know, we effed up this fight, we need to do this next, maybe we need this item or this timing, to just like, you know, have a clear objective and purpose of what you're playing for.
Yeah, I mean, that's always going to be the key thing. In any matchup you go to, you just need to have an identity and a clear purpose of how you want to try and get that draft over the line. Don't try and overcook and overthink the draft, as it has felt like a slow opening to the draft, I'll be real.
Yeah.
I feel like all this blabbing, I should have seen 2-3 heroes picked, but unfortunately...
If we were in a heroic game, the draft would be done.
It would have been done by now. We would have had Mars, Razor, all of them picked.
Yeah.
But then the game wouldn't. It'd last 56 minutes, 36.
So Liquid, do they want... We've watched them, I think, already 2 times today. They had Razor in at least 1 or 2 games. They had Kanka in both of the games.
AKA Boat Boy, in the words of...
Viper.
AKA he in the dumpster, apparently. And I thought he was good, but...
They still the opener.
Because he's been banned the whole day.
We also don't see that guy, because...
Who was that guy? The animation? I was like,
yeah, his
out.
webcam weren't looking too good. But
Oh, yeah. But we've got the... Oh. Box,
Boxy, no, the Viper, it breaks a man. Or webcam quality, it's a 50-50.
Yeah, maybe he's looking at his enemy's weapon.
It's like, why is it so bad?
Well, let's see. You've got the... I mean, Viper is just... It's an incredibly hard hero to deal with. It counters a lot. It's hard in terms of like the matchups. It can obviously break heroes with the ult later as well. But we get a Largo, we get some guitar hero and some cute frogs on the screen. I'm sure no one will mind.
Again, with Largo,
Browser?
the main thing, as an offlane Largo, you need to threaten his early timings. Don't allow him to AFK farm.
Lah, siapa yang offlane lah Largo? Ini mah support.
Even skipping Soul Ring sometimes in really free games. Like, don't allow him to full AFK. Make him think about his team. And then when you get to the team fight, one other core needs to have a bad game, so Largo isn't buffing up 2 happy cores.
Yeah.
That is like the recipe for him demolishing games.
I mean, it's definitely like when he's played offlane, you should kind of treat him. I mean, because I agree with what you said, you kind of need to treat him as like a carry.
Yeah.
Because he has quite a big build-up where he's AFK, but then he's Giga. Like, his ramp-up is very fast.
But if he doesn't get the ramp-up, he's actually a detriment to his team. Because like a Mars having a bad game, you still can arena. A Centaur having a bad game, you stampede someone else.
Yeah.
A Largo having a bad game, you're walking into the middle of the fight.
Playing some shitty tune.
Some terrible tune, and then some TikToks or whatever, and then he just disappears. Like, you gotta be careful.
I mean, let's see, if you're Liquid, we have touched on it, like especially like all of the saving guys, the aura boys. You want high damage or like stacking damage, so Sven is kind of cool. We've touched on Razor, which is a hero that they have played also. I mean, also at this point, you don't really know yet where the Largo is going for REKONIX. I don't really know who has played it.
You nearly did it too?
I needed the REKONIX.
No. It sounds like a... whatever. Anyway, yes. Team, very cool.
Oh wow, Invoker anjing. For who?
Interesting.
Oh, tasteful ban.
I mean, I guess Liquid can wait a little bit to like show some of their next stuff.
Is it also not just a tell of like Vipers getting slapped potentially in the mid lane?
I think so.
Like, Invoker has decent regen, Puck, you just shove the wave. Like, does Nisha really want to play a matchup where it's like, oh god, he's having a free time, button him out like a slow Viper?
Yeah, I mean, I guess probably not. I'm a little surprised that we haven't
Oh, they've
seen,
been
like,
reserved themselves? What?
I haven't seen that many sniper responses to Viper. I would think that that should be a pretty good one because you outrange him. Sure, like maybe later you don't deal like the most damage into him, but overall you should be one of the guys that can actually get through the lane kind of nicely.
Yeah, looking at REKONIX's previous drafts when they've had Largo in the qualifiers, it hasn't looked too good for them. At least in the kind of a elimination series, best of 3, they lost with 2 games they picked Largo. They didn't actually have a natural kind of Croak partnership. They played in a support position, enabling a Tiny, and then they might have played, I believe, in another support position. So yeah, not the greatest success on the hero as of yet.
But I guess it was support in these 2 games from what I can see, yeah?
Yeah. Position 4.
I mean, okay, so let's see. Because, I mean, we've seen it from other teams too. Like, I think the anti-healing can be a kind of cool answer against Largo too, but like opening your first 3 picks with like Viper AA +1, it's a little weird also. It's like a little weird good.
A little weird good.
In weird good Twitch mode.
Oh, sorry.
Weird good.
Yeah, I was like, what are you on about?
No, not good. I would
Right,
not approve, but let's see. I mean,
Isu.
Liquid, pick your Tusk. Where you want to.
they're gonna go for like that double
melee,
sub.
bro. Some
Yeah.
Tusk tiny melee, bro. Progress the draft. Make the Viper feel happy. Mirana first.
Yeah, it's a Mirana
Fine.
5 with
Now pick the
Dotsies.
melee, bro.
Wah, gila di Miranain, Cok.
I mean, I could also
Di
see
Marsin
this
nih
just be
bentar
like,
lagi.
I think it's a good
Tapi udah ada
setup. Like,
Viper sih.
in case on the next 2 picks, like you get the idea that Largo is offlane, then you can just
Masih ada
get,
sudah
like,
di ban?
the hyper
Atau udah di ban?
damage carry on like 18
Oh, udah di ban.
lanes with the Mirana. You know, could be your insert Sven or whatever.
I also don't want to overreact too quickly.
Ada